Next, Lin Fan. The voice from inside the interview room was as cold as if it had been chilled by frost. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I tugged at the cheap shirt I'd bought for 9 yuan 90 on a discount website, gritted my teeth, and pushed open the door. 10 minutes later, I walked out again, deflated, my face full of confusion, like a clueless novice who's just set foot in a new game, utterly lost about the road ahead. Lin Fan, right? Just wait to hear from us. I'd heard those words 15 times over the 2 months since graduation. It was almost like my own personal soundtrack. Stepping out of the office building, I squinted against the glare of the summer afternoon sun, which stabbed at my eyes like a laser, nearly forcing them shut. The city looked so vibrant and prosperous, but it all felt like someone else's celebration, something I had no part in. I was just an ordinary junior college graduate who'd had the bad luck to finish school during an economic downturn. Jobless right after graduation, I could only afford an 800 yuan a month rented room, sharing space with cockroaches and rats. I pulled out my phone, unlocked a shared bike, and pedaled the creaky thing into the traffic. My mind was awash with unrealistic daydreams. If I won 5 million in the lottery, would I be able to turn my life around, marry a rich, beautiful woman, and become a CEO? Suddenly, a screech of brakes blared in my ears. An imposing electric car swerved right in front of me, its wheels just centimeters from my feet. My heart felt like it might leap out of my chest. I clamped the brakes, but the bike twisted beneath me, and I went tumbling to the ground, as helpless as a kite with its string cut. The car door swung open, and out stepped a young man in designer streetwear, his hair dyed a glaring gold. Beside him came a girl, her features doll-like under heavy makeup. "Do you even know how to ride? Are you blind?" The guy with the yellow hair jabbed a finger at my nose and shouted, his spit almost landing on my face. My elbow ached terribly as I struggled to my feet. Staring at his arrogant face, a wave of anger surged through me. Clearly, he'd swerved suddenly and blocked my path. The words for a retort were on the tip of my tongue. But then I glanced down at my worn-out pants and cheap sneakers, and a sense of inferiority crushed my impulse to protest. In the end, I chose silence, lowering my head as I reached for the battered shared bike. The handlebars were bent completely out of shape. I tried in vain to straighten them. "Look at him. What a broke loser. Just get lost." The guy with the yellow hair kept cursing, while the girl folded her arms and watched me with a look of utter disdain, as if she were staring at a pile of garbage. I lowered my head and rode He Cheng Wang's bicycle in silence, fleeing all the way back to my damp and shadowy rental room. Once inside, I shut the door, locked it behind me, and collapsed onto the bed, burrowing into the musty covers. Pulling out my Oppo phone, I tried to distract myself by scrolling through short videos, hoping to forget the mess swirling in my mind. My finger slid numbly across the screen. One funny video after another, intercut with clips of beautiful women dancing, flashed before my eyes. Whenever I came across a video of a beautiful woman, I would deliberately zoom in until I could see every detail clearly. Only then did I feel vaguely satisfied before moving on to the next one. Suddenly, a new video popped up. The screen was pitch black, with 2 bold white lines of text looming large, underscored by an invigorating background track. Choose one. What would you pick? A. 10 million in cash, instantly transferred. B. 2,000 Dragon Ball power level. The comments section was on fire. Anyone who picks B must be crazy. I could live my whole life on 10 million. Haven't you guys watched Dragon Ball? 2,000 power level. One piece of paper is worth 10 million. With 2,000 in fighting power, you'd be unbeatable on Earth, seriously. There's so many of these what-if scenarios on TikTok. I'll just keep scrolling. I stared at the choices and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Here we go again with these pointless hypothetical questions. Having been a Dragon Ball fan since I was a kid, I knew exactly what a power level of 2,000 meant. Without hesitation, I tapped on option B. In that instant, it felt as if an invisible switch had been flipped. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed deep within my mind. Selection detected. Host meets the activation criteria. Divine choice system is now initializing. Injecting initial reward into the host, 2,000 battle power. A surge of indescribable warmth rushed through every inch of my body, as if every cell was cheering in exhilaration. I could actually feel my body transforming, muscles, bones, even my energy channels, all being rebuilt and strengthened. The whole process lasted just a few seconds. When it was over, I felt lighter and more powerful than I ever had in my life. The world around me became razor-sharp in my senses. I could hear the rush of water from upstairs and see the tiniest patterns in a spiderweb in the corner. A semi-transparent blue panel appeared in front of my eyes. Host, Lin Fan. Battle power, 2,000. For reference, average adult male, 5. World boxing champion, 20. I stared in shock at the numbers glowing on the panel. a storm of emotions raging inside me. My God, there are actually systems like this in the real world? And I start off with a combat power of 2,000? For perspective, even those Cybermen who beat up Yamcha in the Dragon Ball anime only had a power level of about 1,200. Just then, BM, BM, BM. Someone pounded hard on the flimsy door of my rented room. Open up. You inside, get out here now. Came the angry roar of the blonde-haired guy from outside. He'd actually managed to track me down. I immediately frowned. Was this guy never going to let this go? With a loud crash, the already unsteady door was kicked open. The blonde youth, Zhao Feng, stood in the doorway, and behind him were two burly men dressed in black, their faces fierce, blocking the entrance completely. Zhao Feng jabbed a finger at me, his face twisted in anger and mockery. Think you can run, kid? You dare mess with my car? If I don't break your legs today, I'm not Zhao. The two henchmen behind him clenched their fists, their knuckles cracking menacingly as they pressed forward, step by step. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice rang out in my mind. Ding! Host is facing a violent threat. God-level choices have been activated. Option 1. Drop to your knees and beg for mercy with tears in your eyes. Reward: 100,000 yuan cash. Option 2. Grab the stool next to you and fight back bravely, showing your spirit. Hoa, masterie in combat technique. Option 3. Ignore their threats and calmly greet them, saying, Greetings, gentlemen. Have you eaten yet? Reward: Dragon Ball skill, Chi Sense, gives you the ability to sense energy fields. Option 4. Stand motionless. No reward, but no punishment either. I stared at the 4 choices, a wave of instinctive fear washing over me. My first impulse was to drop to my knees and beg. But then I suddenly remembered, I already have 2,000 combat power now. What's there to be afraid of? After weighing my options carefully, I chose the third one. I met the 3 men's hostile glares and spoke slowly, not loud, yet each word carrying clearly to their ears. Greetings, gentlemen. Have you eaten yet? What the heck? Zhao Feng and his 2 bodyguards froze for a split second, clearly caught off guard. They'd fully expected me to tremble in terror, maybe even fall to my knees begging or lash out desperately in self-defense. Never in their wildest guesses did they think I'd say something like that. My tone and manner were as relaxed as if I were exchanging jokes beneath a bridge in a crosstalk performance. Is this guy crazy? Eat my fist, you clown. The bodyguard on the left was the first to recover from his shock, feeling as if his authority had just been insulted. Their boss had specifically instructed them earlier, take care of this kid quickly and decisively. And now, that very kid was cracking jokes right to their faces. Fury bellowed from his throat as he swung a fist the size of a soup pot, aiming it mercilessly at my face. The punch packed so much force that it could easily shatter the nose of an ordinary man. His fist cut through the air. Choice completed. Reward: Dragon Pearl type skill. Chi Sense has been issued. In that split second, the world in front of my eyes transformed completely. No longer was it just colors and shapes, as ordinary people saw. He could see it now. Each of the 3 men before him was wreathed in a faint, flickering aura of chi. The energy inside Zhao Feng, the blonde, flickered at the tip of a dying candle. Just a frail speck, threatening to go out at any moment. Lin Fan couldn't help but mutter silently, this guy's body is way too frail. He really does need to change some habits. The 2 bodyguards' chi was a bit stronger, but at best, each of them just burned with the steady brightness of 2 thick white candles. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's own chi blazed within him like a roaring furnace, intense and full of life. Right now, the 3 auras, weak as they were, rushed toward his own furnace-like energy. That bodyguard's brutal punch, which looked so quick to anyone else, seemed to slow right down in Lin Fan's new perception, as if the movie of the world had been played back at a quarter speed. He could even make out the big pores on the man's fist and the grime trapped inside them. Lin Fan moved only a touch, tilting his head slightly to the side. The fist swept just past his ear, stirring only a few stray strands of his hair. The bodyguard's pupils shrank in disbelief. He'd always prided himself on his speed and strength, never once imagining anyone could dodge him so effortlessly. But before he could even pull his fist back for another strike, Lin Fan had already made his move. He didn't use his fists, nor his feet. He simply raised his right hand and flicked his index finger lightly against the bodyguard's forehead, as casually as brushing dust off his clothes. Thunk! A dull, heavy sound echoed, reminiscent of a watermelon being smashed open. Under Zhao Feng's stunned gaze, the burly bodyguard, who tipped the scales at over 200 pounds, looked as if he'd just been slammed by some invisible giant. His eyes rolled up white, and his body shot backward in a straight line. Crash! The bodyguard crashed into his companion with a bone-jarring thud. The 2 went tumbling to the floor like gourds, knocking over the little dining table in front of Lin Fan. After a clatter of plates and bowls, both men crumpled on the ground and lost consciousness on the spot. Just one finger. Nothing more than a single flick. Two veteran, professionally trained bodyguards were rendered completely powerless in the blink of an eye. The entire rental apartment was plunged into dead silence. All the hatred and smugness on Zhao Feng's face had completely collapsed, leaving only a terror as deep as the abyss. His legs trembled uncontrollably as he watched Lin Fan approach him step by step. Monster! This guy isn't even human. He's a monster. You don't come any closer. Zhao Feng's voice shook, and a wet patch had already spread across his pants. My father is Zhao Tianlong, chairman of Tianlong Group. If you lay a finger on me, my dad will never let you go. Lin Fan remained silent. He simply fixed his calm gaze on Zhao Feng. Within Lin Fan's sense of aura, the fear radiating from Zhao Feng was swelling rapidly, an overwhelming, suffocating stench, as if rotten trash were piling up around him. The smell on you is revolting, Lin Fan said quietly as he stopped in front of him. Zhao Feng looked as though he might burst into tears. Certain Lin Fan was about to snap his neck like a hitman in the movies. But instead, Lin Fan merely reached out and gently patted Zhao Feng's fear-twisted face. Talp! Talp! The gesture was soft, almost tender. Yet to Zhao Feng, it felt more terrifying than any blow. Suddenly, he felt a warm liquid he couldn't control trickling down his leg, quickly pooling into a puddle on the floor. He had wet himself from fear. Get lost! Lin Fan withdrew his hand, a hint of disgust flickering in his expression. And don't ever let me see you again. Like a man granted a pardon, Zhao Feng scrambled and stumbled out of the room in a panic, not even sparing a glance at the two bodyguards still unconscious on the floor. His cries and howls echoed along the entire corridor. Lin Fan looked at the broken-down door and the chaos left in the room. Eyebrows knotted in a frown. What headache? Fixing the door would cost money. The broken table had to be replaced, and what about the two guys lying on the floor? Should he just toss them outside? And if someone saw, or the police came knocking, things would only get messier. At that moment, the voice of the system suddenly chimed in again. Ding! Host has completed a choice for the first time. The beginner's gift package has been delivered. Reward: beginner's gift package X1. Would you like to open it now? Well, that's a pleasant surprise. Let's see what's inside. Lin Fan muttered to himself, thinking, open. Beginner's gift package opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received Dragon Ball Series Senzu Bean X1. Restores the dying, heals all injuries, and instantly replenishes stamina. Congratulations, host. You have received System Points X100, redeemable for items in the system shop. Congratulations, host. You have received Tech Series Power Level Scouter, black-rimmed glasses design, automatically fitted to your eyesight. Congratulations, the host has obtained one lottery draw opportunity. Suddenly, a pair of black-rimmed glasses appeared in Lin Fan's hand. The style was ordinary, looking just like the black-rimmed glasses you'd see everywhere on the street. With curiosity stirring in his heart, Lin Fan put on the glasses. Immediately, his vision transformed. A green, high-tech-looking interface floated before his retinas, with a number in the upper left corner blinking incessantly. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the unconscious bodyguard lying on the floor. Target: unknown human. Combat power: 7, unconscious. He turned his eyes to another one. Combat power: 6, unconscious. Finally, he walked over to the window and glanced at his own reflection in the glass. Target: Lin Fan host. Combat power: 2000. Oh my god, this is exactly like in Dragon Ball, he exclaimed in excitement. Wearing the glasses, Lin Fan eagerly looked out the window. On the street below, every passerby's head was topped with a glowing number. 34625. A middle-aged woman walking her Samyed showed a combat power of 3. The docile-looking dog at her side, only 1. A delivery man streaking by on his electric scooter rated a 6, slightly above the average person. To Lin Fan, the whole world seemed to have suddenly turned into pure data. Then, something caught his eye, a man in a crisp suit, head topped with the number 15. That score was twice as high as the bodyguards lying unconscious on the floor. Lin Fan's interest was instantly piqued, and a sly grin crept across his lips. Still, for now, he withdrew his gaze and turned his attention back to the two bodyguards sprawled on the floor. His eyes also drifted to the apartment door, now battered and broken. How on earth was he supposed to straighten out this chaos? Staring at the shattered wooden door and the mess that littered the room, a wave of pain stabbed through Lin Fan's heart. All this damage wasn't going to come out of someone else's pocket. It would be docked straight from his own rental deposit. His first thought wasn't how impressive it was to defeat two burly men in a single move. Damn it, How much is it going to cost to fix this door? He muttered, crouching down to examine the spot where the wood had splintered. Regret filled his heart. He glanced back at the two unconscious troublemakers. What was he supposed to do now? Just as Lin Fan's headache was reaching its peak, he heard a familiar set of footsteps. Clack, clack, clack. The sound echoed from the distant end of the hallway, drawing steadily nearer. Each step felt like it was landing squarely on Lin Fan's nerves. Oh no, it was her, his landlord. Even hotter-tempered than she was attractive. Lin Fan's mind went completely blank, but his body acted purely on instinct. He rushed forward, seized the ankle of one of the bodyguards sprawled on the floor, who, according to the rough scale, had a combat power of 7, and dragged him unceremoniously toward the wardrobe, as if hauling a lifeless animal. A burly man weighing over 200 pounds was moved with astonishing ease in his grasp. Get in there, he muttered under his breath. Using both arms and legs, Lin Fan pushed, pulled, and somehow managed to cram the first brute into the cramped wardrobe. Without so much as a pause, he repeated the same rough method with the second man, not bothering with any finesse. When it was finally done, he quickly slammed the wardrobe door shut with a sharp thud. Right as the doors clicked close, a graceful silhouette appeared at the battered threshold. It was his landlady, Tsuyueshi. She wore a loose, dark green silk nightdress, its soft shimmer outlining her alluring figure in the dim light. Her long, ivory legs extended beneath the hem, fully exposed to the air, an impossible sight to turn away from. Her face was untouched by makeup, her skin fair and almost translucent, and her perfectly shaped eyes, a bit drowsy, a bit stern, hinted that she'd just been roused from sleep. On her feet were black slippers, her toenails painted in a bright, attention-grabbing red. The contrast between her rounded toes, slender feet, and high arches was striking. Lin Fan couldn't help but swallow nervously. Pity, no sooner did this beautiful, commanding presence open her mouth, all the fantasies shattered at once. Tsuyueshi's gaze lingered on the ruined door for a couple of seconds, and her graceful brows immediately furrowed. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, a gesture that only made her striking figure more prominent. Her eyes swept across the mess in the room, finally resting on Lin Fan. Lin Fan, your rent's already half a month overdue. And now, with no money to pay up, are you planning to tear down your own place next? Jolted from his daydream, Lin Fan forced down his anxiety, ran a hand through his greasy hair, and did his best to seem casual. Sister Shi, maybe you don't understand, he said, adopting an air of mystery. People in the arts appreciate a certain beauty in imperfection. This door, I call it Syrian war casualty chic. Don't you think it has even more character than before? Tsuyueshi couldn't help but laugh at his words. She extended a finger, tapping it lightly on Lin Fan's nose. I'll give you 3 more days. Rent is 800, and fixing the door will cost 2,000. That makes it 2,800 altogether. If you can't pay up, pack up your work casualty chic bedding and get out. She cast Lin Fan another lingering look, a flicker of curiosity glinting in her eyes. Then she turned and strode briskly away, slippers slapping softly against the floor. A faint trail of jasmine persisted in the air after she was gone. As soon as Tsuyueshi left, the energy drained right out of Lin Fan. He collapsed on a bed, took out his phone, and opened Alipay. Balance, 250 yuan. The glaring number seemed to mock him mercilessly. This little money wasn't even enough to cover his basic meals for the month. To him, 2,800 yuan was already a small fortune. That familiar wave of helplessness and inferiority welled up in his chest again. Even with battle power rated at 2,000, here he was, worrying over just a few thousand yuan. Was he really supposed to rob a bank? No, wait, now that I'm this strong, shouldn't making money be the least of my worries? Just then, a cold, mechanical tone suddenly rang out. Ding! The host is facing a financial crisis and survival challenge. Activating the God-tier choices system. Option 1. Break into the upscale neighborhood next door and use your strength to snatch a free haul. Reward, tech equipment, Huawei 16 Pro Max, Far Peak Blue Edition. Option 2. Track down yellow-haired Zhao Feng and demand reasonable compensation for your emotional distress, loss of reputation, and the damaged door. Revoir, Fantaisie Skill, Fondationnel QI Drawing Technique. Option 3. Don't fear hardship or effort. Rely on your own hands and strength to find a job and secure the basics first. Reward, Dragon Ball Skill, Sky Dance Technique, experience the freedom of flight. Staring at the 3 options before him, Lin Fan sank into deep thought. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth twitched slightly. He found the scene before him almost unbelievable. A man with a power level of 2,000 actually going out to find a job? This arrangement seemed to fly in the face of common sense. But the reward for learning the technique of air dancing was simply too tempting to refuse. Even though his power level now stood at 2,000, he still knew nothing about even the basics of combat, let alone any special techniques. It was air dancing, the very skill that was one of the most practical abilities in the Dragon Ball universe. "I'll take option 3, Lin Fan whispered to himself. After the flash of excitement, he calmed down and began to think carefully about how he might earn money through work. He pulled out his phone and finally let his gaze land on one particular app, Mate One Rider. He quickly uploaded his identification and registered as a food delivery driver. Half an hour later, he was holding that iconic yellow rider's uniform in his hands. Looking at his reflection, dressed in a bright yellow vest, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh at himself. Who would have thought that my first real job would be as a delivery guy? However, there was a small, unfinished business to handle before he could set out. He walked over to the closet and flung open the door. The two bodyguards inside were slowly regaining consciousness, exchanging bewildered looks. But as soon as they saw Lin Fan standing at the door, their faces blanched, terror-stricken, as if they'd seen a ghost. Instinctively, they scrambled backward in a panic. "Boss, we're sorry. Please let us go. We were just hired to do a job. Young master, Zhao put us up to it." Lin Fan didn't reply. He dragged out a chair and sat down in front of them, calm as ever. After a few minutes of silence, one of the guards finally broke down, sobbing. "Boss, just tell us what you want. Anything at all. Do you want money? We'll pay. We'll send it right now." At last, Lin Fan spoke, his voice quiet but brimming with authority. "My door. You two broke it, didn't you?" Yes, we did. For mental distress, lost wages, and, of course, the cost of repairs. Don't you think there ought to be some compensation?" "Absolutely. Of course." They nodded furiously. 3,000 yuan. Fair enough, right? More than fair. It's not too much at all. Their hands trembling, the two men pulled out their phones and each transferred 1,500 yuan to Lin Fan. When the payment notifications arrived on his phone, Lin Fan finally let his expression relax. He stood up, waved dismissively, and said, "All right, you can go now. Just don't let me catch sight of you again." Relieved beyond measure, the two men all but fell over themselves in their frantic escape from that unforgettable little rental flat. With the compensation in hand, Lin Fan was in high spirits. He changed into his yellow vest, officially embarking on his new life as a delivery rider. "Ding, you have a new delivery order." The very first order was bound for an office building in the CBD, 3 kilometers away. Lin Fan glanced at the map, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. In the next instant, his figure dissolved into a golden flash, diving headlong into the bustling river of traffic below. He didn't bother with an electric scooter, for his speed far surpassed any e-bike on the road. With powerful legs propelling him forward, Lin Fan slipped through the congested streets like a ghost. In the rearview mirrors of passing cars, only a fleeting trail of yellow could be glimpsed before it vanished altogether. Pedestrians by the roadside would suddenly feel a rush of wind on their faces, only to discover that the figure who had been right in front of them had already disappeared without a trace. A journey that should have taken 15 minutes was over in less than 3. By the time Lin Fan, calm and composed, handed the delivery to the white-collar customer, the woman was still glued to her phone, mumbling, "Let me check where the courier is now." "What? It says he just picked up the food." When she looked up and found Lin Fan right before her, she was momentarily stunned. With a professional smile, Lin Fan passed her the meal and said, "Enjoy your food. Please remember to give me a 5-star rating." With that, he turned and left, quietly hiding away his extraordinary gift. Meanwhile, in a lavish villa in the city's eastern district, Zhao Feng, brimming with outrage, poured out his grievances to his father, the chairman of Tianlong Group, Zhao Tianlong. "Dad, you have to help me get revenge. That guy's a monster. He sent both my bodyguards flying with a single finger." Zhao Tianlong, a man in his 50s with an aura of quiet authority, listened, his brows furrowed in displeasure. He dismissed talk of so-called superpowers out of hand. To him, this was more likely some elusive martial arts master his son had provoked. "Useless fool," Zhao Tianlong snarled, swinging his hand in a hard slap. His voice was harsh. "You're afraid of some thug who only knows how to hide in the shadows?" His gaze turned icy. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, I don't care what it takes. Find someone for me. Yes, that kid in the old city. Break his legs." A few days later, Lin Fan looked at his earnings on the food delivery app. 3,152.5 yuan. He couldn't suppress the broad smile that spread across his face. He had settled his compensation and paid his rent, and there was still a good sum left over, leaving him more at ease than he'd felt in a long time. He chose to visit that evening, estimating Su Yueshi should be home by then, and knocked on her door. Once again, it was the same woman who answered, draped in a silk nightgown, radiating a mature allure. What is it? Tsuyoshi leaned against the doorframe, her arms crossed, her manner languid yet irresistibly tempting, causing Lin Fan's heart to skip a beat. Lin Fan cleared his throat, took out his phone, and opened the transfer page. Sister Shi, I really appreciate you giving me some extra time these past few days. Here's the rent money, plus the cost to fix the door. He entered 3,000 yuan while Tsuyoshi watched, then tapped the confirm button. Tsuyoshi glanced at the newly received amount, then looked up to study Lin Fan's seemingly nonchalant expression, her doubts only deepening. Just a few days ago, he was a broke recent graduate who couldn't even come up with 800 for rent. How on earth did he suddenly produce 3,000 yuan? And by the look of him, he didn't seem to feel any pressure at all. Lin Fan noticed the suspicion on her face, but felt quietly triumphant inside. Feigning mystery, he slipped his phone back into his pocket and, with the airs of someone who'd seen the world, said, Sister Shi, I know what you're thinking. 2,800 is for the rent and the door repair. The extra 200 is my way of making it up to you for the trouble I caused. After all, it was my fault you had to stress over this. Tsuyoshi couldn't help but laugh at his brazen words. She put her phone away, sized Lin Fan up and down, and asked, without any softness, Not bad, Lin Fan, struck it rich, have you? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? I'll remind you right now. I won't rent this place to anyone breaking the law. How could I? I'm an upstanding guy, Lin Fan declared, patting his chest. I earned every cent with honest effort, all fair and square. With that, he gave a carefree wave, whistling as he returned to his shabby little rental room. Feeding his vanity was just a fleeting pleasure. What truly mattered was growing stronger. He could hardly wait to delve further into the system's reward, the art of skywalking. According to the system's description, skywalking wasn't just a simple skill. It was a high-level technique that harnessed the chi within one's body. It might sound straightforward, but putting it into practice was anything but easy. Lin Fan closed his eyes, calming himself, and tried to sense and channel his inner energy. Carefully, he drew out a faint thread of chi, guiding it slowly down his meridians toward his feet. That's it. Focus on this feeling, even more precise. He suddenly opened his eyes, attempting to use this force to lift himself from the ground. Up! A dull thud echoed as he landed abruptly. With a tremendous bang, he did leave the ground, but instead of soaring upward, he shot straight at the ceiling like a cannonball. Fortunately, he reacted in the nick of time. Just before he crashed headfirst, he quickly withdrew the force from his feet, causing himself to crash heavily back down onto the bed. Coughing and disoriented, Lin Fan stared up at the small dent he'd just created in the ceiling, a cold sweat breaking out all over him. This is bad. I overdid it. It was only then that he realized, although he now possessed great strength, he hadn't the faintest idea how to control it precisely. If he didn't learn to restrain himself, one careless move could end up demolishing the entire building. That would be disastrous. Clearly, mastering precise control of chi was now an urgent necessity, and the only way to improve was through relentless practice. So, Lin Fan continued working as a food delivery driver. But this time, the way he delivered food changed drastically. No longer did he rely on brute force to sprint down the streets. Instead, he began practicing flight techniques as he worked. Step by step, he managed to hover a meter or two off the ground, and before long, he was able to ascend over 10 meters. Within a few days, he could glide silently at great heights, dozens of meters in the air. When night fell, he could even slip above the clouds without a sound, gazing down at the city lights below and reveling in a sense of freedom and exhilaration he had never felt before. It was simply incredible. One afternoon, Lin Fan received a delivery order marked priority. The address, Cloud Palace, a luxury private club in the city center. To save time, he chose a little used back alley as a shortcut. He was humming a tune, food in hand and carefree, when suddenly two men appeared, one at each end of the alley, blocking his path. Lin Fan's black-framed glasses instantly locked onto them. Target, unknown human, martial artist. Combat power, 20. Target, unknown human, martial artist. Combat power, 25. Lin Fan tensed, not out of fear, but because he sensed trouble ahead. Outwardly calm, he grumbled inwardly. This is getting ridiculous. Is delivering food supposed to be this dangerous? I heard the world heavyweight champion only has a combat power of 20. How are these guys even higher? These two, in fact, were outer disciples hired by Zhao Tianlong from a martial family, trusted to handle the sort of business that couldn't see the light of day. One of the martial artists, fit and poised, struck a pose he clearly thought was impressive. He lifted his chin slightly and, looking down at Lin Fan, spoke with a condescending tone. Kid, you may look decent enough, but you've tangled with the wrong people. If you want to suffer less, Better break your own legs now. Lin Fan observed the faint, genuine flow of energy around them. A striking moment, his first real sense of the martial power that existed in this world. They truly were stronger than ordinary men, but not by much. Gentlemen, surely we can talk this over. Lin Fan raised the food delivery in his hand and said, I'm just a delivery guy. Maybe you've got the wrong person? Let me drop this order off first. If I'm late, I get dock pay. Enough talking. The other martial artist, a bit heavier set, had already lost his patience. With a roar, he pressed off the ground, launching himself like a tiger charging from the mountains. He swung a heavy fist straight at Lin Fan's face, the force behind his blow enough to shatter paving stones. But, in Lin Fan's eyes, attuned to motion, everything seemed to slow to a crawl. He simply tilted his head ever so slightly, effortlessly avoiding the blow that was sure of its target. At the same time, a playful thought crossed his mind. Imitating the way he'd flicked away a bodyguard before, he extended his right index finger, ready to give this martial artist a lesson of his own. The attacking martial artist, realizing he'd missed, showed a flash of savagery on his face. Meanwhile, his previously motionless companion shot a cold glance from the shadows. In an instant, that companion drew a dagger from his coat and, choosing a most treacherous angle, drove it towards Lin Fan's heart with deadly force. Lin Fan's expression darkened. He could have continued to toy with them, but this move was obviously meant to kill. Some people simply don't know what's good for them. He decided to show no more mercy. The finger he'd been about to flick changed shape mid-motion, flattening into an open palm. Just as the dagger was about to reach him, Lin Fan's palm shot out toward the attacker's face. A loud smack, sharp and unmistakable, echoed through the silent alley. The sheer force of the blow sent the martial artist flying. He spun twice through the air and crashed heavily against a wall 5 meters away, thudding to the ground. He twitched briefly, then fell still, unconscious. Only the other martial artist, the one still holding the tiger pounce pose, remained frozen where he stood. He could hardly believe what he'd just witnessed. His own junior brother, a true martial artist, sent flying with a single slap. Lin Fan withdrew his hand and didn't even spare another glance at the other man. Carrying the still-warm takeout, he strode past as if nothing had happened, whistling as he left the back alley. If you really force my hand, well, I'll just have to show you what it means when I say I don't eat beef. He hummed a carefree tune as he delivered the food, and when he returned to the bottom of his apartment block, he happened to bump into Su Yueshi, who was coming downstairs with the trash. Tonight, Su Yueshi had changed into a simple cotton t-shirt and shorts, yet her striking figure was impossible to conceal. Her gaze lingered on Lin Fan for a moment. She gently sniffed the air, then suddenly said, "There's a trace of blood on you." A flicker of tension shot through Lin Fan's heart, but his face kept that devil-may-care smile. "No choice, sister she. I just delivered some spicy beef hot pot. Spilled a bit on myself." Su Yueshi nodded and didn't press further. She hefted the trash bag and brushed past Lin Fan at the entrance. As they crossed paths, Su Yueshi lifted her right hand seemingly at random, a slender finger darting unexpectedly toward Lin Fan's side. Her move was swift, precise, and merciless, the secret probing technique of her martial sect, the startled cicada finger. Just before her fingertip grazed Lin Fan's skin, the muscles beneath his ribs instinctively tensed, and an invisible energy formed a resilient shield across the surface of his body. A quiet, crisp sound broke the silence. Su Yueshi's finger bounced off a gentle, yet immensely powerful force, sending a surge of numbness up her arm. A wave of shock crashed through Su Yueshi's heart. Was this protective chi? Only then did Lin Fan realize he'd reacted a bit slowly. Playing it off, he exaggerated a twitch as if being tickled, releasing a booming laugh. "Ha-ha! Sister Shi, what are you doing? That tickles. Come on, cut it out." Su Yueshi quickly withdrew her hand. Her eyes lingered on his face, complex and searching, as if trying to read his true intentions. At last, she simply muttered, "Boring," picked up the trash, and turned to head downstairs. Just as she turned away, the battle power detector Lin Fan wore flickered, his vision filling with her soaring numbers. Target, Su Yuexi. Battle power, 120. Lin Fan's smile slowly froze. Dear God, this woman. He blinked hard, suspecting his battle power detector was malfunctioning. Yet as he looked again at Su Yueshi's slender silhouette, the device's lens still displayed that sharp green number, 120. What did that number mean? The two martial artists he had effortlessly defeated before only had combat powers of 20 and 25, respectively, adding up to less than 50. Yet, the very landlady who quarreled with him daily over a few hundred yuan of rent, always wearing her nightdress, turned out to be so overwhelmingly strong? My God, this world is a whole lot more dangerous than I thought. Lin Fan watched as Su Yueshi disappeared around the corner of the stairway. Who would have imagined that within such an ordinary rental apartment, a martial arts master with a combat strength surpassing 100 was hiding in plain sight? No, having a combat power of 2,000 is still nowhere near enough. I don't feel the least bit safe. At that moment, a thought struck him. Wait, didn't I still have a newbie lottery chance I haven't used yet? He recalled that when he opened the newbie gift pack last time, the system had prompted him about a lottery spin, but he'd been too engrossed with testing the combat power detector and the sins of beans and had completely forgotten about it. System, hurry up and show yourself. I want to spin the lottery. Lin Fan shouted inwardly. Ding. Newbie lottery chance, X1. Would you like to use it now? Yes. Use it right now. No sooner had he spoken than a gigantic, high-tech virtual roulette appeared before his inner gaze. The entire wheel was divided into over 100 segments, all in a dazzling array of colors. Most were white or blue, with common rewards like 100,000 yuan cash, mastery in martial arts, or a handgun. But there were a handful of purple segments where the prizes were clearly of a higher grade, things like Fantasy Series, Storage Ring, 10 cubic meters, or Tech Series. Iron Man Mark 1 Armor X1. At the very top of the wheel, there was only one glimmering golden segment, radiating with a blinding light, its inscription blurred and full of mystery. Go for broke. Maybe I'll hit that golden jackpot. Lin Fan held his breath, saying a silent prayer. The lottery begins. The needle at the center of the wheel began to spin at lightning speed, all but blurring into a swirling shadow, with countless rewards flashing by in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan's heartbeat quickened, tension knotting so tightly in his chest he could barely breathe. Gradually, the pointer slowed, sliding agonizingly across the purple segment. Come on, stop right there. Lin Fan clenched his fists, his whole body taut with anticipation. He was barely breathing now. Right before his wide-open eyes, the pointer finally and firmly landed on that golden segment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won the rare God-level prize, Dragon Ball Lineage, a lower-class Scion blood. Bloodline description, originating from the warrior race of Planet Vegeta. This bloodline bestows a body and potential far beyond that of any Earthling, vast capacity for growth, and the ability for combat power to surge dramatically after recovering from the brink of death. Side effects, huge appetite, and a slight tendency for behavior to be influenced by battle instincts. Bloodline fusion in progress. Estimated time, 10 seconds. 10%, 50%, 100%. Fusion complete. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Lin Fan was so overwhelmed with excitement that words failed him. All he could do was shout the simplest phrases to express the wild joy surging within him. The Scion bloodline. It really was the Scion bloodline. Even though the words lower class preceded the name, he knew that Goku himself was a lower class Scion. This meant limitless potential. The moment the system announced the fusion's completion, a wave of warmth rushed through his body, flooding every nerve and bone. He could distinctly sense his skeleton emitting subtle, crackling noises, and his muscles growing denser and more robust. All 5 senses were heightened to an extraordinary degree. The entire process was intense, yet there wasn't a trace of pain. On the contrary, it felt every bit as exhilarating and liberating as being reborn. When the bloodline fusion ended, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, acutely aware of a newfound and formidable power coursing inside him. But immediately after, a fierce hunger surged from deep within his stomach. He was so ravenous that his vision blurred, and he was nearly tempted to take a bite out of the table in front of him. These side effects are way too much. Fighting the irresistible urge to gnaw on the wall, Lin Fan impatiently strapped on the power level scanner to check his changes. Target, Lin Fan, host/lower class Scion. Power level, 3,500. The number had leaped from 2,000 straight up to 3,500. This feels incredible. Lin Fan pumped his fist in excitement, generating a rush of wind so strong that the curtains fluttered and snapped in the breeze. And this was just the improvement in his base power level. What truly set the Scion bloodline apart was the astonishing gift of continuous growth through battle and recovery, especially those explosive leaps in strength when pushed to the brink of death. At the same moment, downtown, inside the chairman's office at the Tianlong Group, Zhao Tianlong sat glaring with a dark, brooding expression at the 2 martial artists before him, their bodies swathed in bandages. He had paid a small fortune to bring in these experts, only for them to be dispatched without managing a single effective move. Useless. Completely useless. Zhao Tianlong fumed, seizing the crystal ashtray from his desk and hurling it to the floor, where it shattered with a sharp, brittle crack. Only now did the reality sink in. His typically unimpressive son had run into an adversary far more formidable than expected. Ordinary martial artists weren't going to solve this problem. His gaze turned cold and ruthless. Settling back into his executive chair, Zhao Tianlong picked up the phone and dialed a number. Black Snake, 2 million for you. Take care of someone for me, he ordered, his tone icy. I want him dead. Do it in one strike. No loose ends, no traces left behind. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Tianlong still felt uneasy. The other side was simply too powerful. Not even martial artists could hold their ground. If the assassination failed and they traced it back to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. He hesitated for a moment, then dialed another number. Mr. Qian, it's me, Zhao Tianlong. I would like to request your personal protection for a while, at a fee of 10 million. There was a brief silence on the other end, and then a deep, resolute voice spoke. That's quite an offer, Chairman Zhao. Who exactly have you gotten into trouble with? A reckless kid who doesn't know his limits. I suspect he's a disciple from some reclusive sect, Zhao Tianlong said grimly. I need your protection, just in case. Very well, I'll come over tomorrow. Only after hanging up this call did Zhao Tianlong finally let out a sigh of relief. That confident, sinister smile returned to his face. Black Snake, retired top-tier sniper. Iron Palm Qianhong, a renowned grandmaster in martial arts, boasting a combat rating of 150. With a single iron sand palm strike, he could easily split massive stones in two. With these two forms of insurance in place, he firmly believed that no matter what, that brat wouldn't be able to stir up any real trouble this time. Meanwhile, inside a small rental apartment, Lin Fan was hunched over his phone, frantically placing food delivery orders. The voucher in his hand, with its ability to buy almost anything, seemed about ready to burst into flames. An extra-large family bucket, 5 spicy chicken burgers, 10 pairs of grilled wings, and 2 giant bottles of cola. He practically ordered out the entire fast food joint. Lin Fan tore into his food like someone who hadn't eaten in days, devouring mouthful after mouthful without pause. He had just picked up a steaming chicken leg, barely able to savor the crispy coating and tender meat. Suddenly, his sharp senses detected a murderous intent. At that moment, atop a distant building, someone was quietly aiming a sniper rifle at his head. Ding! Threat detected. God-level selection activated. Option 1. Stay put and take the sniper bullet head-on. Reward. Tech Series, latest Huawei 16 Pro Max in far peak blue. Option 2. Instantly use air dance technique and escape the sniper's range at maximum speed. Reward. Fantasy Series, basic chi gathering mantra. Sets you on a brand new path of cultivation. Option 3. Track down and eliminate the hidden sniper. Reward. Dragon Ball Series skill, piercing energy wave. Lin Fan stared at the 3 options in front of him, his chewing gradually slowing to a halt. He had thought his warning would be unmistakably clear. But reality had proven that some people simply didn't listen. Backing off and issuing warnings hadn't made the enemy wary. Instead, it only provoked an even more frenzied and lethal retaliation. Now, they had even resorted to using a sniper rifle. The usual lazy smile faded from Lin Fan's face, and with it, the air of devil-may-care nonchalance he wore so naturally seemed to slip away. Deep within him, a long-hidden anger and darkness roared fully to life. He spat the chicken bone out onto the table, inwardly issuing a command to the system. I'll pick number 3. Choice successful. Upon completing the mission, reward. Dragon Ball skill, Dodon Ray. A kilometer away, on the rooftop of an unfinished building, a cruel smile curled on the ace sniper's lips. Peering through the scope, he observed every twitch and detail in his target's movements. The young man in his crosshairs seemed to sense something. He paused mid-bite and looked directly toward the sniper's nest. Interesting. Sharp senses, Black Snake sneered inwardly. But what did it matter, even with keen instincts? Before the .50 caliber armor-piercing round from a Barrett sniper rifle, vigilance was meaningless. Without a second thought, he squeezed the trigger. A thunderous shot rang out. With that deep, resonant gunshot, a bullet packed with tremendous force spun through the air straight toward Lin Fan's head. Black Snake anticipated that in the very next moment, he'd see a vivid splash of red bloom in his scope. But the expected scene never appeared. Back in the tiny apartment, the instant the bullet tore through the air, time seemed to slow around Lin Fan. He didn't flinch, nor did he panic. He simply sat there, raising his right hand in a slow, deliberate motion. As the bullet hurtled toward the center of his brow, he extended his index and middle fingers and gently caught it. A faint metallic ring shimmered in the air, subtler than the buzz of a mosquito. Within that heartbeat, all the world seemed to stand still. That bullet, capable of piercing steel and ripping through flesh, now rested between Lin Fan's 2 fingers, utterly motionless in midair. The tail end still quivered from its vanquished momentum, letting out a low, vibrating hum. Back atop the unfinished building, Black Snake remained locked in the posture of firing, frozen in that singular moment. He stared through the scope, unblinking. In his sights, the target still sat at the table. No explosion of blood, no falling body. He even witnessed the young man raise his hand, as if pinching something intangible. A thought surfaced, so absurd it made his scalp tingle. No way. Absolutely impossible. That was a Barrett, the kind of rifle that could take down a dinosaur with a single shot. Black Snake forced down his shock, his professional instincts kicking in. Retreat. Leave now. He sprang up, packing away his rifle with a speed born of years of peril, desperate to escape. But it was already too late. Just as he slid the sniper rifle into its case, a voice, cold as ice, sounded right behind him. Looking for me? Black Snake froze, his whole body rigid, and every hair standing on end. He whipped around, only to witness a scene that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The target he had just seen through his sniper scope 1,000 meters away, the young man in the yellow delivery uniform, was now silently floating right behind him. Yes, floating. The man's feet hovered 2 meters above the ground, utterly defying gravity as he drifted in the air. Who are you? Black Snake's psychological defenses crumbled completely. Instinctively, he tried to run. But the moment he turned, an iron-like hand clamped tightly around his throat, robbing him of any chance to resist. Lin Fan lifted him effortlessly with one hand, suspending him above the ground. His face was devoid of all emotion. Who sent you? His voice was calm. So calm that it was impossible to sense any feeling at all. It was precisely this composure that sent a cold wave of terror through Black Snake. It was Zhao Tianlong. In the presence of overwhelming power, Black Snake's vaunted sniper skills and mental training meant absolutely nothing. He gave up his employer without hesitation. Chairman of Tianlong Group, Zhao Tianlong. He gave me 2 million to kill you. Sir, please spare me. I'm just a mercenary following orders. Lin Fan softly murmured the name, and the murderous intent he had been suppressing finally became plainly visible in his eyes. He understood that with people like this, reasoning was pointless, threats were useless. Again and again, they tested the line. Since that was the case, words were no longer necessary. In your next life, check who your target is before you take the job. Lin Fan's tone was flat and indifferent. He tightened his grip, just slightly. No, please don't kill me. Sheer terror filled Black Snake's eyes. His plea for mercy was cut short as his body trembled violently. The light faded from his eyes, and his life was extinguished. Lin Fan released his hold, letting Black Snake slump to the ground like a lifeless rag doll. Without sparing the corpse even a glance, he turned and drifted to the edge of the abandoned building. In the night wind, his yellow delivery uniform snapped sharply. He took out his phone and typed Tianlong Group into the map. A red pin appeared in the bustling heart of the city center. Lin Fan put away his phone and looked up at the brightly lit expanse of the city. In the next moment, his entire body became a streak of yellow light, shooting skyward, heading for Tianlong Group Tower. Ding! Mission completed. Reward: Dragon Pearl Technique. Piercing beam has been granted. As the system notification echoed in his mind, knowledge of the technique surged rapidly and clearly into Lin Fan's consciousness. Gently descending from the sky, he landed with steady feet in a quiet alleyway near Tianlong Tower. Looking up, he saw that even in the depths of night, the glass-towered building remained ablaze with light, reaching straight into the clouds, like a steel giant looming watchfully over the city's glittering splendor. Tianlong Group. Zhao Tianlong. Lin Fan glanced down at his bright yellow food delivery uniform, but saw nothing wrong with the way he looked. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he strolled casually toward the grand, gilded entrance of Tianlong Tower, seeming every bit the ordinary courier who had just finished a delivery and was seeking a quiet spot to rest. Excuse me, sir, please stop right there. No sooner had Lin Fan stepped onto the marble floor than 2 burly security guards in black suits approached, raising their arms to block his way. One of them regarded him with a touch of courtesy, though beneath it ran a barely perceptible note of disdain. I'm sorry, but our building has a rule. Delivery staff and couriers must use the employee entrance. I'm not here to deliver food, Lin Fan replied calmly. Then do you have an appointment? The other guard asked, his tone barely concealing his impatience. No, I'm afraid we can't let you in without an appointment, the guard said firmly, his stance unwavering. Lin Fan couldn't help but find the exchange amusing. He felt no urge to waste words on these 2 harmless men. Just as he was about to barge past them, a familiar yet distant figure caught his attention out of the corner of his eye. In a reception area off to the side, perched on a soft leather sofa, sat a young woman in a tailored gray business suit. Her head was bowed, hands clutching a thick stack of documents in a white-knuckled grip. Standing before her was a middle-aged man, hair slicked back and gestures exaggerated, berating her with scornful authority. The silhouette of the girl, and the stubborn tilt of her face, allowed Lin Fan to recognize her at once. Lu Mengyao. She had been a campus beauty during his university days. Also, the girl he'd secretly loved for 3 years. Back then, he'd been shy and insecure, his deepest wish nothing more than to have a normal conversation with her. For those 3 years, he devoted himself to her in silence. Whenever she went out with other boys or ran out of money on a movie night, one phone call was all it took. He would unhesitatingly send his entire part-time salary over, then live off plain buns for a week himself. Lin Fan's gaze drifted back to the lobby. There, the middle-aged man named Manager Wang was in a fit of rage, berating Lu Mengyao in harsher and harsher words. His chubby hand was already wandering toward her shoulder, restless, audacious, and all too close. Can't you even handle such a small matter? Do you realize how important this document is? If you delay Director Zhao's work, can you take responsibility for that? Looking at you now, you might as well just quit. Come to my room tonight. We can have a proper talk. Maybe there's still a way out for you. Lu Mengyao's eyes brimmed with tears as she was scolded relentlessly. She kept shrinking backward, trying to avoid the hand reaching toward her, her face filled with humiliation and helplessness. All the employees passing by simply pretended not to see what was happening, a clear sign that this was nothing new in their eyes. Seeing this, Lin Fan's heart filled with rage. He'd been with Lu Mengyao for 3 years and had never even held her hand. Yet now this middle-aged man was treating her with such humiliation. Hey! Lin Fan paid no attention to the 2 security guards still trying to block his way. He strode straight to Manager Wang's side and tapped him on the shoulder. Manager Wang spun around, ready to unleash his anger, but when he got a good look at Lin Fan, he was taken aback. The man standing before him wore a yellow delivery uniform, just an ordinary food delivery guy, by all appearances. Come on, brother, do me a favor, all right? Lin Fan's tone was calm and relaxed, as if chatting with an old friend. I think that's enough. It's time to stop. Lu Mengyao looked up in astonishment, only to realize that it was Lin Fan standing there, and in that eye-catching Matewan delivery outfit, no less. The shock on her face soon turned into embarrassment and shame. Lin Fan? What are you doing here? She never imagined that she'd run into Lin Fan, the one who quietly admired her back in college, under such circumstances and in such a way. Who do you think you are? Manager Wang finally regained his wits and jabbed a finger at Lin Fan, shouting furiously, a delivery boy thinks he can meddle in Tianlong Group's affairs? Who do you think you are? Security. Where are the security guards? Get this clueless fool out of here. Throw him out. His outburst immediately drew the attention of everyone in the lobby. In an instant, all eyes were on Lin Fan, filled with ridicule, disdain, and the thrill of watching a spectacle. Lin Fan, stay out of this. Please just go. Lu Mengyao tugged on his sleeve, desperately trying to pull him away from this trouble. The 2 security guards reacted at once, and several more came rushing over from different directions, gripping rubber batons as they closed in on Lin Fan with intimidating force. You got a choice, kid. Walk out on your own, or let us throw you out. Still, Lin Fan's face remained calm and emotionless. He didn't even glance at the circling security guards. His eyes stayed fixed, cold and steady, on the shouting Manager Wang. Just as one guard raised his baton and swung it toward Lin Fan's shoulder, Lin Fan's body tensed ever so slightly. In that instant, a powerful wave of energy surged out from him, sweeping through the room. Vim. All 5 or 6 fierce-looking security guards were blasted backward, as if struck by an invisible force. Thuds and crashes echoed through the lobby, bodies slamming hard against the walls, the front desk, and even toppling potted plants. The once splendid hall was thrown into utter chaos. Everyone stared in speechless shock at the bizarre scene before them. The delivery man hadn't even flinched. The arrogance on Manager Wang's face vanished in an instant. Lu Mengyao was completely stunned as well. She covered her mouth, eyes fixed in disbelief on the man's back. Was this really Lin Fan? The timid, self-conscious Lin Fan she remembered? What exactly do you want? Manager Wang's voice rose, trembling with fear. Step by step, Lin Fan approached him, each footfall seeming to weigh heavily on everyone's chest. Me? Lin Fan grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. I'm here to see your chairman. And perhaps, to teach you how to be a watchdog that doesn't just bark at his own people. No sooner had he finished speaking than Manager Wang's vision blurred, and a fierce gust slammed into his face. A crisp slap resounded through the lobby. Manager Wang's plump body whipped away like a spinning top, crashing violently into the far wall before sliding limp to the ground. A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the lobby. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone suddenly began to ring in his pocket, its abrupt sound cutting through the quiet. He pulled out his phone, and his heart lurched at the caller ID. It was Su Yueshi. He answered, not having time to compose himself. "Hello, Sister Shi?" On the other end, Su Yueshi's familiar, always calm voice now carried a rare note of urgency. "Are you at Tianlong Tower?" Lin Fan blinked in surprise. How did she know where he was? He instinctively brushed it off. "Yeah, I'm just delivering food. Leave there immediately." Su Yueshi's tone snapped from gentle to commanding, brooking no argument. "You can't afford to mess with those people. Trust me, get out now." Her voice shot through his confusion like an electric current, jolting him back to clarity. Was this the same woman who had once watched him coldly over a few hundred yuan of rent? He hadn't expected her to worry about his safety. A strange feeling rose slowly in his chest, something warm, tinged with a trace of self-mockery. Still, though he was touched, he had no intention of leaving. Since he'd come this far, Lin Fan wasn't leaving until Zhao Tianlong paid the price. With a touch of humor, he answered, "Sister Shi, your sources are amazing. You even know where I'm delivering food today." With a light-hearted tone, he added, "Relax. Once I deliver this takeout, I'll be on my way." On the other end of the line, Su Yueshi was so incensed by his attitude that she could barely utter another word. Immediately after, the call was cut off by a series of beeps indicating the line was busy. Lin Fan didn't hesitate to end the call. "Kyung, Grandmaster?" It sounded like someone formidable. He slipped his phone into his pocket, an even more inscrutable and amused smile curving his lips. Just as he finished the call, a wave of potent and oppressive energy surged through the front entrance of the building, sweeping over the lobby like a tide. Everyone's attention was drawn to this sudden transformation. A distinguished elder entered the hall, dressed in a black, traditional long tunic. Despite his graying hair, his eyes were keen, his back straight, and his movements calm and composed. With his hands clasped behind him, he advanced at an unhurried pace. Each step was measured and resolute, exuding authority and a quietly commanding rhythm. The faintly cloudy gaze beneath his brows gleamed intermittently with sharpness, not unlike a hawk eyeing its prey. This was none other than the man known as Iron Palm, Qian Hong. Green data flickered across the lenses of Lin Fan's black-rimmed glasses. Target, Qian Hong, martial arts grandmaster. Combat power, 150. Combat power, only 150? That doesn't even stack up to Yamcha before the Scions arrived on Earth. Lin Fan mused inwardly. This number was 30 points higher than Su Yueshi's 120, so by the standards of the martial world, it counted as top-tier grandmaster strength. So, this is the bodyguard they spent 10 million to hire? That's it. Lin Fan couldn't help feeling a touch disappointed. He'd been hoping to cross paths with someone more dangerous. Qian Hong surveyed the chaotic mess in the lobby, and the unconscious manager, Wang, slumped in the corner. His brows knit slightly, though he said nothing. His eyes, sharp as an eagle, swept the scene and landed squarely on the young man in a yellow delivery uniform, utterly out of place in this setting. To Qian Hong, only that young man still carried a trace of lingering energy. "Young man, was it you who caused this disturbance?" Qian Hong's voice was steady and measured, with the commanding gravity of someone long accustomed to power. Lin Fan shrugged with an innocent expression. "Sir, that's not quite fair. I'm a reasonable guy. I never start trouble. I only wanted Zhao Tianlong to pay a modest price for his stupidity." "Insolence." Qian Hong snapped, a sudden glint of cold steel flashing in his eyes. "Since Chairman Zhao hired me as his protector, as long as I'm here, no one touches him unless I give my consent." Even before his words faded, the aura surrounding him shifted dramatically. A moment earlier he seemed a kindly elder. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a fearsome beast awakened, his presence radiating an unmistakable threat that filled the room. "Since that's the case, there's nothing more for us to discuss." Lin Fan let out a sigh. Courting death. Qian Hong was thoroughly enraged by Lin Fan's contempt. With a furious shout, he stomped hard on the floor, and fine, web-like cracks instantly spread across the hard marble tiles. In a blur, his whole body shot forward like an afterimage. He slashed down with a powerful knife hand, the air shrieking as his palm struck toward Lin Fan's neck. This was his signature technique, the iron sandpalm. Though the blow had yet to land, the force of his strike rushed forth, ruffling Lin Fan's hair backward. To the onlookers, including Lu Mengyao, Qian Hong's attack was blindingly fast, nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye. All they caught was a shadow flickering by, and in the next heartbeat, it seemed the reckless deliverman would surely meet a lethal end. Yet Lin Fan remained poised, even taking a moment for a mental jab. Impressive form, but he really isn't much to look at. Facing a strike that could have split a stone tablet in two, Lin Fan didn't even try to evade. He simply lifted his left hand in a lazy arc, fingers spread wide, meeting the blow as if it cost him no effort at all. With a heavy, resounding thud, fist and palm collided. But the brutal spectacle everyone had imagined failed to appear. Qianhong's confident palm strike was caught and held fast by Lin Fan. A massive rebound force traveled up Qianhong's arm, making it numb and aching to the core. His chest churned as his energy scattered, and he was forced to stumble back 3 steps before barely regaining his balance. Staring at Lin Fan, his face was twisted in shock, a storm raging in his heart. How could this be possible? He had devoted over 40 years to mastering the iron sand palm, reaching a formidable peak. Whether flesh and blood or solid steel, it would only take one strike for him to bend it. Yet before him now stood a man in his 30s who had parried the blow with a single hand and made it look effortless. That's it. Lin Fan flicked his hand as if shaking off dust, his disappointment laid bare. That wasn't even a warm-up, old man. You? Who are you, really? For the first time, Qianhong's voice betrayed his fear. Me? Aren't I just a delivery guy? Lin Fan grinned, flashing a perfect row of white teeth. Even before the words finished echoing, his figure vanished once more. This time, Qianhong was ready. Every muscle was taut with vigilance, his internal energy surging to form a defensive wall about him. Yet, even then, he could not track Lin Fan's movements. Too slow. A chilling voice sliced past his ear. Qianhong whipped around and struck left with a punch, only to find empty air. Over here. The voice rose again, this time from his right. Sweat trickled down Qianhong's forehead. He was utterly at a loss, flailing and swinging his fists at the empty air as if trapped, but every punch did little more than whip up a gust of wind. To all watching, the scene was nothing short of bizarre. The once mighty, revered Grandmaster, Qian now resembled nothing more than a helpless, ridiculed clown, stripped of all dignity, lost and disheveled. You're toying with me. Qianhong finally broke down, his voice ringing out in a furious, desperate yell. He froze, stopping all movement, pressing his palms tightly together, gathering every ounce of strength left in his body between them. He was ready to wager everything on this one last move. How dull. Lin Fan's figure slowly materialized 3 meters before him. It was clear, even Lin Fan had grown weary of this chase. The thrill had faded. So, this is the great Grandmaster? How disappointing. Lin Fan shook his head, then slowly lifted his right hand and pointed his index finger. At the sight of Lin Fan's gesture, a surge of raw, primal fear crashed through Qianhong, a dread of death that gripped his heart. Without another moment's hesitation, he unleashed the entirety of his cultivation, forcing it into his palms, and lunged at Lin Fan with a savage roar. Lin Fan's expression didn't flicker. He stared calmly at Qianhong's swiftly descending palms, while a golden radiance began to gather at the tip of his finger. Let's see how you handle this. He spoke in a low, measured tone. A split second later, a beam of golden light shot out from his fingertip. There wasn't an earth-shattering explosion, just a clear, cutting hiss as the light sliced through the air. In a flash, the golden beam drilled straight through Qianhong's palm, shattering his defensive chi, then pierced cleanly through his chest. Then, with a faint, crisp sound, the beam bored a smooth, black edge hole deep into the supporting stone pillar behind him, its edges still tinged with char. Time itself seemed to freeze. Qianhong's body hung in midair, his face frozen in an expression of terror and disbelief. He stared down in shock, unable to comprehend the smoking hole in his chest. Not a single drop of blood fell. Everything, flesh, bone, and sinew, had been utterly vaporized by that awful power. What is this? With great effort, Qianhong forced out a few ragged syllables, the light in his eyes fading like a receding tide. There was a dull thud. Thus, the Grandmaster fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. A deathly silence engulfed the hall. Every gaze was fixed first on the fallen corpse, then upon the man in the yellow delivery uniform who was slowly lowering his hand. Lin Fan didn't spare Qianhong even a second glance. He turned away, his eyes cold as ice, fixing them on the elevators nearby. He already knew. Zhao Tianlong was waiting for him upstairs. Without hesitation, Lin Fan strode towards the elevators. Amidst the crowd, Lu Mingyao stood quietly, watching that familiar yet distant figure. In that moment, she even wondered if she was caught in a dream. A soft chime signaled the arrival of the elevator. The doors slid open slowly, revealing Lin Fan in his yellow delivery uniform. Hands still in his pockets, he appeared calm and composed. The entire floor was deserted, with only the door to the chairman's office at the end of the hall left slightly ajar. Without pause, Lin Fan walked straight over and pushed the door open. Opulence filled his view. Through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, the city sparkled against the night sky. Inside, a luxurious rosewood desk, supple leather sofas, and priceless abstract paintings adorned the walls. The man who should have been controlling everything, ruling over the situation, now slumped in his chair, his face as pale as paper. Zhao Tianlong's body trembled uncontrollably. When he saw the man in the yellow jacket step inside, his pupils contracted sharply. He had seen everything. What happened downstairs, the Master Qian's terrible end, all revealed in stark detail through the surveillance. No ordinary person could accomplish such things. Lin Fan advanced with steady steps until he stood before Zhao Tianlong, gazing down at him from above with a taunting hint of a smile. Chairman Zhao, did you enjoy the delivery I brought? 2 million for my life, 10 million to hire someone who isn't even enough for me to warm up? TSK, your investment sense truly fails to impress. With a dull thud, Zhao Tianlong finally broke down. His legs gave out, and he slid down from his expensive leather chair, landing on the floor. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he couldn't even form a complete sentence. Clinging to what little reason he had left, he fumbled through the lowest drawer of his desk and produced a black bank card, holding it out to Lin Fan's feet with trembling hands. Be big, brother. No, great master. I was blind. I failed to recognize true capability. Zhao Tianlong's voice shook, nearly breaking down in tears, overflowing with terror. There's 100 million on this card. It's everything I have. Please spare my life. I swear, from this moment on, I'll serve at your command. 100 million. To the Lin Fan of the past, this amount was wealth beyond his wildest dreams. But after enduring challenge after challenge from the man before him, Lin Fan knew only one thing would mend his rage. Zhao Tianlong had to die. Slowly, Lin Fan reached out, ready to end Zhao with as little thought as snuffing out an ant. Just then, that familiar notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Detected. Host on the verge of a major disruption to world order. God-level choice activated. Lin Fan's outstretched hand paused in midair. World order? The murderous intent in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a trace of contemplation. At that moment, 3 options appeared in his mind, each radiating its own distinct glow, sharp and unmistakable. Option 1. Swift and ruthless revenge. Kill on the spot. Settle accounts with Zhao Tianlong, who has repeatedly provoked you, and let the world witness your power. Reward. Fantasy skill. 8 extremities burst, a godlike melee technique capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a single strike. Option 2. Condemn him to torture and a life of crippling regret. Cripple his limbs, strip away everything he holds dear, and let him spend his days in endless remorse, wishing for death. Reward. Tech Series, Gene Repair Serum, Beginner. X1, gentle reminder. Just in case you ever injure yourself by accident, you'll have a backup. Option 3. Spare him and keep him as your pawn. But beware, if you expose too much of your strength, you might attract unnecessary trouble or even alert top-secret national organizations. Reward. Dragon Ball Series, Kamehameha, the fabled Kame school technique, astoundingly powerful, the dream of every childhood. Staring at the 3 choices before him, Lin Fan found himself lost in brief contemplation. He had to admit, the first option, to act out a hero's revenge, was incredibly tempting. The second option almost made him curse out loud. Damn this system, always stirring up trouble. Was this so-called gentle reminder a veiled curse for him? But when his gaze fell upon the third option, his breathing quickened in spite of himself. Kamehameha. My God, that was the legendary Kamehameha. Weighing its allure against the possible endless troubles it might bring, Lin Fan found it nearly impossible to resist this skill. System, I choose the third. Lin Fan made up his mind without a trace of hesitation. Slowly, he withdrew the hand that had hung suspended over Zhao Tianlong's head, the sly, roguish smile creeping back onto his face. Lin Fan leaned closer, fixing his eyes on the man who was nearly fainting with terror, and said in a low voice that only the 2 of them could hear. You think 1 billion is enough to buy your life? Chairman Zhao, you're really underestimating your own worth. In utter despair, Zhao Tianlong shut his eyes tight, convinced his end was near. But the fatal blow he expected never arrived. All he heard was a subtle, whistling sound, slicing through the air. Cautiously, Zhao Tianlong cracked open one eyelid and saw Lin Fan extend a single finger, its tip wrapped in a faint golden glow. And right before him, on the surface of that imported rosewood desk worth millions, there was now a perfectly smooth, unfathomably deep little hole. Its edge was pristine and flawless. No splinters, no cracks. As if the wood had always been hollow at that very spot. Zhao Tianlong stared blankly at the unbelievable small hole, then looked at Lin Fan's smiling face. He couldn't help but feel a bone-chilling cold race up his spine, straight to the crown of his head. This was the power of a demon. This something no human could possibly possess. I'll spare your life for now. Lin Fan casually brushed off his unscathed fingers. Though his tone was calm, his voice carried an undeniable authority. From this moment, I am in charge of Tianlong Group. Do you have any objections? No, none at all. I have absolutely no objections. Zhao Tianlong's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He nodded and kowtowed desperately. You are the eternal master of Tianlong Group. I am willing to be your most loyal servant. Good. Lin Fan nodded, satisfied. First, that manager Wang downstairs, fire him. As for Lu Mengyao, promote her. Decide the position and salary yourself. Just make sure she's satisfied. Second, everything that happened in the building today must be cleaned up. I don't want to see anything about this place in tomorrow's news or on the internet. Surveillance footage, witnesses, you know what to do. Yes, understood. I promise to take care of everything cleanly. Zhao Tianlong gave his immediate word, solemnly vowing to handle it. Lin Fan paid him no further attention. Turning naturally, he slipped his hands into his pockets and strolled out of the office with an air of effortless indifference. Reward, Dragon Ball technique. Kamehameha has been granted. All at once, a torrent of vast knowledge rushed into Lin Fan's mind. Everything about gathering, compressing, and releasing chi, all the secrets of the Kamehameha technique, became crystal clear in that instant. He felt that, with just a thought, he could unleash that legendary energy wave at any moment. As he stepped out of the building, returning under the city's neon glow, the solemn expression on his face dissolved instantly, replaced by uncontainable excitement and delight. He rubbed his hands together in glee, unable to hide the thrill in his heart. Oh my God, I really mastered the Kamehameha. Who would ever dare cross me now? I just launch a blast and wipe out their house in an instant. Inside the building, the lobby lay in complete disarray. Lu Mengyao still stood rooted to the spot. She had witnessed Lin Fan step out of the elevator, seen him leave and scathed right past her, without sparing her another glance. She clutched the documents tightly in her hand, her fingernails digging deep into her palm, the pain faint but real. A kind of overwhelming regret, tangled with unspeakable fear and awe, surged within her, intertwining stronger than ever before. She knew, with painful clarity, that she and Lin Fan now belonged to entirely separate worlds. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away from Tianlong Tower, hidden somewhere beneath the city, lies a secret underground base. Bright lights illuminate the space, infusing it with a sense of futuristic technology. Numerous staff members in black uniforms work intently in front of enormous screens. Suddenly, a piercing red alarm blared throughout the command center. An enlarged map of the city center flashed onto the main screen, a single red dot blinking unceasingly. Director, we've detected an intense energy fluctuation in the city center. Its intensity is still rising. It's far beyond any master-level readings we've ever recorded. A headset-wearing intelligence analyst shot upright from his seat, his voice sharpened with shock. What? At the highest point of the command center, a stern-faced middle-aged man, shoulders bearing a dragon-shaped insignia, sprang to his feet, the look on his face grave and unwavering. Activate life sign monitoring. Retrieve every registered martial artist signal in that area, right now. System is searching. Match complete. Target locked. Martial Master, Iron Palm, Qianhong. Signal originates from the center of the energy outburst. What about Qianhong's condition? The agent tasked with monitoring stared fixedly at the fluctuating lines representing vital signs on the screen. A moment later, his face drained of color. After drawing a shaky breath, he reported, his voice trembling. Chief, target Iron Palm, Qianhong's life sign has vanished. Lin Fan stepped out of Tianlong Tower, greeted by the gentle caress of a nighttime breeze. He looked down at his hands, as if he could still feel the searing chi flowing warmly through his palms. Turtle School, energy wave. Pulling out his phone, he scrolled to a recently saved contact and dialed the number. The call was picked up almost instantly. Hello, Mr. Zhao? It's me. Relax, Lin Fan said, his tone utterly nonchalant. On the other end, Zhao Tianlong's voice was thick with anxiety and awe. Sir, how can I be of service? It's nothing important, Lin Fan replied, casually scratching his ear. I'm a little short on cash lately. Transfer $5 million to my card as pocket money. $5 million? What's wrong, too little? Lin Fan's voice grew cold. No, sir, I didn't mean that. I'll transfer it right away. After hanging up, Lin Fan grinned at the instant payment notification that popped up on his phone just seconds later. He allowed a satisfied whistle. Making money this way is a lot easier than delivering takeout. At the same time, the Tianlong Tower had been completely sealed off. Dozens of agents in black tactical uniforms, each bearing a dragon-shaped shield emblem on their chests, meticulously combed through the lobby. Leading them was none other than the middle-aged man who had previously issued orders from the Underground Command Center, the director of the Jiangxia branch of the Dragon Shield Bureau, Qin Shan. His expression was so grim it seemed almost frozen in place. Director, all the surveillance hard drives at the crime scene have been thoroughly wiped. Whoever did it was highly professional. Recovery is impossible for now. The forensic report is in. A female forensic specialist hurried over and handed a report to Qin Shan, her voice struggling to mask her shock. Qianhong's fatal wound is on his chest, a perfectly circular hole, about 10 centimeters in diameter. All the internal tissue has been vaporized. Qin Shan's grip on the report tightened involuntarily. Could such a wound really have been inflicted by a human? Everything about this case had completely upended their understanding of martial arts and supernatural abilities. Search every inch of this place. Even if you have to tear the city apart, I want you to find that man in the yellow delivery uniform. Qin Shan's tone was icy and unwavering. Meanwhile, Lin Fan wandered back to his humble rented apartment. The moment he pushed the door open, he sensed something was off in the room. Su Yueshi was sitting on the sofa in his room, an unusual sight, wearing a silky robe, her arms folded tightly across her chest. Her gaze was sharp and unflinching, as if she were interrogating a suspect, her eyes locked on Lin Fan. "Where have you been?" Her voice was cool and composed. "Delivering food," Lin Fan answered casually, slipping into his slippers as he spoke. "You delivered food all the way to Tianlong Tower? And now the entire building's under lockdown by the Dragon Shield Bureau." The severity in Su Yueshi's voice spiked. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. How'd she find out so quickly? He quickly composed his face and forced a grin, walking over to Su Yueshi and holding his phone up right in front of her. On the screen was a transfer alert. Payment received, 5 million yuan. Yueshi, look, I'm not lying. That delivery today was worth 5 million. The client was extremely satisfied. Su Yueshi stared at those numbers, her breath catching for a moment before her brows knitted in concern. "You? What exactly?" "Oh, come on, don't ask." Lin Fan cut her off, plopping down beside her so heavily the sofa dipped beneath them. "To celebrate my big break, and to thank my kind landlady, let me take you out for some fun." "I'm not going." Su Yueshi refused without hesitation, determined to figure out exactly what Lin Fan had been through. "Come on, please. Just this once." Lin Fan wouldn't take no for an answer, pestering her relentlessly. He didn't wait for Su Yueshi's agreement. Instead, he simply took her by the wrist. Half an hour later, the two found themselves at Hunglong Mall, the city's most upscale shopping center. Lin Fan insisted on bringing the clearly reluctant Su Yueshi all the way here. He started by picking out a fresh set of clothes for himself. Although his sense of style was still stuck at the bigger the logo, the better, his newly transformed figure gave the well-tailored casual brandwear a polished, striking look. His entire presence seemed elevated. He almost carried himself like a professional model. Standing to the side, Su Yueshi stared at Lin Fan's reflection in the mirror, her gaze unsettled and full of conflicting emotions. Next, Lin Fan turned his attention to Su Yueshi. Clutching her hand, she was still visibly resistant. He led her into an upscale women's boutique. A sales assistant with flawless makeup and an air of superiority noticed them as they entered, her eyes immediately drawn to Su Yueshi's simple t-shirt. A sneer of contempt curled on her lips. "I'm sorry, but trying on clothes is not allowed in our store," she declared coldly, her tone dripping with condescension. Su Yueshi's face darkened instantly. She tugged at Lin Fan's arm, ready to leave. She had never had any patience for this sort of snobbery. Lin Fan paid the saleswoman no mind. Instead, he pointed at Su Yueshi and addressed a younger, visibly nervous assistant nearby. "I'll take every outfit in her size, except the one she's already wearing." At that, the haughty sales assistant's expression changed in an instant, oscillating between green and pale, completely flustered. Su Yueshi was also stunned, looking at Lin Fan in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? Come on, just do this for me." Lin Fan winked at her. "I'll pay with my card." With both the staff and Su Yueshi watching in wide-eyed astonishment, Lin Fan calmly keyed in his payment code. Seeing Lin Fan's almost flamboyant generosity, Su Yueshi was equal parts exasperated and amused. This guy really is reckless with money. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of Tianlong Group, Lu Mingyao stood anxiously, gripping a crisp new employment contract. This time, it was for the position of president's assistant, with a salary 10 times higher than her previous job. Zhao Tianlong, looking every bit the subordinate, stood before her with a deferential stoop, a fawning smile plastered across his face. Assistant Lu, if you're dissatisfied with anything at all, just let me know. I'll fix it right away. Involuntarily, the image of a man in a yellow food delivery uniform surfaced in her mind, the man she'd once kept as a backup, ordering around on a whim. Now she understood. There was an unbridgeable divide between them. As dusk settled in, the sunset cast a warm orange glow over the city skyline. Lin Fan and Su Yueshi walked home together, their arms full of shopping bags. You must be out of your mind, buying this many clothes. Are you planning to open a boutique? Su Yueshi finally couldn't hold back her complaint, though her tone had lost its earlier chill. There for you, Lin Fan replied confidently. I've long grown tired of seeing you in the same few outfits. You're so beautiful. Why do you always dress like a country girl who just arrived in the city? Mind your own business. Su Yueshi shot him a glare. The setting sun stretched their shadows long and thin on the ground, casting an unexpectedly gentle warmth over the scene. Just as the two of them stepped into the familiar alley below their rented apartment, 3 figures appeared suddenly at the mouth of the alley, silently blocking their way. All 3 wore tight-fitting black clothing, and a heavy, metallic scent of blood clung to them. The man at the front held an unusual, curved blade in his hand. Its dark red edge glimmered ominously in the dusk, while his eyes, cold and unwavering, fixed squarely on Su Yuexi, ignoring Lin Fan entirely. No mistake, that's a surviving member of the Xianyu sect. His voice was hoarse and deep, devoid of any emotion as he pronounced his verdict. Let's make it quick. Take her out. No sooner had the words left his lips than a wave of icy, palpable killing intent swept through the narrow alley, making the very air feel suffocating. Su Yuexi went pale in an instant. She knew in her heart, dealing with 2 opponents, she could barely manage, but with 3, they were hard-pressed for options. With a heavy thud, Lin Fan tossed all the shopping bags to the ground, the sound echoing through the alley. He stepped forward, positioning himself firmly between Su Yueshi and their attackers. The casual smile that had always played on his lips vanished in that moment. In its place appeared a look that was cold, razor-sharp, and dangerous. I don't care what sect you're from, and I'm not interested in whatever it is you're after. Lin Fan flexed his wrist, his tone frigid. You just ruined my good mood. Now, you'd best be ready for the consequences. She recognized that distinctive outfit, and even more so, the vicious, ruthless moves of their martial art. It was the very enemy responsible for the bloodbath at Xianyu sect all those years ago, the 7 Killers sect. Run! Su Yueshi suddenly shoved Lin Fan backward, her entire body taut with tension, her phoenix eyes locked intently on the intruders. Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet filled with unprecedented urgency. You're no match for them. Go! But Lin Fan made no move to leave. Instead, he eyed the 3 approaching figures with an almost amused curiosity. Reflections of green data flickered across the lenses of his black-rimmed glasses. Target, 7 Killers Sect Assassin Leader, Combat Power, 150. Target, 7 Killers Sect Assassin A, Combat Power, 125. Target, 7 Killers Sect Assassin B, Combat Power, 116. Not much stronger than that Qian Hongqiang fellow, he mused. The lead assassin, clearly unamused by this ordinary-looking man foolish enough to block their way, let out a coarse, mocking laugh. Kid, I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost. Otherwise, your worthless life will end here along with hers. Lin Fan rubbed his ear, impatience written all over his face. Quit yapping, will you? You're annoying me. If you lot are going to mess up my shopping trip, have you at least decided how you want to die? You're begging for death. Su Yueshi was so furious at Lin Fan's provocation that she nearly coughed up blood. That idiot. Did he really think the bodyguards and so-called masters he fought back at Tianlong Tower were anything like these professional killers, their hands soaked in blood? She thought Lin Fan was relying on some strange ability she didn't know about. Had he no idea how savage and unforgiving the martial world truly was? The 2 assassins on either side wasted no more words. Their bodies flickered. As swift as arrows leaving the bowstring, they became 2 blur-black streaks, darting at Su Yueshi from sharply different angles in a pincer attack. Their teamwork was flawless. Their moves deadly, aimed with clear purpose, to take her, their main target, out first. But Lin Fan sprang into action. He moved lazily, stepping left with uncanny precision, placing himself squarely in front of Su Yueshi, almost as if he'd anticipated every trajectory of those 2 shadowy forms. Then, To everyone's astonishment, he slowly raised both hands to his waist, palms facing each other, adopting a stance so bizarre it bordered on comical. Kamehameha. Lin Fan, completely absorbed in the moment, recited each syllable of the move's name with deliberate drama. The two assassins, charging at full speed, paused for a split second. Then their eyes filled with unmasked contempt and ridicule. What kind of martial art pose was that? Was he trying to be funny before he died? But the next instant, the scorn on their faces froze completely. Between Lin Fan's palms, a dazzling blue sphere of light was condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A wave of scorching, wild, and terrifying energy burst outward, sweeping madly through the air. The quality of this energy was pure, overpowering, and laced with the aura of destruction, something far beyond their understanding of inner strength or even vital energy. A sense of deadly peril surged through their bodies, as if doused in icy water. The sneers on the two assassins' faces instantly twisted into looks of sheer terror. Without a second thought, they cut off their attacks and desperately rolled to either side in an attempt to evade. From their perspective, as long as they avoided the brunt of a move that required so much charging, it would be useless. With a wide grin, Lin Fan thrust forward the blue sphere in his hands, now grown to the size of a basketball. A beam of blue energy, slender yet bright, trailed a shimmering tail as it shot straight toward the empty center of the alley. Missed? That fleeting thought flashed across the mind of the lead assassin. But then Lin Fan's outstretched wrist made a tiny, casual flick to the left. And, as though it had a will of its own, the blue energy beam curved through the air, accelerating as it arced toward the assassin who was rolling away to the left. One of the assassins only had time to let out a brief, agonizing scream. In an instant, the blue beam swallowed him whole. Not even a trace of ash remained. Under the shocked, speechless stares of the lead assassin and Tsuyoshi, the uncanny blue beam, undiminished in both brilliance and momentum, twisted again in midair to roar toward the assassin on the other side. No! The assassin poured all his strength into his arms, crossing them over his chest for one final, desperate defense. But before the might of the Turtle School's energy, his arms, capable of splitting stone, were as fragile as paper. A heavy thud. Gone. Vanished from the world. Tsuyoshi stood frozen in place, her mind utterly blank. What was this? Immortal magic? It shattered the entire worldview she'd built from more than 20 years of martial arts training. The assassin leader stared at the empty space on either side, cold sweat instantly soaking the back of his black combat suit. The look he gave Lin Fan was no longer that of a man facing another fighter or even a mere mortal. It was the gaze reserved for something monstrous wrapped in human skin. Run. That was the single thought pounding through his mind. Without another word, he spun around and dissolved into a wisp of black smoke, fleeing the alley at breathtaking speed. Damn, Lin Fan muttered under his breath as he glanced at his hands, curling his lips in mild frustration. First time using this, still not very accurate. Luckily, it bends, but it's a bit too powerful to control. Using it against them is like firing a cannon at a mosquito. In a flash, faster than the eye could see, his figure blurred, and he silently appeared before the fleeing assassin leader as if he had just teleported. With a casual air, he lazily extended one finger, and at its tip, a faint golden light flickered. No need to rush off just yet, my friend, Lin Fan said with a smile. Tell me, who sent you? A trace of wild desperation flashed in the assassin leader's eyes. He knew there was no way he'd make it out alive today. To hell with you, he roared, pouring every ounce of strength he had into the curved blade in his hand, slashing it furiously at Lin Fan's head. At the very same instant, he bit down hard, crushing the hidden poison capsule between his teeth without hesitation. With a piercing burst of power, Lin Fan's attack shot clean through the man's wrist. The curved blade clattered onto the ground, but the deadly poison was already coursing through the man's veins. A twisted grin spread across the assassin leader's face as his body stiffened and toppled backwards. Just before he hit the ground, a simple, ancient-looking wooden token slipped from his clothes. On its surface was the imprinted shape of a broken crescent moon. Lin Fan stooped, picked up the token, and with a look of distaste, wiped the dust off on the dead man's clothes. Then, he tucked it into his own pocket. He turned around and strolled back to Tsuyoshi, who was still frozen in shock. With a bend at the waist, he gathered up the scattered shopping bags as though it were the most ordinary thing in the world and grumbled. All set. Let's head home. Tsuyoshi didn't move. Her striking phoenix-like eyes were locked onto Lin Fan, filled with shock, confusion, fear, and a torrent of other emotions she couldn't even begin to name. Lin Fan, she said, uttering each word clearly and deliberately. What exactly are you? He paused for a second. Then that carefree, unserious expression returned to his face. With exaggerated flair, he smoothed out his new designer jacket and cleared his throat. Hey, what do you mean what? Look at me. Tall, handsome, dashing, a solid 6 foot tall, the very definition of a worldly heartthrob. How could you describe someone like me as a thing? As he spoke, he even struck what he must have thought was an irresistibly cool pose. Tsuyoshi stared at his irreverent antics, then recalled the devastating flash of blue light from moments before, the kind that could obliterate everything, and the 3 assassins who had vanished without a trace. The world seemed to spin, her very sense of reality reeling under the weight of what she'd just witnessed. Back at Lin Fan's rented apartment, with a sharp thud, Tsuyoshi swung the door shut behind her, cutting off the outside world. Lin Fan casually tossed the bags he was carrying onto the sofa. He was just about to crack a cheeky joke to break the tension when he noticed Tsuyoshi staring straight at him. Her gaze, no longer filled with the earlier disdain, now held a desperate hope, as though she had found a lifeline at the edge of a stormy sea. In that moment, all her pride and carefully maintained facade melted away. You, Tsuyoshi's voice, carrying the tiniest, almost imperceptible tremor, broke the silence. Can you help me avenge my family? With those words, the string she had held taut for so many years finally snapped. Taking a deep breath, Tsuyoshi began to recount her past. She had once been the cherished saintess of Xianyue sect, a prominent martial clan in the Jiangnan region. The sect possessed a legendary treasure, the Xianyue jade, which had been passed down for centuries and was rumored to conceal the ultimate secrets of martial arts, perhaps even a path to ascension. But the Seven Kill sect, a notorious cult famed for its ruthless assassinations and merciless tactics, had coveted the jade for years. 7 years ago, on a stormy night, the Seven Kill sect joined forces with several factions harboring hidden grudges against Xianyue sect and launched a surprise attack. That night, the sect was washed in blood. Her father, the leader of Xianyue sect, used the last of his strength to send her away from the burning stronghold. He, along with the sect, perished in the flames. Though she escaped by a stroke of luck, she was gravely injured by one of the Seven Kill sect's elders. A single blow shattered her meridians and drained her inner power. The once celebrated daughter of heaven was reduced to a landlady hiding in the city shadows. All these years, she lived in hiding, barely suppressing her wounds with the sect's secret arts, struggling to survive by the thinnest thread. As she reached the end of her story, the woman who always showed an unshakable, commanding presence before the world could no longer contain herself. She slumped down, burying her face in her arms. The sobs, stifled for years, rushed out in a wave she no longer had the strength to hold back. In her cries echoed the agony of her sect's destruction, the pain of a life spent in the shadows, and the utter helplessness before an uncertain future. Lin Fan watched her shoulders shake uncontrollably, unsure of what to do. A lifelong bachelor like him. How was he supposed to handle something like this? Should he offer her a tissue? That might be too awkward. Pat her on the back? Would that seem like he was taking advantage? Maybe he should just let her cry it out? As he waged an internal battle over what to do, that familiar system notification rang out right on cue. Ding! Major storyline decision detected. God-level choice activated. Lin Fan's spirit instantly perked up. 3 options, each gleaming with a distinct light, appeared clearly in his mind. Option 1. Listen to her tell her story of family trauma. But you know what you'll need to do after hearing it. Soothe her feelings and take this chance to win her over. Reward. Fantasy grade. Marrow cleansing pills X3. Washes the tendons and marrow. Reshapes your foundation. Option 2. Righteousness unrivaled. A man of his word. The pitiful 7 Kill sect. Within a flick of your finger, they be wiped out. Fulfill her request. Erase her enemies. The 7 Kill sect. From this world, and show her what your thunderous might truly means. Reward. Tech module, telekinesis, beginner, retrieve object from afar, launch flying daggers, conjure barriers with your mind, an essential superpower for home and adventure. Option 3. Give a man a fish, he'll be full for a day. Teach a man to fish, and he'll never go hungry. Help her rebuild the Xianyue sect, restoring its former glory and making her the next generation sect leader. Reward. Dragon Ball module, Kaioken, temporarily multiply your own combat power several times over, though with enormous side effects. Host, be prepared for sudden death at any moment. Lin Fan's gaze swept quickly over the 3 choices. The first choice, the system, you damn mongrel. Do you really think I'm that type of guy? Taking advantage of someone's misery isn't my style. But then another thought surfaced, guided by a more primal instinct. That reward fit me almost as if it had been tailor-made. I was already caught up in vivid fantasies about what could happen next. The second choice, telekinesis. That does sound incredible, cool, and packed to the brim with style. But when his eyes landed on the third choice, his pupils contracted sharply in shock. Kaioken. Holy crap. This was the Kaioken. That man, at the edge of life and death, unleashing a furious roar, his body ablaze with crimson energy, his ultimate double-power trump card. Side effects? Sudden death risks? Standing beneath the shining letters Kaioken, all those concerns seemed utterly insignificant. To be cool, it's a lifelong pursuit. Compared to the never-ending headache of rebuilding a sect, the allure of Kaioken shattered every boundary. Lin Fan looked down at the woman sobbing on the ground, tears flowing like a rain-drenched pear blossom, then back at the glowing red choice in his mind. He found himself facing the hardest decision of his life. Seriously, how is anyone supposed to choose? Lin Fan's heart twisted in agony. System, I pick option 3. Lin Fan ground his teeth and made his choice internally, his expression as if he had just torn up a $5 million lottery ticket with his own hands. Ding. Congratulations, host, for making your selection. Mission. Assist Su Yueshi in rebuilding the Xianyu sect. Help it take shape. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with Dragon Ball module, Kaioken. Warning. This skill puts immense strain on the body. Activating even the basic level will continuously deplete your physical strength and energy reserves. The higher the multiple, the greater the danger. Please cherish your life. Use it with caution. Don't end up dead just because you wanted to show off. The system's notification was as cheeky as ever. Lin Fan took a deep breath. He walked to where Su Yueshi was still crouched, drowned in sorrow, unable to break free. He took a moment to steady his thoughts. He didn't bend down. He didn't offer any words of comfort. Instead, he spoke, his voice calm and steady in a way he'd never felt before. Revenge won't truly solve anything. Let me help you rebuild your sect. The sound of sobbing cut off, abruptly and completely. Su Yueshi jerked her head up. Her delicate face was still streaked with tears, but her almond-shaped eyes, now reddened from crying, were filled with utter disbelief. She had imagined countless possible outcomes. Lin Fan might be intimidated by the reputation of the Seven Kill sect and make up some excuse to avoid involvement. Or perhaps, like a chivalrous hero in an old story, he would vow to help her avenge her grievances. He might even seize the opportunity to make some shameless or predatory demand. But not once had she considered that Lin Fan would say, rebuild the sect. Vengeance is a one-off act, a release of fury. But to rebuild a sect, what did that mean? It meant establishing a solid foundation, amassing vast resources, wielding a reputation powerful enough to deter would-be intruders, and, more than anything, years of commitment and painstaking effort. In that moment, the mysterious and somewhat ridiculous image she'd formed of Lin Fan suddenly sharpened into focus. For the first time, he seemed like someone she could maybe rely on. What? Why are you helping me? Su Yueshi's voice was hoarse, thick with the remnants of her tears. She stared at Lin Fan, fixing him with a desperate, searching look. But that rare moment of calm and depth on Lin Fan's face didn't last even 3 seconds. He saw the shock and gratitude written all over Su Yueshi's expression. Lin Fan sheepishly scratched his head, and a sly, mischievous grin, tinged with a hint of lechery, crept back onto his face. Then, with ridiculous swagger, he leaned in closer. Well, what can I say? You're my landlord, aren't you? He announced, as if this explained everything. And on top of that, you're gorgeous. Tell me, aren't you touched? If you really want to show your gratitude and insist on repaying me with your heart, I'm always happy to help, you know. I wouldn't turn you down. Whatever spark of gratitude had just begun to flicker inside, Su Yueshi vanished in an instant. She should have known. This scoundrel. Never expect anything noble to come out of his mouth. Still, despite herself, his absurd remark did break the tension. Su Yueshi found her emotions had quieted. She stood, wiped the stains of tears from her cheeks, and though her eyes were still swollen, her gaze had regained its clarity and gravity. Get lost, she snapped, though her words held less venom than before. Then her expression turned deadly serious. I don't know why you're so powerful, or why you seem completely clueless about the world we live in, but there are some things you need to know. Seeing her so determined, Lin Fan curbed his teasing. He pulled over a chair and sat down, attentive. Go ahead. Su Yueshi ignored his flippancy, moving to the window and looking down at the endless stream of city lights, gathering her thoughts. Back at the Tianlong building, did you kill a martial arts master named Qianhong? Oh, that old guy? He made the first move, Lin Fan replied, completely unfazed. Do you realize that anyone who cultivates inner energy and becomes a martial artist is registered by a mysterious organization called the Dragon Shield Bureau? They become registered martial artists. Lin Fan raises eyebrows, saying nothing, signaling her to go on. Being a registered martial artist means that your personal information, ability assessments, and technique records are all archived. You get access to privileges ordinary people know nothing about, like obtaining cultivation resources through official channels or taking on missions in exchange for merit. But in return, you must also obey the strict regulations set by the Dragon Shield Bureau. Su Yueshi turned, her gaze sharp and piercing as she fixed her eyes on Lin Fan. The most important rule is this. No registered martial artist is allowed to use their powers at will in the ordinary world, nor interfere with normal society, nor cause mass harm or panic among regular people. Her tone became even firmer. Anyone who violates this, at best, will have their cultivation destroyed. At worst, they'll be executed on the spot. Lin Fan's heart gave a heavy thump. He recalled Qian Hong in the Tianlong Tower, whose chest he had shattered with a single finger. He remembered the building that had been completely sealed off. He remembered Su Yueshi's earlier words. The Dragon Shield Bureau locked down the entire building. It was starting to make sense to him. What about those people in black who came tonight? Lin Fan asked. They're different. Su Yueshi's eyes grew cold. Groups like the 7-Kill Sect and a few lone row cultivators are outside the rules. The Dragon Shield Bureau calls them the unclean. They act without scruples, killing, looting, burning, prime targets of both the Bureau and upright sects like ours. But dealing with them is hard. They're like rats in the gutter, cunning, elusive, and nearly impossible to wipe out entirely. So that's how it is. Lin Fan stroked his chin, finally untangling the web of power in this world. The official Dragon Shield Bureau, the makers and guardians of the rules, maintaining order. Sects like Xianyue, classed as righteous sects, registered and mindful of the rules. Then cults like 7-Kill Sect, always on the run, enemies of all. And himself? An unknown, unregistered powerhouse who seemed to appear out of thin air, handling matters with absolute force, destroying all evidence, and causing massive energy waves right in the middle of the city. Su Yueshi looked at the turmoil, flickering across Lin Fan's expression, assuming he was frightened, and warned him gravely. You killed a registered Grandmaster, Qian Hong, and stirred up such chaos at Tianlong Tower. Even if Zhao Tianlong covers for you, the energy surge you created was far too great. It's impossible to hide it from the Dragon Shield Bureau's monitors. They're undoubtedly watching you now. In their eyes, you've likely already been listed as a top-level, unknown, dangerous entity. Your situation right now is extremely perilous. Dangerous? Hearing Su Yueshi's stern warning, Lin Fan, however, looked a little indifferent. He extended his pinky, leisurely cleaned out his ear, and then blew the dust away. Dragon Shield Bureau. He curled his lips and said with a hint of mockery, if they really do show up, it's just a matter of firing off a Kamehameha. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Su Yueshi could only sigh inwardly, her chest rising and falling as any semblance of seriousness in the air vanished in an instant. Talking to this man, there's no way to have a normal conversation. Just then, Lin Fan glanced at Su Yueshi's anxious, exasperated expression and seemed to remember something. He slapped his thigh with a realization. Oh right, didn't you say your meridians are damaged, and your inner strength is nowhere near what it used to be? As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and fumbled around for a while. Su Yueshi watched him, puzzled about what he was up to, until Lin Fan finally pulled out his hand and opened his palm. There, lying quietly in his palm, was a perfectly ordinary, shriveled green bean, so unremarkable it looked as if it hadn't even soaked through. Here, eat this, Lin Fan said, holding it out in front of Su Yueshi. He lifted his chin with a cheeky grin plastered across his face, clearly taking some mischievous delight. Su Yueshi eyed his shameless expression, then glanced at the plain bean and automatically took a wary half-step back. Danger glimmered in her sharp, phoenix-shaped eyes. What is this? She demanded. It's good stuff, Lin Fan replied confidently. Lin Fan, you'd better be honest. Su Yueshi's voice grew cautious. Is this being really legit? I'm warning you, I may not be able to beat you, but if you try anything funny... Oh, come on. How can you have such a dirty mind? Lin Fan looked flustered. It's a senzu bean. Don't you get it? This can heal your injuries. Senzu bean looks like this? Do you think I'm 3? Eat it or don't, up to you. Lin Fan pretended to snatch the bean back. This is the only one I've got. Su Yueshi observed the urgent, not at all fake look on Lin Fan's face, recalling all the uncanny, inexplicable things he had done so far. Common sense told her, this thing is definitely suspicious. Yet deep inside her body, those damaged meridians, silent and aching for 7 long years, stirred with an almost ridiculous longing, one even she herself found hard to believe. What if, just what if he wasn't lying? You swear there's nothing wrong with it? I swear. If there's a problem, may lightning strike me down, may I get hit by a car on my way out, and may I always get the worst possible draws in every single game. Lin Fan raised 3 fingers, making a solemn oath. In the end, Su Yueshi gritted her teeth, snatched the so-called immortal bean from his hand, closed her eyes, and swallowed it in one gulp. It tasted exactly like an ordinary bean. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Absolutely nothing happened. Su Yueshi opened her eyes, ready to unleash her anger. But in that next instant, her face changed dramatically. A gentle yet unimaginably vast surge of life energy erupted from deep within her core, bursting forth without the slightest warning like a flood breaking through a dam. This energy was unbelievably pure, filled with boundless vitality. In an instant, it surged through every part of her body. She could clearly see the meridians that had been blocked, withered, even dead for 7 long years were being repaired, widened, and remade at an astonishing speed under the unstoppable rush of this life energy. Those hidden wounds that had tormented her nightly, bringing searing pain, now melted away like ice and snow beneath a blazing sun. The sea of inner strength that had long lain dry was suddenly refilled by the roaring current of vitality. A powerful force surged out from her as its center, spreading rapidly in all directions. The curtains in the room whipped and billowed, shopping bags on the sofa toppled and tumbled in the gust. Su Yueshi's combat strength, for years suppressed just to contain her injuries, shot up ferociously. She broke through the limits that had trapped her for so long, soaring past the old bottleneck until she stabilized at a staggering height. She looked inward, feeling the unprecedented fullness of power coursing through her. She stood utterly stunned, shocked to her very core. Could this be a miracle? For 7 years, she had sought out the finest healers, exhausted every effort, but none could reverse her wounds. Now a tiny thing that looked no different from a green bean had, in only a few seconds, not only healed her completely, but even brought her to new heights she'd never dreamed of. Overwhelmed by the joy and excitement of renewed strength, it was a long while before she slowly opened her eyes. Tears welled up, misting her beautiful phoenix-shaped eyes, and when she looked at Lin Fan, her gaze held a tangled, inexpressible mix of emotions. She stepped in front of Lin Fan, drew a deep breath, and with great ceremony, bowed respectfully before him. "Thank you." She spoke those 2 words with utmost seriousness. There was even a faint catch in her voice that almost went unnoticed. This bow was not just for healing her body. It was also to thank him for giving new hope of vengeance to a life that had felt stagnant and hopeless. Lin Fan felt a bit awkward at her sudden show of formal gratitude. He was just about to say something, when Su Yueshi lifted her head, and on her stunning face gratitude and determination mingled clearly. With a quick flicker in his eyes, Lin Fan's mind immediately started spinning with petty calculations. The casual, roguish edge to his demeanor returned in an instant. He rubbed his hands together, grinned slyly, and sidled closer. "Hey, just saying thank you isn't quite enough, is it?" Su Yueshi's surge of emotion was instantly cut short by his words. She'd known it. This man couldn't keep up the hero act for more than 3 seconds. "What do you want, then?" she asked, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "That's how it is." Lin Fan cleared his throat, and for once, a trace of shyness flickered across his face. "You see, now that I have money, 5 million, I'm thinking of going back to my hometown to visit my grandmother and my younger sister." Su Yueshi was stunned for a moment, genuinely surprised by his intention. "That's wonderful. Then just go ahead." "Oh, but that's not the point." Lin Fan waved his hand anxiously, looking at her with eyes full of hope. "The point is, could you go back with me for a visit?" Think about it." Lin Fan began counting on his fingers. "I'm an unemployed loser. If I just show up in the village, suddenly rich, who would believe me? People might think I got caught up in one of those pyramid schemes. But if I have a stunningly beautiful girlfriend like you by my side, it's a different story. That's what you call returning in triumph, glorious and dignified. Just imagine the looks of envy on everyone's faces." The more he spoke, the more animated he became, as if he could already see his fellow villagers admiring him in awe. "Yueshi, consider it as a favor. Let me show off a little. What do you think? Pretending to be someone's girlfriend? Going back home to flaunt it? What kind of request was this?" She was on the verge of refusing outright, but the words caught in her throat, and she couldn't bring herself to speak. This favor was simply too immense, so big that she truly didn't know how she could ever repay him. In comparison, just pretending to be his girlfriend for a trip home didn't seem like such an impossible thing after all. "Fine, think of it as paying you back for that bean," Su Yueshi replied, keeping her face cold, forcing the words out from between her teeth, as if conceding. She told herself, that's all it is, nothing more. Lin Fan broke into a wide, irresistible smile. He pulled out his phone and, with practiced ease, found a contact and dialed. The call was picked up almost instantly. "Hello, Chairman Zhao. It's me, Lin Fan." On the other end, Zhao Tianlong, who was in his office sorting through documents, recognized the voice. The pen in his hand slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor as an ingratiating smile spread across his face. "Sir, what can I do for you?" "Oh, nothing major." Lin Fan spoke as if he were giving orders to the corner store manager downstairs. "I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow. Give me a car, nothing flashy, keep it low-key. Something worth a couple million will do." Yes. Please rest assured. I'll arrange everything right away." Early the next morning, a Maybach pulled up quietly outside the apartment building. The car door opened, and Zhao Tianlong, impeccably dressed in a suit, jogged over in person. He held out a beautifully crafted car key with both hands, presenting it to Lin Fan with utmost respect. "This car is understated on the outside, but I selected only the finest options for the interior, just as you requested. Is this to your satisfaction?" Lin Fan casually caught the key and gave it a toss. "Not bad. Thanks for the trouble." Standing to the side, Su Yueshi watched as this titan of the Jiangxia business world, a man whose mere step could shake the whole city, now bowed and scraped like a servant before Lin Fan. The mysteries surrounding this man were simply too many to count. At the same time, target, Lin Fan. Gender, male. Age, 22. Education, Jiangxia Vocational Technical College, associate degree. Occupation, unemployed, brief stint as a food delivery worker. Social relations, grandmother, Lin Wangshi, farmer, younger sister, Lin Yu, student. Social network rating, exceedingly simple. A resume so plain, it was practically spotless. At the head of a conference table, a woman with sharp features sat in crisp uniform, her short-cropped hair brushing her jaw. Tapping lightly on the table with her fingers, her demeanor radiated efficiency and command. Her name was Qin Lan, leader of the action team at the Jiangxia branch of Longxiu Bureau. "Has the energy fluctuation analysis from the Tianlong Tower come in yet?" Her voice was cool and even. "Report, team leader." A technician immediately stood up, pulling up a new set of data and graphs. "The energy source is located at the very top floor of the tower. Its nature is unprecedented. Not internal force, not spiritual power, nor any known form of supernatural energy. Its most distinctive signature is pure, highly condensed destructive power." Qin Lan's brow furrowed even deeper. These readings went far beyond what could be expected even from a martial arts grandmaster. And the one responsible for it all was, if the profile could be believed, just an ordinary community college graduate, an unemployed youth. It was beyond belief, utterly absurd. What about the cause of Qian Hong's death? The forensic team's report says his sternum was crushed, and his heart was vaporized by that energy in an instant. The energy attributes match what was found at the scene. Death came in a single blow, without a hint of resistance. A registered grandmaster with a fighting strength of 150, who couldn't even fight back. Qin Lan's eyes hardened, sharp as blades. Field Team 1. Proceed immediately to his hometown, Lin Family Village. Make secret contact and conduct a thorough environmental investigation. Until we figure out his background and intentions, do not reveal your identities, understood? "Yes, ma'am." The Maybach glided smoothly down the highway. Lin Fan was at the wheel, humming a tuneless song, his mood absolutely soaring. "Listen, when I was a kid, I was the king of the village. No one messed with me. I'd lead a bunch of little brats, and nothing scared me. One time, I even snuck into the village chief's yard, nabbed his meanest old rooster, and turned it into a stew. Every kid in the village had a share, but I was the only one who got a beating for it. That's what you call true loyalty." Su Yueshi sat in the passenger seat. At first, she looked utterly unimpressed by his boasting, crossing her arms and turning away to watch the landscape flash by outside the window. As she listened, an image began to form in her mind. It was not the mysterious figure who had effortlessly dispatched 3 assassins, nor the cheeky, down-on-his-luck youth she had imagined before. Instead, a vivid, mischievous, and even slightly foolish version of the young Lin Fan gradually took shape, growing clearer and clearer. The car left the expressway and turned onto a bumpy country dirt road. The Maybach forged ahead, rocking and bouncing, its wheels churning up clouds of dust. Against the backdrop of squat farmhouses and lush green fields, it looked entirely out of place. When a vehicle finally stopped in front of a somewhat shabby brick-and-tile house, Su Yueshi was completely taken aback. In the yard, a young man dressed in baggy shorts and simple flip-flops was chasing after a flock of clucking hens, darting this way and that, all the while shouting, "Hey, you free-range rascal, still daring to peck me? You just wait. I'm making you into stew tonight. His movements were deft, his scolding lively and down-to-earth. Tsuyoshi pressed her palm to her forehead, feeling her worldview shift once again. She simply couldn't reconcile this scene before her with a man who had driven a multi-million luxury car and defeated a martial arts master in a single move. "Grandma, I'm home," Lin Fan called out at the top of his lungs. From inside the house emerged a silver-haired old lady, her eyes sharp and her energy undiminished despite her age. The moment she caught sight of Lin Fan, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. But when her gaze fell on Tsuyoshi, who was stepping out of the car, she froze in place. "Well, my heavens!" Granny Lin hurried over in 3 quick strides and seized Tsuyoshi's hand, her wrinkled eyes shining brighter than the sun. "My dear girl, you're absolutely stunning, like a fairy straight out of a painting. Are you little Fan's sweetheart?" Tsuyoshi had never encountered anything like this before. She, once the revered saintess of Xianyue sect, now found herself utterly overwhelmed by this barrage of simple, heartfelt enthusiasm. Her face, always composed and frosty, flushed bright red in an instant. "Hello, Grandma," she stammered, fumbling awkwardly for a response. "Oh, good. Come in quickly now," Granny Lin exclaimed, pulling Tsuyoshi inside as if presenting a rare treasure, showering her with compliments all the way. "Such flawless skin, such a lovely figure. What kind of blessing did our ancestors bestow upon us to bring such a wonderful girl into our little Fan's life?" Lin Fan trailed behind them, grinning as he watched Tsuyoshi struggle beneath the volley of praise, clearly a loss for what to do. Lunch was a spread of authentic country dishes, cooked over a rustic earthen stove. Tsuyoshi watched as Lin Fan, clearly at home, expertly fed firewood into the stove, the flickering flames illuminating the side of his face. He chatted away in a local dialect she couldn't understand, conversing with his grandmother about household matters, all trivial and comforting. At the table, Granny Lin kept serving Tsuyoshi more and more food until her bowl was piled high, almost forming a little mountain. "Eat up, dear. All homegrown, fresh, and full of goodness." "Thank you, Grandma," Tsuyoshi replied shyly. This kind of ordinary yet heartwarming domestic atmosphere was something she had never experienced in the past 7 years. The chill in her heart, forged by the agony of losing her family, seemed to quietly melt at the corner in the warmth of the earthen stove and the aroma of the meal. After finishing dinner, they got ready to head into town to pick up his sister, who was coming back from school. On the way, he explained to Tsuyoshi, "My sister's name is Linyu, and she's an excellent student. Our parents passed away early, and it was just my grandmother who raised us. I haven't amounted to much, so I'm hoping she'll have a bright future." His voice, usually full of mischief and jokes, now carried nothing but the purest pride and hope of an elder brother. Tsuyoshi listened quietly, not saying a word. When the car reached a spot near the county's top high school, it stopped at the mouth of a dimly lit alley. As soon as the two stepped into the alley, they saw up ahead a delicate girl in a school uniform, hair tied in a ponytail, surrounded by a group of unruly young men. The girl was Linyu. Pressed up against the wall, despite the worry on her face, her eyes still held stubborn defiance. The ringleader, a young man with dyed yellow hair and a row of earrings up his ear, held a cigarette loosely between his lips, speaking to Linyu with an impatient sneer. "Tiger's already told you. Being his girlfriend is your good fortune. Don't make the mistake of not knowing what's good for you." Linyu stared at him coolly. "Get out of my way." Her attitude infuriated the yellow-haired youth. He flung his cigarette but to the ground and ground it out with his shoe, snarling, "You're a feisty one, aren't you? If you don't agree today, don't even think about leaving this alley." The little gang of punks behind him burst into raucous laughter, slowly closing in around her. The dull yellow alley lights stretched their rowdy shadows long across the ground. In that instant, the easygoing smile vanished completely from Lin Fan's face. What replaced it was a darkness, an intensity Tsuyoshi had never seen before. The sudden eruption of his presence was so forceful, it seemed to make the air around them heavy. A shock went through Tsuyoshi's heart. For the first time, she saw, vividly, that terrifying side of Lin Fan's character. "You little brat, don't think you can turn up your nose at us." The yellow-haired leader spat out, flinging his cigarette but to the ground and crushing it underfoot. His voice was thick with irritation. "Chan's got his eye on you. You should be grateful. What's with the goody two-shoes act? Everyone in this school knows your family is dirt poor, with a good-for-nothing for a brother." "My brother is not a loser." Linyu lifted her chin defiantly, her delicate face blazing with anger. "Oh, still got a mouth on you?" The yellow-haired youth sneered, reaching out to grab Linyu's arm. "You're leaving with Chong today, and you don't get a choice." The thugs around him burst into jeering laughter as they closed in step by step, their intentions chillingly clear. Just as the blonde punk's hand was about to touch Lin Yu's school uniform, a sharp, resounding slap tore through the silence of the alleyway. The blonde youth was sent flying, bloodied teeth spinning out from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. One side of his face swelled up before your eyes, grotesquely puffing out, and he lost consciousness in an instant. The rest of the thugs stood frozen in disbelief. What the hell just happened? They hadn't even seen who made a move. And what about you? Lin Fan's gaze swept slowly over the remaining few, cold and steady. Which one you tried to lay a hand on my sister just now? That glance felt like a winter wind slicing up from the soles of their feet to the tops of their heads. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, and they couldn't manage a single word in response. It was nothing to do with me, one stammered. It was Brother Chong. He made us do it. Another blurted, panic in his eyes. They scrambled to escape, stumbling over themselves as they turned to run. But Lin Fan's figure flickered through the space between them. His movements were simple, just fists and feet, no wasted energy. A series of dull, sickening thuds, punctuated by stifled cries of pain, echoed throughout the narrow alley. Lin Fan's control over his strength had grown more refined than ever. With each punch, he struck sharply at the joints, places that brought the most pain but wouldn't be fatal. The whole thing was over in less than 5 seconds. The thugs who had moments ago strutted so arrogantly now lay sprawled on the ground like heaps of mud, clutching their arms or legs, writhing in agony, too crushed even to cry out. Lin Fan walked over to the unconscious blonde, step by step. He lifted his foot and gently pressed it down on the young man's face, the pressure slowly increasing. Agonizing pain jerked the blonde back to his senses. His eyes opened, and the first thing he saw was the face he'd never forget for the rest of his life. He tried to say something, but Lin Fan crouched down, his voice cold and deliberate, each word spoken clearly. From today on, if you dare come within 100 meters of my sister, or if she even hears a single rumor about you, I will make you and your entire family vanish from this world, without a trace. Not even your ashes will remain. I mean every word. His voice was soft, but the warning drove straight into the young man's soul, sharp and unyielding. Lin Fan withdrew his foot, and the ice-cold menace on his face faded in an instant, replaced by his usual lazy, almost nonchalant expression. Lin Yu stared at her brother, stunned. The brother she remembered was the one who didn't do well in school, played video games all day, too lazy to do anything, unemployed immediately after graduation. Yet, just now, that same brother had sent a hooligan flying with a slap, dealt with all their threats in a few blows, and delivered words of terrifying gravity with his foot pressed down on someone's face. Was this really her brother? It was then Lin Yu finally noticed that, standing quietly behind her brother, was a stunningly beautiful young woman, so striking she didn't seem quite real. The young woman wore an elegant long dress that fit her perfectly, her figure astonishing and her aura cool and aloof, like a movie star stepped straight out of the screen. She looked at Lin Fan with a complicated expression. Lin Fan noticed his sister's gaze as well. Scratching his head a bit sheepishly, he introduced, "Oh, I forgot to mention, this is Su Yueshi." Sister-in-law? Lin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Su Yueshi's face flushed a brilliant red, and she shot Lin Fan a fierce glare. But with the child present, she couldn't lose her temper. All she could do was stiffly nod her head. Inside the Maybach returning to the village, the atmosphere turned a little strange. Lin Yu sat in the back seat, her bright, curious eyes darting between Lin Fan at the wheel and Su Yueshi in the front passenger seat. Eventually, she just couldn't help herself. Leaning forward, she brought her voice down to a whisper in Su Yueshi's ear. "Big sis, are you really my brother's girlfriend?" Su Yueshi instantly froze, her cheeks growing even warmer. "I suppose you could say so," she replied vaguely. "Wow." Lin Yu let out a gasp of amazement, only to look even more puzzled as she asked, "But, sis, you're so pretty and elegant. What do you see in my brother? He's so lazy broke, and has such a smart mouth." Clearly, Lin Yu had her brother's shortcomings summarized perfectly. Lin Fan, at the wheel, nearly choked at those words. "Is this really my own sister? Does she have to call me out like this?" Su Yueshi found herself completely at a loss, confronted by the young girl's innocent yet direct question. For a long moment, she struggled, a suspicious blush spreading over her cool and beautiful face. At last, she forced out a few words through clenched teeth. "He does have his good points. And what might those be?" Lin Yu pressed on immediately. Su Yueshi was stumped. Good points? Did he really have any? For a moment, the air in the car was filled with awkward hilarity. Thanks to Lin Yu's return, the atmosphere at dinner grew even more lively than usual. Grandma Lin, beaming fit to turn her wrinkles into petals, gazed from the fairy-like granddaughter-in-law her grandson had brought home to her smart and spirited granddaughter. At the table, she kept warmly piling food into Su Yueshi's bowl, all the while chattering on. Xiao you really should learn from your sister-in-law. See how gentle and well-mannered she is. Xiaofan, you'd better not bully Yueshi in the future, or your grandma here will break your legs. Called Yueshi and granddaughter-in-law over and over again, Su Yueshi was left dizzy and flustered, head down as she focused on her food, a shy blush never leaving her cheeks. As a once lofty holy maiden from a great sect, she had never known this kind of warmth and familial affection found in an ordinary household. The countryside at night was far removed from the city's bustle. Only the croaking of frogs and the hum of insects filled the quiet air. Oh dear, look at my memory. There aren't enough rooms at home, Grandma said with a warm, crinkled smile, her gaze falling kindly on Lin Fan and Su Yueshi. Yueshi, why don't you share a room with Xiao Fan? Our house is small. There's simply no extra space. The room wasn't large, but every corner was spotless. There was a wooden bed, barely 1.5 meters wide, an old wardrobe, and a desk. That was all the furniture in sight. The air still held a faint scent, uniquely Lin Fan's, a blend of sunlight and soap. Yet, mixed within was a subtle hint of awkwardness. Su Yueshi drew a deep breath and walked up to the bed. With practiced care, she divided the quilt into 2 halves, her hand tracing a clear boundary line right down the middle of the bed, her own demarcation. Adopting a stern, no-nonsense tone, she issued a warning. This is the boundary. You sleep on your side, and I'll stay on mine. All right, I promise I won't cross it, Lin Fan replied, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Su Yueshi gave a dismissive huff and ignored him from then on. Settling cross-legged on her allotted half of the bed, she closed her eyes, palms open to the sky, sinking rapidly into a meditative trance. Lin Fan lay on his side as well, glancing at Su Yuexi just a breath away from him. Moonlight spilled through the window, outlining her flawless profile. Her lashes fluttered ever so gently. The delicate curve of her nose was small and perfectly upturned, and from her carried a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of blooming orchids. He thought to himself, she really does smell wonderful. Half in jest, he even pretended to rise, breathing in a dramatic, exaggerated gasp near her delicate feet, an epic-level deep inhalation just for the fun of it. Lin Fan's mind drifted with such idle musings, until sleep crept over him, dragging him steadily under. The night grew deeper and quieter still. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Lin family village, several dark figures melted silently into the shadows, wraiths cloaked by the night. They were clad in black tactical uniforms, night vision goggles strapped to their faces. Not a sound betrayed their movements, as they coordinated with the precision of seasoned operatives. The leader made a quick hand signal. Instantly, each member fanned out, swiftly occupying the high ground and hidden corners around the Lin family's small compound. Team 1, in position. Team 2, in position. Team 3, in position, transmitting live visuals now. Copy that. All units, listen up. The target is extremely dangerous. This operation is surveillance only. Nobody moves without my explicit orders. Qin Lan's voice came through the encrypted channel, crisp and steady in every agent's earpiece. With dawn's first rays spilling across the bed, Su Yueshi slowly drifted back to consciousness. Lin Fan was still fast asleep, sprawled on his side like a log, completely unaware that, at some point during the night, he had crossed far past the boundary. One of his legs, now shamelessly draped across her. A rush of heat shot up from the soles of Su Yueshi's feet, blazing straight to her head, and in an instant, her fair and delicate face flushed bright red. Almost instinctively, she lifted her leg and, gathering all her strength, kicked out hard. With a heavy thud, Lin Fan was sent tumbling off the bed, landing hard on the floor. What the? Who is it? Who the hell ambushed me? He jerked upright, bleary-eyed and utterly bewildered, staring at Su Yueshi, who sat on the bed with her face crimson, radiating both shame and fury. Su Yueshi clutched the blanket tightly around herself, her teeth clenched as she spat out. Lin Fan, you crossed the line. Rubbing his sore backside, Lin Fan suddenly realized what had happened. He showed not the slightest bit of remorse. Instead, he snapped back, his tone full of self-righteousness. What's your problem? Isn't it normal to turn over in bed while sleeping? Besides, the bed is so small. What am I supposed to do? The fact that I never laid a hand on you already proves my noble character and impressive self-control. You shameless jerk. Su Yueshi was trembling from head to toe, enraged by his shameless excuses. She seized a pillow from the bed and hurled it at him. Just as the commotion was reaching its peak, The door creaked open with a gentle sound. Grandma Lin entered with a warm smile, carrying 2 steaming bowls of egg noodles. You're awake? Good. Eat while it's hot. Lin Fan was left speechless. So was Su Yueshi. After breakfast, Lin Fan drove his sleek Maybach, which looked completely out of place in the rustic village, to take his little sister Lin Yu to the county seat for school. Before departing, he pulled a bank card out of his pocket and pressed it firmly into Lin Yu's hand. There's $500,000 on this card. Take it for your living expenses, buy whatever you want. Lin Yu pushed the card back, shaking her head. Brother, I can't possibly spend that much. I said take it, so you take it. Lin Fan's face took on a rare seriousness. I earned this money through my own hard work. From now on, I have your back. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me, and I'll break their legs. Lin Yu's eyes welled up with tears, but in the end, she accepted the card. She knew, in her heart, that her brother seemed to have truly changed. On the back mountain behind Lin Family Village, by the edge of a rice paddy, Lin Fan was wearily swinging a hoe, feeling utterly drained. He could clearly sense at least 5 distinct presences lurking nearby, each faint but unwavering, quietly surveilling him from different positions. With every strike of the hoe, he griped inwardly, venting his frustration in silence. Is this what top-tier surveillance feels like? All these people and resources, just to keep an eye on me? Is this really how taxpayers' money is wasted? The pay must be good, right? Maybe I should take the civil service exam too. With my skills, wouldn't becoming a bureau chief be reasonable? By the time he'd hoed his way through the morning, Lin Fan felt even more worn out than if he'd gone a few rounds trading blows with someone. Meanwhile, near County No. 1 Middle School, in that familiar shadowy alley, a white van pulled quietly up to the entrance of the alleyway, silent and unassuming. Inside the vehicle, cigarette smoke curled and drifted through the air. Several men dressed in sleek black outfits had surrounded a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner. They were disciples of the 7-Kill sect. Mr. Buck, are you sure this is the girl? The leading disciple glanced at the photo on his phone. The image was of Lin Yu. His voice was skeptical. We've checked. She's just an ordinary high school student. There's not the slightest trace of internal energy about her. She's no different than any regular person. Buck, the blonde man, let a contemptuous, icy smile cross his face. In awkward Chinese, he replied, You Eastern martial artists, obsessed with cultivating internal energy, can't possibly understand the greatness of supernatural power. The force sleeping inside her is like a dormant volcano. Yes, it has yet to erupt, but the energy it holds is far beyond your imagination. He leaned back into his seat, eyes glittering with a sense of superiority. We provide you with the serum to awaken special powers, helping you deal with the Dragon Shield Bureau. In return, you help us find rough gems like her. It's a win-win partnership. The disciples exchanged glances, greed and ruthlessness flickering in their eyes. After so many years battling the Dragon Shield Bureau, they knew all too well how powerful the official agency was. But ever since partnering with this divine awakening organization, several of them had unlocked the supernatural powers they'd all dreamed of, their strength increasing rapidly. Now, they finally saw hope for upending the established order. Fine, we'll do as you say, the leading disciple nodded. If it means taking down the Dragon Shield Bureau, forget one schoolgirl, we'd tear this entire county apart if we have to. That afternoon, when school let out, Lin Yu shouldered her backpack and, like always, took her usual shortcut home. She had barely stepped into the alley when a white van suddenly swerved into her path, blocking her way completely. With a harsh clatter, the van door was yanked open. Buck and the 7-Kill sect disciples stepped from the vehicle, menacing grins stretching across their faces as they closed in around her. Lin Yu's heart dropped in alarm. What do you want? She forced herself to sound calm. No need to be afraid, little lady. Buck's voice was almost cheerful, his eyes cold. We just want to invite you as our guest. Come with us quietly. Don't make us get rough. Just then, several agile figures appeared at the far end of the alley. Because Lin Yu was Lin Fan's sister, she too was under the Dragon Shield Bureau's indirect protection. No one had expected someone would actually try to make a move here. Dragon Shield Bureau. The lead disciple of 7-Kill sect saw the agents appear. But rather than panic, a cruel smile twisted his lips. Perfect timing. Now we can settle with all you lapdogs at once. Before his words had even faded, he suddenly stomped his foot. A thunderous boom resounded. The concrete under his feet surged up as if it were soft earth, and razor-sharp stone spikes erupted out of the ground, shooting towards several Dragon Shield Bureau agents like lightning. He's an Esper. Watch out. The team leader's face changed dramatically. He roared the warning and lunged sideways, rolling to avoid the attack. But another member of the 7-Kill sect swept his hands through the air, conjuring 2 invisible blades of wind that sliced soundlessly, aiming straight for the agents' throats. The battle erupted in an instant. This was no longer a simple clash of martial artists. Although the Dragon Shield Bureau agents were well-trained and coordinated, what they faced now were not just skilled fighters, but individuals who possessed bizarre, supernatural abilities atop their martial prowess. Gunshots rang out. The agents fired back, but every bullet was stopped by an invisible barrier enveloping the 7-kill sect disciples, the rounds clinking helplessly against it. All the while, the blond man, Buck, stood in place with his arms crossed, as if merely watching an entertaining drama unfold. He noticed one agent narrowly dodge the spikes and wind blades and make a rush toward Linyu. A cruel smile flickered across his face. Slowly, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A ball of fire burst forth, conjured out of thin air in his palm, and he hurled it at the advancing agent. The agent's pupils shrank in shock. There was no time to dodge. He crossed his arms over his chest in a desperate attempt to shield himself. The fireball exploded in a violent blast. A scream, piercing and filled with agony, echoed in the corridor. The agent was flung backward, slamming heavily into the wall. His combat uniform caught fire instantly, and his entire arm was charred in an instant. Number 3. The team leader's eyes widened with horror and grief. They were utterly overwhelmed. When had the 7-kill sect disciples become so powerful? And now they were colluding with Western espers. This was far more than a simple Jianghu feud. It had escalated into international crime. Linyu turned pale with terror at the chaotic and brutal scene playing out before her. "Call headquarters." The leader, wounded and cornered, pressed himself against the wall, watching his teammates fall one after another. Desperation cracked his voice as he barked into his communicator. 7-kill sect is confirmed colluding with the overseas Genesis organization. They possess supernatural abilities. The target is Lin Fan's younger sister. Back in the fields behind Lin family village, Lin Fan lounged on a ridge between the plots, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, and gulped it down in great draughts. Suddenly, his hand froze mid-action. "What's wrong?" Su Yueshi immediately sensed his change and stopped what she was doing, looking at him in confusion. Dozens of kilometers away, in the direction of the county seat, he could distinctly sense the vitality, the very chi, of several Dragon Shield Bureau agents rapidly fading. Around them, several twisted, sinister surges of chi burst forth with unrestrained violence. Something's happened. Lin Fan rose to his feet and uttered 3 words. This time, there was no holding back, pure, unrestrained fury. A golden blaze erupted from within him, blazing like a burning sun. Su Yueshi staggered backward, forced by the powerful shockwave, her face filled with terror. She had never seen Lin Fan like this before. In the next instant, Lin Fan grabbed Su Yueshi, and his knees bent ever so slightly. With a thunderous crash, Lin Fan and Su Yueshi shot up into the sky. Unknown ultra-high energy detected. Readings off the charts. The system can't keep up. The target has left the ground. Target is traveling at supersonic speed. Inside the vehicle, the agent monitoring the situation clung helplessly to the malfunctioning console, staring in disbelief at the golden streak rocketing into the sky and vanishing in the blink of an eye. His voice broke into an anxious shout. Reporting to team leader Chin. The target, he's flying. Lin Fan landed with Su Yueshi in the middle of an alley in the county town. The alley was like a vision of hell on earth. Several Dragon Shield Bureau agents in black combat gear lay sprawled in pools of blood, their lives uncertain. Charred blast marks scarred the walls, alongside gaping pits bored deep by razor-sharp stone spikes. An utterly chilling scene. Lin Fan's gaze swept coldly over it all. His eyes finally settled on one agent whose chest was still rising and falling faintly. Releasing Su Yueshi, Lin Fan walked over and crouched down by his side. Half of the agent's body was burnt black. His face was a mangled mess, clinging to the last threads of life. Lin Fan slowly channeled a surge of warm, pure energy into the agent's body, holding his flickering life steady for a brief moment. "It's the Chisha sect." The agent's lips struggled to move, his voice wheezing like a bellows torn apart. "And a foreigner with blonde hair? They have powers." His pupils began to dim, but he managed to force out the critical information. "The target is your sister." With those words, his head slumped to the side. He exhaled his final breath. Silently, Lin Fan stood and withdrew his hand. Every trace of expression on his face, laziness, cheeky humor, was wiped away in that moment, leaving behind nothing but pure, lethal intent. Lin Fan slowly closed his eyes. In the next second, an aura surged out from him, sweeping across the entire area. This wave of force enveloped the high-rises, covering every inch of ground in the county and reaching even the outskirts of the city. Tsuyueshi stared at him in alarm. A few seconds later, Lin Fan opened his eyes again. He had pinpointed the location of every sinister presence with perfect clarity. Found them. He spoke those 3 words, not loudly, but they sounded like a death sentence handed down from the abyss. On the outskirts of town, inside an abandoned cement factory, Lin Yu was tied to a cold, iron chair, her small face pale, yet her gaze burning with defiance as she glared at the men before her. "Ha, Elder Zhao, look at what we've stumbled on this time. A true treasure." Buck, with his golden hair and blue eyes, circled Lin Yu greedily, his eyes ignited with fervor. The power hidden inside this girl. Once awakened, it will undoubtedly be a rare psychic ability. Offer her to the organization and forget a few vials of awakening serum. Even greater resources will fall into our hands. When that happens, what is Dragon Shield Bureau to us? Nothing. The one called Elder Zhao was a thin, sinister-looking old man, one of 7 kill sect's elders, Zhao Xie. Stroking his goatee with pride, he gazed at Lin Yu as one might behold a priceless artifact. Buck is right. Once every member of our 7 kill sect becomes an ability user, not just Jiangxia, but the entire Dragon Nation will be ours to rule. As the 2 men lost themselves in their dreams of conquest, a deafening explosion suddenly shook the entire factory, the ground quaking and the air rumbling with its force. A steel door, thick and heavy, was wrenched from its hinges, twisted and hurled across the room to slam into a wall dozens of meters away. Through the settling dust, 2 figures emerged one after the other, striding calmly through the gaping breach in the doorway. The smug grins on Zhao Xie and Buck's faces froze in an instant. Lin Fan swept his gaze across the room, ignoring everyone else and locking immediately onto his sister, Lin Yu, bound to the chair. Only after confirming that she was restrained, but otherwise unharmed, did he allow his icy stare to move, at last, to Buck and Zhao Xie. "And who might you be, daring to meddle in the affairs of 7 Kill Sect and the Divine Awakening Organization? You must have a death wish." Buck was the first to recover, glaring at Lin Fan and Tsuyueshi as contempt contorted his face. "Just you two? A pampered pretty boy and a vain beauty. Come to die, have you?" Zhao Xie, however, paused at the sight of Tsuyueshi. Recognition flickered across his face, followed by a wicked, merciless smile. "Well, look who it is, the last reg of the Xianyu sect. Tsuyueshi." His voice dripped with mockery and dark delight. "Your master and all those 100 or so souls of your sect. The day you mourn them, you haven't forgotten it, have you? What luck, truly. Today, you can join them in the afterlife." "You." Those words stabbed into Tsuyueshi's heart. Her entire body trembled, and crimson welled up in her beautiful phoenix eyes. A storm of hatred tore through her, drowning out all reason. "Zhao Xie, I'll kill you." With a ferocious roar, her inner energy surged as she prepared to charge forward. Yet, a hand pressed gently on her shoulder. It was Lin Fan. He didn't even glance back at Tsuyueshi, only addressed Zhao Xie and Buck with a calmness so chilling it became menacing. "Let my sister go, and I'll make your death swift." How arrogant! Zhao Xie was utterly enraged by Lin Fan's attitude and barked, "Kill him!" With that single order, several 7 Kill Sect disciples, who had been itching for action, instantly closed in, sneering wickedly. They were all superhumans born from awakening serums, their strength far surpassing ordinary martial artists. A blade of invisible wind sliced through the air, directly aiming for Lin Fan's throat. Streams of deep green, corrosive liquid, like venomous snakes darting their tongues, shot for his legs from sly angles. On the ground, several razor-sharp stone spikes burst forth, aiming straight for his heart from behind. Attacks of every sort and strangeness came at Lin Fan from all directions, cutting off every path of retreat. But Lin Fan didn't so much as twitch an eyelid. He simply lifted his right hand with casual ease and flicked his finger. With a sharp, slicing sound, several golden energy pellets shot out, ahead of their attacks, and with pinpoint precision. A muffled, wet thud echoed nearly all at once. The 7 Kill Sect disciples, moments ago brimming with arrogance, froze with twisted grins still plastered to their faces, their bodies rigid and unmoving. A heartbeat later, a hole the size of a bowl appeared in each of their chests. Life fled instantly. A single move, a one-hit kill. The entire factory fell into dead, suffocating silence. The contempt on Buck's face turned to stone. The sneer on Zhao Xie's lips froze in place. Their pride, that squad of superhumans, was gone, without even touching the other man's sleeve. Even Tsuyueshi was struck dumb, standing behind Lin Fan, For the first time, she truly felt the chasm between herself and him. Damn it. Zhao Xie, seasoned and ruthless, was the first to recover. He unleashed a roar of terror and fury, slamming his hands down onto the ground. With a rumble, the factory floor instantly turned to flowing sand. Countless massive arms of earth and stone emerged, alive and writhing, snaking toward Lin Fan's legs and body. With his battle strength at 420, this move was more than enough to crush a main battle tank into scrap metal in the blink of an eye. Yet Lin Fan simply stepped lightly forward. A surge of invisible energy rippled outward from him. Every stone and earth arm within a meter's range disintegrated into dust the moment they touched his aura. Buck, jolted back to his senses from utter shock, let out a piercing scream and thrust both hands forward with all his might. A massive fireball, more than 2 meters in diameter and burning with dark red flames, materialized out of thin air, radiating a searing heat that could incinerate everything in its path, hurtling straight toward Lin Fan's face. He only raised his hand. With a casual flick, he struck back. A sharp, crisp sound rang out, much like the smack of someone swatting a fly. Incredibly, that terrifying, roaring fireball was instantly dispersed by his single slap. At the same time, 1,000 meters above the ground, inside a Dragon Shield Bureau attack helicopter, Qinlan stared through a high-powered telescope, dumbfounded by the events unfolding within the factory below. Reporting in, Team Leader Qin. Our target, alone, is overpowering both an elder of the Seven Kill sect and an A-level esper from the Divine Awakening organization. Qinlan had come here expecting to command a ferocious assault and a daring hostage rescue. But what was she witnessing now? Was this divine beings clashing before her eyes? Inside the factory, the instant Lin Fan scattered the fireball, his figure vanished from where he'd stood. The next second, he appeared like a ghost before Zhao Xie, his hand reaching out and effortlessly seizing Zhao's neck, lifting him into the air with the ease of picking up a chick. Ugh, ugh. Zhao Xie's feet kicked helplessly above the ground, his face awash in terror like he had never known. As Lin Fan brought him up to eye level, he asked in a calm, measured voice, "Tell me, who led the attack on the Xianyu sect all those years ago? And where's the main stronghold of your Seven Kill sect located?" He was even interrogating on Su Yueshi's behalf. Bent beneath the weight of mortal terror, Zhao Xie's willpower collapsed. Struggling for breath, he stammered out a name and an address. Once he had his answers, Lin Fan gave a casual flick of his wrist. Zhao Xie was tossed lightly aside, crashing in the already petrified Buck, the two tumbling to the ground in a tangled heap. Without a backward glance, Lin Fan turned and strode toward Lin Yu, who was tied to a chair. He reached out, fingers gentle, loosening the rope that bound his sister. In that moment, all his ferocity faded, replaced by the lazy warmth and a touch of indulgence of a doting elder brother. He stretched out his hand and softly ruffled Lin Yu's hair. "It's over now. There's nothing to be afraid of." After comforting his sister, Lin Fan finally turned around. The factory floor was plunged into a dead silence. Su Yueshi stood frozen in place, her body still faintly trembling. Lin Yu clung tightly to her brother's sleeve, her head half buried behind him, daring only to peek out with one timid eye at the back that now seemed both familiar and utterly strange. Earlier, seeing her brother fend off thugs with a few slaps and quick punches had already been a shock. But this brother, who could now take lives in the blink of an eye, he completely overturned her long-held belief of what Big Brother meant. Just then, a series of hurried, heavy footsteps echoed from the shattered entrance. "Don't move!" A clear, melodious female voice rang out. Qinlan charged in at the forefront, leading more than a dozen Dragon Shield Bureau agents in full combat gear. They swept into the factory like a whirlwind. She was clad in a black, form-fitting tactical suit that accentuated every fierce and alluring curve of her figure. Her hair was cut short and neat, framing a striking, icy face, a face that warned strangers to keep their distance, radiating an intimidating presence that brooked no nonsense. Yet when she caught sight of the carnage inside, even someone as seasoned as Qinlan could not hide her shock. Her pupils contracted instinctively. The floor was a wreck, a chaos of toppled bodies, with colleagues lying in pools of blood and several disciples of the Seven Kill sect who had met gruesome ends. Her eyes quickly locked on to the only two survivors in the room. Zhao Xie and Buck both collapsed on the ground, trembling uncontrollably with terror. "Stop right there," she shouted. Seeing Lin Fan step steadily toward the two men, Qinlan's voice rang with urgency and authority. They are principal accomplices in collusion with the Overseas Genesis organization. They must be taken alive, brought back to headquarters for interrogation. If any other warrior or awakened from the Dragon Nation were here, the weight of a Dragon Shield Bureau order would have made them reconsider their next move. But Lin Fan acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. He didn't hesitate, nor did his icy expression waver, not for a moment. Buck howled desperately, his voice cracking. You can't kill me. I'm with the Genesis organization. If you so much as touch me, Genesis will come after you. They'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. You and your family. None of you will have a grave to rest in. He seemed certain that invoking the name of Genesis, that colossal force, would give Lin Fan pause. Genesis organization? Lin Fan finally came to a halt, the corner of his mouth curling into a cruel, mocking smile. Oh, is that so? Well, that saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Before his words had fully faded, he lifted his right hand, almost carelessly. His fingertips tensed. There was the sound of something swift, slicing through the air with lethal precision, twice in rapid succession. Twin blasts of golden energy streaked by in a flash. In that split second, Qinlan's pupils widened to their limit. She tried to move, to intervene, but her body simply couldn't keep up with his actions. In the stunned silence that followed, all eyes were drawn by horror and disbelief as Buck, who had just been shouting a moment before, and Zhao Xie, whose face was frozen in terror. Both of them were gone before they could even scream. Their bodies vanished, dissolving into ash in the blink of an eye. A bright, crisp chime resonated inside Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating 2 scum of society. Justice shines forth, restoring order. Reward, 400 points. Current remaining points, 500. The system notification rang cheerfully in Lin Fan's head. Well, now, that was a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought? Taking out such filth actually gave him points, and 400 at once, no less. He was quietly working out his own little calculations. Qinlan was completely frozen in place, her handsome, usually icy face now showing a bit of blank shock. The dozen or so elite agents from the Dragon Shield Bureau behind her collectively drew sharp breaths in fear. What was this? What kind of monster was this? That was an elder of the 7 Kills sect, together with a foreign psychic whose abilities were at least rated a level. And just like that, they were gone. Not even a trace of ashes left behind. The man standing before them. The warnings of the Dragon Shield Bureau clearly meant nothing to him, and the so-called Divine Revelation Organization was of no consequence either. She forced herself to regain composure from the extreme shock she felt. She knew, better than anyone, that different people called for different methods. For ruthless, desperate criminals, she could use swift and decisive force. For proud and unruly martial artists, she could rely on rules and calculated interests to keep them in check. But facing this being before her, mercurial and unfathomably powerful, someone for whom rules meant nothing, and who could reduce a person to dust with a mere gesture, a monster in every sense. Any display of force here would be the height of foolishness. She drew a deep breath, pressing down the tumult in her heart. Then, alone, she stepped forward. Qinlan straightened her slightly disheveled combat uniform, and, with a tone that conveyed respect, began to speak. Mr. Lin Fan, hello, my name is Qinlan. I am the leader of the operations team, Jiangxia branch of the Dragon Shield Bureau. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. But this matter does involve an illegal incursion by a foreign psychic organization, which has already resulted in significant casualties on our side. The situation is grave. We hope we can have your cooperation and assistance in our follow-up investigation. She humbled herself completely. Lin Fan reverted to the familiar image everyone knew, a laid-back demeanor, almost with the air of an unserious slacker. He scratched his head and yawned. Cooperate with the investigation? Huh? Sure. His answer was so quick and clear that all the arguments Qinlan had prepared were instantly rendered unnecessary. Did he really agree that easily? Just as Qinlan was feeling a bit surprised, Lin Fan's next words nearly made her choke on the spot. So, does it come with a free meal? Lin Fan rubbed his stomach, putting on an air of righteous grievance. And, is there any compensation? Travel expenses? Psychological distress? Lost wages? You should at least reimburse me for those, no? Let me tell you, flying over here from the village just now used up a whole lot of energy. I'm starving, my stomach's practically sticking to my back right now. How about 10 or 80,000 yuan as hardship pay? Surely that's not too much to ask, right? Qinlan felt her brain go completely blank. Had the tone of his conversation just changed a bit too fast. Standing just behind Lin Fan, Su Yueshi had an expression caught between laughter and exasperation. She watched Lin Fan's shameless haggling, the way he argued so righteously with no hint of embarrassment. A storm of emotions surged within her. This man, just moments ago, had stepped forward with unmatched dominance and strength, avenging her by striking down one of those responsible for her family's destruction. Meanwhile, Lin Yu clung tightly to her brother's sleeve. The fear and anxiety once written all over her small face had completely melted away. Now, seeing this mischievous, grinning brother of hers bargaining with the beautiful lady once more, that was the version she recognized, the version that made her feel a sense of comfort deeper than ever before. An involuntary smile blossomed across her little face. Clenching her teeth, she joined in with a sweet, nervous laugh. "You'll feed us, right? That's important. As for extra allowance and bonuses, I'll submit a request to my superiors right away. I promise you'll be pleased." All she wanted now was to quickly escort this living legend back to headquarters. "Now that sounds about right," Lin Fan said with satisfaction, nodding. Then he turned to Su Yueshi and Lin Yu, his face lighting up with a dazzling smile. "Did you hear that? Tonight, we're dining like royalty." Su Yueshi was speechless. Qinlan, too, was at a loss for words. Dragon Shield Bureau, Jiangxia Branch. On the massive circular screen, processed footage looped, relayed from armed helicopters and ground surveillance equipment. A single slap, and the explosive fireball conjured by an A-rank superhuman was scattered like dust. One careless point of his finger, and notorious elders of the Seven Kills sect and foreign superhumans were reduced to ashes. He soared skyward, people in tow, in movements as swift and sudden as if teleporting. That's exactly how it happened. Qinlan's voice sounded hoarse over the communicator as she finished her report. The command center was plunged once more into an oppressive silence. "Brother, he's too dangerous." Qinlan's voice grew agitated. "He's completely uncontrollable, acting solely on his own whims. Today, he devastated the Seven Kills sect and the Divine Awakening organization for his sister's sake. But what if tomorrow someone so much as glances at him the wrong way? He might wipe out an entire street without hesitation. He's a ticking time bomb." Qin Shan remained silent, his deep gaze lingering on that lazy figure on the screen, unwavering. For a long while, he said nothing. At last, he slowly shook his head. "No, Lan, you're mistaken." Turning to face his sister, his eyes, so different from Qinlan's, glimmered with a shrewd, penetrating light. "He's not a bomb. He's a sword." Though quietly spoken, Qin Shan's words rang clear in the ears of everyone present. A legendary sword, sharp enough to sever all the old rules, capable, perhaps, of changing the very course of the future. "But we can't control him at all." Qinlan protested, still struggling to accept it. "Why do you want to control him?" Qin Shan shot back with a question of his own. His lips curled into a subtle, meaningful smile. The most powerful weapons are never meant to be controlled. They're meant to be partnered with. Besides, he paused, reached out, and pointed at the screen. There, on the display, was a little girl, clutching tightly to Lin Fan's shirt, her eyes full of adoration as she gazed up at her big brother. He's not invincible. What he values most are his loved ones, especially his little sister, Lin Yu. As long as he has people he cares about, as long as there's something he wants to protect, that sword of his will never turn against us. Meanwhile, in Jiangxia City, inside a private, top-tier restaurant known for its elegance and exclusivity, within an antique-style private room, a grand round table of redwood was laden with a dazzling array of dishes. At that moment, Lin Fan had transformed into a voracious foodie, devouring everything in sight with unrestrained gusto. His lips and cheeks were slick with oil, and he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Delicious. This one is amazing. Xiaoya, try this. It's super nutritious. Yueshi, don't be shy. Make yourself at home. Someone else is picking up the tab anyway. Across from him, Qinlan sat with her eye twitching uncontrollably. She glanced at the growing mountain of empty plates on the table, then at the shockingly long bill the server had just handed over. Her heart ached as if it were bleeding. Was this really a meal? It felt more like highway robbery. Lin Yu, on the other hand, looked genuinely happy. Taking tiny bites of the food her brother put on her plate, her bright eyes kept sneaking curious glances at Su Yueshi, who was sitting beside her. "Sis, has my brother always been this amazing?" "Ahem." Su Yueshi nearly spat out the mouthful of soup she'd just taken. The sudden address of sis-in-law made her cheeks flush a deep red. She waved her hands in denial, but couldn't quite find the words to explain. In the end, she just offered a vague and buried her face in her bowl, pretending she hadn't heard a thing. Lin Fan, meanwhile, was completely oblivious to the subtle drama happening around him. He kept enjoying his food with gusto, all the while happily opening the system store in his mind. Current remaining points, 500. Seeing the newly earned 400 points, Lin Fan felt like his heart was bursting with joy. There's an old saying, he who kills and robs wears golden belts, while good deeds seldom leave a body behind. The ancient spoke true. After taking out 2 scumbags, not only did he find peace of mind, but he also earned points. What a bargain. 500 points, finally enough to get some good stuff. Dragon Ball series, Sensibine. 500 points each, still can't afford it. Next, Scouter, single lens green glasses style. 50 points each. That could be handy. Might make me look pretty cool in the future. Superpower series, Superpower Awakening Serum. 200 points. It can awaken abilities in people who already have latent powers. Confrontation, Marocain Simpide. 100 points. Refines the body's essence, enhancing cultivation aptitude and potential. Confrontation, Basique Reconnecting technique. 100 points. Enables the user to perceive and channel the world's spiritual energy. It's the first step to entering the path of cultivation. Technologie Jean, AI Smart Butler. 100 points. Lin Fan's mind was abuzz with all kinds of calculations, his smile growing more sly and mischievous by the second. Just then, Qin Lan's communicator rang again. Brother. On the other end, Qin Shan's voice came through, steady and commanding. Xiaolan, I already know everything. You handled it well. Now, bring Mr. Lin Fan to the branch headquarters. I want to meet him in person. And one more thing. Qin Shan paused for a moment, as if weighing his words. In the end, he spoke something that was utterly astonishing. Let him know that, to thank him for his help to the Dragon Shield Bureau and to show our sincerity. As long as he's willing to continue cooperating, the Dragon Shield Bureau is prepared to grant him any request. Any request. Qin Lan drew a deep breath and repeated, each word measured and calm. Yes, as long as it doesn't threaten national security or violate fundamental principles of humanity. The Dragon Shield Bureau is willing to mobilize all its resources to fulfill any one request of yours. The mood inside the private room shifted in an instant. Su Yueshi lifted her head, shock written all over her striking phoenix eyes. The Dragon Shield Bureau. This was a true behemoth, a force with unrivaled power in all of Long Nation. A promise of any request from them was no trivial thing. It held so much weight, even the most ancient martial sects or influential families would go wild for such an offer. Lin Fan blinked. The devil-may-care look on his face gradually faded. He leaned back in his chair, crossed one leg over the other, and began to tap rhythmically on the table with his fingers. Any request at all? He stroked his chin, falling deep into thought. Lin Fan's gaze swept leisurely around the room, finally settling on Qin Lan's beautifully cold face. His eyes traveled up and down, brazenly taking in every curve that her black tactical uniform hinted at. Qin Lan felt utterly uncomfortable under his bold scrutiny, her brows knitting together in irritation as she snapped. What are you staring at? Suddenly, Lin Fan broke into a wide, toothy grin, one that looked nothing short of roguish. If it's truly any request. Drawing out the words, he leaned forward, bringing his face close to Qin Lan's, and lowered his voice. I want you to be my girlfriend. That's not too much to ask, right? Boom. Qin Lan felt as if her mind had just been struck by a bolt of lightning. She froze where she stood, her fair neck flushing a vivid crimson at a speed visible to the naked eye, the color spreading up to the tips of her ears. You shameless scoundrel. Qin Lan shot to her feet, pointing at Lin Fan, her whole body trembling with fury, her chest heaving so violently she couldn't even get out a complete sentence. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined this man would dare make such a request. Was he lusting after her body? Su Yueshi and Lin Yu were just as stunned by this sudden turn of events. Su Yueshi glanced at the furiously embarrassed Qin Lan, then at Lin Fan's mischievous smile. An inexplicable irritation crept into her heart. This lecher, some things just never change. The sight of a beautiful woman, and he can't take his eyes off her. Lin Yu, meanwhile, could only stare, her big eyes darting from her brother to the pretty lady whose face was as red as an apple, her little head brimming with confusion. Doesn't Big Brother already have a sister-in-law? Then why does he want this pretty lady to be his girlfriend? Haha, just joking. Just kidding, really? Leader Qin, why so serious? Can't you take a little joke? Look at you. All red-faced. You're kind of cute, actually. You. Qin Lan felt like she was about to be driven mad with anger. All right, I'll stop teasing. Lin Fan waved his hand and settled back into his seat. The grin faded from his face, replaced by a level of seriousness rarely seen from him. Take me to see your brother. The specially equipped, bulletproof business vehicle of the Dragon Shield Bureau sped smoothly down the private route to the Jiangxia branch headquarters. Inside the car, though the tension was anything but smooth, Qin Lan sat in the front passenger seat, arms crossed tightly against her chest, her strikingly beautiful face so frosty it seemed ready to crystallize into ice. Every now and then, she cast a sharp glare back through the rearview mirror at the unruffled man lounging behind her. Su Yueshi sat up ramrod straight, her gaze complicated as she stared out at the futuristic world whizzing by, steel, lights, and intricate machinery all woven together into an enormous fortress. She had seen grand palaces as the former saintess of a martial sect, but this vision of technological wonder shook her in a wholly new way. Excitement and curiosity danced across Lin Yu's little face, her small frame all but pressed against the glass. She tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve and whispered, "Big brother, are these people the agents from the movies? They're so cool." Lin Fan rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and replied lazily, something like that. Basically, they're just really well-paid civil servants. "Mr. Lin Fan, this way, please." A calm, warm voice sounded nearby. A middle-aged man, wearing plain clothes, with gentle features and eyes as deep as the sea, was standing not far away with a welcoming smile. Though he didn't have Qin Lan's fierce presence, there was a quiet authority about him, a steady, trustworthy aura that instantly put people at ease. "Brother." Qin Lan immediately stepped forward. The newcomer was none other than Qin Shan, the chief commander of the Long Shield Bureau's Jiangxia branch. "Mr. Lin Fan, your reputation precedes you. I am Qin Shan." Qin Shan spoke without a trace of arrogance, reaching out with a warm gesture. Lin Fan raised his hand lazily, giving him a brief handshake before getting straight to the point. "Let's skip the pleasantries. Director Qin, your sister told me you could fulfill any of my requests." Hearing this, Qin Lan grew tense, quickly interjecting, "What my brother means is as long as it's within reason and the law." But Qin Shan silenced his sister with a gesture. He looked Lin Fan in the eye, his gaze sincere. "My sister speaks for me as well. Mr. Lin, the strength you've demonstrated is more than enough to earn the utmost sincerity from the Long Shield Bureau. We're ready to go to every length for this partnership." The moment those words were spoken, the careless look vanished from Lin Fan's face. His smile faded, replaced by a seriousness that sharpened his entire demeanor. "Very well," Lin Fan said. "Since Director Qin is so sincere, I won't stand on ceremony." He glanced at his sister, Lin Yu, and at Su Yueshi, whose expression had become complicated, then spoke evenly, setting out his demands. "First, I want you to arrange the best villa in the prime district of Jiangxia for my grandmother and my sister. It needs the highest level of security, a place where their lives are absolutely safe, comfortable, and undisturbed. Second, use your connections to transfer my sister to the top private school in Jiangxia. She deserves the best education. Third, I want the Long Shield Bureau to assign your very best elite agents to protect my family around the clock, working in rotating shifts. They should remain in the shadows, never interfering with their daily life, but not a single mishap can be allowed. The kind of incident that happened in the alley, I never want to see that again." As soon as he finished, the entire command hall fell into silence. Qin Shan and Qin Lan were both stunned into speechlessness. They never imagined Lin Fan's 3 demands. None of them were for himself. Every condition was for his family. A flicker of admiration flashed in Qin Shan's eyes. "No problem," Qin Shan replied, his answer firm and resolute. "The Long Shield Bureau accepts all 3 conditions. I'll have my team handle them right away." With a satisfied nod, Lin Fan's stern aura melted in an instant. He reverted to his familiar roguish self, rubbing his hands together and grinning slyly. "By the way, does that mean you guys will be footing the bill for my whole family's meals from now on? Oh, and will this come with benefits and a year-end bonus or something?" Just as Qin Lan was starting to feel a newfound respect and admiration for Lin Fan, she felt a sudden jolt in her chest, nearly forgetting to breathe. This guy, handsome and impressive, if only he could manage to keep it up for more than 3 seconds. Qin Shan couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter at his sudden change of tone. "Absolutely. Of course we do. From now on, Mr. Lin, you are the Dragon Shield Bureau's highest-ranking honorary consultant. Whatever reasonable expenses you incur, we'll take care of everything." He then went on to explain the responsibilities that came with the title of honorary consultant. There would be no need to clock in, no need to obey anyone's orders, and complete freedom in his personal life. The Dragon Shield Bureau would supply him with the top-tier intelligence and resources. The only obligation required was that, should the Bureau encounter any major crisis that threatened national security and could not be resolved by ordinary means, Lin Fan would be expected to step in and assist. The offer was exceptionally generous, almost unbelievably so. With the terms agreed upon, the atmosphere in the command hall eased, the tension dissipating. Yet Qin Shan's smile slowly faded. He picked up a black, unmarked, encrypted tablet from the table, handed it to Lin Fan, and his expression grew exceedingly grave. "Mr. Lin, these are all of the classified documents we've compiled regarding the Divine Revelation Organization. According to intercepted intelligence and our initial analysis of Buck's memories, We suspect that the Divine Revelation Organization maintains a so-called Jade List within the borders of the Dragon Nation. They are recruiting individuals, those with extraordinary latent abilities who have not yet awakened. Qin Shan paused for a moment. Your younger sister, Lin Yu, is likely only one name among many on that list. Night had fallen. In the most exclusive neighborhood of Jiangxia City, the Tianwei residence, a sleek black business van glided slowly down the drive and pulled up in front of a standalone villa with a panoramic view of the river. Qinlan personally opened the door and offered a polite gesture, inviting them in. Though her tone was as stiff as ever, beneath it, something subtly changed, an emotion almost impossible to define. As Lin Fan stepped out with Lin Yu and Su Yueshi, even cool and composed Su Yueshi couldn't suppress a gasp at the sight of the lavish mansion before them. The villa sprawled across a vast plot of land, complete with its own private garden and an outdoor pool. Giant floor-to-ceiling windows cast the warm glow of light into the night, making the entire house glow like a painting come to life. Big brother, are we really going to live here from now on? Lin Yu's mouth formed a perfect O. She clung tightly to Lin Fan's sleeve, her big bright eyes wide in disbelief. This place is huge. Lin Fan, trying and failing to hide his excitement, gently ruffled her hair. Yes, this will be our home from now on. Su Yueshi followed behind, her own heart quietly racing. The Dragon Shield Bureau's efficiency was nothing short of astounding. In just a few short hours, not only had the villa been completely prepared, but Lin Yu's school transfer paperwork was handled, brand new daily necessities arranged, and even the refrigerator packed to the brim with fresh, premium ingredients. Every detail meticulously attended. Once Lin Fan had calmed down his overly excited little sister and seen her settled in, he finally retreated to his own room. He locked the door behind him and sprawled out on the soft, spacious bed. In an instant, his consciousness plunged into the depths of his mind. System. Host, what is your command? What do the categories in your shop mean? Dragon Ball, superpowers, fantasy, and technology. Lin Fan asked, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Host, this is the Divine Selection System. Its purpose is to guide you, through various choices, toward omniscience and omnipotence. Every divine choice you make is like illuminating a brand new branch on an immense skill tree. These 4 categories are the main trunks of that tree. Dragon Ball focuses on the mastery of inner energy, developing physical potential to its peak. In the later stages, you may even awaken Super Saiyan God or Ultra Instinct states. Superpowers awakens hidden abilities within your genes, such as fire control, ice manipulation, psychic powers, or spatial jumps. The possible evolutions are endless. Fantasy enlightens you to the spiritual energies of the world. Cultivate true essence, refine pills, lay down arrays, fly with a sword, and pursue the path to immortality. Technology allows you to use points to exchange for technology far beyond current civilization, including artificial intelligence, gene serums, planet-destroying warships, Dyson spheres, and more. These 4 systems are independent and progress from basic to advanced. You could develop whichever branches you like based on your preferences and requirements. There's no conflict between them. The system's explanation made Lin Fan's heart race with excitement. So it's not just a linear upgrade, but an all-encompassing development. He forced himself to stay calm and turned his gaze to the system shop again. Looking at the 500 points he had, his mind began to whirl with possibilities. Until now, he'd only reveled in the thrill. He'd never taken the time to really study it. It was only now that he realized every option represented a brand new path, brimming with infinite possibilities. His eyes finally settled on 2 basic options under the fantasy category. Essence Cleansing Pill. Price, 100 points. Effect. Purges physical impurities, greatly improves a person's aptitude and potential for cultivation. Most effective for first-time users. Basic Qi Gathering Mantra. Price, 100 points. Effect. The purest method of drawing in spiritual energy. Enables cultivators to sense and absorb the world's spiritual energy into their bodies, a stepping stone on the path to cultivation. Suddenly, Su Yueshi's face flashed through his mind. That woman, sharp-tongued and hot-tempered as she was breathtakingly beautiful. And though her sect had been destroyed and the magic bean had healed her wounds, her strength had stagnated. System, I'd like to redeem 1 essence cleansing pill and 1 basic Qi Gathering Mantra. Ding. Redemption successful. 200 points deducted. Current points balance, 300. With a shimmer of light, a pill that exuded a faint, clean fragrance and a jade scroll engraved with ancient markings appeared in his palm, out of thin air. Lin Fan took his things and stepped out of the room. He saw Su Yueshi standing alone on the second-floor balcony, gazing out at the distant river view. The cold moonlight washed over her, casting an ethereal glow on her flawless face, lending her a rare air of melancholy that he seldom saw. "Here, this is for you." He walked over and casually handed her a pill and a jade slip, his tone effortlessly nonchalant. "Swallow this little candy, then follow the postures on this booklet. You'll see your strength soar in no time." Tsuyoshi snapped back to herself, staring at the two objects in his hand, both exuding an extraordinary aura. Her beautiful, phoenix-shaped eyes narrowed instantly, filled with vigilance and doubt. "What are these? Where did you get them?" Instinctively, she stepped back. This man was shrouded in secrets. He could produce miraculous, immortal beings at a whim, and now he brought out something that was plainly no ordinary relic. Seeing her reaction, Lin Fan immediately knew she was imagining all sorts of wild possibilities. He scratched his head, unwilling to bother with an explanation. "Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, I'll toss it into the river and let the fish have it." With that, he made a show of preparing to fling the pill and jade slip over the balcony toward the river below. "Don't you dare!" Almost on instinct, Tsuyoshi darted forward, snatching the two items from his hand and clutching them tightly in her palm. The pill radiated a pure, warm energy, while the jade slip felt smooth and ancient in her grip, both undeniable treasures in every sense. But why would this man give such precious things to her? She glanced at Lin Fan, whose face wore an utterly indifferent, even roguish expression, her heart waging a silent war between suspicion and gratitude. Late at night, inside Tsuyoshi's bedroom, moonlight streamed softly through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, painting the floor in gentle silver. She sat cross-legged on the plush carpet, the cleansing pill and the simple jade slip resting quietly in her palm. No more hesitation. She popped the fragrant pill into her mouth and swallowed it in one swift motion. The pill dissolved instantly, not bitter as she expected, but turning into a sweet, soothing current that slid warmly down her throat and into her belly. In the next instant, a surge of pure, furious energy exploded within her core, like a miniature sun erupting in her dantian. The violent tide of energy transformed into billions of steel needles, raging through every meridian and corner of her body. She barely bit back a cry, stifling a groan of agony as the pain struck. It was excruciating, reaching into her very bones, as if her body was being shattered, ground to dust, and rebuilt anew. Her bones creaked and popped, her meridians stretched, tore, and healed again, while her internal organs felt as though they were being roasted over a searing flame. Beads of sweat, large as soybeans, rolled down her forehead in an endless stream, soaking her clothes in an instant. But mingling with the pain, there was also a sense of rebirth, one unlike anything she had ever known. She could feel it with absolute clarity. The internal energy she had gathered through practicing the Xianyu sex discipline, which had grown impure and unruly over time, was now being forcibly refined and purified by this overwhelming, domineering power. Every impurity, every latent wound lingering deep within her body was being stripped away, scorched, and expelled little by little. Waves of foul-smelling, pitch-black filth oozed relentlessly from her pores, soon pooling beneath her into a small, reeking puddle. This was the true cleansing of body and marrow, a complete transformation and rebirth. She had no idea how much time had passed when the wild, raging energy at last began to subside. It softened, gradually flowing into a gentle yet vast current of warmth that coursed through her meridians, now widened several times over, nourishing her newly reborn form. Pain melted away, replaced by a lightness and comfort such as she had never experienced. Tsuyoshi slowly opened her eyes. Ignoring the filth and stench clinging to her skin, she immediately picked up the jade slip and channeled a thread of internal energy into it. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded in her mind. Foundational chi gathering incantation. The incantation itself was simple, devoid of elaborate words or flourish. Yet the fundamental truths it contained struck her, once the holy maiden of a Xianyu sect, to her very core. This was a manual that went straight to the ultimate source of cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, she stilled her breath and focused, following the prescribed method as she began to breathe in and out, drawing the flow as directed by the incantation. With just the completion of the first circulation, a tremor, deep and resounding, seemed to ripple through the space. Within a 100-meter radius, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth responded as if under an irresistible pull, surging fiercely in a sudden frenzy. All at once, it gathered into visible currents of white mist, streaming from every direction straight into Tsuyoshi's body. That immense energy roared through her, swiftly refined into incredibly pure, true essence, crashing again and again through her dantian and vital sea. Waves of awe swept through her heart. This wasn't an ordinary internal discipline at all. It was a gateway to the path of immortality. Chi refining, stage 1. Chi refining, stage 2. Chi refining, stage 5. By the time the very first rays of morning sunlight pierced the window, her advancement had settled at the 5th layer of the Chi refining stage. In a single night, she was utterly transformed. A true leap to new heights. A sharp bang shattered the silence as the door was pushed open from the inside by an overwhelming force. Tsuyueshi hadn't a moment to wash away the grime clinging to her skin. In her bedraggled state, she rushed straight into the living room. Yet all trace of her former self seemed to have vanished. Her skin now glowed with the flawless translucence of the finest white jade, supple and delicate at a single touch. Her long black hair flowed and shifted, shimmering as if caught by an invisible breeze. In her usually cool and haughty phoenix eyes, there now shone a profound shock and disbelief, beyond anything mere words could describe. She fixed her gaze unblinkingly on the man sitting on the sofa, calmly drinking his glass of milk. It was only at this moment that she truly understood what kind of otherworldly thing Lin Fan had casually handed her last night. A marrow cleansing pill, the fundamental chi-gathering mantra. Either one of these, if word got out, would be enough to stir up an unprecedented storm within the entire martial world of the Dragon Kingdom. A bloody struggle that would shake every sect and every family, making them willing to pay any price to claim it. And this man had handed them to her as if it were nothing. His methods, his background, the resources at his disposal. These had utterly, completely surpassed anything she ever thought possible. Are you an immortal? Her voice trembled ever so slightly. Lin Fan lifted his eyelids, lazily casting her a glance, then pinched his nose and fanned a breeze in front of her. Looks like it worked pretty well, huh? You're even prettier now. But what's that smell on you? Go take a shower already. It's awful. Tsuyueshi stared at her own reflection in the mirror, feeling an uncanny sense of unfamiliarity. The woman in the mirror had skin as flawless as the finest mutton fat jade, smooth, clear, radiant with a subtle glow, so delicate it seemed even the gentlest breeze might leave a mark. Her features hadn't changed, and yet it was as if every detail had been carefully sculpted to perfection. Together, they formed a beauty so breathtaking, so ethereal, it seemed impossible for a mere mortal. Especially her phoenix-shaped eyes, which once held a cool indifference and lonely pride, now shimmered with the clarity and depth of a serene autumn lake. In her gaze, it seemed as if rivers of starlight flowed. She reached out and gently touched her own cheek. The soft, silk-like sensation beneath her fingertips was so real, it made her heart flutter. A marrow cleansing pill. The fundamental chi-gathering mantra. The little candy and picture book that man had tossed to her so casually actually possessed such miraculous effects. She dawdled in the bathroom for long, while before finally changing into a fresh, comfortable set of home clothes and heading downstairs. The morning sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the round dining table made of rich redwood. The siblings' everyday banter came to an abrupt halt because of Tsuyueshi's arrival. A sharp click. Lin Fan's phone slipped from his hand and landed on the table. He froze mid-chew, his eyes wide as saucers, staring straight at Tsuyueshi as she descended the stairs. His mouth hung open in astonishment, oblivious to the drool nearly slipping past his lips. Wow! Lin Yu's lips formed a perfect "oh" as she looked at Tsuyueshi, her bright eyes sparkling with delight. The woman before them wore her long, jet-black hair loosely over her shoulders, dressed simply in a white home outfit, yet managed to exude an ethereal aura untouched by the mundane world. She stood quietly, as if bathed in a gentle glow. So fair and elegant, she made everything around her seem dull and lifeless by comparison. Sister-in-law, Lin Yu stammered, subconsciously using that old term of address. But almost immediately, she shook her head and muttered, "No, aren't you the fairy lady from the heavens?" That phrase, fairy lady, sent a blush flooding across Tsuyueshi's flawless, porcelain face, the rosy red blooming instantly on her cheeks. She looked flustered, and without thinking, her eyes wandered to the instigator of all this. Lin Fan finally snapped out his daze. He hastily sucked in the drool, threatening to drip from his mouth, then put on a show of coughing a couple of times as he picked up his napkin to wipe his lips. Ahem, well, taking a bath and changing your clothes really makes a difference, he said nonchalantly, but his gaze was hopelessly hooked on her, utterly glued and unwilling to let go. This woman, she was always a devastating beauty, and now she had seemingly evolved into a goddess descended from the highest heavens. Who could possibly resist? Feeling thoroughly unsettled by that blatantly admiring, possessive gaze, Tsuyueshi's cheeks burned even hotter. She drew a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, then walked to the dining table and sat down. Her eyes were fixed intently on Lin Fan. "Last night, what exactly did you give me?" she asked in a low voice, her tone probing, tinged with a mixture of curiosity and a respect so subtle she herself failed to notice it. Lin Fan took a long swig of milk and continued to bluff. "An ancestral secret recipe. All you need to know is, it's extraordinary." Tsuyueshi was so incensed by his shameless act that she nearly gnashed her teeth. This guy, clearly harboring earth-shattering secrets, yet he insisted on playing the fool, acting as if nothing in the world could concern him. Nothing could be more infuriating. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. A glance at the caller ID revealed it was Qinlan. Lin Yu's enrollment is all set. She can officially report to Tianjiao International School today. Qinlan's voice was as cool and composed as ever. "Oh, that's fast." Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. But Qinlan's tone took on a more serious note. "Let me warn you, Tianjiao is nothing like your average private school. The students there, none of their families are simple. Beneath the surface, strong undercurrents are at play. Be careful." "Understood." Lin Fan hung up, his usual playful grin subdued a bit. If even Qinlan felt the need to give him a special warning, this school might actually turn out to be quite the interesting place. Breakfast finished, Lin Fan drove out from the garage in a black bulletproof sedan, provided by the Dragon Shield Bureau, plain and understated on the outside, yet incredibly lavish within. As the car smoothly rolled through the gates of Tianjiao International School, even Lin Yu, who was already accustomed to living in a top-tier villa, was stunned by the sight before her. This wasn't a school. It was a European-style castle set right in the heart of the city. Lin Yu sat in the car, clutching the strap of her backpack tightly. The excitement that had lit up her face slowly faded, replaced by a trace of unease and discomfort. She felt as if she didn't belong here, out of step with everything around her. After parking the car, Lin Fan turned to look at his sister, noticing her nervous demeanor. He reached out, just like he always did, and gently ruffled her hair. "Don't be afraid," he said, his voice soft but carrying a steady strength that inspired confidence. "Remember, no matter where you are, your big brother will always be your strongest support. If anyone tries to bully you, just tell me." He paused, the corners of his lips curving into a mischievous grin. After dropping his sister off, he returned to the Tianyu Mansion villa. The moment he stepped through the door, Lin Fan saw Tsuyueshi sitting cross-legged on the living room carpet. Her eyes were closed, and a visible swirl of white energy surrounded her. A subtle pressure lingered in the air. In just a single night, this woman had completely stabilized her cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, and there were even signs she was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th. Her talent for cultivation was simply astounding. Sensing his return, Tsuyueshi slowly opened her eyes. For a fleeting moment, a brilliant gleam flashed through her beautiful, phoenix-shaped gaze. She rose to her feet, and in an instant, the energy swirling around her dissipated into nothingness. After a morning spent harmonizing her breath, she felt fully attuned to her transformed body and the immense, surging true energy within. Her expression no longer carried the awkwardness and shyness of the morning. Instead, there was a newfound determination, a fierce resolve that radiated from her. She walked up to Lin Fan, gazed deeply into his eyes, then solemnly bowed to him. "Lin Fan, the destruction of my Xianyue sect that year wasn't just the handiwork of the 7-kill sect. There were other accomplices as well. You've already helped me take down some of my enemies, but the true mastermind still walks free. I need your help to uncover everyone who took part in that massacre, every force or individual behind it. No matter who they are, no matter where they're hiding, I will make them pay for what they've done in blood." Her final words were almost hissed through gritted teeth, her eyes brimming with deep-seated hatred. The surge in her strength had blown the lid off the vengeance she had kept bottled up for years, letting it erupt like a long-dormant volcano. Lin Fan picked up his phone and dialed Qin Shan's number directly. The call was answered almost immediately. "Mr. Lin, what can I do for you?" Qin Shan's calm voice came through the line. "Director Qin, let's skip the pleasantries." Lin Fan got straight to the point. "I need your Dragon Shield Bureau to immediately pull up all records related to the 7-kill sect, along with any associated underworld factions, families, and businesses." Qin Shan was silent for a moment on the other end. This was no longer just a routine investigation. But the 7-kill sect was notorious for its wickedness. There was little reason for hesitation. "No problem." Qin Shan gave an answer that was firm and unshakable. Lin Fan hung up the phone, turned to the thoroughly stunned Su Yueshi and spread his hands. It's done. After seeing Su Yueshi off, her heart still awash with emotion, Lin Fan returned alone to his room. He lay down on the bed, letting his consciousness sink into the depths of his mind. Now that he had resolved Su Yueshi's issue, he became aware of one of his own shortcomings as well. Smacking away fireballs with a single slap, annihilating enemies with a flick of the finger, it all looked impressive, dramatic even. But when it came down to it, his way of attacking was still too one-dimensional. It was basically brute force energy release, without even a hint of refined technique. He opened the system shop once again. Current remaining points, 300. His gaze swept back and forth among the 4 major systems, finally settling on a brand new option in the Dragon Ball system. Dragon Ball system, basic martial arts mastery. Price, 300 points. Effect, instills combat instincts directly as data into the host's nerves and muscle memory. Includes all fundamental techniques of punching, kicking, elbows, knees, throws, and locks, integrated and transformed into the host's own instinctual fighting ability. This was the one. Though it was called basic, it came stamped with Dragon Ball system. How simple could it really be? And with a price tag of 300 points, its value spoke for itself. System, redeem basic martial arts mastery. Ding. Successfully redeemed. 300 points deducted. Remaining balance, 0. A tidal wave of overwhelming information, accompanied by countless battle scenes, surged madly into his mind. Turtle School, Crane School, Yamcha's Wolf Fang Fist, Tien Shinhan's Volleyball Fist, all manner of classic fighting techniques, flickering past in his consciousness like a slideshow in fast-forward. At the same time, a strange surge of energy rose from his spine, instantaneously coursing through every inch of his body. He couldn't hold back a muffled cry of pain, and his entire body shot up from the bed. It felt as if his body no longer belonged to him. The system was forcibly remolding him, transforming his physical form so it could keep pace with that immense repository of combat data. Inside the villa's professional training room, complete with soundproofing, Lin Fan stood shirtless, every muscle coiled and pronounced, exuding raw, explosive power. Beads of sweat as large as beans rolled endlessly down his body, pooling into a shimmering slick around his feet. The commotion eventually drew Su Yueshi to the door. She stood quietly at the threshold, gazing at the man training inside the room, her beautiful phoenix eyes wide with undisguised awe and shock. What kind of cultivation method is this? She let out a trembling breath. Letting out a long, heavy breath, Lin Fan slowly withdrew his strength. He opened his eyes, let his consciousness plunge into his mind, and pulled up his system panel. Host, Lin Fan. Combat power, 3,600. Points, 0. Seeing that his combat power had barely increased by 100 points since his previous training, Lin Fan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He wiped the sweat from his face and muttered under his breath. All that effort, worked myself to the bone, and only gained 100 points. I'm still miles away from 100 million. When on Earth will I finally become a Super Saiyan? His words were quiet, yet carried clearly to the training room door. Su Yueshi had been standing silently there for who knows how long. She'd changed into an elegant white dress that made her face, now even more ethereal after her reforging, seem almost celestial, like a goddess from the moon. She watched the exhausted man in the training room and heard his strange, nonsensical complaint. Her beautiful, phoenix-like eyes were filled with bafflement. What in the world is a Super Saiyan? Just then, Lin Fan's phone, which he tossed into a corner, suddenly rang out. Mr. Lin. On the other end, Qin Shan's steady, forceful voice came through the receiver. Director Qin, calling so early, what's the good news? Lin Fan grabbed a towel, wiping the sweat from his body, his tone as lazy and unhurried as ever. Qin Shan, seemingly long accustomed to Lin Fan's attitude, paid it no mind and got straight to the point. Mr. Lin, there's a result regarding what you asked us to investigate. Qin Shan's tone became more grave. According to our initial findings, among the forces that participated in the raid on the Xianyue sect back then, there was one martial arts family based right here in Jiangxia City. They serve as the Seven Kills sect's most important vassal power in Jiangxia, supplying them with extensive intelligence and resources. They were one of the accomplices in that massacre. Lin Fan's movements came to a halt. He glanced over at Su Yueshi by the door. The curiosity and confusion that had lingered in Su Yueshi's eyes vanished the instant she heard the words Xianyue sect. Her gaze turned icy cold, like a winter frost. Both her hands, hanging by her sides, clenched tightly. Which family? Lin Fan asked. The Liu family. Qin Shan answered solemnly. Their leader, Liu Hongshan, is a well-known entrepreneur in Jiangxia who's been building connections in the city for years. His influence spreads through both legitimate and illegitimate circles. The man is deeply calculating, ruthless, and careful in everything he does. Mr. Lin, if you plan to move against him, you must be mindful of the repercussions. Don't understand. Lin Fan cut him off before he could finish and hung up decisively. He tossed his phone aside and turned his gaze to Su Yueshi. In that moment, everything about Su Yueshi had changed. An icy, bone-chilling aura of murderous intent began to emanate from her, filling the air around her. Lu family, she murmured softly, letting the words drift from her lips. Lin Fan watched her, a wide grin breaking across his face, flashing a set of brilliantly white teeth. Let's go. Time for revenge. The Lu family estate sat nestled at the foot of Xiyun Mountain on the eastern outskirts of Jiangxia City, sprawling across nearly 100 acres, secured like a fortress. A black sedan, moving neither too quickly nor too slowly, stopped before the estate's heavy iron gates, elaborately carved with a scene of a tiger pouncing down a mountainside. Who are you people? This is private property. Leave at once. Four men emerged immediately from the security booth at the entrance, dressed in black suits, each bearing the imposing look and sharp features of a trained martial artist. They barked out their warning in unison. The car door swung open. Lin Fan and Su Yueshi stepped out, one after the other. Lin Fan shoved both hands into his pockets, the picture of easy amusement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He cocked his head toward Su Yueshi, jerking his chin in the direction of the gate. Here we are, your enemies, your revenge. I'll just be backup. Su Yueshi said nothing. Her gaze lifted past the blustering security guards, settling instead on the grand main building deeper within the estate. She didn't spare the guard a glance. Step by unwavering step, she walked straight toward the iron gate. Stop right there. Are you deaf? Or just suicidal? Take one more step, and we won't go easy on you. The lead guard's face twisted in rage. Just a woman, daring to ignore them. She must have a death wish. With a furious roar, he unleashed a surge of internal force, his fist, large as a casserole pot, cutting the air with a vicious gust as it hurtled towards Su Yueshi's back. But just as his punch was about to land, a faint, shimmering halo of pale light flickered briefly over Su Yueshi's form. There was a heavy, bone-jarring thud. The lead security guard flew backward, chest caving in segment by segment. He was dead before he hit the ground. The smug smiles froze on the remaining 3 guards' faces. That woman hadn't even turned her head. Cold terror swept over them, washing through their hearts like an icy tide. Su Yueshi never broke stride. She reached the iron gate, crafted from solid steel, lifted her delicate, jade-white right hand, and placed her palm gently upon its surface. There was a soft snap. The steel gate toppled over and crashed to the ground. Sunlight poured through the shattered gateway, spilling over Su Yueshi's icy, ethereal silhouette, casting a long, stark shadow behind her. Bathed in sunlight and drifting dust, she looked every bit the goddess of vengeance risen from hell itself, stepping into the heart of this wicked estate. Not far away, Lin Fan watched the scene unfold. Whoa, I had no idea acting cool had a loading screen too, he couldn't help but mutter. Inside the Lu family estate, alarm bells shattered the early morning calm, shrill and unrelenting. Dozens of elite warriors from the Lu family, all clad in matching black uniforms, surged forth from every corner of the estate. In Jiangxia's underworld, these men were formidable enough to sweep all before them. Stop her! A brawny man, towering and broad-shouldered, brandished an immense broadsword. With a furious roar, he leaped high, gripping the blade with both hands to strike down with all his might. Before the blade even fell, the keen edge of his attack had already sliced the air so sharply it stung one's cheeks. Su Yueshi didn't even bother to look up at him. A low, vibrating hum filled the air, and then the crash of impact rang out, clear and deafening, eclipsing even the clash of metal upon metal. That broadsword, forged from refined steel, collided as if it had struck an invisible mountain. The blade arched backward, then shattered inch by inch. The strong man's arms broke instantly, the bones splintering. His chest caved inward with horrific force, as a mist of blood burst from his mouth. Then he collapsed, silent forevermore. Everyone stood frozen in place, as if caught in a spell. All color drained from their faces, leaving only boundless terror in their eyes. Instant death. A top-tier martial artist of the Lu family, a master of inner strength qualified to lead an entire faction, was slain before he even touched the hem of his opponent's robes. The woman hadn't even lifted a finger. What kind of sorcery was this? Su Yueshi's steps did not falter in the slightest. She kept her measured pace, neither rushed nor leisurely, and walked straight toward the imposing main hall. Where she walked, devastation followed. The path behind her was littered with ruin. Lin Fan trailed along in her wake, hands buried casually in his pockets, no different from a park-going tourist. He glanced at Su Yueshi's figure, regal as a descending deity, then looked around at the so-called martial experts, now tumbling away in panic and disgrace. He couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Under his breath, he muttered, "Isn't this cheating? Someone should report her." He knew well that the realm of a cultivator marked an evolution of life itself. In the eyes of a true practitioner, ordinary martial arts were as fragile as a child's toys, laughably inadequate. Su Yueshi's heart held not a shred of mercy now. Over and over, the memory replayed in her mind. The night her sect, Xianyue, was consumed by flames, the screams and despair of her father, her fellow disciples, as they met their end. And the Liu family, accomplices who had handed the butcher's blade to the executioners. This was true power. So this was what so-called martial masters, peak inner strength, amounted to: nothing but clay chickens and straw dogs before such force. Who dares to cause chaos in my Liu household? An explosive shout, brimming with powerful inner energy, thundered out from the main hall like a sudden storm. In the next instant, a figure shot forth, swift as lightning, from within the great doors. The newcomer, a man in his 50s clad in a dignified Tang suit, was none other than Lu Hongshan, patriarch of the Liu family. At a glance, he took in the chaotic devastation, his household guards dead and dying, and that woman standing like a war goddess amid the carnage, and his eyes filled with red-hot fury. "Wretch, you court death!" Lu Hongshan let out a furious roar, releasing every ounce of his inner strength in a single, unrestrained explosion. His hands moved in a blur, conjuring a raging wind from his palms, sharp blasts cutting the air itself, each strike compressing the very atmosphere beneath his power. Stacked wave palm. This was the Liu family's forbidden art. With a single strike, his inner energy surged in 9 overlapping waves, each one fiercer than the last, capable of shattering stone and splitting monuments in two. He stood at the very summit of martial mastery, a Grandmaster, if legends were to be believed. This palm was the culmination of a lifetime's cultivation. Lu Hongshan's palms landed solidly against that invisible shield of protective energy. But the devastation he had imagined did not follow. Instead, Lu Hongshan felt as if he had struck a scorching iron brand. An energy far more ferocious and pure than his own, 100-fold in force, surged along his arms, roaring back toward him in a torrent. He didn't even manage to cry out before both sleeves of his robes instantly disintegrated into ash. His entire body reeled as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide with boundless terror and disbelief. "You're no mere martial artist. You..." Before he could finish, Su Yueshi was already standing before him. She gazed down at him from above, her cold, phoenix-like eyes utterly devoid of emotion. "Lu Hongshan." Her voice was as cold as the wind from the depths of hell. "Years ago, you lured disciples of my Xianyue sect down the mountain, leaving a breach in our defensive wards. That breach let the 7-kill sect invade and destroy us. That blood debt is due here now." Lu Hongshan's pupils contracted sharply, his face twisted with abject horror. You're one of Xianyue sect survivors?" Not in his wildest imagination could he have foreseen this, that the sect he deemed as insignificant, one he could have crushed with a wave of his hand, would give rise to such a terrifying force. "No, don't kill me." Panic-stricken, his pleas became an incoherent stammer. Su Yueshi had no interest in listening to another word. She slowly raised her right hand, pale and flawless as jade. Lu Hongshan's lips trembled, eyes filled with dread and desperate resistance. And his body seized all at once. His eyes bulged unnaturally, dark blood trickling from every orifice, and in a breath he was lifeless. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's brow was knit tightly in concentration. He lifted his gaze, eyes sharp as lightning, scanning the depths of the manor until they settled on a distant building. In the instant Lu Hongshan died, Lin Fan had distinctly sensed a faint surge of chi flicker into being from that direction, and then vanish as quickly as it came. "Something's not right," Lin Fan murmured quietly, all traces of playfulness wiped from his face, his expression growing grave. Following Lin Fan's gaze, Su Yueshi looked across the grounds to see a modest, unremarkable 2-story building tucked in the corner of the estate. Its peeling walls and shuttered windows stood in stark contrast to the surrounding luxury, clearly meant for servants. "What's over there?" Su Yueshi swept the area with her spiritual sense, but found nothing out of the ordinary. "My instincts cannot be wrong." Lin Fan's voice was resolute. "You wait here while I check it out." Lin Fan spoke softly to Su Yueshi, then, with a flicker, vanished from sight like a wraith. In a handful of swift movements, Lin Fan silently appeared in front of the small building. He didn't use the main entrance. Instead, he circled around to the back. The interior was pitch black, but to Lin Fan, it was as clear as day. The first floor was deserted, with only some abandoned junk scattered about. He headed straight up to the second floor, and in the corner of one room, he discovered a secret hatch cleverly disguised as part of the floor. A faint click sounded as a hidden passage opened, revealing a metal stairway leading underground. An eerie chill wafted endlessly upward from below. Without hesitation, Lin Fan slipped inside. The passageway wound deep underground, its length considerable. The walls were lined with blue-tinted sensor lights that flickered to life at each of Lin Fan's footsteps, then faded to darkness after he passed. The deeper he went, the sharper the cold bit into his bones, and the strange, metallic sweet odor in the air grew more overwhelming. At last, he reached the end of the corridor. A wall of frigid air, heavy with the low thrumming of machines, spilled out through a crack. Lin Fan drew a deep breath and pushed open the door. He froze where he stood, his pupils constricting to pinpoints in an instant. The sight before him was like plunging into an abyss of ice. He felt as if every drop of blood in his body had turned to stone. He had uncovered an underground space so vast as to defy imagination, nearly half the size of a football field. This was no laboratory. No, it was a slaughterhouse, a state-of-the-art, technological slaughterhouse, made for humans. The chamber was bathed in a spectral blue glow, every surface exuding a sensation of cold, dead metal. On either side of the room stood dozens of towering glass vessels, each nearly 3 meters tall, reminiscent of enormous petri dishes. Inside each one, obscured by cloudy, foul-smelling green liquid, floated a human form. They were children. Their ages spanned from 5 or 6 up into their teens, boys and girls alike. Each was stripped bare, their bodies perforated with a tangle of colored tubes, thick and thin, that entwined them like parasitic vines. The tubes snaked outward, linking the children to rows of precision machinery buzzing steadily in the background. All the children's eyes were tightly closed, their faces locked in masks of unbearable pain. Their bodies spasmed now and then in the murky fluid, as if enduring a torment beyond words. Lin Fan's gaze fixed unmovingly on one of the glass containers. Inside was a little girl, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, her frail body covered in bruises tinged with purple. The thickest tube had been driven directly from the base of her skull into her spine. A sharp crack echoed as Lin Fan's fists clenched tight with fury. He was reminded, all at once, of his own sister, Lin Yu. What if on that day in the alley, he hadn't arrived in time? Would Xiao Yu have been brought to a place like this as well? Laid out in this cold liquid, enduring endless agony, treated as nothing more than a specimen? An uncontrollable, bone-chilling murderous intent surged up from the very depths of his being, raging and spreading through every fiber of his body in an instant. He forced himself to suppress the impulse to destroy this place immediately, and instead turned his gaze to the center of the laboratory. Their massive central apparatus stood, towering like some sacrificial altar. All the tubes, extending from the children's bodies, eventually converged upon this spot. The machine was running. Faint, multicolored threads of energy, each with its own unique properties, were being forcibly drawn from the children, traveling along the tubes into the central reservoir. Divine Revelation Organization. Qin Shan's words exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. Only now did he truly understand. The Divine Revelation Organization was never about recruiting or nurturing those gifted with supernatural abilities. They were harvesting. They penned up these talented children like livestock, squeezing out every last drop of their potential with the most ruthless, brutal methods, extracting their gifts, their very lives, and transforming them into these so-called ability serums. That thing Bach injected in the alley, the man he slapped to death, was in all likelihood made from just this. This was no longer a matter of simple evil. This was a crime against humanity, a complete and utter desecration of life itself. A chilling, owl-like laugh echoed from the far side of the laboratory, sharp and eerie. Lin Fan whipped his head around. An old man emerged from side room, hunched beneath the weight of years, his face wizened and corpse-like, thick black-rimmed spectacles perched on his nose, wearing a white lab coat and carrying a metal tray. His eyes burned with manic, insatiable greed as he stared at a freshly condensed drop of violet liquid in the central vessel, oblivious to the fact that an intruder now stood in the heart of his domain. Lin Fan fixed his gaze upon the old man. His face betrayed no emotion, but the murderous intent in his eyes was so intense it seemed almost tangible. He began moving forward, slowly, deliberately, toward the old man. With each step, the pressure radiating from his body rose another notch. "Who's there?" At last, the old man sensed something was terribly wrong. He jerked his head up. Through the thick lenses of his glasses, his cloudy eyes locked on Lin Fan, advancing step by step. "How did you get in? Where are the guards? And that useless Lu Hongshan? Where is he?" He barked, his voice shrill and raspy. Lin Fan didn't answer. He just kept walking, his pace unhurried yet suffocating, every step weighing heavier upon the air. He adjusted his black-framed glasses, then, with a sudden motion, hurled the metal tray in his hand toward Lin Fan. The tray spun through the air, and a dozen syringes filled with various colored potions it held shot forth like a hailstorm of deadly needles, accompanied by a piercing whistle, targeting the vital points all around Lin Fan's body. Each one of these syringes contained a lethal toxin. Just a scratch would be fatal. Yet Lin Fan did not even spare them a glance. As the syringes neared him, he simply swept his hand in a casual gesture. A thunderous series of impacts reverberated. A surge of energy erupted from Lin Fan, exploding outward in all directions. The dozen or so syringes, moving too fast for the naked eye to follow, instantly froze in midair, then erupted in simultaneous clouds of colored poisonous mist. But even this toxic haze couldn't approach within 3 paces of Lin Fan. An unseen wall of energy held it at bay, dispersing the clouds before they could touch him. The old man's pupils shrank abruptly, and for the first time, a look of sheer terror crossed his face. He simply could not fathom how a young martial arts master of such power could appear out of nowhere in a mere small city like Jiangxia. Lin Fan still said nothing, merely stopped walking. He now stood 10 meters from the old man. The distance was perfect. He slowly raised his right hand, spreading his 5 fingers, aiming directly at the old man. As soon as the words left his mouth, his fingers snapped into a clenched fist. A strangled scream burst forth. It was as if an invisible giant hand had seized the old man by the throat. His feet left the ground, and he was hoisted helplessly into the air. He thrashed wildly, clawing desperately at his neck, his face swelling into a ghastly purple from lack of air. His eyes bulged, veined red and wild with terror. "Mercy, spare me," he managed to croak, broken sounds forced through his crushed windpipe. Lin Fan stared at him, utterly impassive, as if watching an inanimate object. "Tell me, how many bases like this does your organization have in Longhua? Where did your so-called Jade list come from? How many names are left on the list?" Every question landed like a hammer blow, striking deep into the old man's soul. I'll tell you everything," choked the old man, utterly cowed by the threat of death, scrambling to reveal all he knew. But at that very instant, catastrophe struck. Sudden, shrill beeps rang out from a miniature communicator in the old man's breast pocket. At once, a wisp of black smoke began to seep from the device. The old man's body went rigid. The terror in his eyes faded rapidly to a dull, lifeless gray. He was dead. In that moment of his death, Lin Fan sensed 2 faint presences, cold and sinister, both belonging to the Shinshi organization. They were fleeing down the corridor at lightning speed. They're the old man's accomplices. They had been hiding in the shadows this whole time. The moment they realized things were going south, they didn't hesitate to abandon the old man and chose to flee instead. In an instant, Lin Fan's figure vanished from where he stood. Inside the maintenance tunnel, 2 researchers, also dressed in white lab coats, were scrambling forward in a frenzy, tripping over themselves as they ran. Relief and terror flickered across their faces, the expressions of men who'd just narrowly escaped disaster. "Hurry! Hurry! As long as we reach the lift, we can trigger the self-destruct system. The whole base will be blown to ashes, and that monster can forget about surviving." One of them, the portly researcher, gasped desperately. But before the last word had left his lips, a languid voice drifted down the corridor from behind, a voice that sent chills straight to their bones. "Is that so? Funny, but I have a feeling that the ones doomed today are you." The researchers never even saw how he moved. Their vision blurred, and suddenly an overwhelming force clamped around their throats. This time, Lin Fan didn't give them the slightest chance to utter another word. He no longer needed to interrogate them, because he already knew, even if he asked, it would be for nothing. These low-level lackeys carried remote detonation bombs in their heads, just like the others, with one hand gripping each of their necks, as casually as if he were hauling 2 lifeless dogs. Lin Fan turned around and began striding back, step by step, into that icy, hellish chamber. With 2 deafening crashes, he flung their bodies down in front of that altar-like machine at the center of the room. The impact left them sprawling, dazed and battered, and forced to look straight at the children writhing in agony within the liquid tanks. Yet there was not a trace of guilt in their eyes. Instead, a fanatical light gleamed in their gaze. They dedicate their lives to the cause of great evolution. It's an honor for them, the portly researcher howled. That's right, you ignorant mortals. You have no idea what kind of magnificent future divine they're reworking with the old man. They have been hiding in the shadows just now. Sensing things had taken a turn for the worse, they decisively abandoned the old man and chose to escape. In an instant, Lin Fan vanished from where he stood. Inside the maintenance corridor, two researchers in identical white coats were stumbling over themselves in panic, scrambling forward with faces etched in terror and the giddy relief of narrowly escaping disaster. Hurry, faster. As long as we get to the lift, we can activate the self-destruct sequence. The whole base will be blown to smithereens, and that creature won't survive either. One of them, a panting, overweight man, cried out. But before he could finish, a languid yet bone-chilling voice drifted toward them from behind. Is that so? But to me, it seems like the ones doomed today are you. The two researchers didn't even see how he moved. There was only a sudden blur, and then an overwhelming force gripped their throats. This time, Lin Fan didn't give them any chance to speak. He no longer needed to interrogate them. He knew asking would be pointless. These two underlings had remote control bombs planted in their heads as well. Gripping their necks the way one might grab two lifeless dogs, he turned and strode, unhurried, back into that frigid hell on earth. With two resounding thuds, he pitched them down at the foot of the central device, an altar in all but name. They landed heavily, dazed and broken, forced to look upon the children still struggling in agony within the liquid-filled chambers. Yet in their eyes, there wasn't a trace of guilt. Instead, a fanatical fever blazed in their gaze. They sacrificed themselves for the grand cause of evolution. It's their honor. The overweight researcher screamed hoarsely. That's right, ignorant mortals. You have no idea what greatness divine revelation could bring to this world. The skinny one shrieked in turn. The future. Lin Fan chuckled softly. He reached out with a hand, resting his palm lightly upon the instrument that was siphoning the children's life force. Your so-called future is simply out of reach for me, because after today, there is no future for you. With an earth-shaking roar, an immense wave of power erupted from his palm. The device, a marvel of state-of-the-art technology constructed from countless precision parts, was torn asunder by a colossal blast whose noise shook the chamber to its foundation. The moment the machine was destroyed, every tube and cable attached to the children was instantly severed from its power source and fell away in tatters. As for the two researchers, the shockwave slammed them through the air, pulverizing bone and shattering organs. They died without another word. A notification flashed across the system. Congratulations, host. You have destroyed a foreign infiltration outpost. Reward, 1,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated 2 social scum and served justice. Reward, 400 points. After finishing everything, he took out his phone and dialed Qin Shan's number. Mr. Lin, about the Liu family. Qin Shan. Lin Fan cut him off directly. Bring your best medical team. There are dozens of children here who need your help. On the other end of the line, Qin Shan fell silent. From Lin Fan's uncharacteristically cold and serious tone, he could sense that something ominous had happened. Mr. Lin, what exactly happened? Lin Fan looked up at the children who, even after being freed from their restraints, were still twitching unconsciously in their tanks. His eyes glimmered with a rare tenderness and pain. I found it. I found the Shinchi organization, a base of theirs in Jiangxia City. Almost simultaneously, a convoy of more than a dozen black SUVs and medical ambulances arrived. With a bang, the car door swung open. Qin Lan leapt out in front, clad from head to toe in sleek black gear that outlined her agile and powerful silhouette. She glanced at the mansion's entrance. Its solid steel gates had been torn apart, debris littered everywhere, and her brows knit tightly, but she didn't slow for even a moment. Qin Shan followed, right on her heels, his face grave. Striding forward, he barked commands into his communicator. Team, lock down all the exits. No one goes in or out. Team B, search every building on the grounds. Secure every survivor. Medical team with me. By the time Qin Shan and Qin Lan led the medical squad to the inconspicuous little building, they spotted Su Yueshi standing quietly outside. Her otherworldly beauty showed no hint of vengeance satisfied, only a deep, inescapable silence. When she saw them coming, she barely lifted her eyelids and simply jerked her chin to indicate the entrance that led underground. Without hesitating, Qin Lan was the first to slip inside. Then her footsteps suddenly stopped. Qin Shan, right behind her, halted as well. At the end of the corridor was a scene so horrific it could break even the most iron-willed soul. Lin Fan stood in the center, facing the twisted wreckage of the machines he'd smashed to scrap with a single blow. He neither turned nor spared them a glance. He simply gazed quietly at the children in the cultivation tanks, sinking slowly to the bottom of the liquid now that their restraints were gone. Even Qinlan, a hardened leader long acquainted with life and death, felt her stomach churn violently at the sight. Her eyes fixed, unblinking, on those glass containers. Qin Shan's pupils dilated. Unlike the others, he didn't stand thunderstruck by the gruesome scene. Instead, he swept the entire underground space in an instant. Cutting-edge machinery beyond belief, a sprawling and complex layout, bizarre totems painted on the walls, symbols he couldn't decipher but were clearly marks of some organization. Every single detail slammed into his heart like a sledgehammer. He strode quickly to Lin Fan's side, his voice coming out hoarse, strained by the effort of holding back his emotions. Divine revelation, is that what they call themselves? Yes, Lin Fan replied. He turned around, and the usual mask of careless nonchalance he wore had vanished without a trace. The Liu family is nothing more than their lapdog. Lin Fan's tone was tranquil, but each word seemed sharpened with frost. This base is responsible for all the espers in Jiangxia City, and even those in the surrounding regions who catch their interest. Espers. Qin Shan turned the word over on his tongue, eyes flashing with a hint of horror. He finally understood why the Dragon Shield Bureau's previous investigations into divine revelation had led nowhere. They were never recruiting nor nurturing talent. What they were doing was, throughout the country, using methods beyond their comprehension, screening out children with special potential, and then, in these inhuman ways, harvesting that potential in those lives, squeezing them dry, and turning them into commodities. I killed all the researchers here. Lin Fan gestured toward a few corpses in the corner, their deaths unspeakably grim. But it doesn't do much good. Their heads were probably rigged with micro-explosives. Ask them anything important, and they self-destruct. Qin Shan took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He spun around and barked out a rapid series of orders to his subordinates behind him. Contact headquarters now. Raise the security level to the absolute maximum. Start a thorough review of all missing child cases nationwide, centered on Jiangxia City, especially those involving kids rumored to have special talents. Notify the technical team. Analyze every scrap of equipment and every chemical sample in this place, whatever the cost. I want to know, as soon as possible, exactly what these monsters are trying to do. His voice echoed through the cavernous underground space, each syllable charged with an ironclad resolve and a deadly chill. As the head of the Jiangxia branch of the Dragon Shield Bureau, no one understood better than Qin Shan just how terrifying the truth behind this affair truly was. This was no routine infiltration by foreign interests. What they faced now was a tightly organized, technologically advanced, and lavishly funded terrorist organization, utterly devoid of humanity, waging a silent war on the entire nation. If there was a den like this in Jiangxia City, what about other cities? How many more of these slaughterhouses were hidden across the country? And how many children, at this very moment, were enduring unbearable agony in places like this? Qin Shan dared not pursue the thought any further. A chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Qinlan hurried over to a glass tank. She stared at the little girl inside, whose life had already flickered out. Qinlan reached out, as if to touch the cold glass. Yet halfway there, her hand faltered and dropped, limp and powerless. She turned her head to look at Lin Fan. In those eyes, usually so cold and clear, there was shock, gratitude, and even a trace of dependence she herself hadn't noticed. Thank you. Her voice was a little hoarse. If it hadn't been for him, these children might never have been found. They would have suffered in this frigid hell, drained until nothing remained, then disposed of like garbage, leaving no trace behind. Lin Fan glanced at her, saying nothing. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, on a remote island, inside a snow-white hall that seemed cut off from the world. Unlike the filth and bloodshed of the underground ice cave in Jiangxia City, everything here was filled with an air of sanctity and the beauty of advanced technology. A blond man, so strikingly handsome he seemed almost otherworldly, stood with poise by the floor-to-ceiling window, cradling a glass of red wine as he looked down over the world beneath his feet. Behind him, a holographic projection flickered to life. A subordinate, dressed in the same ceremonial robes, knelt on one knee, an anxious look on his face. Honored envoy, we have confirmed the Jiangxia base in the Dragon Nation has lost contact. All life signals from researcher Saming have ceased. The blond man addressed, as envoy swirled the crimson wine in his glass, showing no sign of surprise. In fact, a hint of amusement played on his lips. Oh, So it's been discovered, has it? His voice was gentle and magnetic, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Why, yes, the subordinate stammered. The base was destroyed by an individual with exceptionally high energy levels, forcefully and with sheer violence. According to our intelligence network, there is no such person in Jiangxia City, Dragon Nation. As expected, the envoy took a delicate sip of his wine. In his azure eyes, keen intellect mingled with the spark of madness. On that ancient land of the Dragon Nation, far too many unknown powers sleep beneath the surface. It's perfectly normal for one or two unexpected variables to appear. He turned and paced to the center of the great hall. With each step, strips of blue light lit up across the floor, finally converging into a gigantic holographic map covering the entire Dragon Nation. On that vast map, hundreds, thousands of red dots clustered close together, twinkling like a field of stars. Each point represented a secret underground base, just like the Jiangxia Lu families. We've hidden in the shadows for too long. It's time we stepped into the sunlight. The envoy spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the whole world. Since they've already lifted a corner of the tablecloth, there's no need for us to keep hiding. He gazed at the glowing constellation of red dots, his eyes blazing with fanaticism. His voice suddenly rose, resounding with power and authority. Relay my order. Declare all-out war on the Dragon Nation. A long-brewing war was finally about to begin. On the way back to the city from the Lu family manor, the mood inside the car was oppressive. Inside the black sedan, Su Yueshi sat silently in the passenger seat. She turned her head, watching as the streets outside blurred past. All the exhilaration of revenge had drained from her beautifully cold face, leaving behind only a hollow, indescribable sense of emptiness and confusion. Lin Fan drove in silence as well. He could sense the shift in the woman's mood beside him, but he didn't know how to offer comfort. His own heart felt just as heavy, weighed down like iron. The twisted, agonized faces of the children in that underground ice-cold chamber were burned into his memory like a brand. Even now, the chilling, despairing, inhuman atmosphere lingered, making his stomach revolt. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by sharp sirens, rising and falling as they grew nearer and nearer. Not just one. Multiple police cars in tight formation, alongside olive-drab military trucks, roared past them, breaking off and racing down different streets. The air on the road quickly shifted, tense and unpredictable. Pedestrians who had been strolling leisurely stopped in their tracks, staring in shocked bewilderment at the unprecedented spectacle. At the intersection, armed soldiers and police began setting up barricades and checking passing vehicles. In the blink of an eye, the whole of Jiangxia City seemed to slip into a state of wartime alert. Looks like Qin Shan moved faster than I thought, Lin Fan said, gripping the wheel, his voice calm but distant. Su Yueshi finally snapped back to herself. She looked out the window at the unfolding scene. What happened? It's the Shunqi organization, Lin Fan explained succinctly. They used the Lu family as a base, kidnapping children in Jiangxia City with supernatural talents for human experiments. I destroyed their headquarters. Now, they're desperate and likely to lash out. Su Yueshi's body stiffened instantly. Those monsters, she spat through clenched teeth. Lin Fan didn't elaborate further. He slammed on the gas, accelerating. An uneasy premonition, sudden and insistent, welled up from deep inside him. The Shunqi organization had been bold enough to establish hundreds of bases within Longwu's borders. Naturally, their methods were ruthless and carried no bounds. By destroying one of their major strongholds, he knew it was inevitable they'd retaliate with fury. The car weaved through traffic, racing home at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, at Lin Fan's family villa, Xiaoya, come drink this bowl of pork rib soup. Grandma spent the whole afternoon making it just for you. A doting grandmother, her face beaming with loving affection, carried out a steaming bowl of sweet soup from the kitchen. 14-year-old Lin Yu was sitting on the sofa, absorbed in a hefty book. The young girl had blossomed into a graceful beauty, brimming with gentle promise. She set her book aside and obediently took the bowl offered to her. Thank you, Grandma, she said sweetly. Just then, a thunderous crash shattered the quiet as the mansion's front door was brutally kicked open from the outside. Grandma screamed, startled by the sudden chaos. The bowl slipped from her trembling hands and smashed to pieces on the floor. For men dressed in black, their faces hidden behind tactical masks that revealed nothing but cold, hard eyes, filed in one after another. There was something chilling and sinister about them, an aura utterly different from the martial artists of the Lu family. Target confirmed. Lin Yu, rasped the man in front, his gaze locking onto Lin Yu, whose face had gone completely pale as she sat frozen on the sofa. Although terrified, Lin Yu instinctively pulled her grandmother behind her for protection. Who are you? What do you want? She demanded, her voice trembling but loud, mustering every ounce of courage she had. Come with us, little girl. Another man stepped forward, a twisted grin curling on his lips. Your talent shouldn't be wasted in a place like this. You should dedicate yourself to a far greater cause. Xiaoya, run. Quick, go out the back door. Grandma snapped into action. She didn't know who these men were, but she could tell they'd come for her granddaughter. Stretching out her thin arms, she used her frail body as a shield in front of Linyu and shouted at the men, Don't you dare hurt my granddaughter. You bandits. Thugs. Get out of the way, old woman. A flicker of impatience appeared on the leader's face. With a casual wave of his hand, a formless force sent Grandma hurtling aside. Grandma! Linyu shrieked, her voice ragged with terror. Grandma's body struck the wall with a dull, heavy sound before she slid to the floor, instantly losing consciousness. As Linyu stared at her grandmother, lying in a pool of blood, her fate uncertain, it felt as if her whole world shattered in that instant. From the depths of her soul, a terrifying power exploded within her, impossible to put into words. A surge of invisible, imperceptible energy erupted from Linyu's body, sweeping through the entire villa in an instant. Everything in the living room, the sofa, coffee table, television, books, shards of broken porcelain, defied gravity and slowly floated up into the air. The four men from a Shinki organization, moving in for the capture, had the smirks wiped right off their faces. They felt an unstoppable force clutching their bodies, lifting them off the ground, no matter how desperately they struggled. What's happening? It's her. It's that little girl. Her powers have awakened. What level of power is this? I can't move my body at all. The four of them struggled in midair, terror etched on their faces, only to realize that it felt as if they'd been sealed in concrete, unable to move even a single finger. Linyu stood at the center of the chaos and debris, surrounded by floating objects. Her eyes were vacant, and tears streamed endlessly down her cheeks. She had no idea what exactly had happened. All she knew was that her grandmother had been hurt by these people. A fierce anger and deep sorrow surged within her. She was going to make them pay for what they'd done. At the very instant that thought flashed through her mind, the bodies of the four Shinshi members began to emit a chilling, bone-crunching sound, as if their skeletons were being crushed. A thunderous crash resounded. Lin Fan appeared at the doorway as if he'd teleported there. He took in the scene before him in a heartbeat. The suspended objects drifting in the air, the four black-clad assailants writhing in agony, his tear-streaked, anguished little sister standing at the center of the storm. And in the corner, their grandmother slumped unconscious against the wall. A wave of searing fury surged to the top of his head, threatening to overwhelm him. Xiaoya! With a roar, Lin Fan left only a blur in his original spot and, in a flash, rushed to Lin Yu's side. He ignored the four scum being twisted and crushed by invisible might in midair. Instead, he immediately pulled his younger sister, still radiating waves of terrifying power, into a tight embrace. Brother. Lin Yu's whole body was trembling. The moment Lin Fan held her close, the raging psychic storm she'd unleashed seemed to find its outlet and began to slowly subside. The furniture and debris hovering in the air came crashing down, landing all around them with a clatter. The four Shinshi members hit the ground heavily, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with the terror of having narrowly escaped death as they stared at Lin Yu. Brother, I didn't mean to. I didn't know what was happening. Grandma. I know, Xiaoya. It's all right. I'm here. Everything's going to be okay. Lin Fan gently patted her back, his voice softer and more tender than ever before as he tried to comfort her. Meanwhile, with his other hand, he quietly lifted it, grasping at the air in the direction of the four Shinshi members who just struggled to their feet and looked ready to attack once more. A sharp crack sliced through the air, for crisp snaps echoed almost simultaneously as each of their necks broke. The expressions on those four traitors' faces froze instantly, and their bodies slumped bonelessly to the ground, never to move again. For those who dared invade his home and harm his family, Lin Fan had no words for them, not even the patience for a single insult. Cradling his still sobbing sister in his arms, he strode swiftly to the corner, knelt down, and checked the breath of their grandmother. Thankfully, she'd only been knocked unconscious. Her life wasn't in danger. Lin Fan immediately called upon the system in exchange for Sinzabine. Exchange successful. Sinzabine times 1 obtained. 500 points consumed, 900 points remaining. He placed the Sinzabine in his grandmother's mouth, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to do something else, a rush of hurried footsteps sounded outside the villa. Qinlan burst in with a squad of heavily armed agents. The moment she saw the chaos in the room and the four eerily lifeless bodies in the corner, she visibly froze mid-step. Lin Fan. Her tension eased just a little when she spotted Lin Fan, holding his sister and standing guard by their grandmother. "You're late," Lin Fan said. Lan didn't seem to mind his tone. Instead, her attention was quickly drawn to a device in one agent's hands. The high-energy detection instrument was shrieking with an ear-splitting alarm, its needle swinging madly into the red zone. And the probe was aimed directly at Lin Yu, cradled in Lin Fan's arms. This is, a young agent stared at the instrument's readout, his voice trembling. "Chief, the ability index has gone off the charts. Preliminary assessment. SS level. It's an SS level psychic ability. Throughout the entire file system of the Dragon Shield Bureau, there wasn't a single named SS level ability user. Such a person had only ever existed in theory." Lan also stood rooted to the spot. She gazed at the timid, shivering girl in Lin Fan's arms, looking meek and harmless, and for a moment found herself utterly at a loss for words. Lin Fan's tone was icy as he issued a clear order. "That's enough. There's nothing more for you to do here. I need to comfort my family now." Lan gave Lin Fan a deep look, then glanced at Lin Yu. In the end, she nodded. Gesturing to her team, she swiftly processed the bodies on the scene and then led her people out of the villa. She understood. Now wasn't the time for questioning. The villa soon fell into a hush. Lin Fan gently carried his grandmother to the sofa, then sat next to Lin Yu. He took out a tissue, softly wiping the tears from her face. "Brother, am I a monster?" Lin Yu hung her head, not daring to look at Lin Fan, her voice trembling with fear and uncertainty. That sensation, everything floating around her, life and death at the whim of her thoughts, was simply too frightening for a 14-year-old girl to bear. "Silly girl, what are you saying?" Lin Fan ruffled her hair fondly, just like when they were little. "How could you be a monster? This is a gift, a talent heaven bestowed upon you." Looking into his sister's anxious and uneasy eyes, he spoke with deep sincerity. "Power itself isn't right or wrong. What matters is who wields it and how. You can use it to protect those you care about, Grandma and me." "Protect you?" Lin Yu looked up. "That's right." Lin Fan grinned, showing off his dazzling white teeth and reverting to his familiar, slightly mischievous demeanor. "From now on, your big brother's counting on you to have his back." Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a laugh, delicate and clear. Though tears still clung to the corners of her eyes, much of the fear in her heart had faded away. Seeing that his sister had finally calmed down, Lin Fan truly felt at ease. Just then, as if on cue, that cold, mechanical voice sounded in his mind. "Detected. Host is facing a critical decision. Activating the divine choice system. Given your sister Lin Yu's unprecedented gifted powers, how will you guide her future path? Choice A. Time waits for no one. Immediately begins systematic training in her abilities, helping her quickly master and adapt to her powers, turning her into your greatest ally in the chaos to come. Reward. Divine grade ability technique. Energy guidance art. Choice B. Great power often invites misfortune. To protect your sister from being targeted by various factions, temporarily seal her abilities with special means, allowing her to live peacefully and happily as an ordinary girl through her youth. Reward. Dragon Ball Series, Special Facility Gravity Training Room. Adjustable from 1 to 100 times gravity, enhances physical training. Choice C. Let things take their natural course. Premature interference may stifle her limitless potential. Let her grow up naturally, living a normal life under your secret protection, patiently awaiting her true blossoming. Reward. Fantasy Series, Special Item, Primordial Dragon Egg, immense potential, requires the host's effort and resources to hatch. 3 choices. 3 completely different futures. Lin Fan's brow furrowed into a deep frown. He turned on the living room TV. The news channel was broadcasting an urgent breaking news report. According to the latest updates, starting at 3 p.m. today, many first-tier cities, Jingzhou, Modu, Yangsheng, and others, have experienced multiple supernatural public safety incidents linked to unidentified foreign individuals. In this footage, you can see the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower in Modu. Its top was sliced clean off by some unknown force. The screen showed chaotic streets, panicked crowds, and shattered buildings. Everything a chilling sign that war had already begun. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Qin Shan. "Mr. Lin." On the other end, Qin Shan's voice was graver and more exhausted than ever before. "I saw the news," Lin Fan responded, his tone equally heavy. "This is just the beginning," Qin Shan spoke in a low, tense voice. "Moments ago, we received a top-level classified order from headquarters. It's been confirmed the Divine Awakening organization is backed by official American forces. They're far more than a simple terrorist group." Qin Shan enunciated each word with gravity. "This is a war, long planned, directed at our entire dragon kingdom. Lin Fan hung up the phone. Va. In times of peace in the Dragon Kingdom, this word sounded so distant, so alien. But now it had struck, sudden and unannounced. Shinshi, that deranged organization, cared nothing for ordinary lives. They had chosen this extreme show of force to challenge the entire Dragon Kingdom, flaunting their power and sowing the greatest terror they could. Lin Fan turned away from the TV, his gaze settling on his sister's face, still stained with tears, pale and fragile. Lin Yu was curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees tightly, her eyes vacant. Clearly, she had not yet recovered from the terror and the chaos of losing control over her powers. 3 choices hovered quietly in Lin Fan's mind. Each one represented a completely different path, a future that would diverge wildly, depending on his decision. Lin Fan's brow furrowed, taut with worry. At last, his gaze fell on option C. Follow the way of nature, let things unfold in their own time. Do not interfere by force, nor suppress completely. Let her gradually discover and adapt to her abilities in the course of normal life. Just as a body grows and matures, it should be a process that happens naturally. As for himself, he would silently remove every obstacle in her way, so that like a flower, she could bloom freely in a safe and warm environment. For now, this seemed like the most balanced choice. As for the reward, Primordial Dragon Egg? Such an impressive name, even though he had no idea what it might do. Something out of Xuanhuan's story surely hid immense potential. It wouldn't be anything ordinary. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his mind made up. He went to Lin Yu, sat beside her, and gently ruffled her hair. Xiao Yu, don't be afraid. Brother. Lin Yu looked up at him, her eyes reddening again. From now on, no one will ever be able to harm you, or Grandma. Again, Lin Fan said, each word weighed and steady. You don't need to fear the power you've awakened. You don't need to force yourself to change. Just live happily, as you always have. For everything else, leave it to your brother. With that, he spoke silently in his heart. System, I choose option C. Choice confirmed. Reward is being delivered. Congratulations, host. You have received the Xuanhuan class special item. Primordial Dragon Egg ×1. ***. The moment the message sounded in his mind, a large, pale blue-green egg, about the size of an ostrich egg, materialized in Lin Fan's hand, its surface gleaming with an ancient, mysterious web of golden veins. As soon as the egg appeared, it began to emit a gentle, warm, and peaceful aura, instantly dispelling the lingering smell of blood and chill in the living room. Wow! Lin Yu's gaze was immediately captivated by this beautiful egg. She instinctively reached out her hand and, ever so carefully, touched the eggshell. The moment her fingertip made contact with the dragon egg, the golden patterns on the shell seemed to come alive, suddenly lighting up with a soft glow. The light flowed along her fingertip and spread all the way up her arm. A surge of warmth and closeness radiated from the egg, instantly soothing all her fear and uneasiness. Brother, I think it really likes me. For the first time in a long while, Lin Yu's face broke into a genuine smile, one that shone like sunlight after rain, even as tear stains lingered on her cheeks. She cradled the dragon egg gently in her arms, holding it as if it were a priceless treasure. Nestled in her embrace, the dragon egg gave a small, gentle tremble, and its glow softened even further. Seeing this, Lin Fan finally let out a long breath of relief. He knew now he had made the right decision. Compared to a cold, impersonal god-tier cultivation manual, or an invisible seal, this dragon egg, which could bring her warmth and solace, was exactly what she needed at this moment. Just then, a faint groan came from the sofa. Grandma slowly woke up. Grandma! Lin Fan and Lin Yu called out in delight at the same time. What happened to me? Grandma shook her head, confusion in her eyes, as she sat up. I think I just heard a loud noise, and then Mid-sentence, she suddenly froze. She pushed herself up from the sofa and, almost without realizing, stretched her back a little. My old back isn't aching anymore. She took a couple more steps, even lifting her leg to test it. And these old, cold legs don't feel sore either. Her face was filled with disbelief. Her whole body felt lighter, as if she had shed years off her age. A lifetime of stubborn aches and ailments, the things that had plagued her for years, had all vanished without a trace while she slept. What she didn't know was that a single Senza bean from the world of Dragon Ball could work miracles far beyond any medicine or elixir. Looking at Grandma's astonished face, Lin Fan finally felt all the tension inside him melt away. Home was safe. His family was well. That was more than enough. Yet it was this hard-won sense of warmth that made the fury blazing in his heart against the divine revelation organization burn even fiercer. Those bastards, they had come so close to destroying everything. They hadn't just sown panic across the country, but had even reached their evil claws right into his home. At the very moment his anger was about to erupt, the chilly, mechanical voice of the system thundered in his mind once again, detected a powerful desire for revenge from the host. Id quest triggered. Faced with the full-scale provocation from the Divine Revelation organization as the chosen one, you make your choice. Option 1. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. Take the initiative and hunt down every member of the Divine Revelation organization you can find within the borders of the Dragon Nation. Make them pay for their blood debts in kind. Roa, fantasitière cultivation technique lunar grand circulation. Option 2. Focus on the bigger picture and unite your strength. Respond to the call of the Dragon Shield Bureau, follow unified commands, and join forces with the official authorities. Reward. Your current combat power will receive a permanent 20% boost. Option 3. Capture the ringleader and root out the problem. Find a way to locate the headquarters of the Divine Revelation organization in the Dragon Nation, strike directly, and unleash your ultimate turtle wave energy, erasing them from the map. Reward. Dragon Ball tier ultimate skill, Chi Essence Slash. Lin Fan's breath caught for a moment. 3 choices, each overflowing with deadly allure. Option 2. A permanent 20% increase in combat power. That was practically a gift from the heavens. What did a 20% boost mean? It would be a qualitative leap in strength. Plus, collaborating with the Dragon Shield Bureau meant tapping into official intelligence networks and resources, making every move much easier. Option 3. Chi Essence Slash. Lin Fan's heart couldn't help but pound wildly. This was Krillin's signature finishing move, a bug-level skill sharp enough to cut through anything. Combat strength, defense, none of that mattered. If even the edge of this attack grazed you, it was curtains. This was the ultimate skill for taking down foes far above your level, a trump card for playing the underdog to perfection. So tempting, unbearably tempting. Any of these choices would dramatically enhance his abilities, making him more than ready to face the chaos ahead. But Lin Fan's thoughts took a turn down a path few could imagine. He remembered those 4 wretched members of the Divine Revelation organization whose necks he'd just snapped. Congratulations, host. By eliminating 4 pieces of scum, you've rid the people of a menace. Reward, 200 points. 1 grunt, 50 points. Back in the underground base, defeating Buck, the small-time leader who'd pumped himself full of drugs, boosting his strength, had netted him 200 points. Taking down the entire base had rewarded him 1,000 points. A pattern was emerging, growing sharper in his mind. It seemed the system was encouraging him to take out the trash. These degenerates, dangerous to society and the nation, were all considered monsters by the system and could be exchanged for points. And what could points do? Points could be redeemed for anything in the shop. Senza beans, essence cleansing pills, maybe even, one day, ultimate techniques like autonomous ultra instinct or super scion forms. Suddenly, everything became crystal clear for Lin Fan. Option 2, boosting combat power by 20%, looks tempting, but it's a one-time deal. Once you've claimed the reward, that's it. On top of that, you have to follow the orders of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Those people are all about rules and bureaucracy. Lin Fan could hardly stand that kind of suffocating environment. Option 3, going straight for the main headquarters and earning a Chi Yuan Slash as a reward, sounded explosively satisfying. But there was one glaring problem. Where on earth was the headquarters? He was completely clueless, not to mention, if he did manage to find it, what if there was a terrifying boss with power levels in the tens of thousands waiting inside? Charging in with his Kamehameha would be less of an attack and more like a gentle massage. That left only one real choice. Although the Tainjo Tian technique wasn't something he could use himself, Tsuyoshi certainly could. Even more importantly, this option centered on one thing: hunting. Hunting down every last member of the Divine Revelation organization. These madmen had established hundreds, maybe even thousands, of bases within the Dragon Nation. How many people would that add up to? Thousands? Tens of thousands? This was no ordinary terrorist organization. This was a walking ATM that fate had delivered right to his doorstep. It was a moving treasure trove of points. A grunt was worth 50 points, a small boss netted 200, and taking out a whole base brought in 1,000. If you wiped them all out, how many points would that be? 100,000? A million? By then, forget just 1 Chi Yuan Slash. He'd be able to empty out the entire Dragon Ball Mall. Understanding this, every ounce of anger and weight on Lin Fan's heart transformed into an unprecedented surge of burning determination. System, I choose option 1. Selection confirmed. Reward being dispensed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the fantasy class technique, Tainjo Tian technique. An ancient-looking manual, seemingly woven from the moon's own light, appeared within his system space. Lin Fan didn't check it right away. Instead, he opened the system store. Currently, he had the 900 points left over from before, plus the 200 he'd just earned by defeating those small fry, a total of 1,100 points. If he was going out to farm points, he had to make sure everything at home was well protected. AI Smart Butler Basic version provides round-the-clock monitoring of home security, integrated management for utilities, online intrusion defense, suspicious person identification, and automatic emergency alerts. Price, 100 points. Redeem. Redemption, successful. 100 points deducted, 1,000 points remaining. AI Smart Butler Friday is now bound to the Villa system. Host may control it via thought or voice commands. Friday, activate maximum security mode. If anyone except me, Lin Yu, Su Yueshi, or Grandma tries to enter the villa without authorization, notify me immediately. Command confirmed. Maximum security mode activated. With everything taken care of, Lin Fan finally felt at ease. He turned around and saw Su Yueshi gently helping her newly recovered grandmother to settle onto the sofa, speaking soft words of comfort. Lin Fan walked over, took out the manual for tying heavenly circulation technique, and handed it directly to Su Yueshi. This is for you. Su Yueshi was taken aback for a moment. As she looked at the manual in Lin Fan's hand, bathed in a faint, ethereal glow, it was clear at a glance that this was no ordinary book. She struggled to process what was happening. What is this? A cultivation method, Lin Fan answered simply and directly. Your Xianyu sex techniques lean toward the yin and gentle path, don't they? This will suit you well. Still unconvinced, Su Yueshi accepted the manual with uncertainty. The instant her fingers touched the cover, a refreshing yet immense stream of information surged into her mind. To draw upon the essence of the lunar force, to refine the soul's core, to circulate the celestial energies, to shine together with the moon. Just these opening lines of the prologue struck her like a bolt of lightning, leaving her paralyzed on the spot. Profound. Utterly and marvelously profound. Compared to this tying heavenly circulation technique, the heart technique of her Xianyu sect was no more than basic arithmetic next to advanced calculus. No, one couldn't even compare the two. This was no mere technique. This was the way itself, a path straight toward the source of heaven and earth. Her own internal energy had started circulating spontaneously, following the sutras unfolding in her mind, in a manner that was far more efficient and pure, even though she had made no conscious effort to activate it. Su Yueshi's mind reeled from shock. She looked up at Lin Fan, staring at him as if he were some enigmatic being. First, there had been the miraculous being that healed her shattered meridians. Now he casually presented her with a divine-level skill, as if he was simply handing out cabbages on the street. Ew. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Cultivate well, Lin Fan said, patting her shoulder with a broad, reassuring grin. From now on, this family will be counting on you to watch over us. With that, he turned and headed for the door. Brother, where are you going? Lin Yu asked, clutching the dragon egg to her chest, her voice filled with worry. Just stepping out for a bit. Lin Fan glanced back, a carefree smile lighting up his face. Time to earn a little extra on the side. In the next moment, his figure became a streak of golden light, soaring high into the air and merging instantly with the dazzling city lights of Jiangxia below. Hovering several hundred meters above, gazing down at the brilliant cityscape beneath his feet, Lin Fan's heart was cold as ice. His mission was clear, to root out these evils, leaving not a trace behind. Suspended in the night sky, Lin Fan pulled out his phone and dialed Qin Shan directly. Mr. Lin. Qin Shan's voice came through tinged with exhaustion and gravity. The hum of voices and ringing phones in the background made it clear he was now deep within a hectic command center. I need a list. Lin Fan got straight to the point, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. Send me all known and suspected God's Awakening Organization bases in Jiangxia City. There was a clear moment of stunned silence on the other end of the line from Qin Shan. He had expected Lin Fan might contact him, perhaps to ask about the progress of the case, maybe to request some assistance. But he never imagined Lin Fan would open the conversation by announcing his intent to carry out a one-man assassination mission. Mr. Lin, are you saying you want to? I'm going to kill them all. Lin Fan's tone remained chillingly calm. Qin Shan drew in a sharp breath. He knew Lin Fan was powerful, absurdly so, but the God's Awakening Organization was no pushover either. Their declaration of all-out war meant they had plenty of cards up their sleeves and the strength to back it up. Mr. Lin, please calm down. This is no trivial matter. Headquarters has already assigned the highest-level command team to take charge. We can't act on our own. I understand your anger, but I don't have time for your meetings. I'm not interested in unified command, Lin Fan interrupted him bluntly. You can have all the credit. Qin Shan fell silent. In his mind, two voices were waging a furious battle. What mattered more was that he had personally witnessed Lin Fan's strength. It was absolute, overpowering, the kind of violence that crushed any opposition. Perhaps only Lin Fan could throttle the Gods Awakening Organization's rampage in Jiangxia City in the fastest, most direct way. Fine. The word squeezed out between Qin Shan's teeth. His voice dropped to a bare whisper. Publicly, we'll say it was our special ops unit that carried out the mission. You must erase all traces of yourself. Stay out of public sight. Agreed. Lin Fan accepted without a second thought. Deal. Qin Shan finally exhaled, relief in his voice. I'll send you the details for the first target right away. Remember, be cautious. Many of their members have awakened strange and dangerous abilities. Understood. Lin Fan ended the call. In less than 3 seconds, his phone chimed softly. The encrypted file had arrived. Target 1. Abandoned chemical plant, south of the city. Note, suspected Gods Awakening Organization drug, transfer, and storage base. A cold, predatory smile curved the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. His figure flashed. He sped toward the southern part of the city. South City, abandoned chemical plant. Once, this place had been the leading chemical enterprise in Jiangxia City, but after being shut down for pollution, it had languished in decay for over a decade. Now, in the deepest underground warehouse of the factory, every light blazed. A dozen or so guards, dressed in black tactical gear and armed to the teeth, patrolled the area, their vigilance sharp as a blade. In the center of the warehouse, a middle-aged man dressed in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, looking every bit the scholarly type, held a report in his hands, dutifully briefing a burly bald man. Master Bong, the latest batch of serum has arrived. It can be distributed to all operations teams in the city at any time. The bald man, Bong, bore a menacing scorpion tattoo on his neck. He nodded, a cruel smile creeping across his face. Excellent. The Holy Envoy has given the order. We are to stir up the greatest commotion possible in the Dragon Nation. Tonight, we'll make Jiangxia a city that never sleeps. At that very moment, a thunderous explosion rocked the warehouse as the alloy door, a full 20 centimeters thick, was smashed open with brute force. We're under attack. Who goes there? The warehouse guards reacted instantly, raising their custom-designed rifles and aiming them at the swirling cloud of smoke at the entrance. As the haze cleared, Lin Fan stepped calmly into view. Good evening, you scum from the Divine Revelation Organization. He rolled his wrist casually, a pleasant smile on his face. Open fire. Basong's expression darkened as he barked out the command. A barrage of gunfire erupted instantly, the muzzles blazing. These were no ordinary bullets. They were specialized armor-piercing rounds, designed specifically to deal with martial artists and those with supernatural powers. Yet, these bullets that could easily tear through steel came to an abrupt halt, suspended in midair a mere half-meter from Lin Fan, as if slamming into an invisible wall. The next moment, they fell harmlessly to the ground with a chorus of dull metallic clinks. Everyone froze in disbelief. What kind of power was this? Done already? Lin Fan tilted his head slightly. Then I suppose it's my turn. He hadn't even finished speaking before his figure vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, he appeared before the leftmost guard. The guard had no chance to react. With a swift, clean motion, Lin Fan's hand struck out, slicing across the man's throat like a knife. Congratulations, host, on eliminating a societal drag and upholding justice. Award, 50 points. The system notification sounded cold and mechanical, yet to Lin Fan, it was the sweetest music. Now, a phantom of death weaving through the crowd, Lin Fan moved with lethal grace. Using no fancy techniques, just the simplest, most direct punches, kicks, elbows, and knees. Every strike was punctuated by the sickening crack of bones breaking, and another life snuffed out. Plus 50 points. Plus 50 points. Plus 50 points. Plus 50 points. In less than 10 seconds, the 5 guards stationed on the outer perimeter all lay dead upon the ground. The remaining guards, along with the researcher in the white coat, recoiled in terror, their faces drained of color as they stumbled backwards in a panic. Stop him! Stop him now! Bong, too, was stunned by Lin Fan's utterly overwhelming way of killing. With a savage roar, more beast than man, Basong's body began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye. His muscles coiled and bulged, while eerie black patterns crawled across his skin. His fighting strength soared in an instant. D. Bong stamped down, shattering the ground underfoot, and charged at Lin Fan like a human tank. Lin Fan didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, his eyes locked on the lab coat-wearing researcher, making a desperate bid to escape. He flicked his finger. A piercing wave sliced through the air, instantly boring a hole through the researcher's back. Plus 200 points. As expected, the ones at the boss level are worth more points. Lin Fan nodded in quiet satisfaction. Then, and only then, did he turn back to face Bong, who was barreling straight at him. Lin Fan slowly raised his right hand, spread his fingers, and with an almost casual ease, pressed his palm against Ba Song's giant, boulder-like fist. A shock wave exploded outward, rippling through the warehouse from the point where they met. Ba Song's all-out strike, powerful enough to punch through armor, collided with that seemingly unremarkable hand, only to be stopped dead in its tracks, unable to advance a single inch. This can't be. Ba Song's eyes bulged wide with disbelief as terror warped his face. Lin Fan's fingers tightened. Bones crunched with a sickening crack. Ba Song's massive fist shattered, crushed to splinters by the force of Lin Fan's grip. Before Bong could even scream in pain, Lin Fan drove his foot into the man's abdomen. Ba Song's enormous body was sent flying backwards, smashing into the wall with bone-jarring force. Stepping forward with ghostly speed, Lin Fan appeared in front of him, driving a brutal knee strike straight into Ba Song's jaw. Plus 200 points. Suddenly, silence took hold, thick and absolute, throughout the warehouse. Finishing the fight, Lin Fan clapped the dust from his hands and let his gaze wander over the crates filled with blue vials, his eyes clouding with obvious disgust. He reached out, drawing a faint current of energy to spiral at his fingertips. With the lightest of touches, he pressed that shimmer of energy against one of the crates before turning away, not once looking back as he strode out of the warehouse. 100 meters beyond the threshold, a thunderous explosion tore through the night, obliterating the entire abandoned chemical plant in a fiery cataclysm. Successfully destroyed the Genesis organization's base of operations, Southern City Chemical Plant, dealing a major blow to the enemy. Reward, 1,000 points. Night winds howled past as Lin Fan hovered in midair, the overwhelming power surging through his body and mingling with the steady rise of bonus points in his system space. His heart thundered with excitement. His phone buzzed again. It was Chin Shan, sending information on the second target. Target 2, Nightfall Private Club. Coordinates, 77, Liberation Road, City Center. Note, the Jiangxia contact point and intelligence hub of the Xunqi organization. Defense level, high. There may be an A-class psychic station inside. Proceed with utmost caution. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the city center, where neon lights glittered the brightest. Once again, his figure melted quietly into the night. Half an hour later, when Lin Fan approached the villa area again, a massive fire in the southern part of the city and a deafening explosion echoing from the club's basement downtown had thrown all the official forces of Jiangxia into chaos and frantic activity. As for the mastermind behind all this, he landed silently, without a hint of trouble. He opened the system panel. Host, Lin Fan. Combat power, 3,600. Skills, piercing energy wave, turtle school Kamehameha, martial arts mastery, chi sense flight technique. Points, 3,650. Seeing his points balance, Lin Fan felt elated. In a single night, he'd soared from 1,000 points to 3,650. 2,650 points earned in one go. By the time Lin Fan returned to the villa, the sky was already paling at the horizon. Lightly, he tiptoed back into his room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he immediately opened the system store. 3,650 points. His eyes started scanning swiftly through the dazzling array of merchandise. There were no shortage of great treasures, but every price tag was outrageously steep. But at last, Lin Fan's gaze locked onto a very special building. What he'd been longing for. It was the reward for Option B back when he'd chosen his sister's future path. Dragon Ball Series, Special Building, Gravity Training Room, Adjustable 1-100x Gravity, aids in physical cultivation, 3,000 points. 3,000 points. Lin Fan's mouth twitched with frustration. This system, honestly, what a cheat. It had dangled this as a free reward choice earlier, yet here it was in the store now, openly priced at 3,000. That would almost wipe out all the points he'd just spent a night working for. But he really didn't need it. How did scions from Dragon Ball grow strong? Other than their miraculous recovery from the brink of death, the most important factor was hyper-intense training. And their gravity chamber was the very heart of the Z fighter's early training. His own body, reworked by the system, was essentially that of a scion now. If he wanted to power up fast, he needed to put in the work. Here on Earth, under regular gravity, his training efficiency was already hitting a bottleneck. Only a gravity chamber could truly push his body's potential to the limit. Screw it, I'm buying. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. If you're not willing to risk your assets, you'll never catch the big prize. If you're not willing to spend points, you'll never become strong. System: exchange for the gravity training room. Exchange successful. 3,000 points have been spent. 650 points remaining. Host: please select a location to install the gravity training room. Immediately, a three-dimensional blueprint of the villa appeared in Lin Fan's mind. The basement was spacious enough, and, just as important, it was well hidden. I'll put in the basement. Gravity training room is being installed. Installation complete. With a single thought, Lin Fan vanished from his room. In the next instant, he materialized in the basement. Where it had once been empty, the center of the basement now featured an imposing, futuristic white sphere. The entire structure gleamed like a mirror, crafted from some unknown alloy. Only a small hatch marked the otherwise featureless surface. This was exactly the same as Vegetas. Lin Fan rubbed his hands together in excitement, barely able to wait before stepping inside to try it out. Just then, a faint noise drifted down from upstairs. He stilled his breath and slipped silently back to the living room on the first floor. There, Tsuyueshi was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, eyes closed in meditation, her figure bathed in a cool, silvery glow that shimmered around her like moonlight. She was cultivating. The grand lunar circulation technique truly lived up to its reputation as a divine-level art. After just one night, the aura she exuded was several times stronger than before. The energy within her surged ceaselessly, with subtle signs that she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Lin Fan's gaze couldn't help but drift to her legs and feet, exposed beneath the loose hem of her robe as she sat. Her calves were long and toned. Under the morning light, her skin dazzled with an almost luminous whiteness. Her feet were the very image of perfection, delicate, with slender ankles, gracefully arched insteps, and 10 round, pinkish toes that spoke of health and beauty. Lin Fan swallowed hard, caught off guard by the sight. How was anyone supposed to resist this? He hadn't expected such an alluring scene hidden beneath a simple robe. He quickly tore his eyes away, but internally he was grumbling in exasperation. If I accidentally sneeze and somehow end up with one of those feet in my mouth, wouldn't that be entirely justifiable? When will I finally win this girl's heart? As he was lost in these wild thoughts, Tsuyueshi's aura suddenly surged. A wave of energy, several times stronger than before, rippled out from within her. Boom! The very air around her seemed to crackle with a sharp, explosive pop. 9th layer of the chi refinement stage. Tsuyueshi's eyes fluttered open, a flash of brilliance lighting up her beautiful gaze. She could feel the surging force coursing through her, as powerful as a mighty river. Her face was the picture of astonishment and pure joy. In a single night, she had broken through 3 levels, from the 6th all the way to the 9th layer of chi refinement. Only a final step remained before foundation establishment. This grand lunar circulation technique was simply miraculous. She turned her head, catching sight of Lin Fan not far away, watching her with a strange expression. When did you get back? Afin Blashkavifix. Just now, Lin Fan replied with a wide grin. Congratulations, Miss Sue. Looks like we'll be depending on you to keep this place safe from now on. Humph. Tsuyueshi gave a light snort and turned her head away, but the corners of her lips couldn't help but lift ever so slightly. The sensation of her strength soaring so swiftly let her rediscover the confidence she once had as the saintess of the Xianyu sect. All right, you keep working on consolidating your cultivation. I'm off for some training. Lin Fan waved a hand and turned, heading for the basement. Tsuyueshi watched his retreating back, parted her lips as if to speak, but in the end said nothing. Basement. Lin Fan stood before the gravity chamber's hatch, taking in a deep breath. Friday, open the hatch. With a soft hiss, the hatch slid open, revealing a stark, futuristic chamber agleam with technology. Lin Fan stepped inside, and the hatch sealed itself behind him. At the center stood a virtual control panel. Current gravity, 1x. Maximum adjustable, 100x. Let's start with a little appetizer. Lin Fan licked his lips and punched in a number on the panel. 30 times. Gravity adjusted to 30x. Host, please prepare. The system's chime had barely faded when a crushing force slammed down like an invisible mountain. His body staggered under the sudden weight, knees buckling. He almost collapsed right there. Every muscle, every bone in his body screamed in protest under the merciless burden. Breathing became a desperate struggle. His heart hammered in his chest, as if it would burst free any moment. Just standing was draining all his strength. Holy hell, this is intense. Gritting his teeth, Lin Fan mustered every ounce of willpower to withstand the terrifying pressure. Veins stood out on his forehead, and in an instant, sweat soaked through his clothes. Despite a combat power of 3,500, under 30 times gravity, he was left in such a sorry state. Yet the glint of excitement in his eyes only grew brighter. This was exactly what he craved. He began to attempt even the simplest of movements in this environment. Raising his hand, ordinarily effortless, now it felt like lifting a massive weight. He summoned his strength, and inch by painstaking inch, his arm rose. Then a punch. His fist cut slowly through the air, accompanied by a heavy whoosh. A second punch. A third. He began practicing the most basic routines. Every stance and every strike felt unimaginably difficult and ponderous. Sweat streamed down his body in rivulets, quickly pooling at his feet. Yet he could sense it clearly. Under this crushing trial, his body was undergoing subtle, miraculous changes. Muscle fibers continuously tore apart, only to be rebuilt with even greater tenacity and at a faster pace. The density of his bones kept increasing layer by layer. His blood surged ever faster, pouring renewed energy throughout his body. Detected. Host is undergoing ultra-high-intensity training. Physical potential activated. Combat power +1. Combat power +1. Combat power +2. The system's notifications echoed in his mind, over and over. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth twisted into a wild, triumphant grin. These 3,000 points, absolutely worth every single one. Time hurtled by, swallowed in endless cycles of monotony and pain. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Apart from eating and sleeping, almost every moment found Lin Fan immersed in the gravity chamber. His body adapted at a monstrous speed, growing stronger with every heartbeat. And with it, his combat power soared to dizzying new heights. 3,600, 4,000, 4,500, 5,500. Finally, on a certain afternoon, 1 week later, Lin Fan finished a flawless string of attacks under 30 times normal gravity. His breathing was steady, showing no sign of exhaustion. He brought up his system panel. Host, Lin Fan. Combat power, 5,500. Acquired skills, Dodon Ray, Kamehameha, martial mastery, key sense, flight technique. Points, 650. 5,500. In just a single week, his combat power had skyrocketed by more than 2,000 points. Feeling the torrent of strength within him, more than twice what it was before, Lin Fan couldn't stop himself from throwing his head back and unleashing a triumphant roar. A month later, Jiangxia City, outskirts. The last abandoned warehouse, marked in red. Lin Fan descended from the sky, landing so lightly he didn't even set foot inside. Hovering in midair, he slowly raised his right hand, palm facing down. Kamehameha. A column of blue energy, many times thicker than before, blasted forth from his palm with unstoppable force. When the light faded, all that remained on the ground was an enormous, mirror-smooth crater whose depths vanished into darkness. The entire warehouse, along with dozens of awakened operatives belonging to the Shinki organization, were erased from existence. Successfully destroyed Shinki organization base, Jiangxia East Suburb Warehouse. Enemy dealt a heavy blow. Reward, 1,000 points. Detected. Host has purged all Shinki organization forces within Jiangxia City within 1 month. Hidden achievement, City Cleaner, accomplished. Extra reward, 3,000 points. A cascade of system notifications sounded in Lin Fan's mind, but he didn't so much as raise an eyebrow. He was used to this by now. For a whole month, he pushed himself to the limit in the gravity chamber by day. By night, guided by the list provided by Qin Shan, he unleashed a relentless, bloody cleanup throughout every last corner of Jiangxia City. Jiangxia City is now the safest city in the entire nation. No exceptions. Lin Fan gently descended to the ground and opened his system panel. Host, Lin Fan. Combat power, 8,000. Skills, piercing wave, turtle school energy attack, mastery of martial arts, chi sense, aerial dance technique. Points, 22,150. Gazing at the balance of over 22,000 points and his soaring combat power of 8,000, Lin Fan felt a surge of exhilaration that was hard to put into words. This sensation of power expanding at lightning speed was more addictive than anything else in the world. Just then, the ringtone of his phone chimed, a tone reserved for Qin Shan's number. Mr. Lin. Qin Shan's voice brimmed with heartfelt respect and gratitude. Jiangxia City is now completely cleansed. On behalf of the Longshield Bureau and all its citizens, I want to thank you. For the past month, life for Qin Shan and his colleagues at the Longshield Bureau had been nothing short of a dream. Every day, their work basically consisted of cleaning up in Lin Fan's wake. The entire Shinshi organization in Jiangxia City had been uprooted, swept away without a trace. Yet in the eyes of the outside world, all the credit went to the Long Shield Bureau. Qin Shan and his department in Jiangxia were being praised to high heaven by headquarters. But Qin Shan knew the truth. They were just the ones tidying up after the battle. The one who had single-handedly swept the city clean of demons and monsters was none other than Mr. Lin, the mysterious hero on the other end of the call, always present, yet seldom seen. "There's no need for formalities," Lin Fan replied coolly. "What's the situation like in the rest of the country?" At that, a note of heaviness crept into Qin Shan's tone. "It's not looking good. The Shinkai organization's assault was simply overwhelming. In the first week, with the exception of Jiangxia City, almost every other province suffered disastrous defeats and heavy casualties. But things have started to improve," Qin Shan continued. "Some hidden cultivation sects have emerged from seclusion." "Oh," Lin Fan's interest was piqued. "That's right," Qin Shan said, evident in his voice. "Legends like the Jade Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the Daizong Sword Sect of Mount Tai, the Chuanjin Temple on Zhongnan Mountain, and even the shamanic heirs from deep within Changbai Mountain. They've all sent disciples to assist the Long Shield Bureau and help us regain our footing across the country." Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully. This world's hidden strengths ran even deeper than he'd imagined. Yet that only made him more vigilant. For even these secluded sects to be stirred, Shinshi organization must have caused chaos grave enough to threaten the very foundation of the entire nation. "Understand. Let's stay in touch." After hanging up, Lin Fan's silhouette flickered, and he was back at his villa in an instant. The moment he stepped through the door, he immediately sensed an oppressive atmosphere lurking within. In the living room, Su Yueshi sat cross-legged on the carpet, her delicate brows knit tightly together, her lovely face full of stubborn unwillingness. The aura around her had already reached its peak. True qi surged and clashed turbulently within her body, yet still couldn't break through that invisible barrier. Failed again. Lin Fan walked over and sat down beside her. "Yeah." Su Yuexi opened her eyes, dropping her shoulders in discouragement. "I've been stuck at the very peak of the 9th level of qi refining for half a month. No matter how I circulate the lunar cycle art, I just can't condense my true essence to break through the bottleneck and step into foundation establishment." She felt like a bottle filled to the brim with water. The water had reached the very edge, but there just wasn't enough force to blow off the cap. That feeling was enough to drive her mad. Lin Fan looked at her, inspiration sparking in his mind. He pulled out his combat power scanner for a quick check. Tarjit, Sujuexi. Realm, 9th layer of Qi refining, peak. Combat power, 1500. 1500? Lin Fan immediately understood. It seemed, for the native cultivators of this world, a combat power of 1500 marked the absolute limit of the Qi refining stage. And the reason Su Yueshi couldn't break through wasn't because of any issue with her technique or talent. "It's not your fault," Lin Fan said. "The problem lies with this world itself." "What do you mean?" Su Yueshi was puzzled. "There just isn't enough spiritual energy. It's far too thin to support your transformation from qi to essence. What you really need is an environment brimming with concentrated spiritual energy, or a legendary treasure, bursting with power." In an instant, Su Yueshi understood. Of course, the world had changed. This was the era of the decline of the Tao. The annals of the Xinhua sect spoke of ancient times, when the world was saturated with spiritual energy, and building one's foundation was as easy as eating or drinking. Now, making it to the peak of qi refining was already an astonishing feat, a testament to the near-miraculous power of the lunar cycle art. To step further would be harder than reaching the heavens. Then what am I supposed to do? Su Yueshi's eyes dimmed. The hope she'd just rekindled doused again by a bucket of cold water. Seeing her crestfallen look, Lin Fan broke into a grin. "Don't worry. If there's one thing I have in abundance, it's treasures." As he spoke, he opened the system marketplace, scanning for a solution. Immortal pills? Spirit sanctums? With more than 22,000 points, he could afford to splurge. But just then, far away, in a secret base on an unknown island deep in the Pacific Ocean, "Your Excellency," a black-robed figure knelt on one knee, voice trembling. We've suffered heavy losses in our operations in Dragon Country. Those ancient sects have descended from their mountains. The beings we created with drugs and serums can't measure up to them. There's simply no contest." "Heavy losses?" The figure known as the Divine Envoy let out a soft chuckle, the sound ethereal and impossible to read. Neither joy nor anger could be discerned. "No, how could this possibly be called a heavy loss? All of that was merely an appetizer." The Divine Envoy slowly turned, pointing to the deepest section of the base, where where a gigantic incubation chamber made from reinforced glass stood. Inside, the chamber was filled with a green nutrient solution. A man, his entire body bristling with tubes and firmly restrained by countless mechanical arms, was suspended within. His physique was monstrously powerful, muscles twisting and bulging beneath his skin, veins protruding as though his body might burst apart at any moment. On his face, only endless agony and a grotesque ferocity remained. The divine envoy's voice now carried a hint of fanaticism. We harvested and stripped away the powers from dozens of A-rank espers. Then, from tens of thousands of ordinary people, we selected this one, the vessel endowed with extraordinary endurance and physical resilience. And now, the real show is only just beginning. With a snap of the fingers, the divine envoy activated the surrounding machinery. Dozens of mechanical arms whirred to life, with needles plunging simultaneously into the man's body. A blood-curdling scream tore from the man's throat, almost inhuman in its horror and agony. Dozens of serums of various colors, each representing the unique abilities of different A-rank espers, were forcibly injected into his veins. His entire body began to convulse violently, swelling with unnatural force. Flames would suddenly burst across his skin, only to freeze over with ice, sparks of electricity crackling one moment, then transforming into an armor of steel the next. The furious energies raged within him, each ability clashing, ripping apart his cells from the inside. Then, as if guided by some unseen hand, these wild powers began to twist together, fusing in a strange and sinister harmony, coexisting within his body. At last, a brand new, unimaginable, and terrifying form of energy was born. With a resounding explosion, the reinforced glass of the incubation chamber shattered. A monstrous being, over 3 meters tall, with dark red skin and a pair of wings unfurling from its back, stepped out from the wreckage. Simply by standing there, it unleashed an overwhelming aura of terror that swept through the entire base like a suffocating storm. Alarms shrieked from the scanners in the researchers' hands. Massive energy surge detected. Esper classification SS level. My God, it's SS level. The divine envoy regarded his creation, nodding in satisfaction. This was his true trump card. Those so-called outposts and members were nothing but decoys, lures to draw fire away, and mere fodder for gathering superpower samples. These mass-producible SS-level bioweapons. They were the army he intended to use to conquer the world. Divine envoy, its combat strength is already approaching your own, exclaimed the man cloaked in black, trembling with excitement. The divine envoy made no reply. With a gentle lift of his hand, he waved. Go now, my first masterpiece. Seeing the sudden dimming of Su Yueshi's beautiful eyes, Lin Fan felt a pang in his heart for reasons he couldn't explain. It's not a big deal. Lin Fan waved his hand nonchalantly, putting on the swagger of someone who had money to burn. So, the spiritual energy is thin around here, and let's just pile on the treasures. Whatever you're missing, I'll find a way to make up for it. As he spoke, he opened up the special system store interface, visible only to himself, right in front of Su Yueshi. The balance of over 22,000 points now gave him an unprecedented sense of confidence. Today, he'd let his lovely landlady see what real purchasing power looked like. Let's take a look, Lin Fan thought, quickly scanning the dazzling array of items in the store. Fantasy Series, Elixirs, Gathering Spirit Pill. Slightly increases training speed, lasts for 24 hours. Price, 200 points. Junk, not worth a second glance. Fantasy Series of Elixirs, Cleansing Marrow Pill. Purifies body and enhances cultivation potential. Price, 100 points. Not much help for Su Yueshi's current situation. Lin Fan typed Foundation Establishment into the search bar. Immediately, a flood of related products popped up. Fantasy Series Special Item. Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. Brewed from 100 kinds of spiritual herbs, helps cultivators break through the bottleneck to Foundation Establishment with a 30% success rate. Price, 1,000 points. 30%? That's way too low. If it failed, wouldn't this girl be crushed? Fantasy Series Special Structure. Basic Gathering Array Disc. Can set up a small area with 10 times denser spiritual energy. Price, 5,000 points. Not bad, but that's a long-term investment. The present situation needs a quick fix. Lin Fan kept scrolling, and finally, his gaze settled on a pill radiating a gentle, luminous glow. Fantasy Series Elixirs. Immaculate Foundation Establishment Pill. Made with Immaculate Lotus as the base and infused with the purest worldly energies. It cleanses true energy within the body, removes impurities and pill toxins, guaranteeing a 100% breakthrough to foundation establishment phase, while reshaping the cultivator's spiritual foundation and greatly increasing their potential. Price 2,000 points. A 100% success rate. And it even came with the special effect of reforging the spiritual foundation. This was it. Although 2,000 points made Lin Fan's heart ache a little, this was surely an investment in his own future happiness. System, exchange for the Immaculate Foundation Establishment Pill. Exchange successful. 2,000 points deducted. Remaining points, 20,150. With a single thought, a smooth, jade-like white porcelain bottle appeared in Lin Fan's palm. He handed the bottle to Su Yueshi, grinning widely. Here, take your medicine. Su Yueshi was still lost in her own disappointment, and his sudden words caught her completely off guard. She gazed at the white porcelain bottle in Lin Fan's hand, a fragrance so rich and potent that it seemed to saturate the air, making its way straight to her senses. Just by inhaling its aroma, the stagnant energy within her stirred ever so slightly, showing signs of movement for the first time. What is this? Su Yueshi's voice trembled. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, Eat it. I guarantee you'll soar immediately, breaking through on the spot. Su Yueshi was completely stunned. This is far too valuable. I can't. No more talk. Lin Fan cut her off, uncorked the bottle without hesitation, and tipped out a lustrous, crystal-clear pill, flickering with inner light, which he promptly popped into Su Yueshi's mouth before she could protest. Caught off guard, Su Yueshi felt the warm pill dissolve instantly, bursting forth into an immense, pure force that flooded into every fiber of her being. A thunderous sensation exploded in her mind. The energy within her erupted out of control. The medicinal power was like an invincible general leading her own internal army, sweeping through with overwhelming might and crashing against the seemingly impenetrable barrier that had kept her at the threshold of advancement. Without delay, Su Yueshi sat down cross-legged and started circulating the technique of the Grand Lunar Celestial Circuit, guiding that fearsome surge of power to circulate along the prescribed channels of her body. With each cycle, her internal energy became purer, stronger, more substantial. That bottleneck, which had tormented her for more than half a month, began to shake uncontrollably under this irresistible force, letting out a desperate, pained groan. A sound like the breaking of chains resonated from deep within her very soul. The barrier was shattered. An aura several times stronger than before erupted from Su Yuexi, bursting forth in a surge of power. The very air within the villa grew thick and heavy under the influence of this energy. Vast torrents of internal force gathered wildly in her core, compressing and condensing, until at last, the very first drop of that liquid essence, true primal energy, formed. She had reached the foundation establishment stage. A mighty wave of mystical force swept outward from the villa, rippling invisibly across the entire city of Jiangxia. Slowly, Su Yueshi opened her eyes, feeling the torrent inside her, a primal energy surging like a mighty river, brimming with explosive power. Joy, uncontainable and immense, washed over her entire being. She had succeeded. Not only had she broken through to a new realm, but her body and soul felt completely renewed, transformed by a profound cleansing that left her feeling reborn. Turning her head, she looked at the man who now grinned at her, so casually, indescribable emotions welling up in her heart. His kindness was beyond measure, so great she had no idea how to ever repay it. In the next instant, Su Yueshi did something Lin Fan could never have anticipated. Suddenly, she darted forward and, quick as a flash, planted a kiss on his still smirking face. Warm, soft. Lin Fan was instantly petrified. What the? Did I just get kissed out of the blue? Could we do that again? I didn't even have time to react just now. In that instant, Lin Fan coaxed Su Yueshi into a state of utter bliss. Su Yueshi's cheeks were now so flushed, it looked as though blood might drip from them. She turned her head away, not daring to meet Lin Fan's eyes, but still forced herself to sound tough. You don't get any ideas. Lin Fan touched his own cheek and broke into a goofy grin, fully exposing the loyal puppy tendencies he'd try to hide. 2,000 points for a sweet kiss? Absolutely worth it. No regrets. Ahem, since you made a breakthrough, let's not stop there. Good things come in pairs. I have another little gift for you. Lin Fan was in high spirits. With a grand gesture, he opened up the system shop again. That rusty old sword you've been using should have been replaced ages ago. Let me pick out something that suits you. He dove straight into the fantasy weapons section, searching for the perfect weapon for Su Yueshi. Soon, a beautifully crafted longsword caught his eye. Fantasy series magical artifact, Moonlight Sword, forged from the essence of lunar radiance and refined cold steel. It pairs perfectly with Yin-based techniques. Price, 1,500 points. This is the one. Without hesitation, Lin Fan splurged another 1,500 points to exchange for the Moonlight Sword. A long sword, pure silver from hilt to tip, its blade shimmering as if real moonlight were flowing within, materialized out of thin air in his hand. For you. Tsuyueshi was left numb with surprise. She stared blankly as she accepted the Moonlight Sword, and the moment her fingers touched the hilt, a wave of cool, harmonious energy surged up her arm straight to her dantian, resonating flawlessly with her own power. What a sword! This was undeniably a magic weapon of the spiritual class. Just then, from outside the villa, the sharp whistle of figures slicing through the air rang out. In the next moment, 3 powerful presences landed in the villa's courtyard. They were 3 elderly men, each with white hair and beards, dressed in traditional Taoist robes. The energy radiating from each of them was at the peak of the 9th layer of qi refining, though tinged with an air of decline. Clearly, they'd been stuck at that level for many years. They were cultivators, drawn here by the spiritual fluctuations from Tsuyueshi's breakthrough. The 3 exchanged glances, astonishment and excitement mirrored in each other's eyes. Foundation establishment. That's the aura of a cultivator who's reached the foundation establishment stage. Someone has actually achieved foundation establishment in this era of dwindling spiritual energy. The trio straightened their robes and, with utmost respect, approached the villa's doors. With resonant voices, they bowed deeply and announced, "We are wandering cultivators, Lu Changfeng, Wang Banshan, and Zhao Sihai. Forgive our abrupt visit, but we earnestly beg an audience with the immortal master." Their voices were filled with reverence, and beneath it, a barely concealed longing. Tsuyueshi shot Lin Fan a look, but quickly composed herself. Gathering her thoughts, she stepped outside. The moment the 3 elders sensed the restrained, ethereal power of foundation establishment radiating from Tsuyueshi, they were so moved they trembled from head to toe, once more bowing deeply. "We pay our respects to the immortal master. Congratulations on your ascension upon the great path. We have been stuck at the peak of qi refinement for decades. Today, to see the true face of an immortal master, please, immortal master, have mercy and guide us through our confusion." Tsuyueshi looked at these 3 old men, whose ages together totaled more than 3 centuries, kneeling before a young woman like herself, barely in her 20s. The sight left her at a loss, unsure what to do with her hands or feet. She could only offer a wry smile and shake her head. "Please rise, fellow Taoists. My breakthrough was a mere stroke of luck, born of the help from someone far more accomplished. I truly have no insight to pass on." She was speaking honestly. After all, she could hardly admit that she'd pushed through with little more than a handful of pills. Although disappointment flickered in the eyes of the 3 elders, they did not press the matter. Forming a good connection with a newly ascended foundation establishment cultivator was already an immense blessing. Far away, on the southwestern border of the Dragon Nation, a border fortress, constructed of steel and artillery, lay shrouded in the shadow of death. "Open fire! Open fire! Hold it back!" A commander, face streaked with smoke and grime, shouted himself hoarse. Before him, countless shells and missiles rained down on the monster hovering in the air, each explosion a desperate plea for survival. It was a humanoid creature, standing over 3 meters tall, its skin a deep, sinister red, and a pair of grotesque, bat-like wings unfurled behind its back. Thunderous explosions lit the sky, flames devouring its form entirely. Yet when the smoke cleared, the creature remained, unscathed, not even a trace of scorch upon its body as it floated there, untouched. It slowly raised a hand. A scorching blaze burst from its palm, sweeping out in an instant to meld a line of heavy tanks into streams of molten metal. Then, with a lift of the other hand, a biting crystalline chill swept out, freezing dozens of soldiers, rifles and all, into statues of ice. Sometimes it became a streak of living lightning, rampaging across the battlefield. Other times, its body hardened like diamond, shrugging off barrages of high-caliber armor-piercing shells without flinching. All manner of A-level abilities manifested through it, weaving together into a terror beyond nightmares. The ultimate instrument of slaughter. Fall back, pull back now. The defensive line unraveled, collapsing at a horrifying speed. A young intelligence officer stared at the streaming data on his screen as he reported to the Supreme Commander. "Sir, the target has surpassed the SS-class threshold. Southwest border defenses have been completely destroyed." Tsuyueshi felt as if she had shed her old body for a new one. Within her dantian, the liquid true essence gleamed, a small, crystalline lake pulsing with power. Such strength was something she had never dared dream of before. She turned to Lin Fan at her side, her emotions a tangled tide. She yearned to know, how great was the gap between herself and him? Truly? Lin Fan. Tsuyoshi tightened her grip on the moonlight sword, a cool fire igniting in her clear eyes. Let's have a sparring match. Oh, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, watching Tsuyoshi's eager expression, and felt an itch of anticipation in his heart. After her breakthrough, her aura was even more remarkable. Cool and ethereal, she radiated an almost otherworldly beauty, yet her figure burned with vitality, a perfect blend of innocence and allure. He chuckled to himself and extended a single index finger, beckoning Tsuyoshi with a playful gesture. Come on, don't say I'm picking on you. I'll only use this one hand. His casual provocativeness instantly ignited Tsuyoshi's pride. Was she not a cultivator who had reached the foundation establishment stage? Yet here he was, challenging her with just one hand. How humiliating. Take this. With a crisp exclamation, Tsuyoshi threw caution aside. A flick of her wrist, and the moonlight sword rang out clear and sharp. At its tip, a silver blade of energy 3 feet long shimmered with frost, lunging straight for Lin Fan's chest. This strike carried all her strength. Even the air itself was sliced apart, crying out with a piercing howl. Yet, as that earth-shattering blow came at him, Lin Fan's relaxed smile didn't waver in the slightest. He simply raised his finger, effortlessly and precisely, pressing it against the lethal edge of that silver blade. A soft sound rang out, crisp and bright, like a jade bead falling onto a porcelain plate. That sword light, powerful enough to split stone, shattered inch by inch, dissolving into a cascade of sparkling motes that faded into nothingness. Lin Fan's fingertip didn't bear even the lightest trace of injury. Tsuyoshi felt a torrent of irresistible force surge through her sword, nearly wrenching the moonlight sword from her grasp. She staggered backward 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining her balance, blood and energy surging chaotically within her. Her hand, gripping the hilt, tingled with numbness, her entire arm quivering faintly. How could this be? She had unleashed her full strength, yet he dismissed it so lightly, with nothing but a single finger? Good force, decent speed. Lin Fan commented, fingers still extended, but your expression needs work. The real fun of a match is playing with a smile. Haha. Tsuyoshi's fair face flushed bright red, equal parts embarrassed and indignant. Again, unwilling to concede, she drew a deep breath, channeling more true essence into the moonlight sword. Ancient runes flared along the blade as the shimmering illusion of a cold crescent moon appeared overhead. Arcane moon slash! With a spirited cry, she merged body and blade into one, transforming into a streak of silver light that shot toward Lin Fan with speed several times greater than before. This time, Lin Fan didn't even bother to lift his finger. Just as the arcane moon slash was about to strike him, his figure flickered, and in an instant, he vanished from her sight. Where are you looking? A voice, warm and close, suddenly sounded at her ear. Tsuyoshi froze, whipping around, only to find Lin Fan had somehow appeared behind her, so close she could catch the faint scent that lingered on him. His hand, mischievously, gave her shapely rear a squeeze. Tisk, surprisingly springy to the touch. You. Tsuyoshi's cheeks flushed, so red it seemed her skin might start bleeding. Her mind was utterly thrown into chaos. Shame and anger surged within her. She spun on her heel, slicing out with her sword in a sweeping arc. But Lin Fan's figure vanished once again, only to reappear at her other side in the blink of an eye. In a flash, he stepped in front of her, catching the sweeping blade of her moonlight sword between just 2 fingers. No matter how much Tsuyoshi poured her energy into the sword, that potent magical weapon, now pinched between his fingers, was as powerless as a snake caught by the neck, completely immobilized. I'll let go, Tsuyoshi pleaded, her eyes brimming with frustrated tears. All right. Lin Fan released his fingers. In the instant Tsuyoshi withdrew her weapon, he moved with lightning speed, giving her a sharp smack across her firm backside. A crisp slap rang out. Tsuyoshi stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Sword still in hand, her entire face aflame, she chased Lin Fan around the courtyard, hurling curses and swinging her blade. Scoundrel! Shameless! After a wild chase, Tsuyoshi finally collapsed, breathless and drenched in a delicate sheen of sweat, her beautiful eyes nearly spitting fire. She stole a quick sidelong glance at Lin Fan, only to find him watching her with amusement, that insufferable smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Yet, for reasons she couldn't explain, the mortification and fury in her heart had quietly faded away. At the same time, at Longshield Bureau, Kyoto headquarters. Every senior officer and top expert present stared fixedly at the central display screen, where a video was playing. The footage came from a military fortress along the southwestern border of Dragon Nation. On screen, a humanoid monster hovered in midair, over 3 meters tall, skin a dark, furious red, and grotesque bat wings unfurled from its back. Explosions from endless shells and missiles erupted against its body, but not a single weapon could pierce its armored hide. Back in Jiangxia City, at Lin Fan's villa, Lin Fan's phone began to ring. It was Qin Shan's private number. "Hey, old Qin, what's the good news this time?" Lin Fan answered, his tone lazily casual. But on the other end, Qin Shan's voice was grave as iron. "Mr. Lin, we've got a big problem." Qin Shan quickly described, in the fewest possible words, how the fortress at the southwestern border had been destroyed by an SS-grade biological weapon. "Headquarters has already declared the highest alert level," Qin Shan continued, "but regular firepower means nothing against that monstrosity. I'm calling to ask if you keep an eye on the area around Jiangxia City. If anything strange happens, we'll need your help." There was a note of earnest pleading in Qin Shan's request. An SS-grade bioweapon? Lin Fan's eyebrows arched. The handiwork of divine genesis again, is it? To him, it didn't sound much different from the bases he'd already handled. Just a bigger, nastier lackey, nothing more. "Sure, I've got it covered," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. After hanging up the phone, he turned his gaze back to Tsuyueshi. Life was still as plain and unadorned as ever, and no less dull. He had no idea that a cataclysmic storm, enough to upend the entire world, had just begun. Meanwhile, at the distant southwestern frontier, above the burning ruins, a dozen or so sword lights of various colors sliced through the sky, coming to a halt and hovering midair. They were the elite disciples from the Kunlun Yushu Palace and the Taishan Daizong sword sect. Each of them was at least at the 7th layer of qi refinement. When they saw the hellish devastation below, and that ominous, dark red monster floating at the heart of the ruins radiating a monstrous power, their righteous indignation surged, anger burning in their eyes. "Abomination! How dare you slaughter innocents on our land? Are you so eager to court death?" A young man in the Daizong sword sect uniform shouted, his voice ringing with contempt. In his eyes, this strange creature wasn't worth his attention at all. "Brothers, form the array. Avenge our fallen compatriots. Destroy this fiend. Destroy the fiend." More than a dozen disciples answered in unison, their voices echoing across the sky. Swiftly, they formed a profound sword formation. Countless flying swords swept together into a mighty river of sword energy, blazing with the power of heaven itself, and charged headlong toward the living weapon below. To them, victory was all but certain, the spoils already in hand. The torrent of sword energy, fueled by the boundless fury of these elite disciples, came crashing down upon the unmoving, dark red creature. This was the Daizong sword sect's Sky Tyrant sword formation, renowned for its ferocity and dominance, said to be capable of cleaving a mountain in two. Yet faced with an onslaught that would make any qi refinement cultivator pale in terror, the living weapon simply lifted its head ever so slowly. An instant later, it opened its mouth. A roar erupted, unlike anything any living creature could produce, brimming with savage fury, bursting out with terrifying force. A shock wave, visible to the naked eye and pulsing dark red, surged upward to meet the river of sword energy. A thunderous blast split the air. The sword river, assembled from countless flying swords, unleashed a despairing cry at the moment of contact, straining beneath an unbearable weight. The swords forming the array trembled violently, their glow dimming rapidly before everyone's eyes. The vanguard disciples of the Daizong sword sect were struck as if by lightning, all coughing up blood and turning deadly pale in an instant. "No, impossible. Our sword formation." The lead disciples' confidence and pride were swept away, replaced with shock and horror. But it wasn't over yet. In a blink, the living weapon vanished from where it stood. "Watch out!" A disciple from Yushu Palace began to cry. But by then, a dark red blur had already flashed to the flank of the sword formation. In an instant, his arm transformed into a blade wreathed in blazing black flames, sweeping outward in a lethal arc. With a sickening sound, blood spattered across the sky. The bodies of 3 sect disciples, along with their protective artifacts, were effortlessly sliced in two at the waist. Shocked expressions lingered on their faces as their torsos were severed from their legs, viscera and blood spilling out in a crimson torrent. Only then did their harrowing screams finally break the silence, echoing up toward the heavens. My legs!" The sword formation collapsed in an instant. Before this scene of grisly brutality, the pride and fighting spirit of the remaining disciples were utterly shattered. The flying sword techniques they'd been so proud of seemed laughably feeble when faced with this abomination. The slaughter had begun. With a powerful beat of its bat-like wings, the bioweapon became a blur of motion, weaving chaos through the scattered disciples as they tried to flee. At times, it spewed acid potent enough to melt steel. At other moments, it unleashed blasts of freezing cold or summoned wild flashes of lightning. Each was a power ranked at the highest A level. And with every strike, another elite disciple of the sex fell to ruin. These youths, hailed as the pride of their sex, were now helpless, like sheep caught in a tiger's maw. Their flying swords, striking the bioweapon's dark crimson hide, sparked harmlessly off its surface. Their spells, when confronted with the foe's shifting, nightmarish abilities, were utterly impotent. Run, call for help from the sect. This monster, it's beyond anything we can handle. The survivors scattered in every direction, desperate to escape. But the bioweapon had no intention of letting any prey go. It locked onto the strongest aura, a middle-aged man, the leader of the Daizong sword sex group, and with a flicker, darted in pursuit. Just then, 3 powerful auras, ancient and resolute, erupted simultaneously from 3 points at the battlefield's edge. Fiend, show no more arrogance. 3 white-haired elders, each in the ceremonial garb of a different sect, closed in to encircle the bioweapon. They were the most powerful of all the disciples' escorts, each a leader in their own right, having reached the very peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement. One hailed from the Jade Void Palace, one from the Daizong Sword Sect, and one from the Chuanjin School of Zhongnan Mountain. Their eyes burned red with fury and grief as they looked upon the mangled bodies of their fallen juniors. Brother Wang, Brother Zhao, the elder from Jade Void Palace rasped, his voice hoarse. It seems that unless we risk everything today, none of us will leave this place alive. The old master of Daizong gripped his heavy, ancient sword and nodded gravely. Sect rivalry is a joke at a time like this. Today, the 3 of us, for these children, for this land, let us end this abomination once and for all. The elder Taoist of the Chuanjin sect swept his horsetail whisk with solemn gravity and declared, "This humble Taoist supports the motion. Activate the 3-fold celestial execution array." Upon hearing this, the other 2 men visibly stiffened. The 3-fold celestial execution array was a legendary formation transmitted from ancient times, renowned for its immeasurable power, yet infamous for its severe toll on those who invoked it. Once set in motion, the only outcome was a fight to the bitter end. Life or death, nothing in between. But now, they had no other choice. "Begin the array." The 3 venerable cultivators shouted as one. At the same moment, they bit the tips of their tongues, spitting out mouthfuls of vital blood. The blood transformed midair into 3 crimson talismans, which instantly sank into the earth. A deafening rumble shook the entire battlefield. An invisible barrier erupted from where the 3 stood, soaring skyward and forming a vast triangular shield of light, trapping the bioweapon firmly at its center. A mystical azure brilliance flared around the elder of the Jade Void Palace, signifying heaven. Golden earth-colored patterns unfurled at the feet of the elder from Mount Tai, signifying earth. Gentle white radiance coiled around the Chuanjin sect elder, signifying man. Heaven, earth, and man, 3 forces in harmonious union. Distinct energies surged and circulated within the formation, weaving together at its zenith to manifest a colossal sword, 100 yards long, forged from 3 intertwined streams of radiant light. A fearsome power, enough to make heaven and earth tremble, emanated from the great blade. Sensing deadly peril, the bioweapon trapped within the array unleashed a furious roar. Its bat-like wings beat with sudden force, transforming into a blazing streak as it hurled itself against the barrier. A metallic clang, sharp and thunderous, reverberated as the triangular shield quaked, but remained unshaken and unbreakable. "Execute the Celestials!" The Jade Void Elder's shout rang out like a commandment, and all 3 performed intricate mystical gestures in unison. High above, the tricolored sword descended, its momentum apocalyptic, striking with devastating force. Within the array, the bioweapon raged, throwing forth every unnatural power at its disposal. Flames, frost, lightning, corrosive acid, gravity waves, spatial rifts. A storm of destructive energies hammered ceaselessly against the array and the mighty sword of 3-fold light. Meanwhile, the 3 old masters burned through their very life force and cultivation. Before one's eyes, their hair withered to gray, their faces furrowed ever deeper with age, their vitality draining away at a staggering pace. Yet the resolve in their eyes never faltered for a moment. With perfect mastery of the array, they forced the raging bioweapon to the breaking point, wielding that three-colored sword in a battle that shook the heavens and the earth. And even as the sword's radiance waned to its faintest glimmer, even as the elder from Mount Tai, drained of spiritual power, dropped to one knee and coughed up blood, as the elder Taoist of Quan Dao stood pale as death, his body swaying and about to collapse, the old master of Yusu Palace's eyes flashed with one final spark of madness. With my broken vessel, I offer myself as the sword's guide. Strike! His whole being turned into a streak of light, merging into the tricolored greatsword that was moments from shattering. A deep, resonant hum reverberated. The sword suddenly burst forth in dazzling brilliance and pierced straight through the chest of the bioweapon. A guttural roar split the air, an agonizing, unwilling sound. The beast's crimson eyes dimmed, the savage light extinguished. Its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Dead. Finally dead. After a moment frozen in silence, the handful of surviving disciples, along with the members of the Dragon Shield Bureau who had witnessed the battle from afar, erupted in a wild jubilation, an uproar that shook the heavens, their voices alive with the elation of survival. We did it. We won. Hail the Immortals. Hail the Immortals. The two elder masters from Mount Tai and Quan Dao looked at the fallen creature, the corners of their lips shaping a bittersweet smile. The cost had been steep, but they had held the line. Yet just as their cries of victory still hung in the air, suddenly a shrill, hair-raising streak of sound sliced through the sky from the horizon. Grins froze on every face. Terrified, everyone lifted their eyes upward. On the edge of the sky, east, west, south, and north, a single black speck appeared in each direction. The dots swelled rapidly, racing closer. They were 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 shapes nearly identical to the monster they had just brought down. From every direction, these leviathans began their descent, encircling the war-torn ruins, sealing off all hope for those left alive. One among them landed beside the corpse of its fallen kin. It raised its mighty foot and, with a crushing force like smashing a watermelon, obliterated the creature's skull. Sticky brain matter and shards of bone splattered in every direction. In that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. An unending, suffocating despair, a cold, invisible hand, grabbed every throat in its icy grip. At the Dragon Shield Bureau, Kyoto headquarters, inside the Operations Center, the blaring of alarms filled the hall, sharp and urgent. On the main display, the live feed from the southwest border swiftly broke apart into dozens of smaller windows. Northeast, the Changbai mountain border. A sentry post guarded with shamanic magic was engulfed in flames. In the video feed, 2 bioweapons ravaged everything in their path. Northwest, the Pamir Plateau. A high-tech drone base was annihilated in barely 5 minutes by 3 of the creatures that had fallen from the sky. They seemed to possess the power to disrupt electromagnetic signals. Before them, the base's defenses might as well not have existed at all. Southeast Coast, the stronghold of a special task force comprised of gifted individuals. Faced with the sudden assault of 5 bioweapons, the defensive line collapsed entirely within just 3 minutes. One red alert after another, each marking loss of contact or destruction, flared and blinked furiously across the enormous map of the Dragon Kingdom. From the northeast to the northwest, from the southeast to the southwest, the shadows of bioweapons emerged along nearly every stretch of the vast border. An intelligence officer responsible for compiling battle reports was typing on the keyboard with trembling hands. His voice quivered, heavy with a terror he could no longer suppress. Reporting to the chief commander, preliminary count, there are now more than 30 bioweapons appearing simultaneously nationwide. They're still increasing. The northern border just reported another new target. The total is 37. 37. And each one of them possessed SS-level power, enough to obliterate a military stronghold single-handedly. The entire command center fell into a dead silence. Everyone stood there, blank-eyed like puppets with their souls drained away, staring at the map almost completely covered in red alerts. Just moments before, they had been racking their brains over how to handle a single bioweapon on the southwestern border, desperate enough to beg for help from the secluded sects, even at terrible cost. Now they realized that one bioweapon was not the whole threat. In fact, it didn't even qualify as an appetizer. The chief commander of the Dragon Shield Bureau, a veteran general hardened by countless battles, staggered and slumped back in his chair. In that instant, the color left his face, and he seemed to age 20 years. He stared at the monsters rampaging across the screen, and for the first time, an unmistakable emotion flickered in his eyes: despair. This was the end. An unstoppable purge, targeting all of civilization. Jiangxia City, Lin Fan's villa. Lin Fan was just about to continue teasing Su Yueshi when, all of a sudden, his phone sounded a piercing emergency alarm, sharper and more urgent than anything before. It was the highest alert setting, put in place by Qin Shan for situations of utmost emergency. All signs of playfulness vanished instantly from Lin Fan's face. He frowned and pressed the answer button. Hello. The moment the call connected, Qin Shan's voice blasted through, laced with panic and utter hopelessness, cutting straight through Lin Fan's composure. Mr. Lin, something terrible has happened. It's over. It might really be over. Qin Shan sounded on the verge of both tears and shouting at once. Those monsters I told you about, they've appeared all along the national border. The bioweapons. Not just one, dozens. Dozens all at once. The defenses are collapsing. All of them. The sect disciples, the Dragon Shield Bureau teams, the army, none of them can hold these things back. It's impossible. Mr. Lin, this could be the end of humanity. The voice on the other end cut out abruptly, as if the call had been severed by some overwhelming force. Lin Fan stood there, phone in hand, unmoving and silent. Dozens of SS-class monsters? The national defense lines have completely collapsed? All this time, though he knew this world was fraught with danger, he'd always felt a reassuring sense of control thanks to the power of the system. To him, the Divine Revelation Organization seemed little more than convenient targets for racking up points. But now, for the very first time, he truly felt the world's brutality and madness. The usual hint of devil-may-care on his face vanished completely, replaced by a grave seriousness he'd never known before. Su Yueshi had also heard what was said on the call. Every trace of color faded from her stunningly beautiful face. She had only just broken through to the Foundation establishment stage. Looking at Lin Fan's profile, then glancing down at the moonlight sword in her hand, she steadied herself. Within her, the Yin essence surged restlessly, echoing the urgency in her heart, rousing into a torrent she could hardly contain. She remembered a time, not too long ago, where her sect was destroyed, her meridians severed, forced to survive on the streets. It was this man who healed her, gifted her with stronger cultivation techniques, gave her the transformative elixir that had restored her strength. But this power, she knew now, it was never meant for her alone. She stepped up to stand alongside Lin Fan, shoulder to shoulder, gripping the moonlight sword tightly. Her cool gaze was now stripped of all fear, leaving only a resolve stronger than steel. Where are they? I'm coming too. She didn't ask if she could win, nor did she care if she'd survive. All she knew was that in this moment, she had to step forward. Lin Fan turned, catching the unwavering determination burning in her eyes, a flicker of emotion stirring in his own heart. He could see how much she had grown, how she had come into her own. Yet just as he opened his mouth to speak, that cold, familiar system prompt resounded in his mind like a bell tolling the start of a new fate. World-level crisis detected. Doomsday choice system activated. Host, please select one of the following 3 options. Option A, stand your ground, defend Jiangxia City, protect your loved ones, and shield your circle from all external threats. Reward, fantasy system formation, Xuanwu Mountain Guard Array. Option B, become a savior, fight against the nationwide sweep of the crisis, vanquish all biological weapons, and rise as a guardian god of this world. Reward, Dragon Ball System Special Skill, Spirit Bomb. Upon completion, points plus 100,000. Option C, flee to the stars. Why should this crisis concern you? You're but a passerby. Use the system to gather your kin and escape this doomed planet, journeying to the vast expanse of the universe. Reward, Technology System Special Vehicle, miniature spaceship capacity, 10 people. 3 choices, 3 utterly divergent paths, unfurled with crystal clarity within Lin Fan's mind. Option A means self-preservation, a life of comfort, but you would have to stand by and watch the world perish. Option C is escapism, surviving by the skin of your teeth, forever exiled, wandering the unknown reaches of the universe. Option B. Lin Fan's gaze swept over Su Yueshi's determined face. He thought of his younger sister, Lin Yu, still innocent and lively back at school, of Qin Shan, who always held such high hopes for him, and of this country, his homeland for over 20 years, flawed, yes, but still the place he called home. Slowly, the corners of his mouth curled into a grin, wild, defiant, and full of battle spirit. Damn it, I didn't fight tooth and nail all the way to 8,000 battle power just to cower in fear. System. I choose B. The gravity in Lin Fan's eyes transformed into fierce resolve, But in the same instant, his mind became sharply calm, working at lightning speed. He ran the numbers in his head. At her peak, Su Yueshi could muster a battle power of 1,500. Other cultivators without foundation-building pills couldn't do better than that. They were all being pushed back. That SSS-class bioweapon out there must have at least 2,000 battle power. Picking them off one by one would take far too long. Meanwhile, Su Yueshi had no time for inner debates. She could only see Lin Fan. We're leaving. To the southwestern border. Su Yueshi gripped her moonblade sword tight, her cool eyes brimming with resolve. If I can save even one person, I'll do it. She was ready for a bloody battle to the death. Save them. Lin Fan turned toward her. Ow! The total length of our country's borders is tens of thousands of kilometers. 37 of those things. No, by now it might be 40, 50. They're scattered everywhere. By the time I finish killing them all, the nation will have been torn to shreds. His voice was steady and even, but it hit Su Yueshi like a bucket of ice water, dousing the flames in her heart. How could they save everyone? The battlefield was too vast. The enemy too many. An individual's strength, on such a scale, seemed so insignificant. Helplessness and confusion flickered across Su Yueshi's face. Lin Fan summoned up a mission interface he hadn't opened in ages. Mission: blood debts paid in blood. Objective: help Su Yueshi destroy the 7-kill sect and rebuild the Xianyu sect. Reward: Dragon Pearl Series skill, Kaioken. Lin Fan said, first, we go to the 7-kill sect headquarters. We wipe them out. The words 7-kill sect made Su Yueshi flinch involuntarily, a hatred so deep it was carved in her very bones. But then she frowned. Is this really the time? It's exactly the right time, Lin Fan replied, brooking no disagreement. Revenge is just a side benefit. The real reason? The 7-kill sect's headquarters sits atop a spiritual vein of the highest quality. Once we wipe them out, we take the site and turn it into a true, sacred ground for cultivation. A certain brilliance flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. When the world is collapsing, what we need to do isn't to put out fires everywhere, but to build an unbreakable fortress, one that will preserve the spark of life for this nation, for this civilization. A spark with the power to strike back. Self-preservation must come before saving the world. Gather strength first, unleash thunder next. Truthfully, these are the words Lin Fan used to persuade Su Yueshi. What he truly intended was to obtain the king's fist, and by harnessing its power, elevate his combat strength to its peak, ending these bioweapons in the shortest time possible. Su Yueshi stared blankly at the side of Lin Fan's face. In an age where panic and despair consumed everyone, this man was plotting so far ahead. He not only possessed the strength to rival gods and demons, but also the mind of a master strategist. The last shred of doubt in her heart quietly faded away, replaced by utter trust and a trace of admiration she herself did not notice. All right, I'll do as you say, she murmured, her grip on her sword tightening just a little. Lin Fan gave a faint smile, then turned and headed up to the second floor of the villa. Xiaoye, come here for a second, he called out. Before long, Lin Yu appeared at the top of the stairs, still in pajamas, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Brother, what's up? Lin Fan didn't waste words. He pulled up the system store and, searching through the dazzling selection, quickly found what he needed. Fantasy Series Formation, Miniature Black Tortoise Protection Array, a simplified version of the Black Tortoise Guard Array, able to withstand any attack under 10,000 combat power. Offers absolute defense until its energy is drained. Price, 5,000 points. It was expensive, but for the sake of his sister's safety, Lin Fan hardly blinked an eye. Redeem. The instant the points were deducted, a golden glow shot from Lin Fan's hand, rapidly expanding. A golden barrier, like an inverted glass bowl, that seamlessly shielded the entire villa. In a blink, the light faded and dissolved into the air, leaving no trace, as if nothing had happened. Lin Fan reached over and gently ruffled Lin Yu's hair. His voice was soft. Xiaoye, just listen to me. No matter what happens outside these next few days, don't go out. Understand? She didn't really know what was going on, but nodded obediently. Okay, got it, brother. You and Sister Yueshi, be careful. With all worries put aside, Lin Fan did not linger. Using the information the elder from the 7-kill sect had given him earlier, he instantly pinpointed the sect's headquarters, deep within the Yunming Mountains of the neighboring province. Just as they were about to set off, Lin Fan's phone blared with an urgent alarm. It was an encrypted call from Qin Shan. The moment the call connected, the background erupted with a barrage of gunfire, explosions, and piercing screams, an unending nightmare of chaos. Mr. Lin, Qin Shan's voice was hoarse, exhausted, soaked in despair. The northern defense line has fallen. We can't hold out much longer. There There was not the slightest change in Lin Fan's expression as he answered in a deep voice. Hold steady. Give me 1 hour. In 1 hour, I'll settle all the trouble. With that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Qin Shan's response. Inside the temporarily established frontline command post at the Long Shield Bureau's headquarters in the capital, Qin Shan stared blankly at the phone that had just been disconnected, utterly dumbfounded. 1 hour? And then everything would be resolved? Was this a joke, or had Lin Fan lost his mind? All the senior officials present in the command center who overheard those words wore expressions of disbelief and confusion. And at that very moment, Lin Fan had already taken Su Yueshi's hand, feeling its warm softness. Let's go. He activated his cloud dance art at full strength. Thunderously, their figures shot into the air, piercing through the clouds as they sped toward the Yunmeng Mountains. Su Yueshi only felt a roaring wind howling past her ears, and the scenery on either side stretched into rushing bands of light. She had just broken through to the Foundation establishment stage and prided herself on having one of the best flying speeds in the world. But in Lin Fan's lead, she finally understood what true lightning speed really meant. This speed was already beyond anything she had ever imagined flight could be. From their vantage in the heights, the apocalyptic scene below was revealed in full. They could see clearly. On the ground, countless streams of vehicles, families in tow, were desperately fleeing the cities near the border, a never-ending iron flood clogging every road. Squadrons of soldiers were marching toward the frontier line with solemn determination, ready to face whatever might come. In the distance, plumes of fire and smoke soared into the sky, staining the clouds a dire, ominous red. Witnessing all this, Su Yueshi gripped the moonlight sword in her hand even tighter. The flames of vengeance and the weight of responsibility to save the world twisted together fiercely in her heart, forging a resolve stronger than any she'd ever known, a will of steel. In less than half an hour, a rolling range of mist-shrouded mountains unfolded beneath them. The two came to a halt, suspending themselves silently above the Seven Kills Sect's mountain gate. Beneath the gate, 2 mountain guardians in black clothing, exuding fierce auras, leaned casually against the massive stone arch, chatting animatedly. Did you hear? Something major's going on outside. Even those high and mighty sects have sent people down the mountain. Huh, who cares what happens? If the sky really falls, our sect master and elders will hold it up. Since when has the Seven Kills Sect feared anyone? That's true, huh? Neither of them had the faintest idea that a calamity bound for destruction was already upon them. At the headquarters of the Seven Kills Sect, deep within the Yunmeng Mountains, those 2 mountain guards continued to chat by the arch, their words brimming with sect pride and disregard for the troubles of the world. But before they could finish, a cold silver glow, silent as moonlight falling from the heavens, flashed overhead and swept past them. In the next instant, 2 heads soared into the air, blood spurting skywards from their severed necks. Su Yueshi's figure landed silently within the gates of the mountain stronghold, sword of moonlight in hand, clad in flowing white. The eyes that were once cool and serene now brimmed only with a glacial hatred and murderous intent that could freeze the world. Her family's destruction, the boundless debt of blood. Today they would be repaid in kind. Enemy attack. A shrill alarm finally shattered the tranquility that had long reigned over the headquarters of the Seven Killers sect. Disciples dressed in black flooded from every corner like a disturbed hornet's nest, weapons gleaming in their hands, faces twisted with bloodthirsty savagery. Where'd this woman come from? She's looking to die. Seize her. Anyone who dares to break into our Seven Killers sect will beg for death before we're through with her. But what greeted them was a dazzling, deadly cascade of sword light. Su Yueshi moved. She offered no words of warning. Her foundation stage lunar chi surged unchecked into the moonlight sword. She and her blades swept through the throng. Shin Yu slash. This was a massacre, utterly one-sided, without suspense. Su Yueshi's steps circled the plaza with exquisite precision. Her movements held a heartbreaking beauty driven by utter resolve. Wherever her sword flashed, limbs flew and blood pooled, painting the ground in crimson rivers. She seemed tireless, her mind holding on to only one thought: kill. Kill every last one of them, so her father and fallen sect mates might find peace beyond the grave. High above, Lin Fan watched the carnage, arms folded, amusement dancing in his eyes. When she gets serious, she knows how to make an impression. I'll give her that. His battle detector flickered as it assessed the so-called elite disciples below. The strongest among them barely reached a power level of 200. Against Su Yueshi, whose strength exceeded 2,000, they were nothing more than ants. Just then, several powerful auras erupted from deep within the Seven Killers sect. Enough! A furious shout boomed like a thunderclap. 5 elders in blood-red robes landed in the center of the square. As they took in the carnage, the bodies littering the earth, their eyes burned with rage and pain. The leader was Mo Shah, sect master of the 7 killers. He glared at the blood-splattered figure in white, his gaze first shocked, then twisted into fathomless malice. "It's you, the last remnant of the Xianyu sect, Su Yueshi. So that's who it is, the rat who escaped the net," barked another elder. "We let you slip away that day, and now you dare walk into our jaws yourself? You dodge Heaven's Road and march right through Hell's Gate." Su Yueshi halted, sword tip angled toward the earth. A bead of blood slid lazily down the blade. She raised her head, eyes cold as winter, and swept her hated enemies with a gaze sharp enough to cut bone. "Mo Shah, and the rest of you old dogs." Her voice was colder than the mountain wind itself. "Today, I will use your blood to honor the souls of all those my Xianyu sect has lost." "Arrogant wretch." Mo Shah laughed furiously, his rage crackling in his words. "Who do you think you are? Even if you've stumbled upon some good fortune, do you really believe you can stand against the entire 7 Slaughter sect?" As he spoke, he exchanged glances with the 4 elders beside him. In an instant, the 5 of them formed a battle formation, their combined aura of peak master-level cultivators crashing together into a tidal wave, pressing down mercilessly upon Su Yueshi. "Today I'll see you, this stubborn remnant, utterly wiped out, body and soul." Su Yueshi responded with a cold snort, wasting no words on them. With a flick of her wrist, the moonlight sword rang out in a clear, piercing tone. Moving as one with her weapon, she became a trail of shimmering light, charging straight into the fray. But at that very moment, a strange and frenzied smile crept over Mo Shah's face. "Too late. Now that you've seen it, you could die together. Ha ha ha." He suddenly stretched out his arms and roared skyward. A sickening crunch of bone echoed from within his body. His figure began to swell and twist in a horrific fashion. The dark red skin tore through his robes as muscles bulged grotesquely. His back split open with 2 fresh, bloody wounds, from which sprouted a pair of hideous fleshy wings. His face warped beyond recognition, mouth stretched back to his ears to reveal gleaming, razor-sharp fangs. A torrent of ferocity, chaos, and evil burst forth in a dreadful shockwave. "Lord Sect Leader." The 4 elders stared in stunned disbelief, terror and shock written across their faces. Lin Fan's battle power detector blinked to life. "Combat power, 2000. Oh, so you colluded with Shun Qi and transformed yourself into a bioweapon." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow in interest. Su Yueshi also sensed the monstrous rise in his power. Her pupils narrowed slightly. As someone newly established at Foundation Building, her combat strength hovered around 2,200, almost evenly matched with this monstrous Mo Shah. D. With a roar that no longer sounded human, Mo Shah launched himself from the ground, the earth cracking beneath his feet. He shot forward like a dark red cannonball, claws slashing fiercely at Su Yueshi. His speed and power were now several times greater than before. Facing this frenzied assault, Su Yueshi's expression remained perfectly composed. Instead of backing away, she advanced. Her toe tapped lightly on the ground, and with an impossible angle, she slipped past Mo Shah's wild lunge. With a furious howl of frustration, Mo Shah spun and swept out with his claws again, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek as he attacked once more. Su Yueshi's eyes sharpened. She would evade no longer. Tying sword art, moonfall frost sky. In her hand, the moonlight sword blossomed with a radiance bright and pure as the moon itself. A wave of intense coldness burst forth from her as the center, rippling outwards in an instant. The moisture in the air crystallized into countless shards of ice, and the temperature across the entire square seemed to plunge to freezing. Mo Shah's frenzied assault faltered for a split second in this realm of bitter chill. And it was in that very instant, Su Yueshi was already at his side, her moonlight sword drawing a graceful yet deadly arc. The mysterious runes engraved upon the blade began to gleam one after another. With a swift, slicing sound, the silver sword light sliced effortlessly through Mo Shah's supposedly indestructible, dark red skin, carving a deep wound into the thick flesh of his arm, so deep the bone was laid bare. Arg! How can this be? The searing pain tore a howl from Mo Shah's throat. He could not believe it. Despite his modifications, despite his SS-class strength, he had been wounded by this woman. His power was brute force, raw and wild, whereas Su Yueshi's lunar sublimation was a supreme cultivation technique that sought the essence of the Tao. The exquisite mastery of her art, combined with the sharpness of her spiritual weapon. It's over. Tsuyoeshi's voice was cold as frost, carrying the inevitability of a death sentence. In a blur, her form appeared behind Emosha. Leaping high, she gripped her sword in both hands as the pure lunar energy within her poured madly into the blade. Behind her arose the phantom image of a cold, crescent moon. Secret art of the Xianyue sect. Soul Sever. This strike was no longer aimed at the flesh, but infused with a profound, ineffable force, piercing straight into Emosha's already chaotic soul. The sword light fell. Emosha's massive body suddenly stiffened. The light in his eyes dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, until at last it was extinguished completely. Wordless, guttural noises escaped his throat for a breath or two. Then the monstrous form crashed thunderously to the ground, utterly lifeless. The four elders, paralyzed with terror, finally snapped back to themselves. With a scream, they spun around, desperate to flee. But how could Tsuyoeshi allow them such chance? With a flicker, her silhouette darted forward. The sword flashed, and four heads tumbled through the air. With all this done, she raised her moonlight sword, blood still dripping from its edge, and step by step, walked deeper into the Seven Kills sect's grand hall. Moments later, the last of the agonized howls died away, fading into silence. When Tsuyoeshi emerged from the hall again, her entire body was splattered with blood, but her eyes shone with a startling brightness. She made her way to the center of the square, gazing out over the land now stained crimson, at the enemies who once looked down upon her, all now reduced to cold, unfeeling corpses. At last, the hatred and anguish that had festered for so many years found their release. Unable to hold herself up any longer, her knees buckled and she collapsed to the ground. Planting the moonlight sword before her, she wept, the tears at last surging forth and mingling with the blood and grime on her face. Father, senior brother, senior sister, Ueshi has avenged you. She sobbed like a child, as if trying to pour out all the grievance and pain she had endured over the years in a single outburst. Lin Fan's figure silently appeared behind her. He didn't say a word. He simply watched in quiet patience. Only when her cries gradually faded did he step forward. Tsuyoeshi lifted her tear-streaked face, eyes brimming with sorrow, to look at him. Lin Fan grinned, his white teeth shining in the fading light. Are you done crying? When you're done, we should get to rebuilding Xianyue sect. Tsuyoeshi raised her delicate face, still mottled with blood and tears, like a flower in the rain, her expression dazed as she stared at Lin Fan. Rebuild Xianyue sect. Here, atop this blood-soaked ruin, this ground she had just stained herself, steeped in hatred and death, her heart was still adrift in the emptiness that follows vengeance. It took a moment for her to process the deeper meaning beneath Lin Fan's words. This place is destroyed, she said hoarsely, her voice trembling ever so slightly. The blood of Chisha's sect has tainted the spiritual veins here. Tainted, you say? Lin Fan let out a dismissive laugh, mischief returning to his eyes. There's nothing a Kamehameha can't fix, you know. Glancing around as he spoke, he took in the ruin. Severed limbs scattered across the ground, streams of sticky blood forming grotesque rivulets, the air heavy with the stench of blood and lingering hatred. Chisha's sect really had terrible taste, Lin Fan muttered in disgust, pinching his nose. Tsuyoeshi was stunned by his offhand comment, left speechless for a moment. What are you planning to do? She asked instinctively. A thorough cleaning, of course. What else? With an unhurried ease, Lin Fan floated up above the center of the square, right where the Chisha sect's grand hall once stood. He extended his hands, palms facing each other at his waist, slowly bringing them together. A sphere of pale blue energy began to coalesce in his hands, its soft glow lighting up the shadows. Tsuyo's pupils contracted sharply. She could sense it. It was that move, once again. Ka-me-a-me. Lin Fan chanted those enigmatic syllables, drawing out the sounds as his arms eased forward. Hiya, a vast beam of brilliant blue energy, thick as a pillar holding up the sky, erupted from his palms. All Tsuyoeshi could see was endless blue. The surge of blinding light forced her eyes shut. A wild gale whipped her robes about, nearly knocking her off her feet. Beneath her, she could feel the ground trembling and fracturing, buckling under the force unleashed. The whole ordeal seemed to last only a few short seconds. When the light finally faded and Tsuyoeshi, trembling, dared to open her eyes, she was rooted to the spot, petrified with shock. Before her was a scene that defied all imagination. Gone. Everything was gone. The stronghold of Chisha's sect, the sprawling palaces, the plaza, the martial arena, even the mountain itself that served as their foundation, had vanished without a trace. In place of what once stood, there now stretched an unimaginably vast platform, its surface smooth and polished like a mirror. Along the edges, rocks had been vitrified by searing heat, still trailing faint wisps of blue smoke. With just a single strike, an entire mountain range, together with everything upon it, had been wiped clean off the face of the world. Could such power truly be wielded by a human being? Tsuyoshi gazed blankly at Lin Fan's back. That upright figure, in her eyes, seemed to grow impossibly grand, like a deity from legend, one who could split heaven and earth at a mere whim. All done, now that's spotless. Lin Fan clapped his hands in satisfaction. Steadying himself, he opened the system shop right in front of Tsuyoshi stunned gaze. Current remaining points, 13,650. This was the sum of everything he'd scrimped and saved from earlier missions. Originally, he'd intended to use it for something good from the Dragon Ball collection, but now, to complete this rebuild Xianyue sect quest and earn the Kaioken, he'd have to make a huge sacrifice. There was nothing for it. Since the people Tsuyoshi killed didn't count toward his own score, the system, stingy thing that it was, wouldn't give him any credit for their defeat. Wasting no time, Lin Fan began browsing quickly through the fantasy category. Fantasy buildings, Sect Grand Hall, intro version. Can withstand attacks up to 2,000 power. Comes with basic dust repellent and temperature regulation features. Price, 3,000 points. Too basic. No way I'm settling for that for my future wife's sect. Lin Fan dismissed it without a second thought. Fantasy buildings, White Jade City, custom version. White Jade City rises above the clouds, with 12 towers and 5 fortress walls. Immortals bestow longevity with a single touch. Equipped with high-level defensive formations that can repel attacks up to 80,000 power, features a spiritual spring and medicinal gardens. Price, 100,000 points. Pass. Next. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. This cost more than his own life was worth. At last, he found one with the perfect balance of price and function. Fantasy buildings, Xianyue Hall, Elegant Edition. Framed with 1,000-year frost iron, founded on 10,000-year warm jade, its design is serene and refined. Comes with a built-in defensive formation to withstand attacks up to 10,000 power, and also calms the mind and soothes the spirit. Price, 8,000 points. This is the one. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. It was as if it had been tailor-made for Tsuyoshi. Redeem. Points minus 8,000, remaining 5,650. But a great haul alone wasn't enough. The heart of any sect lay in its spiritual veins. Though the spiritual veins here were of considerable quality, the way 7 Kill sect had been brutally exploiting them bordered on desecration. Fantasy formations, Spirit Gathering Array, Intermediate, draws the essence of heaven and earth from within 100 miles, increasing cultivation speed within the formation by tenfold. Price, 5,000 points. Redeem. Points minus 5,000, remaining 650. In an instant, he was back to square one. Lin Fan stared at the pitiful 3-digit balance left in his account, so stricken he felt he couldn't breathe. And just as he completed the exchange, that enormous platform, which had been leveled to the ground, suddenly erupted in blinding golden light. Within the radiance, a grand and elegant palace began to materialize out of nothingness, its shape gradually becoming solid and distinct. The entire hall was constructed from a type of white material, neither quite gold nor exactly jade, reflecting a cool, gentle glow beneath the sunlight. Along the eaves, there were intricate carvings of crescent moons and auspicious clouds, exuding an ancient, enigmatic charm. As the palace finally took form, a massive plaque slowly emerged above the main entrance, and 3 bold characters appeared, written in a dynamic, flowing script. Xianyue sect. A deep, thunderous rumble echoed out the instant the palace was completed. The entire platform shuddered, and countless mystical runes, invisible to the naked eye, began to spread in every direction from the palace's center, swiftly enveloping the entire mountaintop platform. The Spirit Gathering Array had been activated. Tsuyoshi could clearly sense that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was now irresistibly drawn in from all sides, madly converging upon this place. Just a single breath here filled her with a profound sense of joy and clarity. The true energy she had just expended was now recovering at a terrifying speed. The concentration of spiritual energy here surpassed not only the 7 Slaughter sect's main base, but was dozens of times richer than even the most flourishing days of the Xianyue sect in her memory. This was no longer simply a blessed land. This was a true celestial sanctuary. From the clearing of the mountaintop to the descent of this divine palace, and now the mists of spiritual energy rising all around. All of it had happened in a matter of minutes. Staring at the brand new, Xianyu's sect palace, and at the man before her who seemed capable of anything. Tsuyoshi could no longer contain her emotions. Lin Fan, this kindness is something I will remember for the rest of my life. Her voice rang out, filled with a solemnity she had never felt before. Yet just as Lin Fan reached out to help her up, planning to tease her with a flirtatious line, a cold, mechanical system notification boomed in his mind. Critical task conditions detected as achieved. Quest, blood for blood. Objective, help Tsuyoshi destroy the 7 Slaughter sect completed. Rebuild Xianyu's sect completed. Performance, perfect. The host not only assisted the target in her revenge, but with divine powers beyond mortal imagination, established an unshakable foundation for the Xianyu sect, forever altering the target's fate. Additional reward, 20% concentration of Super Scion S cells. Calculating quest reward is. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a Dragon Ball special skill, Kaioken. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20% S cell concentration for Super Scion. One notification after another resounded in Lin Fan's mind. Kaioken. But what intrigued Lin Fan most was the latter reward. 20% S cell concentration for Super Scion? Lin Fan's breath caught for a moment. Others might not know, but as a seasoned fan of Dragon Ball, how could he not? S cells, the very key for Scions to transform into Super Scions. For most Scions, one needed a calm disposition and to hit an extraordinary bottleneck in their regular combat power. Only then, through extreme rage, could they trigger an explosion of S cells and complete their transformation. But now, the system had granted him a 20% concentration outright. What did that mean? It meant that his path toward becoming a Super Scion was now as smooth and fast as a newly paved highway. Immediately, Lin Fan composed himself, peering inward to examine his body. He found his combat power still read at 8,000, unchanged by any visible measure. Yet, deep within, he could distinctly feel something awakening inside him. It was a battle instinct beyond words. As though, through countless nights and days, he had fought through life-and-death struggles in his past. Every cell in his body seemed to be etched with the memories of battle. Damn, this is a massive win. Lin Fan was overjoyed inside. At that very moment, the phone in his pocket blared its alarm for the 3rd time. It was Qin Shan again. The joy vanished from Lin Fan's face at once. He glanced at Tsuyoshi and said to her, "Hold down the fort here. Get familiar with the new environment and your strength. I won't be long." Tsuyoshi looked up, her tear-streaked face full of worry. "But, no buts." Lin Fan's tone brooked no argument. "Just protect this place." With that, he didn't hesitate. He answered the call. "Mr. Lin." On the other end, the background noise was overwhelming. Explosions and the roar of collapsing buildings threatened to drown out Qin Shan's voice. The northern border. The border defenses are completely gone. The final line fell 3 minutes ago. 3 monsters, no 5. 5 monsters are advancing toward the inland cities. Lin Fan's voice came through clear and steady. "I'll be there right away." Before the words had even faded, he hung up. A thunderous boom. Lin Fan shot into the sky, moving toward the northern horizon at a speed far greater than ever before. Standing atop the new Xianmun Sect's mountain peak, Tsuyoshi stared blankly at the golden streak vanishing beyond the heavens, gripping her moonlight sword tightly. Gazing down at her pale, slender palm, she felt an overwhelming desire for power stirring within her. Northern Territory, former Heilong province border. This couldn't be called a battlefield anymore. This was hell on earth. The ground was ripped open with craters dozens, even hundreds of meters wide. They burned with dark red flames. The once impenetrable steel fortress was now just a tangle of twisted, charred wreckage. Tanks and armored vehicles lay everywhere, crushed and scattered like soda cans stomped by giants. The bodies of countless dragon shield warriors and soldiers lay strewn across the scorched earth. Up in the sky, 5 monstrous biological weapons, each radiating an overwhelming SS-level menace, each different in shape, were rampaging without restraint, tearing apart the last vestiges of resistance. One resembled a giant scorpion, its barbed tail spitting streams of corrosive venom. Another was bat-like, its wings sending out waves of destructive sonic storms with every beat. Those Dragon Shield members still alive, along with martial artists who had rushed in to support them, banded together in makeshift defensive formations, offering the last of their flesh and blood in a desperate stand. "Hold the line. Stand strong. Whatever happens, we cannot let them break through this barrier." A branch leader from the Dragon Shield Bureau, his arms severed, unleashed a hoarse roar with all his remaining strength. Clutching a custom weapon in his only hand, He fired wildly at one of the rampaging beasts. Yet the blasts of energy, powerful enough to melt steel, did nothing but send up harmless sparks as they struck the monster's dark red shell. At that moment, a golden radiance fell from the heavens, coming to rest before him in an instant. A thunderous impact reverberated. All the surviving warriors stared in mute astonishment at the man who had appeared out of thin air, his entire form ablaze with golden aura. Lin Fan had arrived. He took in the ravaged earth, the sickly sweet reek of blood hanging thick in the air, and in that moment, a fury he could not contain exploded within his chest. Bastards, he spat cold and clear. A heartbeat later, his figure vanished from where he stood. The towering dinosaur-shaped bioweapon, so fearsome just moments before, suddenly sprouted a gaping hole through its enormous head. Its massive body shuddered, then crashed lifeless to the ground. A prompt rang out in his mind. You have slain an SS-class bioweapon. Points plus 5,000. But Lin Fan's rage showed no sign of abating. He moved like a wraith on the battlefield, each appearance heralding the end of another biological weapon. It took nothing but a single punch. No matter how thick the armored carapace, no matter how strange the energetic shields, nothing could stand against his fist wreathed in golden flames. They crumpled like paper before him. In less than 10 seconds, the 5 SS-class bioweapons terrorizing the northern line were reduced to cold, lifeless forms. Another round of prompts echoed. Points plus 5,000. Points plus 5,000. The notifications came in a torrent, Lin Fan's points rocketing up to 25,650. He hung suspended in the air, eyes closed, unleashing his overwhelming senses to sweep across the entire Dragon Nation border. Northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. In every direction, he sensed several more clusters, each radiating the same twisted malevolence. Over 40 in total. They were scattered along thousands of kilometers of borderlands, lost in a frenzy of slaughter and destruction. Lin Fan opened his eyes. His speed was already astonishing, but even if he fought without pause, cutting down his enemies one by one, by the time the last foe fell, there would be tens of thousands more corpses piling up. Not enough. Still not fast enough. Triple Kaioken. There wasn't an ounce of hesitation in Lin Fan. A suppressed, guttural roar rumbled up from deep within his throat. The golden aura blazing around him shrank abruptly, then exploded outward with even greater fury. The flames changed color, from pure gold to a chilling, sinister shade of blood red. A terrifying energy storm erupted from Lin Fan, sweeping outward in all directions, hurling debris and shattered remnants high into the air. All anyone could do was tilt their heads back in awe, gazing up at that towering, godlike figure in the sky, their faces etched with shock and reverence. Lin Fan could feel the violent, almost overwhelming surge of power inside him, threatening to tear him apart. His battle strength soared instantly to 24,000. He clenched his fists, savoring this unprecedented might. Now, this is more like it. He turned his head, his gaze piercing through mountains and rivers, locking onto the nearest battlefield to the northeast. In the very next moment, Lin Fan, along with that pillar of blood-red light that split the heavens, vanished without a trace. A thunderous roar echoed in the air as a crimson shockwave unfurled toward the northeast, stretching endlessly into the distance. Dragon Shield Bureau, Beijing Headquarters, Temporary Command Center. Qin Shan and the assembled leaders were glued to the screen, watching the final transmissions from drones over the northern battlefield. They saw that blinding golden radiance descend from the sky. They watched as those 5 monstrous beasts, who had seemed utterly unstoppable, were slaughtered in a mere 10 seconds. Then they saw that solitary figure unleash a tide of blood-red energy that swallowed up the entire screen. The feed suddenly cut off. It wasn't interference. The drones simply could no longer track the target's movements. What was that just now? A trembling intelligence officer asked. Qin Shan gripped the communicator, his palms slick with sweat, recalling Lin Fan's words just before he'd hung up. But now, deep within him, a faint yet fiercely burning hope had been kindled. To the northeast, at the edge of the Changbai Mountains, another deafening explosion shattered the silence. Lin Fan hovered in midair, crimson energy waves blasting outwards, whipping up snow and shattered rocks until they spun into the sky, spiraling into a miniature tempest. Across his entire body, veins stood out, bulging and twisting beneath his skin like writhing earthworms. Every muscle screamed under unbearable strain. The burden of the triple Kaioken was far more horrifying than he'd ever imagined. Lin Fan felt every single cell in his body screaming, each one burning with fire. But he had no time to pay any of this any mind. His gaze was fixed on the 3 rampaging bioweapons below. In the instant he descended, those three monsters, creatures designed only to slaughter, suddenly froze in their tracks. Scum. Two words squeezed out from Lin Fan's lips. The next moment, his figure vanished. There was a sharp, wet thud. Ding. SS class, bioweapon eliminated. Points plus 5,000. A crimson afterimage streaked past their hulking forms. Ding. SS class, bioweapon eliminated. Points plus 5,000. The last beast, the one spewing acid, gave a shriek of terror. Its maw opened wide, unleashing a torrent of dark green acid in the direction where Lin Fan had disappeared. But a fist, wreathed in a blood-red blaze, pierced straight through the back of its head, bursting out from the gaping jaws. The fist itself was untouched, not even stained with a single drop of filth. Ding. SS class, bioweapon eliminated. Points plus 5,000. In a mere 3 seconds, the 3 SS class monsters that had left the Northeast Division of Dragon Shield, helpless, all fell before him. Down below, the surviving soldiers, those who had been swallowed by despair, stared blankly up at his figure silhouetted against the sky, forgetting even to breathe. Lin Fan didn't pause for even a moment. He didn't so much as glance at the people on the ground. Next, northwest, he silently intoned, locking onto the next target with an overwhelming surge of power. A deep boom echoed through the air. A column of red light shot straight skyward before veering off to the northwest with explosive speed. He was moving so fast that the world itself lost all definition. Everything blurred into twisting bands of light. The strain of such velocity, compounded by the overwhelming demands of the Kaioken, sent lances of pain through Lin Fan's head. He gritted his teeth, his gums beginning to bleed. He could feel his body being torn apart. At the northwestern border, the air was thick with drifting yellow sand. 4 massive bioweapons laid siege to a secret base hidden in the desert wastes. The energy shield protecting the base flickered on the edge of collapse. Just as it was about to shatter, a streak of red light plunged out of the sky. This time, Lin Fan didn't even touch the ground. Suspended high above, arms wide, he unleashed a torrent of energy blasts, like a monsoon breaking over the battlefield. One after another, each blast struck its target dead on. All 4 beasts were vaporized in an instant. Ding. SS class, bioweapon eliminated. Points plus 5,000. Ding. SS class, bioweapon eliminated. Points plus 5,000. Less than 10 seconds had passed. Lin Fan's figure tore through the sky, racing toward the vast mountain ranges in the southwest. Coughing fits racked his body as he sped through the air, each spasm bringing up blood that burned with a fiery heat. The backlash from using the Triple Realm King Fist was beginning to take hold. His internal organs felt as if they were roasting over open flames, every breath wrenching pain from the very depths of his being. Forcing down the surging blood and energy threatening to overwhelm him, his gaze grew only colder and more relentless. The southwestern border, the southeastern coastline, battleground after battleground. Red markers appeared, dotting the maps, each one another hot spot of conflict. Over the span of thousands of kilometers along Dragon Nation's lengthy frontier, Lin Fan's shadow descended again and again. 15 slain. 20. 30. He could no longer remember how many he had cut down. His consciousness began to blur, caught somewhere between the agony and the wild, raging power inside him. Only one thought anchored him. Wipe out every last one of these creatures. At the Dragon Shield Bureau's main headquarters in the capital, the command center was tense. Every senior official, including Qin Shan, stood fixated on the massive display, a wall of screens dividing the real-time map into dozens of sections. All across the map, red alert dots, signifying S-class threats, vanished, one after another, at a speed that defied belief. Alert neutralized in the northeast. Alert neutralized in the northwest. Alert neutralized in the southwest. Every lifted alert meant at least 3 to 5 S-class bioweapons had been wiped out. And all of this had unfolded in less than 40 minutes. Have we found out who's behind this? One senior official asked, his voice trembling. Reporting, we can't identify anyone. All of our satellites and high-altitude drones caught only a fleeting energy trace. Their speed is beyond the scope of any of our tracking technology. Even the intelligence officer sounded stunned, grasping for words. Qin Shan clenched his fists. Cold sweat pooled in his palms. It was him. It had to be him. The man who said, "Give me an hour, and I'll settle everything." He truly was suppressing the chaos of the entire nation, on his own. The Western Pacific, Dragon Nation's eastern seaboard. Here, the final battle unfolded. With a heavy thud, Lin Fan crashed from midair onto a rugged outcropping, sending a spray of seawater into the air. The bloody aura that had cloaked him now flickered fitfully, its strength nearly exhausted. His body was at its utter limit. Kneeling on one knee atop the rock, he gulped ragged breaths, each inhale scraping through him like the bellows of an ancient, battered forge. Ahead of him stood the final 3 bioweapons. So, you finally reached your limit? Lin Fan raised his head. His vision wavered. Before him, the 3 beasts swam and split into 6 wavering shapes. Damn it, just 3 left. He summoned every ounce of his strength, slowly struggling to his feet, draining the very last traces of power from his body, and with one final Kamehameha, put an end to the last 3 enemies. Ding! All anointed organization biological weapons within Longwa borders have been eradicated. Mission objective: eliminate all SS-class biological weapons within Longwa. Mission reward calculation underway. Congratulations, host. You have received 100,000 points. Current point balance, 340,650. A flurry of system notifications echoed in Lin Fan's mind, their sounds clear and melodious, like heavenly music. Was the mission finally complete? Boom! Like a dam bursting, an overwhelming tide of exhaustion and searing pain crashed over him, drowning his senses in an instant. The triple KO Ken was released. Lin Fan's body went limp, and he toppled backward from the reef, collapsing stiffly. 3 figures appeared out of thin air, silent and sudden. One wore an elegant tailcoat, reminiscent of a noble from the Middle Ages. At his feet, his shadow squirmed and twisted unnaturally. Another was shrouded in a gray cloak, an aura of death and decay emanating from his entire being. The stone beneath his feet visibly withered and crumbled away, decaying at a pace one could see with the naked eye. The last was a voluptuous and provocatively dressed enchantress. Wisps of rosy smoke curled around her fingertips, carrying a seductive, sweet fragrance. The anointed organization's 3 divine envoys: Morpheus, Typhon, Samuel. They had been waiting here all along. The sultry Samuel licked her scarlet lips, her gaze smoldering as she watched Lin Fan plunge toward the sea. The sea wind, cold and briny, swept across Lin Fan's face. His body was falling. Tisich, guess I screwed up. Only this solitary, bitter thought lingered in Lin Fan's mind. Below, the waves surged and roared. Farther away, the 3 ominous figures stood on another massive reef, like statues, silent and unmoving, their gazes following his descent with the amused indifference of a cat watching a mouse. What a flawless work of art. Morpheus, clad in his tailcoat, stood with elegant poise. His voice was tinged with admiration. After such dazzling brilliance, the most total collapse follows. This power, this vessel, Lord Azrael will be most satisfied. At his feet, shadows wriggled like living things, occasionally shifting into the form of a hand or the snarling visage of a silent face, both eerie and foreboding. Enough talk. Typhon, cloaked in gray, rasped hoarsely. The reef beneath him was visibly dying, cracks of decay splintering the stone, even the lush moss shriveling and yellowing in moments. Just crush his skull and take the body. That's all we need. My. Can't you 2 gentlemen show a little class? The last to speak was Samuel, the voluptuous and dangerously seductive woman whose figure bordered on the fantastical. She wore a deep crimson leather suit that clung to every curve, accentuating her shape in the most unabashed way. At her fingertips, a faint ribbon of pink mist coiled and shimmered. She ran her tongue slowly along her scarlet lips, her sultry eyes unabashed as they roved hungrily over Lin Fan's falling form. Her gaze filled with unrestrained greed and desire. What a pity for such a strong man to just die like this. Why not let me study him first and squeeze out every last drop of his value before handing him over to our Lord? Wouldn't that be even better? Her voice was honeyed to the point of cloying, as if it could seep right into a person's very bones. These 3, aside from their leader Azrael, were the highest-ranked warriors of the Divine Revelation Organization, known as the 3 Archangels. Their mission was to lie in wait here and reap the fruits of battle when the time was right. To them, the man before their eyes, who had single-handedly swept through more than 40 SS-class bioweapons on the Dragon Nation's border, was astoundingly powerful. But precisely because of that, they were certain he was now utterly spent, a slab of meat on the chopping block, ripe for their taking. Yet, none of them noticed what happened next. In the midst of the fall, Lin Fan's consciousness had not completely faded. With the last thread of his will, he roared frantically within his system's store. System. Damn you, system. Come out and help me. Save me now. Ding. Host vital signs are critically weak. Would you like to activate emergency rescue? Are you kidding? Do it now. Senzabine. Give me a Senzabine. Senzabine. Price, 1,000 points. Proceed with exchange. Lin Fan nearly choked when he saw the cost. What the hell? 1,000? Weren't they 500 last time? You're hiking the price. Robert. In accordance with the system's marketplace rules, for certain rare consumables, the price doubles after every 2 exchanges. This is a fixed rule and cannot be altered. The system's response was cold and devoid of emotion. Damn it. Lin Fan didn't even have the strength to curse anymore. He glanced at his point balance, which had just soared past 340,000. Fine. Exchange it. Just do it. Points minus 1,000. Exchanged successful. Senza bean has been placed in host's mouth. Barely a moment after the exchange, he felt a warm, potent bean materialize on his tongue and slip down his throat. Instantly, the torn muscle fibers in his body began knitting themselves back together in a furious rush of regeneration. His battered organs, on the brink of collapse, surged with energy as if revived by the freshness of spring. Every nearly dried-out cell brimmed anew, brimming with a stronger, purer vitality. Even the immense strain that the Kaioken X3 technique placed on his brain, the pain as if thousands of steel needles were stabbing at once, quickly faded away under the soothing tide of warmth. Only a faint humming remained, like the lingering after-effects of a bad hangover. With a heavy splash, his body finally fell into the frigid sea below. But now, the way he entered the water had shifted from the powerless drop of a corpse to a deliberate dive. He fell into the ocean. Typhon said hoarsely, "Perfect. Saves us the trouble. Morpheus, fish him out with your shadows." Morpheus nodded with a touch of elegance, preparing to command the darkness beneath his feet. But just then, Samuel's enchanting eyes narrowed ever so slightly. "Wait, something's not right. What's wrong?" Typhon replied with irritation. Samuel didn't answer. She simply fixed her gaze onto the patch of sea where Lin Fan had disappeared. Beneath the surface, Lin Fan opened his eyes. In that pitch-black, icy cold water, his eyes shone as bright as twin stars. A surge of strength like nothing he'd ever known flooded every corner of his body. He could feel it with absolute clarity. His entire being had undergone a fundamental transformation, a rebirth forged through that trial of near death and revival. With a silent thought, he summoned up his personal stats panel. Host, Lin Fan. Combat power, 15,000. Cell concentration, 28%. Skills acquired, Kamehameha, Dodonpa, Bukujutsu, Spirit Bomb, Kaioken. Points remaining, 339,650. 15,000. His heart gave a powerful thump. The Scion trait, the dramatic surge in strength after surviving the brink of death, had kicked in. Even the concentration of S cells had jumped by 8%. He slowly raised his hand, making a fist and flexing his fingers. With a mighty surge, he exploded from the water in a torrent of sound, landing smoothly atop the very reef he'd plunged from moments ago. The ocean breeze whipped across him, plastering his drenched hair to his brow. Beads of water traced sharp lines down his well-defined face. Though his clothes were tattered and torn, there was no sign left of weakness or disarray. Instead, he radiated a calm, terrifying aura, a presence that pressed against the very air itself. On the rocky outcrop, the faces of the 3 divine emissaries froze in utter disbelief. "How is this possible?" Typhon stammered, shocked. He shouldn't be." Lin Fan shook the water from his head, flicked a droplet from his ear, as if he'd just finished a casual swim. Lifting his gaze, he glanced over at the 3 dumbfounded figures opposite him. Then, reaching into his pocket, he drew out a power-level scanner and fitted it over his eye. A brisk series of beeps followed. Combat power, 2,800, ability, SS class. Combat power, 3,100, ability, SS class. Combat power, 2,900, psychic ability, SS level. Oh. Lin Fan glanced at the numbers displayed on the detector and nodded knowingly. So that's how it is. This guy is indeed a cut above those artificially bred bioweapons. And he's the real deal, a true psychic, likely with far more unpredictable abilities. Still, that's about it. He took off the detector and stuffed it casually back into his pocket. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing his signature, somewhat mischievous, geeky grin. "Hey!" He waved at the 3 divine envoys across from him, who by now looked utterly bewildered. "You 3 stood there posing for ages. Aren't you tired yet? How about I find you a photographer, capture this pretentious look of yours, and get it framed to hang on the wall?" Lin Fan's voice rang out, crisp and clear, carried on the ocean breeze. That irreverent tone, that half-mocking smile, it was like a stinging slap, harshly landing on the faces of the 3 envoys. A memorial photo? In that instant, the air itself seemed to freeze. All traces of Morpheus's elegance vanished, replaced by stormy gloom. Typhon's aura of gray death surged wildly around him, a direct reflection of his inner rage. And Samuel wiped away all traces of seduction from her eyes. Now, cold, murderous intent flickered in those beautiful depths. You have a death wish. Typhon could no longer endure the humiliation of being taunted by someone he considered no more than an ant. His raspy voice now brimmed with murderous violence. He took a menacing step forward. A visible gray ripple surged outward from his feet, sweeping rapidly through the air. Wherever it passed, the rocks beneath his feet instantly crumbled to sand, dissolving into nothing with the tug of the sea breeze. Even the surging waves, on coming into contact with the ripple, lost all movement, transforming into a lifeless, stagnant pool. An SS-level psychic ability, Touch of Decay. It wasn't just a touch, but an entire field. Within its bounds, all things withered. For your arrogance, you will pay the price. Typhon roared, his entire body flashing into a streak of gray lightning as he charged straight at Lin Fan. His withered hand, claw-like, skeletal, extended, gathering a concentrated fog of deathly energy in his palm, reaching fiercely for Lin Fan's heart. He wanted to personally tear down this presumptuous upstart, soul and all, reducing him to the most primitive cosmic dust. Faced with a blow so deadly it would send chills down the spine of any SS-level powerhouse, Lin Fan's expression remained completely unchanged. He didn't even bother to dodge. He simply stood there, quietly, eyes fixed on that death-shrouded claw hurtling toward him. Foolish. Seeing this, Typhon's eyes flashed with a ferocious grin. In his eyes, Lin Fan was either scared senseless by his own power, or that fleeting revival just now was nothing but a dying gasp. A hollow show, a paper tiger. But in the very next second, his wicked grin froze completely on his face. His hand stopped in midair, hovering barely a centimeter from Lin Fan's chest. It wasn't by choice. He simply couldn't move. An invisible wall of force blocked all his might, all his decay, pressing him back without letting even a hint through. The unyielding sensation was so overwhelming, it felt less like striking a human and more like ramming straight into a planet. What is this? For the first time, real fear flickered in Typhon's eyes. Lin Fan slowly raised his right fist. There was nothing fancy about it, just a simple punch. But it was unimaginably fast. In Morpheus and Samuel's eyes, all they saw was a faint afterimage left by Lin Fan's fist. A thunderous sound erupted, a deep, resonant blow that made the entire space shudder. Lin Fan's fist landed squarely in Typhon's abdomen. At that moment, time seemed to slow to a crawl. Typhon's body arched backward in a violent spasm. His expression shifted from terror to disbelief and finally to total emptiness. He looked down in utter shock, only to see that fist running all the way through his body. There wasn't even a trace of gray death energy staining that fist. How could? The words were little more than broken sounds squeezed from his throat. His SS-level supernatural power, his greatest pride, the force that could wither all things, seemed laughably fragile before this man. Lin Fan slowly pulled his fist out. Typhon's body lost its last support. There was no explosion, no burst of blood. His frame, long corroded by the touch of decay, simply couldn't bear that overwhelming power. Internally, everything had already been reduced to ruin. A sea breeze swept by. Typhon's body, like a sand sculpture weathered by 1,000 years, crumbled inch by inch from head to toe, dissolving into a cloud of gray dust that scattered over the ocean. Ding! Godslayer Organization Apostle Slain, SS level. Points plus 5,000. The notification from his system made Lin Fan raise an eyebrow. Oh, so SS level only gets you 5,000 points at most. He muttered, then looked up, his gaze settling on the two people left. Morpheus and Samuel stood there, like statues turned to stone, staring at the spot where Typhon had vanished, their minds utterly blank. Just one punch. Typhon, whose strength was second only to the other two apostles, was gone. Just like that? He didn't even last a single second? What kind of monster is this? Wasn't he half dead only moments ago? A hard swallow cut through the air. Samuel forced down a difficult swallow, the color draining from her face at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving her deathly pale. The seduction and desire she'd worn just moments ago had long since been replaced by boundless terror. She was afraid now. From the very depths of her soul, genuine fear had gripped her. Run! That was the only thought echoing in her mind. Almost on instinct, she drove her powers to their limit in a frenzied burst. Enchantment, mist, mirage. In an instant, thick pink smoke billowed from within her, spreading swiftly to cover 100-meter stretch of open sea. This was no ordinary illusion. Within the mist lurked poisons potent enough to numb nerves and corrode the mind. Even a fellow SS rank elite should they inhale it, would instantly fall prey to the deepest hallucinations, entirely at her mercy. The moment she'd unleashed her power, she wasted no time lingering for battle. Whirling around, she turned herself into a streak of crimson light, fleeing desperately in the opposite direction from Lin Fan. She'd pushed her speed to the fastest she'd ever achieved in her life, but she'd barely flown 1,000 meters. A mocking voice drifted lazily to her ear. "Hey, beautiful, why are you in such a rush? Weren't you just talking about research? You can't back out now, you know." Samuel spun around in shock. There was Lin Fan. When had he appeared behind her, he ran beside her with ease, even managing to shoot her a playful wink, as if this was all a casual stroll. As for her enchantment mist, a haze potent enough to ensnare SS-rank powerhouses, it might as well have been ordinary air to him, having no effect whatsoever. "Why you?" A guttural rasp of terror escaped Samuel's throat, choking her words before she could manage a single sentence. "Your powers don't work on me," he said calmly, pressing his forefinger and middle finger together, and with a quick motion, tapped the back of Samuel's neck. With a dull thud, Samuel's eyes rolled back. All her strength bled away, and her body dropped limply toward the waves below, as helpless as a kite with a snapped string. Lin Fan hadn't killed her. He'd only knocked her unconscious. With an effortless wave, he sent a burst of energy to catch Samuel's slack body, tossing her back on the jagged rocks where she'd stood before. Only after all this did he turn his attention to the last person standing. Morpheus. Now, the shadow manipulator who had always carried himself with aristocratic poise looked absolutely stricken. He did not run. He knew, against such overwhelming speed, attempting escape would be the height of foolishness. He fixed his gaze on Lin Fan, the shadow beneath his feet now no longer writhing, but instead spreading out into a fathomless black mire, swallowing him whole. Shadow stealth. It was his ultimate technique for survival and assassination, allowing him to merge completely with the shadow realm, thereby rendering himself immune to almost all physical and energy-based attacks. "I have to admit, you're the most powerful person I've ever met." Morpheus' voice echoed out from within that warped shadow, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible tremor. "But you can't kill me. As long as there are shadows, I will have eternal life. And you will forever be hunted by God's revelation, chased down endlessly, until—" He never finished his sentence. Without warning, a hand pierced straight through the barrier, separating reality from shadow, and clamped cruelly around his throat. Somehow, Lin Fan was now standing right in front of him. "Who told you I couldn't kill you?" Lin Fan wore a warm, gentle smile. "And besides, I think you've got something wrong." He tightened his grip on Morpheus's neck, hauling him forcefully out of the shadow realm, as if yanking a stubborn root from a mire. Morpheus's once handsome features were now grotesquely swollen with strangled rage, his eyes wide with endless fear and disbelief. His mastery over shadow, broken? Impossible. "It's not you people hunting me down." Lin Fan's smile slowly sharpened, growing cold and perilous. "It's me who's coming to destroy you. Now tell me, where is your so-called leader, Azrael?" Morpheus could barely breathe. The shadow powers he'd always prided himself on now cowered within him, meek and untouchable, like a frightened animal he couldn't command. The line between reality and shadow became so desperately clear, yet unattainably distant. He could see it, but he could never return. Terror, cold as the deepest ocean, overwhelmed his reason. I'll talk." He forced out the words with strained effort. In the face of death, noble dignity meant less than nothing. Lin Fan loosened his grip ever so slightly. At once, Morpheus gasped and choked, sucking in air as if he'd just surfaced from drowning. The way he looked at Lin Fan was now filled with raw reverence. "Lord Azrael, he's never in one fixed place. Get to the point." Lin Fan's voice sounded calm, but to Morpheus it carried a note of impatience, enough to make him shudder all over. Yes. Morpheus dared not waste another second, spilling everything he knew in a frenzied rush. "Lord Azrael is the supreme leader of God's revelation. He's also the most perfect creation of America's secret God Gene project. His real body slumbers deep within a hidden base underneath the Rocky Mountains in North America." "Asleep?" Lin Fan arched an eyebrow. "Yes," Morpheus hurried to explain. "My lord's power is simply too immense. Each time he awakens, the strain on his body is overwhelming. That's why he spends most of his time in the stasis pod, asleep, issuing orders to us through his mental abilities. What we usually see of him is just a projection of his mind. This attack on the Dragon Nation was orchestrated personally by my lord's projection. The purpose was to test the real combat capabilities of our latest batch of bioweapons, while also trying to draw out top-tier experts like you." those hiding within the Dragon Nation, for capture and research. All this would provide data and material for my lord's next evolution. As he finished his explanation, Morpheus's voice grew softer and softer. He cast a furtive glance at Lin Fan, afraid that if the other's anger flared, he'd snap his neck without a second thought. Lin Fan's face betrayed no emotion, not joy, not anger. He simply listened in silence. So that's how it was. All this time, he'd been sweeping through the borderlands, but in their eyes, it was nothing more than a grand performance test, and he himself was merely the test subject. How interesting. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth curled into a cold, mocking smile. Give me the exact coordinates of that base. I don't know, Morpheus stammered, his voice trembling again. That's God's revelation's highest secret. Only Lord Azrael himself and a handful of top U.S. military chiefs know the location. We, the messengers, only receive orders through special psychic beacons. Oh, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. It's the absolute truth. I wouldn't dare to utter a single lie. Morpheus could feel the deadly pressure bearing down on him. One last question. Lin Fan fixed him with a stare. Why does your organization, God's revelation, do all this? Is it to rule the world, or simply to sow chaos? Morpheus froze for a moment, then a complex, almost fanatical expression flickered across his face. No, you're wrong. We're not destroying, we're purifying. This world is already rotten to the core. So-called balance is just the powerless wailing of the weak. Power, that is the true law of all things. Lord Azrael will be the God who ushers in a new world. He will shatter all the old orders, and anything that refuses to obey will be purged. Lin Fan looked at his feverish expression and laughed. Idiot, that was his verdict. Then he tightened his grip ever so slightly. A sharp snap rang out, clear and decisive. The fanatic gleam in Morpheus's eyes froze, then swiftly faded, replaced by the emptiness of death. Lin Fan tossed the body aside, as casually as throwing out the trash, letting it plunge into the sea. Ding! God's Revelation Envoy SS rank, eliminated, points plus 5,000. Current point balance, 349, 650. After finishing everything, Lin Fan casually brushed off his hands, turned, and walked over to the reef. He glanced at the exotic woman, still unconscious, Samuel. He couldn't help but think, what a flawless figure she has. Maybe while she's still warm. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he firmly pushed it away. Crouching down, he fished a rope. Where did he even nab this from? From his pocket, and securely tied her up. All done. Time to call it a day. He straightened up and stretched lazily. A breeze swept in from the sea, laced with the faint tang of gunpowder and the aftermath of battle. Above, the shattered moon hung high, scattered starlight glittering across the sky. Lin Fan gazed out over the boundless ocean. With a combat power of 15,000, there was no one left on Earth who could match him. Yet that so-called SSS-class psychic, Azrael, along with the American government backing him, was like a massive iceberg. What had surfaced today was only the smallest tip. He knew he still had to stay careful. Pulling out his phone, he saw the screen was already cracked from the earlier fight, but he managed to coax it on. He found Qin Shan's number and dialed. Mr. Lin. On the other end, Qin Shan's voice quivered with irrepressible excitement and tension. At the Long Shield Bureau's headquarters in the capital, every senior officer in the temporary command center stiffened the moment the call connected, holding their breath, their eyes locked on the phone in Qin Shan's hand. Hey, old Qin, Lin Fan replied in an utterly relaxed tone, as if he hadn't just saved the entire nation, but had only stepped out for a stroll. I'm at the EC border, sending you the coordinates. Got 3 pieces of trash for you to deal with, 2 dead, 1 alive. And by the way, I've been busy all day. Does this business trip come with any travel expenses? My phone's busted, too. I'm going to need to put that on my claim. On the other end, silence fell, thick and uncanny. In the command center, the upper echelons of the Long Shield Bureau exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief. Was this really the legend? The one who single-handedly swept through over 40 S-class monsters and saved the entire country? Something about this attitude just didn't fit the picture. Qin Shan's mouth twitched. He drew in a deep breath, pulling himself together. Lin Fan hung up, then lounged on the reef, idly letting the sea breeze play over him as he waited for the Long Shield Bureau's people to arrive. The wind brushing his face carried his thoughts further and further away. There, on the vast horizon, a wilder idea began to take root in his mind. He thought of the current balance of power throughout the Dragon Nation. Those hidden cultivators, though rich in heritage, found themselves shackled. Spiritual energy in the world had been dwindling for years, leaving their cultivation stalled. Many spent a lifetime trapped at a bottleneck, unable to take a step further. On the other hand, among the vast population of ordinary people, countless individuals are actually born with supernatural gifts. Yet because they've never been awakened or guided, the majority of them are completely unaware of the hidden powers within their bodies. He wondered if there was a way to break this stalemate, to spur a leap in the overall strength of the Dragon Nation. Lin Fan sat idly at his perch, his posture radiating a sense of languid nonchalance. Humming an off-key tune to himself, he absently fiddled with Samuel, who was still tightly bound and unconscious, bundled up like a dumpling. He waited for roughly half an hour before finally, on the distant horizon over the sea, several small black dots appeared, racing toward him at high speed. These were a squadron of vertical takeoff aircraft, each emblazoned with the insignia of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Hovering steadily in the air, the cabin slid open and several figures leapt out, landing with precision on the nearby rocks. At their head was Qin Shan. Close behind him came Qin Lan, her familiar, frosty expression unchanged, and with them were several middle-aged men whose composed bearing instantly marked them as people of authority. One individual among them stood out even more. Dressed in a crisp Zhongshan suit with hair immaculately combed, his stern face and keen, hawk-like gaze exuded an air of unspoken command. This was Zhong Tianzheng, the Director General of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Mr. Lin. Qin Shan strode forward, his face a mixture of excitement and respect, his voice trembling with emotion. The senior members of the Dragon Shield Bureau behind him all gazed at Lin Fan with complex expressions. There was awe, curiosity, and above all, a deep sense of wariness. A man who single-handedly had resolved the nation's crisis along the border now sat before them, completely at ease. The contradiction between his legendary deeds and his casual presence felt almost unreal, leaving everyone around him slightly off balance. Well, old Qin, I have to hand it to you. Your team is efficient, Lin Fan said, standing up and casually brushing the dust from his pants, flashing a cheeky grin in greeting. Qin Shan hastened to make the introductions. Mr. Lin, this is our Director General at the Dragon Shield Bureau, Director Zhong Tianzheng. Zhong Tianzheng strode forward and extended his hand, a broad, firm grip paired with a voice as steady as bedrock. Mr. Lin, I have long heard of your great name. What you accomplished today, your service to the nation and its people, is a singular feat on behalf of the Dragon Shield Bureau and all of Dragon Nation. I offer you our highest respect and gratitude. His words rang with the weight of sincerity, every syllable carrying undeniable force. Director Zhong, you're too kind, Lin Fan replied, shaking hands, feeling the director's solid, steady grip. We're all on the same side. No need to stand on ceremony, Lin Fan said with a wide grin. He nodded toward the unconscious Samuel on the ground and a corpse floating nearby in the sea. Here, the live one might spill some secrets if you dig deep enough. The dead one, you can bring back for analysis. Maybe there's something useful you can learn from it. As for the third one, there's nothing left of him. Not even dust. Several agents from the Dragon Shield Bureau immediately stepped forward, skillfully injecting Samuel with a powerful sedative. They then used specially designed restraints to take her away, while another team was dispatched to recover Morpheus' body from the sea. When Zhong Tianzheng's eyes fell upon Samuel, his pupils narrowed slightly. Even the 3 divine envoys of the Revelation Organization have been dealt with by you. He took a deep breath, suppressing the storm raging within him. The dossiers of these 3 were kept in the top secret files of the Dragon Shield Bureau, the highest level of classification. Any one of them was enough to stir up chaos and force the Bureau to pay a bitter price. And now, 2 were dead and 1 captured, all handled with astonishing efficiency. It was nothing, Lin Fan replied with a casual wave of his hand. Then, shifting the subject, he pulled out his phone. Its screen shattered like a spider's web, and handed it to Qin Shan with a look that said he'd suffered a huge loss. Old Qin, take a look at this. For the safety of the nation and its people, my phone gave its life heroically. And besides, I've run from one end of the country to the other. Lost wages, emotional damages. Dragon Shield Bureau is a big operation. Surely you can reimburse all my expenses for this trip, right? A peculiar silence fell over the room once again. Qin Shan's lips twitched uncontrollably. Even Qin Lan's icy expression cracked a little. And Zhong Tianzheng, who was known for his unshakable composure, now wore an oddly bemused look. Was this really how things were supposed to go? Ahem. Zhong Tianzheng was the first to recover, stifling a laugh as he put on a serious face. No problem at all. Mr. Lin, every loss you've suffered will be reimbursed. No, make that 10 times over by the Dragon Shield Bureau. What's more, headquarters will custom build a state-of-the-art, absolutely secure communication device for you. Global coverage, bulletproof, waterproof, explosion-resistant, you name it. Well, that's what I like to hear. Lin Fan instantly beamed, tucking away his broken phone with great satisfaction. Director Zhong, you really know how to handle things. Watching him shamelessly enjoy his good fortune, Qin Shan and Qin Lan couldn't help but avert their eyes, feeling a little embarrassed on his behalf. After a moment of awkwardness, the atmosphere relaxed a bit. Zhong Tianjing's expression turned serious, once more as he looked at Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, regarding the Revelation Organization, did you manage to glean any crucial information from them? Lin Fan, hearing this, let his joking manner fade. He gave a concise summary of the intelligence he pried from Morpheus atop the reef. The fact that the Revelation Organization was backed by the American government, the plans of its leader Azrael, and the existence of an underground base hidden beneath the Rocky Mountains of North America, where their main force lay dormant. With each revelation, the faces of Zhong Tianzhong, Qin Shan, and the others grew darker. By the time Lin Fan finished, Zhong Tianjing's eyes were icy cold. Revelation, such towering ambition. The value of this intelligence was truly beyond measure. So, Director Zhong, Lin Fan looked at him and suddenly said, you can't solve this just by blocking the problem. Today I can take care of 40 of them, but tomorrow they'll create 400 more. We're only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Zhong Tianjing's gaze sharpened. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? I think the balance in our dragon country is far too fragile. Lin Fan's eyes swept across everyone present. I know how hard it is for you at Dragon Shield Bureau to maintain this. The Marshall families cling to their old ways, guarding what little they have. Those so-called secluded sects treat ordinary people like insects, useless to count on them. And yet, our country has an enormous population, countless sacred mountains, and blessed lands. He paused for a moment. Countless people with talent for cultivation or supernatural abilities disappear into the crowds, never knowing what kind of power sleeps within them. So many with real potential are buried in mediocrity, lacking the methods and resources to become anything more. I think maybe we can change the rules of the game. There was a wildfire of ambition, a touch of madness, and a glimmer of idealism in Lin Fan's eyes. What if we could build a system that finds all these overlooked talents and gives them the most comprehensive guidance and training? What if we could shatter the barriers of the martial clans, spread their techniques far and wide, and let more gifted people unlock their potential? Imagine what kind of explosive growth Dragon Country could achieve. If that happens, we wouldn't just have to worry about some divine revelation organization. Let the whole country behind them, even America itself, come at us. What would it matter then? Lin Fan's words struck like a thunderclap in the minds of Zhong Tianzhong, Qin Shan, and the others. All of them were left speechless, utterly shaken by Lin Fan's idea, a vision so bold it bordered on madness. A system where everyone could cultivate, smashing apart legacies built up over centuries? Zhong Tianzhong stared hard at Lin Fan, that keen gaze no longer seeing him as merely an unstoppable powerhouse, but as a visionary, a cunning, commanding figure with the ambition to match. The idea was as tempting as it was perilous. If it succeeded, Dragon Country would soar and command the world's respect. But if it failed, the backlash and chaos could turn everything on its head. Mr. Lin, this idea of yours, Zhong Tianjing's voice was dry, barely above a whisper. It's just a half-formed thought, nothing more. Lin Fan grinned, slipping back into his usual nonchalant manner. Whether it goes anywhere depends on whether you have guts. As for me, I'll do what I can, but the real strategizing, I'll leave to you. Looking around at the scene, now mostly taken care of, he stretched lazily. All right, my shift's over. Mr. Lin, we've already arranged a private jet for you, Qin Shan hurried to say. No need, I'll drive myself. Lin Fan declined with a wave of his hand. As the others looked on in astonishment, he bent his knees ever so slightly. In an instant, with a burst of golden energy, he shot into the sky. His figure became a mere speck against the horizon, headed inland at blinding speed. All that remained at the scene were the stunned senior officials of the Dragon Shield Bureau, left bewildered in the salty sea breeze. Zhong Tianzhong stared silently for a long time in the direction Lin Fan had vanished. Perhaps it truly would take a maverick, someone who defied all conventions, to overturn this rotten game board once and for all. Director, should we? Qin Shan stepped forward, his voice low. Pass the word. Zhong Tianzhong responded, his tone steady as always but with a newfound decisiveness. From this moment, Mr. Lin is to be regarded as a strategic-level ally. Any request he makes, so long as it does not threaten the nation's foundations, is to be granted unconditionally. And as for the proposal he just mentioned, assemble the think tank immediately. I want to see the first feasibility report before dawn. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, high above the clouds, Lin Fan was racing toward the Xinhua sect at several times the speed of sound. Little did he know, while he was sweeping through the borders, locked in fierce battle with the Shinki organization. His own Xianyue sect, rich in spiritual energy, had already drawn the attention of several uninvited guests. Xuanyu sect. The mountain guarding formation operated in silence, shutting out all mundane disturbances. Within the valley, the air was saturated with thick, almost liquid spiritual energy. Just a single breath was enough to refresh the mind and quicken cultivation. Su Yueshi sat cross-legged inside the quiet chamber of the main sect hall, bathed in a gentle, silvery moonlight glow. But at this moment, her delicate brows were drawn in a slight frown. Slowly, she opened her eyes. She could sense several waves of spiritual power just beyond the mountain array. Rising to her feet, she smoothed her robes and made her way out of the chamber in measured steps. Outside the mountain gate, near the mist-shrouded perimeter of the formation, 3 figures floated suspended in the air. All 3 were elderly, with long white hair and beards, their faces deeply lined by time. Each wore a distinct, ancient Taoist robe, spiritual power swirling about them, all at the early stage of foundation establishment. On the left stood a man garbed in a verdant robe emblazoned with a bagua diagram, a horsetail whisk in hand. His features were lean and ascetic, radiating the air of a true immortal. He was Qing Fengzi, Grand Elder of the Tianshi Dao of Mount Qingqing. On the right was a squat, rotund man clothed in a flamboyant kasaya, trimmed with gold, a string of enormous prayer beads looped around his neck. His rosy face was perpetually smiling, though every so often a flash of cunning and greed glistened in his eyes. This was Master Bao Kai, a reclusive elder from Jinshan Monastery. In the center stood a man whose presence was the most formidable of all. Dressed in a jet-black martial robe, his figure was gaunt and lean, yet his eyes were sharp as a falcon's. With his hands clasped behind his back, he radiated the tension of a sword on the verge of being drawn. He was Tang Ju, the previous head of the Tang sect from Bashu. All 3 stood as reclusive patriarchs within their respective sects, legendary elders who spent their days secluded within their hidden sanctuaries, absorbed in their cultivation and seldom troubling themselves with worldly affairs. Amit Ba, intoned Master Bao Kai, his beady eyes greedily surveying the valley ahead, soaking in the nearly overflowing aura of pure spiritual energy as his mouth unconsciously watered. Blessed indeed, such signs of a spiritual vein awakening are truly an immense fortune for any cultivator. It seems some junior disciple of the Xianyu sect must have stumbled upon a heaven-sent opportunity. As their neighbors, it's only proper that we come to witness the occasion. Enough of your pretentious talk, Bao Kai. Tang Ju, the patriarch of the Tang sect, snorted coldly, his gaze as cutting as a blade. The concentration of spiritual energy here is unheard of. The Xianyu sect has long since been destroyed. There's only a young girl left behind. What merit or capability does she have to claim such a treasure for herself? To let her monopolize this blessed ground would be a crime against heaven. We are here today to set things right. What Tang just said may sound a bit extreme, but there's truth in it, King Fengzi added, shaking out his horsetail whisk in deliberate leisure, his expression one of solemn compassion. Last night, I observed the sky and saw auspicious lights soaring here. Surely, some demon may use the treasure of this land to bring calamity to the world. We come only to uphold the righteous path, to prevent such a treasure from falling into unsavory hands. Now, if this descendant of Xianyu sect proves reasonable, we'll surely give her a measure of our protection. With these few exchanges, the trio had already contrived dignified justifications for their impending act of seizing by force. Just then, the mists ahead parted slowly to either side, unveiling a path that led straight to the mountain gate. Stepping forward along that path was Su Yueshi, garbed in a flowing moon-white dress, her lovely face tinged with icy resolve. She gazed coldly across the 3 men, her red lips parting, her voice as crisp and clear as spring water from a frozen brook. Seniors, you each have your own sanctuaries to cultivate in peace. What brings you here to my Xianyu sect today? At the sight of Su Yueshi's arrival, a subtle flash of surprise appeared in the eyes of all 3 elders. Each of them could sense it. Su Yueshi's cultivation had already reached the early foundation establishment stage. So young, yet already at foundation establishment. It made the greedy fire in their hearts burn even hotter. There must be an earth-shattering secret hidden within the Xianyu sect. Forcing a kindly smile, King Fengzi stepped forward and spoke first. So it is Taoist Su of the Xianyu sect after all. Your reputation long precedes you, and seeing you now, your poise and cultivation are even more impressive. Truly, my sincere congratulations. I heard that the spiritual veins of this place have revived, so I came to offer my congratulations. And while I'm here, I thought we could exchange cultivation insights. Perhaps we can all make some progress together. Congratulations? A cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of Tsuyueshi's lips. Our dragon nation has been invaded by petty and scrupulous outsiders. The Gods Awakening organization's bioweapons ravage our borders, leaving innocent lives in ruin. The warriors of the Dragon Shield Bureau fight and bleed with heavy casualties. Yet where, may I ask, were you, the three venerable ones who claim such boundless compassion for the world? All I heard was that Qingchang Mountain, Jinshan Temple, and the Tang clan of Bashu each sent a handful of unremarkable disciples to answer the Dragon Shield Bureau summons. Nothing more than a perfunctory gesture before retreating back into seclusion. And now, suddenly, the three of you catch the scent of benefit and show up at my door to exchange insights. Is that it? Tsuyueshi's words landed like invisible slaps, striking the three elders' faces with merciless precision. Their smiles froze instantly. Master Baotsai's expression darkened. Fellow cultivator, that's uncalled for. We seek seclusion and cultivation to comprehend the heavenly Tao and strive for higher realms, so that when true calamity strikes, we may have the strength to turn the tide. Why should we dirty our own hands for a few minor fiends? How noble, Tsuyueshi retorted with a cold laugh. Let's tell it like it is. You bully the weak and fear the strong. Sending your disciples to die was just a gesture to appease the Dragon Shield Bureau. Hiding yourself away was just to avoid trouble. Now that Xianyue sect stands to gain something, you can't wait to come and claim a share. Your scheming really is loud and clear. She gave them no chance to save face, tearing away their facade without mercy. Insolent! Tang Ju exploded with fury, a sharp and murderous aura locking onto Tsuyueshi. You brazen girl, do you not know your place? Out of respect for your dwindling sect, we tried to reason with you, and yet you dare to talk back? Clearly, it's time for an elder of mine to teach such an unworthy descendant a lesson on behalf of all your Xianyue ancestors. Before his words had even faded, his withered fingers flicked with a subtle motion. With a faint, piercing whistle, a needle as thin as a hair and shimmering with eerie blue light tore through the air, so swift it was nearly invisible, heading straight for Tsuyueshi's brow. The attack was ruthless, leaving no room for mercy. Tsuyueshi's face paled. She summoned every ounce of spiritual power, a pale moonlit shield forming before her in defense. But she had only just stepped into the Foundation establishment realm. Her position was still unstable, and her experience in real combat nowhere near these infamous old monsters. That poison needle was as strange as it was lethal. In an instant, it was about to pierce her brow. And yet, just as disaster loomed, a hand appeared out of thin air, pinching the deadly needle between two fingers with flawless precision. A voice, brimming with casual amusement, echoed through the hall. Well, aren't you all a bit old to be bullying a young lady, especially with sneak attacks? Is the thickness of your skin as great as these mountains? The instant the voice rang out, everyone present, Tsuyueshi included, was startled to the core. Tsuyueshi whipped around, her eyes falling on a face she knew all too well, a familiar, slightly roguish grin curling its lips. Lin Fan had appeared beside her, though she hadn't the faintest idea when he'd arrived. One of his hands rested idly in his pocket. With the other, he nonchalantly pinched the deadly, poison-laced soul-chasing needle between his index and middle fingers, as if it were nothing. Bathed in sunlight, the tiny needle quivered ever so slightly at his fingertips, yet could not advance an inch farther. Lin Fan, a rush of surprise and delight, washed over Tsuyueshi. The heart she'd been clenching with anxiety finally settled, safe and sound, the moment she saw him appear. She couldn't say when it happened, but this seemingly unreliable man had become her most unshakable support. Lin Fan gave her a wink and flashed a bright, brilliant smile. I'm back. Secmaster, you were looking pretty cool just now. With that, he turned, a lazy gaze sweeping toward the three elders opposite him, their faces now ashen with shock. Tang Ju, Qing Fengzi, and Master Bao Kai. The three of them were practically overwhelmed by a tidal wave of disbelief. None of them had caught how he appeared. He simply materialized between them and Tsuyueshi as if from thin air. Such ghost-like movement defied everything they knew, especially Tang Ju. The grim, triumphant sneer he'd worn had frozen upon his face, his eyes wide with stunned incredulity. That soul-chasing needle was crafted from his own blood, refined through secret arts, untraceable, unstoppable, able to pierce anything. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator of equal rank would fall in an instant should they be careless. Yet now this young man, who knows where from, had effortlessly caught it with just 2 fingers? How could that be possible? Who are you? Qing Fengzi was the first to recover, forcing down his shock as he barked the question. Meanwhile, his whisk in hand was already surging with concealed spiritual power. Me? Lin Fan chuckled, raising the needle to his eyes. He blew softly on its tip, sending it dissolving into a wisp of blue powder, scattering into the wind. He clapped his hands, then spoke in a languid, almost teasing tone. I'm the master of Xianyu sect. You gentlemen, showing up as guests and attacking the hostess without so much as a greeting. Isn't that a bit out of line? Master of the house? Master Bao Kai's beady eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Lin Fan up and down. At first glance, this youth bore not a shred of spiritual energy. He looked every inch an ordinary mortal. That only made their unease deepen. Return to simplicity. Only cultivators of the highest realms could conceal their power so perfectly. Could this young man be a mid-foundation establishment realm expert, or even a master of an even higher plane? As soon as this possibility crossed their minds, a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on each of their foreheads. Fellow cultivator, Tang Ju's demeanor noticeably softened. He cupped his hands in a polite gesture, his tone awkward and strained. This is just a misunderstanding. We only wish to spar with fellow Daoist Su because of her youth. No ill intent was meant. Spa! Lin Fan's smile took on an intriguing, almost mocking edge. Sparring with soul-chasing needles laced with deadly poison? I must say, the Tang clan's way of sparring is certainly unique. He took a single step forward, his figure blurring and vanishing for an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was standing right in front of Tang Ju, barely half a meter apart. Tang Ju's pupils contracted sharply, every hair on his body standing on end. Too fast. He couldn't react at all. He frantically tried to summon his spiritual power to retreat, only to find that the very air around him had turned as dense and solid as wet cement, locking him in place, utterly paralyzed. An overwhelming, indescribable pressure exploded from Lin Fan's presence, crashing down with terrifying force. At that moment, 15,000 points of combat power revealed merely a fraction of their true terror. Thud! Thud! Qing Fengzi and Venerable Bao Kai, who had been standing a short distance away, crumpled under that dreadful oppressive force before even a second had passed. Their legs gave way, sending them tumbling down from midair, forced to their knees in utter humiliation. Their spiritual energy, faced with such might, sputtered and died like candle flames battered by a gale, utterly suppressed. Both men were deathly pale, trembling uncontrollably, unable even to lift their heads in defiance. Tang Ju, trapped at the very heart of that pressure, fared even worse. He felt as if an immense, invisible hand had clenched around his heart, every bone in his body creaking under the unbearable strain. His eyes bulged bloodshot veins spreading underneath the flesh, while his throat rasped out strangled, desperate noises. He couldn't even beg for mercy. All reason drowned beneath a tide of absolute terror. A moment ago, didn't you say you were going to teach her a lesson on behalf of the ancestors of Xianyu sect? Lin Fan leaned in so close that, to Tang Ju, his smile seemed even more terrifying than a demon's. I'm a fair man. Since you wish to uphold justice, I'll give you your chance. Right now, get down on your knees and kowtow 3 times to my sect master. Then break one of your own arms and leave my mountain gate. In that case, I'll treat today as if it never happened. So, how does that sound for justice? A flash of humiliation and struggle flickered in Tang Ju's eyes. He was the ancient master of the Bashu Tang clan, renowned for centuries. When had he ever suffered disgrace like this? Kneel and kowtow? Break his own arm? That was worse than death. However, the moment his eyes met Lin Fan's, eyes that seemed to smile, yet were cold as ice, devoid of the slightest warmth, the last glimmer of hope in his heart was crushed completely. He had no doubt, if he dared utter even the word no, this man before him would tear him to pieces in the very next instant. Between dignity and his life, he ultimately chose the latter. He struggled to open his mouth. But just then, Lin Fan suddenly laughed. Forget it. I've changed my mind. Shaking his head and sighing, Lin Fan said, even wasting words on trash like you feels like squandering my precious time. Before his words had faded away, he raised his hand. With utter simplicity, he struck out with his palm. A muffled sound, quiet yet terrifying, filled the air. Tang Ju's body went stiff in an instant. The vitality in his eyes quickly dimmed. He could feel it. His innards, his meridians, his dantian, even his very soul, were all obliterated to dust under that palm, crushed by a force that brooked no resistance. You! He managed to force out just a single word. Then, as though all the bones had been pulled from his body, he collapsed limply to the ground, utterly lifeless. It was as if Lin Fan had merely stepped on an ant. He turned as if nothing had happened, casting his gaze toward the two old men who, by now, were scared out of their wits. Qing Fengzi and Master Bao Kai, upon seeing Tang Ju's corpse, nearly fainted from fear then and there. Just one palm. A foundation establishment patriarch, renowned for centuries, had perished so quietly, without even a ripple. Spare us, senior. Please have mercy. We were blind to your greatness. We offended you, senior. For the sake of our difficult cultivation, please show us mercy. Spare our worthless lives. All sense of dignity as patriarchs was forgotten. The two of them groveled on the ground, frantically kowtowing to Lin Fan and begging for their lives. Lin Fan walked up to them. You want to live? Yes. Yes. We want to. The two nodded madly, like chickens pecking at grain. Fine. Lin Fan nodded, then grinned, flashing a set of immaculate white teeth. Within 3 days, deliver to me every valuable technique, pill, and rare treasure your sex possess. Consider it a fee for emotional distress. What? The two of them were dumbstruck. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. No problem. Absolutely not. We'll handle it right away. We promise to satisfy you, senior. Shivering with terror, they dared not hesitate for a moment, scrambling to their feet and scurrying away like frightened dogs, fleeing without a single backward glance. Watching them scramble away in panic, Lin Fan spat on the ground with disdain. Having done all this, he finally turned around, meeting the gaze of Su Yueshi, who was staring at him with an expression tangled with 1,000 emotions. He scratched his head, slipping back into his usual awkward demeanor, and gave a sheepish grin. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yueshi suddenly rushed forward. Then, under Lin Fan's astonished gaze, she threw her arms around him and hugged him tightly. Her youthful body was soft and warm, carrying a faint, delicate fragrance that gently slipped into his senses. Lin Fan froze completely, his mind going blank. Thank you. Su Yueshi buried her face against his chest. Every time she needed him most, this man would appear before her like a guardian from above. Is this what a real hug feels like? After more than 20 years of being single, Lin Fan was used to cracking jokes and pretending to be suave. But in a real moment like this, he suddenly realized he had no idea what to do. His heart pounded fiercely, and his cheeks burned so hotly that he could only hope Su Yueshi hadn't noticed how flustered he was. Yet Su Yueshi simply held him tightly, her face still pressed to his chest. For the first time, his embrace gave her a sense of security she'd never known. Ever since her sect was destroyed and she struggled to survive alone in the bustling city, she had been living with her guard up. Now, with her sect reborn, that taut string inside her finally loosened, if only a little. Ahem. In the end, it was Lin Fan who surrendered first. He cleared his throat, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. Your chest is making a little hard for me to breathe. Su Yueshi's body stiffened. She quickly released him, her cheeks blossoming into a rosy blush that crept all the way up to her ears. She didn't dare meet Lin Fan's eyes and turned away in embarrassment. Looking at her adorable, flustered appearance, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. His mood instantly lifted. Whenever he was in high spirits, he always remembered those two old men who'd run off in terror. He loved nothing more than getting involved in these kinds of negotiations, especially since the Xianyue sect was going to need a professional manager for its future development. Lin Fan's eyes brightened as a perfect candidate came to mind. With practiced ease, he pulled up Zhao Tianlong's phone number and dialed. Mr. Lin, you're calling me. Zhao Tianlong's voice was dripping with flattery. Old Zhao, how's business lately? Lin Fan asked in a chatty, casual tone. Thanks to you. Everything's going well. Good. I got a big project and wanted to see if you're interested. Lin Fan got straight to the point. I've just founded a sect, Xianyue sect. We're looking for someone to manage the finances and oversee commercial affairs in the secular world. Are you interested? On the other end of the line, Zhao Tianlong was speechless. For a moment, he even stopped breathing. A sect. This was no ordinary business venture. This was a portal to an entirely new world. He had no doubt that if he could seize this opportunity and stick with Lin Fan, the Zhao family's future would know no bounds. All right, Mr. Lin, count me in. Even if I have to sell everything I own, Zhao Tianlong, will make sure the logistics of the Xianyue sect are taken care of flawlessly for you. Money is no object. My son, Zhao Feng, though he's a bit useless, he is at least quick-witted. Please, Mr. Lin, give him a chance. Let him join your sect as a servant, pouring tea and running errands, so he can bask in some of that immortal aura too. Zhao Tianlong's voice quivered with excitement, his tone completely transformed by his eagerness. Fine, let him come. It so happens the sect needs someone to sweep the grounds, Lin Fan replied, memories of that blonde troublemaker resurfacing with a sigh of sentiment. After hanging up, Lin Fan felt a wave of relief sweep over him. In the end, professional matters really are best left to the professionals. He turned to Su Yueshi and grinned. Let's go, sect leader. It's time to clock out and head home. By the time they returned to the villa, dusk had already settled in. As soon as Lin Yu spotted them entering, she dashed over, bright and lively as a little bird. Brother, Sister Yueshi, you're back. Grandma poked her head out from the kitchen. Seeing them safe and sound, an affectionate smile bloomed across her face. That's wonderful, as long as you're back. Dinner's almost ready. Go wash up, both of you. At the dining table, warmth filled the air. Lin Yu chattered merrily, recounting amusing stories, while Grandma kept piling food into Lin Fan and Su Yueshi's bowls, gently chiding, Eat more, both of you. You look like you've lost weight. Watching this lively slice of home, Su Yueshi's eyes grew moist. It had been so very long since she'd experienced this sense of family. She stole a glance at Lin Fan, who was at that moment bickering playfully with his sister, and couldn't help but let a small smile curl her lips. After dinner, Lin Fan flopped onto the sofa, rubbing his very full belly, contentedly drifting into a rare state of stillness. Thinking back on his days since acquiring the system, he realized that if he wasn't fighting, he was on the way to another fight. Though his strength had soared, the chance to savor ordinary life had been rare. Now, with every last divine envoy in the Shinshi organization taken down, apart from their mysterious leader, Jiangxia City had become the safest place in the nation. Maybe it was time for him to slow down and relax for once. The next morning, Lin Fan was up with the sunrise. Heading to the kitchen, he found Su Yueshi frowning in confusion at a smart rice cooker, her pretty fair face practically shouting, How does this thing work? Suppressing a smile, Lin Fan reached from behind and plucked the instruction manual from her hands. Don't bother with that, he said. We're eating out today. Huh? Su Yueshi glanced back at him, puzzled. Let's go out and explore, Lin Fan replied decisively. Without giving her a chance to protest, he took her by the hand and led her toward the door. Today's a holiday. Let me show you what normal life feels like. Su Yueshi's heart skipped at his touch, a blush spreading over her cheeks. Yet she made no move to pull away. The commercial pedestrian street of Jiangxia City bustled with throngs of people, alive with energy and excitement. Lin Fan held Su Yueshi's hand, weaving through the crowd just like any ordinary couple. Soon, his eyes landed on a claw machine. It piqued his interest instantly, and he pulled Su Yueshi over, excitement written all over his face. Watch me show you what I can do. He exchanged a pile of coins for tokens, looking completely confident. But under Su Yueshi's calm and steady gaze, he failed again and again. Over a dozen tries, and not a single win. Geez, my hands are just off today. Lin Fan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Seeing his awkwardness, Su Yueshi couldn't help but break out into laughter, a sudden, melodious sound like the thawing of ice in the spring. For a moment, even the passers-by stopped and stared, transfixed by the rare sight. Lin Fan was momentarily spellbound as well. He took a deep breath and his eyes sharpened with focus. All at once, a faint, almost invisible energy quietly coiled around the claw. Up you go. To Su Yueshi's amazement, the claw gripped a massive Pikachu plush with perfect steadiness and deposited it precisely down the chute. Here for you. Lin Fan proudly handed her the Pikachu, which was so big it dwarfed the upper half of Su Yueshi's body, grinning from ear to ear in anticipation of her praise. Hugging the soft plush, Su Yueshi glanced at Lin Fan's childish air of expectation. Deep inside her, the softest part of her heart seemed to be gently touched. She bowed her head and said, almost in a whisper, Thank you. Night had fallen and city lights flickered to life. Slowly, the two of them strolled along the riverside promenade, munching on skewers and sipping milk tea. The river breeze brought with it the gentle warmth of a summer evening. Lin Fan glanced at Su Yueshi, who was hugging the giant Pikachu and sipping her milk tea, and felt that everything was so wonderful it almost didn't seem real. Maybe this was exactly what he wanted to protect. If anyone has ideas about how the story should develop next, feel free to leave a comment. What's that place up ahead? It looks lively, neon lights, bustling crowds. Lin Fan pointed at a building not far away, its walls awash in dancing neon. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Su Yueshi followed his gaze, a hint of puzzlement flashing through her cool, clear eyes. Places like that were utterly unfamiliar to her. She barely knew anything about such mortal entertainments. A bar, Lin Fan said, rubbing his chin and grinning with anticipation. Believe it or not, I've never actually been to one. Want to go see what it's like? Su Yueshi looked at his naive excitement and couldn't hold back a smile. Still, she nodded softly. Inside, pounding music and strobing lights tangled together, saturating the air with a heavy mixed scent of alcohol and hormones. Lin Fan guided Su Yueshi through the press of people, finally squeezing into a booth in a corner. Tsuyueshi's appearance was like a drop of clear water splashing into a sizzling pan of oil. Her cool, ethereal aura seemed completely out of place amid the noisy bustle around her. Even a simple long dress could not hide the breathtaking curves and her peerless beauty. Almost the moment she sat down, at least half the eyes in the room were drawn to her, gazes filled with amazement, envy, and greed. Lin Fan, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. Like an inquisitive child, he looked around with fascination, his attention caught by the bartender's array of bottles and shakers. "What can I get you two to drink?" A waiter approached and asked politely. "Bring us a bottle of your finest for each of us," Lin Fan said with a grand wave of his hand, exuding the airs of a nouveau riche. Tsuyueshi discreetly nudged him under the table with her foot. Lin Fan chuckled sheepishly and corrected himself. "Just kidding, 2 glasses of juice will be fine." Just then, in a nearby luxurious booth, a young man sporting a flamboyant floral shirt, his hair dyed in a rainbow of colors, and a flashy gold watch on his wrist, fixed his gaze on Tsuyueshi. He was staring so intently, it looked as if he was about to start drooling. "Master Wang, isn't that girl something?" A sycophantic lackey beside him said obsequiously. "Isn't that obvious? Did you need to tell me?" Wang replied impatiently, pushing his lackey aside before nodding toward a bodyguard in a black suit. "Go get that girl for me. Tell her to join me for a drink." The bodyguard gave a curt nod, his face expressionless, and strode over to Lin Fan's table. Standing above them, the bodyguard looked down at Lin Fan, his tone commanding. "Our Master Wang has taken a liking to your girlfriend. She's to come over and have a drink with him. As for you, you can get lost." Without even glancing up, Lin Fan calmly took a sip of his juice, acting as though the other man didn't exist. Nearby, a club security guard on patrol caught sight of the scene, and his heart skipped a beat. He recognized Wang's bodyguard instantly and understood all too well what kind of guy Wang was. A trace of struggle flickered across the guard's face, but duty compelled him to steel his nerves and approach quickly. He plastered a fawning, almost servile smile across his face, bowing repeatedly to the bodyguard in black. Sir, please calm down, give us some face. We're all here to have a good time. Let's keep things friendly. No need to cause a scene, right? Allow me to buy you a drink." The bodyguard gave him a contemptuous, sidelong glance and didn't bother to respond, reaching out to grab Tsuyueshi. The security guard panicked and reflexively blocked his hand. "Out of the way!" the bodyguard snapped, his temper flaring. With a curse, he backhanded the guard across the face. "Who the hell do you think you are? Just a damned bouncer, trying to meddle in my business." The slap was about to land squarely on the security guard's face. But in that instant, a hand shot out like lightning, unyielding as a steel clamp, seizing the bodyguard's wrist and stopping him cold, completely halting his advance. Lin Fan, who had been lounging lazily on the sofa all this time and seemed to care for nothing, had at some point sat up straight. He lifted his head, his gaze landing on the man in the security uniform, his face tense and humiliated. For a brief moment, surprise flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. "Chen Ziyuan?" As soon as he heard the familiar voice, Chen Ziyuan snapped his head up. The moment he saw Lin Fan's face, he was utterly stunned. Lin Fan." Lin Fan grinned at him, but the smile vanished in an instant as he turned toward the bodyguard. Instead, his face hardened, a chill settling across his features. The bodyguard's wrist was squeezed so hard it was aching. His face flushed with pain and anger as he shouted, "Kid, do you even know who I work for? Let go of me." Lin Fan's grip tightened just a touch. There was a crisp snap. The bodyguard's wrist bent unnaturally, and he let out a gut-wrenching scream, his forehead beating with cold sweat from the pain. The uproar over here immediately drew Wang Kai's attention. "Damn it, you dare lay a hand on my men!" Wang Kai roared, and with a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 more bodyguards closed in, encircling Lin Fan and his companions. The bar's patrons scattered in fright, leaving the place tense and on edge, like a powder keg waiting to blow. Looking at the intimidating scene, Chen Ziyuan blanched. He tugged nervously at Lin Fan's sleeve, his voice trembling. "Fanzi, please don't do anything rash. Let's just go. They've got numbers." But Wang Kai raised a hand, signaling his men to hold back. He strolled slowly over to Lin Fan, gazing down with an air of disdain and mocking amusement. "So you got guts, huh? Touching my people." He pointed his chin at Lin Fan. "But I'm in a generous mood today, so I'll give you a chance to live." He jabbed a finger at the floor, his voice overflowing with arrogance. "Kneel down, bang your head on the ground 3 times and apologize. Then leave the girl beside you. Let her keep me company tonight. Do that, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened, and you can walk out of here alive." Leaning in closer, he lowered his voice, his self-importance on full display. "Don't be stupid, kid. My dad is Wang Fuguei. In Jiangxia City, my father's name is more powerful than anything. Yet, after hearing all of this, Lin Fan didn't show the slightest bit of anger. Instead, as if he'd heard the punchline to the world's funniest joke, he couldn't hold back his laughter. He pulled out his phone and, under Wang Kai's stunned gaze, dialed a number, taking his time. Hello, old Zhao. On the other end of the call, Zhao Tianlong, who had been laughing and drinking with a business associate, jerked so hard at Lin Fan's voice that he nearly spilled his drink. He quickly gestured for quiet, hurried away from the table, and answered in the most respectful tone of his life. Mr. Lin, is there anything I can do for you, sir? It's nothing serious. Lin Fan glanced at the arrogant Wang Kai. There's a young man here. His father's name is Wang Fuguei. Seems like he's got some background. Do you know him? Wang Fuguei? Zhao Tianlong was taken aback for a moment. Then his mind raced, and he quickly recalled, Oh, I think he's in entertainment business. A nobody, really. Mr. Lin, please rest assured. This reckless fool has crossed the line. I'll take care of it at once. 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, I promise you a satisfactory answer. Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Tianlong's forehead in an instant. As soon as he hung up, Zhao Tianlong's face twisted into a ruthless expression. Without hesitation, he dialed another number. Wang Fuguei, are you looking to die? Where the hell is your little brat? Do you have any idea the disaster he's caused? Let me tell you, if you don't handle this in 3 minutes, your whole Wang family will disappear from Jiangxia City. Inside the bar, Wang Kai watched Lin Fan making a phone call, his face twisted in a mocking grin. Calling for help, kid? Let me tell you, here in Jiangxia City, it doesn't matter who you call. Even if Jesus himself came today, he couldn't save you. That's a promise. No sooner had he finished than his phone rang with urgent insistence, like a death knell that wouldn't be denied. He glanced at the screen. It was his father. Dad, what is it? I'm in the middle of something, he answered impatiently. The next second, his father's hysterical roar exploded from the phone, so loud the entire bar could hear. You ungrateful brat. You little beast. Who on earth did you mess with? Are you trying to drag our whole family into ruin? Every bank is calling about overdue loans. All our business partners have torn up their contracts. Get on your knees now. Apologize to that gentleman, and don't stop until he forgives you. Or so help me, I'll break your legs myself. The arrogance on Wang Kai's face froze instantly. The hand gripping his phone began to tremble uncontrollably, and the color drained from his face with frightening speed, leaving him as pale as chalk. He lifted his head in disbelief, staring at the young man who had been calmly sipping juice from start to finish. Lin Fan looked back at him with tranquil indifference, as if he were merely observing an ant. Fear, cold and overwhelming, swallowed Wang Kai whole. With a thud, his legs gave way, and he collapsed on his knees, then scrambled forward on all fours to Lin Fan, sobbing and sniffling uncontrollably. Big brother, no. Grandpa, I was wrong. I didn't know who I was dealing with. I'm not even human, just scum. Please, sir, be merciful. Treat me like a fart. Just let me go. He babbled as he relentlessly slapped his own face, swelling it up until he looked like a battered pig's head. The bodyguards and guests nearby were all left dumbstruck by the scene. Chun Ziyuan was utterly stunned, his mind blank. He couldn't make sense of what had just happened in these brief 1 or 2 minutes. Lin Fan frowned, waving his hand with clear distaste. Get lost. Don't stand here blocking my view. You're ruining my time catching up with my friend. Wang Kai, suddenly released as if from a death sentence, scrambled out with his men, fleeing the bar in utter panic. The entire bar fell dead silent. Only then did Lin Fan turn, looking at Chen Ziyuan, who was still frozen like a statue. Lin Fan grinned widely. What are you standing there for? Come have a drink. It's been too long. He gestured for Chen Ziyuan to join him, flashing that same cheeky grin Chen Ziyuan knew all too well. That smile was like a key, instantly unlocking memories that had long been buried in Chen Ziyuan's heart. The unfamiliarity he'd felt melted away in that moment, replaced by the excitement of a long-overdue reunion and a flood of unanswered questions. He pulled out a chair and sat down heavily, his gaze complicated as he looked at Lin Fan. Lin, what on earth have you been through all these years? And that one guy just now, how come? Me? Lin Fan picked up a glass of untouched juice from the table and slid it over. His tone was casual, as if brushing off the question. It's a long story, but I guess I just got lucky. He scratched his head, organizing his thoughts before explaining. After graduation, I stumbled into a sec by chance and picked up a few skills. As for that kid, his dad company happens to have business with someone I know, so I just said a word. His answer, half truth and half fiction, fit neatly with what Chen Ziyuan already assumed. To Chen Ziyuan, it seemed Lin Fan had gotten a lucky break, somehow getting in good with a behind-the-scenes big shot, maybe even becoming a top enforcer for someone powerful. Chen Ziyuan looked down at the glass of juice, then back at Lin Fan, his eyes reddening. Damn, seeing you doing this well stings worse than failing myself, he joked, picking up the glass and taking a big swig. Failure was tough to swallow, but his old buddy's success was even harder. I started working right after high school. You know my family situation, I had to earn money. Did a stint on construction sites, but in the end figured being a security guard was steadier, so I've stuck it out here for almost 2 years. He let out a self-deprecating laugh, pointing at the revelers lost in the bar's glitz and glamour. I look at these rich folks every day. Anyone who says they aren't jealous is lying. I work my tail off all month, and it's not even enough for them to crack open a fancy bottle. Sometimes it really feels like people are born with different fates. Just then, something seemed to strike him. He suddenly looked at Tsuyoshi, then snapped his gaze back to Lin Fan. His eyebrows shot way up, his eyes darting between the two, his face alive with unconcealed shock. What the hell? She's your girlfriend. How did you manage that? Honestly, it feels worse than dying. Bro, promise me. If you two ever have kids, make it via IVF, okay? I can't handle the idea of you touching her. Tsuyoshi had been quietly watching the two of them catch up and was suddenly dragged into the conversation. A faint, almost undetectable blush appeared on her cool, elegant cheeks, but she didn't say a word. Screw you, Lin Fan replied with a laugh and a curse, though inside he was secretly delighted. Thanks for earlier, Fan. Chen Ziyuan's expression turned serious. If it weren't for you, I would definitely have lost my job today, maybe even gotten beaten up. Lin Fan listened silently, then gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. We've known each other too long for you to thank me. There was a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Their talk of old times brought smiles to both their faces, as if, for a moment, they had returned to those youthful days of bold innocence in their school uniforms. Tsuyoshi, who had been quietly sitting to the side, let her clear, cold gaze fall on the two of them. She glanced again at Lin Fan, noticing that, in front of this old friend, there was a newfound warmth and sincerity in his demeanor. They talked for quite some time. When Lin Fan saw it was getting late, he stood up and pulled a small, plain-looking jade bottle from his pocket, placing it on the table. What's this? Chen Ziyuan asked, curiosity in his eyes. It's something special I brought back from my sect. It'll strengthen your body and improve your constitution, Lin Fan explained candidly and with ease. Take it home and swallow it all in one go. The process might be a bit rough. You might get the runs or break a sweat, something like that. Just tough it out, it'll pass. This was the cleansing pill he had just exchanged from the system. Chen Ziyuan didn't fully understand how miraculous this thing might be, but he knew that anything Lin Fan brought out from a sect was bound to be extraordinary. Instinctively, he tried to refuse. Fan, this is way too valuable. I can't accept it. Don't get all formal with me, Lin Fan said, directly pressing the jade bottle into his hand, his expression turning serious. Old Chun, I need you to remember what I'm about to say. Chen Ziyuan straightened up immediately, his own face growing grave. This world is going to change soon, Lin Fan said in a low voice. Before long, you'll find out that martial arts masters and people with supernatural abilities are real. In the future, power will far outweigh money or status, much more than you think. What are you talking about? Chen Ziyuan looked utterly confused. It's okay if you don't get it now. Lin Fan pointed at the jade bottle Chen Ziyuan was gripping tightly. Once you take that, your physical abilities will be far beyond the average person's. Soon, many sects will start openly recruiting disciples. When that happens, you should give it a try. He didn't elaborate further and instead reached for Tsuyoshi's hand beside him. Let's go. Time to head home. Tsuyoshi's cheeks flushed, but she didn't pull away. She simply let him lead her by the hand, and under Chen Ziyuan's astonished gaze, they walked out of the bar together. Left alone in the booth, Chen Ziyuan sat in silence, staring down at the smooth jade vial resting in his palm for a long time, speechless. Lin Fan's words had stirred up raging waves within his heart. A completely new world, bizarre and dazzling, seemed to be opening before him, its curtains slowly lifting. The next day, Lin Fan, unusually, didn't linger in bed. Early in the morning, Tsuyoshi was already engrossed in an ancient book she had found from who knows where. Bored, Lin Fan was aimlessly scrolling through short videos on his phone when it suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed just 2 characters, Qin Shan. Director Qin, it's so early, what's going on? On the other end, Qin Shan's voice carried a barely contained excitement. Mr. Lin, the suggestion you made last time has been heeded by higher-ups. Just an hour ago, the highest authority passed a decision that will change the entire Dragon Nation and perhaps even reshape the world. What kind of decision? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. For Qin Shan to use such weighty words, this had to be something monumental. Qin Shan took a deep breath, as if steadying his emotions. A few days ago, the bioweapons unleashed by the Shinshi organization ran rampant, and the related videos have already spread online. Eventually, you just can't keep a lid on things. Combined with your previous proposal, an emergency meeting was held, and the leadership decided, no more secrets. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat as a wild thought crashed over him. Sure enough, Qin Shan's next words confirmed his suspicions. The state will officially announce the existence of awakened and cultivators to the entire citizenry within 3 days, and at the same time, launch the National Enlightenment Initiative. Qin Shan's voice sounded again. All educational institutions, up to college, will add potential development to their curriculum. Local bureaus and the military will assign specialists to preliminarily screen all eligible students for innate talent and awakened abilities. Those who show talent can be admitted to the top military academies as specially recruited students. The ancient martial arts families and long-established cultivation sects will also be allowed to broaden their intake and expand their ranks. Of course, everything must be supervised by the Dragon Shield Bureau. As for your own disciple selection criteria, that's up to you to decide. Qin Shan paused for a moment. Mr. Lin, I'm telling you this as soon as it happened. As soon as he hung up, a wide grin stretched across Lin Fan's face, refusing to fade. A nation of cultivators, with the nation itself stepping onto the stage. That's true vision and resolve. What are you grinning about? Came Su Yueshi's cool voice from beside him. She had set down her ancient book and was eyeing him curiously, her clear gaze full of intrigue. This is incredible news, Lin Fan teased, keeping her in suspense as he leaned in. From now on, your Xianyue sect will be the top sect under the heavens, and you will be the leader of the greatest order. Su Yueshi shot him a glare, obviously not buying into his grand claims. But hearing him deliberately emphasize your Xianyue sect, a faint, rare smile blossomed on her usually cool and elegant face. After enjoying the heartfelt breakfast prepared by Lin Yu and Grandma, Lin Fan grabbed Su Yueshi's hand. Without delay, they soared into the sky, heading straight for the Yunmeng Mountains. Even from a distance, before they arrived, the resonant roar of machinery echoed from deep within the mountain range. When the two finally hovered above the Xianyue sect, even someone as prepared as Su Yueshi was left speechless by the sight before her. Where the lone Xianyue Hall once stood isolated, the vast area beneath it had been completely overtaken by a massive engineering team. Hundreds of giant machines, like steel behemoths, carved roads through the mountains, while thousands of workers bustled with fervor and energy. A wide, smooth mountain road now stretched from the base all the way up the slopes. At this rate, it would reach the sect gates in just a day or two. Zhao Tianlong really has emptied his coffers for this. Lin Fan chuckled softly at her side. When people of means get things done, the results are always so simple and unadorned. Su Yueshi gazed at the thriving construction below, then glanced at the man beside her who seemed capable of anything. Not long ago, she believed rebuilding the sect was nothing but a distant dream. Yet now, that dream was being realized in ways she had never dared to imagine. Having only the main hall does feel a little too austere, Lin Fan mused, stroking his chin. As the man behind the sect master, he knew the importance of appearances. Glancing at the system panel showing a balance of 349,550 points, Lin Fan suddenly stood a little taller. System, upgrade Xianyue sect with all the supporting facilities. With a mere thought, the system's virtual shop instantly unfolded before his eyes, brimming with countless choices. Ding! Redeemed sect facility. Transmission hall, costing 8,000 points. Ding! Redeemed sect facility. Alchemy pavilion, costing 8,000 points. Ding! Redeemed sect facility. Sutra library, costing 5,000 points. Ding! Redeemed sect facility. Martial arena, costing 2,000 points. Ding! Redeemed sect facility. Disciples' quarters for 100, costing 2,000 points. A full suite of basic infrastructure, 25,000 points well spent. In the very next moment, before Su Yueshi's astonished eyes, clusters of ancient, elegant, grand buildings materialized out of thin air around the Xianyue Hall. They complemented the mountain's natural terrain perfectly, as if they had stood there for centuries. Lin Fan, unsatisfied still, prepared to do more. The hardware is upgraded. Now the sect leader has to be top tier as well. He opened the marketplace again, eyes instantly drawn to those dazzling, radiant treasures of the highest grade. Yueshi cultivates the grand lunar circulation technique. I must find something that truly complements her. Immortal art of Guanghan shares the same origin as the grand lunar circulation technique, can be fused to perfect each other, granting direct insight into the great Tao. Exchange points required, 30,000. This is excellent. I'll take it. But grand technique alone isn't enough. The physique must match as well. Tying creation pill, a supreme divine elixir that cleanses the meridians, remodels the spiritual roots, and forges the lunar glass physique. Exchange points required, 30,000. This is the one. Without hesitation, Lin Fan exchanged for the immortal art of Guanghan and a tying creation pill. Or did he stop there? In preparation for the upcoming universal initiation, he spent another 15,000 points to exchange for the basic techniques of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, one scroll for each element, and sent them straight into the scripture repository. With this lavish spending, exactly 100,000 points vanished in an instant. Watching his points balance switch to 249,550, Lin Fan didn't feel the slightest pang of regret. On the contrary, a great sense of satisfaction surged up within him, the pure joy of nurturing and growth. Money really does let you do whatever you want. Patriarchsu, Immortal Master Lin. A fawning yet excited voice rang out from below. There was Zhao Tianlong, dragging his son, Zhao Feng, both of them drenched in sweat as they ran up the winding mountain road. When they finally caught sight of the magnificent complex, vast buildings that had appeared as if by magic, father and son were utterly dumbfounded. This is a miracle, a true miracle, Zhao Tianlong stammered, barely able to get the words out. Ahem. Lin Fan cleared his throat and nudged Su Yueshi with his elbow. Catching on, Su Yueshi stepped forward, her tone cold and serene. Mr. Zhao, your efficiency is impressive. Not at all, not at all. Zhao Tianlong snapped back to attention, instantly bowing deeply towards Su Yueshi. To serve the sect leader is the greatest honor of my life. Beside him, Zhao Feng hastily followed his father's example. With a thud, he knelt before Su Yueshi, prostrating himself fully. Disciple Zhao Feng greets the sect leader. Rise. Su Yueshi's voice was cool and distant, now laced with the dignified air of a true sect leader. Zhao Tianlong then turned to Lin Fan, his attitude just as deferential. Immortal Master Lin, I have mobilized every channel at my disposal. The news of Xianyu sect's grand opening and disciple recruitment will spread throughout Jiangnan province by the end of the day, and within 3 days will blanket the entire nation. The reputation of our Xianyu sect will be broadcast far and wide. Excellent. I entrust this task to you. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction, then added, one more thing. Help me locate 3 wandering cultivators, Lu Changfeng, Wang Banshan, and Zhao Sihai. Tell them that with Xianyu sect's gates newly opened, the sect leader wishes to invite them as elders. Give them 1 day to consider. Yes, I'll take care of it at once. Zhao Tianlong accepted his orders and departed. His reverence for Lin Fan grew to new heights. Just 3 days later, at the foot of Xianyu sect's mountain, an enormous crowd had gathered. People as far as the eye could see, packed together shoulder to shoulder, a dark mass stretching endlessly. Gazing out at the astonishing scene below, Su Yueshi took a deep breath. She glanced at Lin Fan, her eyes betraying a trace of nervousness. Go on. You are the sect master of Xianyu sect. Lin Fan gave her an encouraging look. Su Yueshi nodded gracefully and soared onto the massive martial arena by the mountain gates. In an instant, a hush fell over the entire crowd. I am Su Yueshi, sect master of Xianyu sect. Her voice rang out, cool and luminous as moonlight, carrying an undeniable power that reached every ear at the foot of the mountain. Today, Xianyu sect opens its gates to accept disciples. We care not for talent, ask not about your background, and make no demands about your spiritual roots. At these words, the crowd erupted. As countless skeptical eyes turned to her, Su Yueshi slowly raised a slender finger. We look for only one thing, your heart and your will. From the foot of the mountain to its gates spans 9,999 stone steps. This is the path of illumination. Anyone with a wavering spirit, a wicked past, or a mind for trickery will be ensnared by illusions and eliminated along the way. Only those who rely on the strength of their will, setting foot firmly on every step and enduring the trial, shall earn the right to join our ranks. No sooner had she finished speaking than she snapped her fingers. In a heartbeat, a faint, mystical mist settled over the long stone staircase, winding from the base to the summit, exuding an air of profound mystery. For a split second, silence gripped the crowd. Then came an earth-shaking roar of excitement. No assessment of talent. Only willpower matters. For the vast majority of ordinary people, this was nothing short of a godsend. Instantly, the crowd went wild, mobs pushing and jostling, all surging toward the path of illumination and the hope of an immortal fate. Su Yueshi returned to Lin Fan's side, watching the sea of ecstatic people below, still half in disbelief. As for spiritual roots and talent, Lin Fan whispered with a chuckle at her ear, as long as they make it up here, I can grant each of them one personally. At last, Su Yueshi's cool composure broke, and the charm in her smile sent a ripple through Lin Fan's heart. This was the kind of fiercely loyal, steel-willed force he sought. Only such people were worthy of following his Yueshi, joining him to overturn the world order yet to come. Outside the Yunmeng mountain range, on peaks shrouded in cloud and forest, several figures observed the madness unfolding at Xian Yusek's foot. With their calm, ageless presence and ancient Taoist robes, it was clear these silent watchers hailed from other hidden, powerful sects. This is pure nonsense. An elderly man with flowing white beard, clad in Taoist robes adorned with the 8 trigrams, stroked his beard with a face full of disdain. The path of cultivation is built upon spiritual roots. Talent reigns supreme. Such is the unshakable law that has held true since ancient times. That's Su Yueshi, just a naive little girl. What's this heart's trial she's come up with? If she disregards spiritual roots, is she planning to recruit a bunch of ordinary folk to farm the land instead? Beside him, a rotund monk let out a sly chuckle. Amiba, Brother Ching's song. I think you may be mistaken. Looks to me like the Xian Yu sect is just trying to blaze a new trail. Maybe they're fixing to focus on brute strength instead. Take the wild road, so to speak. In the end, it's just going to make them a laughingstock. They were elders from neighboring sects, having come in person upon hearing of the revival of Xian Yu sect's spiritual veins and their extravagant recruitment drive. In their eyes, Su Yueshi's assertion that only heart matters, not talent, was the greatest joke the cultivation world had ever seen. If one is born without spiritual roots and can't even sense the energies of heaven and earth, what business do they have to seek immortality? The very idea was the most ludicrous thing imaginable. They waited eagerly, itching to see Xian Yu sect embarrass itself. Waited for this majestic, massively funded sect to end up recruiting nothing but useless good-for-nothings, turning itself into a laughingstock throughout the entire cultivation world. At the mountain gate, Lin Fan and Su Yueshi stood side by side, their gaze taking in everything below. Seems, Sect Master Su, that you've managed to offend just about everyone in our line of work, Lin Fan said with a teasing glint, turning to her with a wry smile. Su Yueshi's countenance remained serene and frost-cool, betraying no sign of emotion. She merely cast a glance at the distant mountain peaks, her gaze unwavering. Now that Lin Fan had her back, her perspective had vastly changed. These self-important old relics, stubbornly clinging to the past and refusing any change, were utterly beneath her notice. Lin Fan smiled, his eyes sweeping over the vast sea of people below, until his gaze paused on 2 figures and the corners of his mouth curled into a subtle grin. Well, someone interesting has arrived. Amid the crowd, one figure stood out unmistakably. Qinlan had shed her crisp uniform for the plainest athletic wear, her hair tied up in a fresh ponytail. Upon her striking, spirited face, a look of steely resolve was written clear. She had called in no favors from the Dragon Shield Bureau, hadn't even exchanged a word with anyone. Alone, she blended into the endless throng of ordinary people, her head held high as she gazed up at the stone steps leading to the mountain gate. The apocalypse brought on by biological weapons, and that godlike vision of Lin Fan sweeping through chaos had entirely shattered her former pride. She now understood, more deeply than ever before, that in the face of true power her fighting skills and marksmanship, her old sources of pride, were as fragile as a sheet of paper. She couldn't accept being merely a bystander, nor could she stomach that powerless, crushing despair ever again. She had to grow stronger. She had to seize her own destiny with her own hands. Elsewhere in the crowd, a burly young man clenched his fists so tight that sweat was pooling in his palms. It was Chen Ziyuan. In the end, he chose to heed Lin Fan's advice and drank the bottle of marrow-cleansing elixir last night. The agony that seized him as the elixir took effect was so intense that for a moment, he truly thought he might die. Yet after enduring the torment, he found the whole world had changed before his very eyes. His 5 senses became sharper than ever, and his whole body brimmed with newfound strength. Such a transformation, as if he had been reborn, wiped away all lingering doubts he might have had about Lin Fan's words. He had arrived, nervous yet filled with yearning for the future. The path of heart's inquiry, open. At Su Yueshi's command, the thin mist shrouding the stone steps suddenly surged and billowed. The array Lin Fan had prepared in advance was now activated. The very moment the first few among the crowd surged forward to step onto the first step, an abrupt and startling change seized the scene. A ghost! Help! A young man suddenly blanched in terror and shrieked, scrambling backward on hands and knees as if he had seen something unspeakably horrifying. "My money! My money!" cried a middle-aged merchant, his eyes glazed. He dropped to his knees, frantically clawing at the flagstones, muttering feverishly under his breath. "Beauties, ha! They're all mine," slobbered a lecherous man, grinning idiotically and waving his arms and legs in place like a madman. Before long, he collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth and fainting away. This was only the beginning, yet already hundreds, thousands, were eliminated on the spot. Some were crushed by terror, others swallowed up by their own greed, and more yet led astray by desire. The darkest corners of their hearts were magnified without mercy within the illusory array, laying bare all manner of ugliness. Atop the mountain, the sect elders who had come to spectate and ridicule found their smirks slowly freezing on their faces. Is this an illusion array? Master Chingsong blurted out in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. Such skill! Even the Kunlun Jade Palace's grand formation can hardly compare. Ba, just who is the true master behind the Xianyue sect? The fat monk was already sweating across his forehead. Only now did they realize they had badly underestimated this newly rebuilt sect. Meanwhile, on the path of Heart's inquiry, the crowd visibly thinned with each passing moment. Qinlan advanced one step at a time, her progress preternaturally steady. Before her eyes, the battlefield of the northern frontier replayed again and again. Mountains of corpses, rivers of blood, a living hell. In her ears rang the dying cries of fallen comrades. Boundless remorse and self-blame, twisted into heart demons, threatened to drag her down into a bottomless abyss. I didn't come for regret. I came to seek strength, to make sure this never happens again. With a fierce bite of her tongue, the sharp pain snapped her back to herself. The confusion vanished from her gaze, replaced by an even keener, resolute light. Raising her head, she ignored the sobbing or laughing failures strewn about her, and continued her climb upward. On the other side, Chen Ziyuan's ordeal was far harsher. What he saw were the sneers and contempt cast his way over the past 20-plus years. The bar manager's cruel smile, the scorn of his ex-girlfriend when she despised his poverty, the mocking laughter of so-called friends behind his back. Useless, a lump of clay that can never be molded. This is all you'll ever amount to in this life. Countless voices thundered inside his mind, their echoes so overwhelming that his steps faltered, almost bringing him to his knees. A suffocating sense of inferiority flooded his heart, feeding a wild, relentless thought. Of course I can't do it. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, Lin Fan's face suddenly flashed in his mind. Old Chun, the world is about to change. In the future, strength will matter more than money or power. That's right, Lin Fan. Chen Ziyuan jerked his head up, his eyes bloodshot. He remembered how Lin Fan had so effortlessly made the arrogant young Master Wang kneel and surrender. And even more vividly, he recalled the feeling of transformation that coursed through him after swallowing the elixir. If Lin Fan can do it, why can't I? We grew up together. We're brothers. I can't disgrace him. With a roar erupting from the depths of his soul, he broke free from the shackles of his inner demons. Breathing heavily, his shirt drenched in sweat, he straightened his back with newfound resolve. He glanced at Qinlan's distant figure, who was far ahead, then turned to look at those behind him who had already given up. A slow, steadfast smile spread across his face, simple and honest, yet unshakably determined. He started forward once more. His steps were slow, yet unwavering. Atop the mountain, Suyueshi gazed down at the two figures who stood out so distinctly among the thin crowd below. A glimmer of surprise flashed in her usually cool, tranquil eyes. "Your childhood friend is quite something," she said softly. "Of course," Lin Fan said, a hint of pride in his voice as he raised his chin. "We've been brothers since we were kids. Maybe he's not the most talented, but there's nothing wrong with his character." He paused, looking down at the heart-testing path that had already eliminated 99% of the challengers. This path is merciless, but if they have the grit to reach the summit on their own, then spirit roots, talent, cultivation resources, none of that will be an issue. I'll make sure they have all they need. These words sent a faint ripple through Suyueshi's heart. She glanced at the man beside her, sloppy as ever, yet always creating miracles, then looked down at the road leading to immortal destiny. All at once, she felt as if a grand era, magnificent and world-changing, was truly about to begin at their hands. Time wore on, the seconds and minutes slipping by. The sun climbed from the eastern horizon to its zenith, then slowly began its descent toward the west. Before the gates of Xianyu's sect, upon the heart-testing path, the once sea of nearly 10,000 challengers had dwindled to barely 100 lonely figures, each struggling to advance on those invisible steps. Below the mountain, A field of fainted or spirit-broken failures awaited, being carried away in an orderly manner by staff dispatched by Zhao Tianlong. And on the distant mountain peaks, the elders from various sects who had gathered to watch the spectacle, smirks once dancing on their lips, were now silent. The ridicule was gone, replaced by a complicated mix of awe, fear, and solemnity. What a domineering illusion array! No, this has already surpassed the realm of illusions, reaching directly into the heart of the Tao. The whisk in Taoist Ching Song's hand trembled ever so slightly, his voice dry and hoarse. The depths of Xianyue's sex foundation are truly unfathomable. None of them dared to show the slightest trace of underestimation anymore. They just stared intently at that path, eager to see how many people would reach the summit in the end. Just then, at the foot of the mountain gate, a figure staggered up the final step. It was a woman, drenched from head to toe, as if she'd just been fished out of water. Her sportswear clung tightly to her, outlining a breathtaking silhouette. Her short hair, usually neat, was plastered to her forehead with sweat, disheveled and wild. She was gasping for air, chest heaving violently. Her legs quivered uncontrollably, but still, she forced herself to stand straight and tall, refusing to yield. It was none other than Qianlan. She lifted her head. Though her sharp eyes were bloodshot, they burned brighter and clearer than ever before. Well, Team Leader Qin, congratulations. A lazy voice sounded at her ear. At some point, Lin Fan had appeared in front of her, hands tucked into his pockets, looking her up and down with an appraising gaze and that familiar devil-may-care smirk. That outfit looks way better on you than the Dragon Shield Bureau uniform. See? Much more feminine. Qianlan shot him an icy glare, but she didn't even have the strength to reply. Her throat could only squeeze out a hoarse rasp. All right, that's enough. Su Yueshi approached with a hint of approval in her eyes. She handed Qianlan a pill that exuded a refreshing fragrance. Take this. It'll help you recover your strength. Qianlan didn't hesitate. She took the pill and placed it in her mouth. Instantly, a cool, gentle warmth flowed through her body, washing through every limb and bone, and the exhaustion that had nearly torn her apart began to melt away. She looked deeply at Su Yueshi for a moment, then glanced at the ever-unruly Lin Fan beside her. In the end, she said nothing, just moved silently to the side, sat cross-legged, and began to regulate her breathing. She knew that the moment she set foot on that very last step, her life had irrevocably separated from its past course. After Qianlan, others began to make their way to the summit one after another. All of them, just like Qianlan, were battered and bedraggled, their clothes a mess and their faces weary. Yet, without exception, something fundamental had changed in their eyes. Gone was the rashness and confusion, replaced by a resilience tempered like steel. Fan, I made it up, a voice called out, and a burly figure crashed face first onto the ground at the mountain gate, unable to move any further, his fingers still twitching faintly. It was Chen Ziyuan. Lin Fan walked over. Not bad, old Chun. You didn't let me down. With great effort, Chen Ziyuan rolled onto his back, staring skyward. Sweat and tears streaked his face, but he grinned from ear to ear. He'd done it. He had truly made it to the top, relying solely on himself. By the time the last challenger reached the summit, the setting sun had already painted the entire Yunming mountain range in a shimmering shade of gold. Of the nearly 10,000 who set out, only 100, no more, no less, managed to successfully arrive at the mountain gate. A passing rate of exactly 1%. Those elders from various sects, who had been watching from a distance, couldn't help but gasp in disbelief when they saw this number. Without another word, they silently turned into streaks of light and vanished into the horizon. They had to hurry back and report to their sect leaders. A great change was coming to the world of cultivation in the Dragon Kingdom. Before the gate, Su Yueshi stood upon a raised platform, her clear and cool gaze sweeping over the 100 newly initiated disciples below, all sitting cross-legged, their faces alive with excitement. From this day forward, you are the first generation of disciples of the profound Moon Sect. Her voice rang out, reaching deeply into the heart of every listener. Remember this well, it is not your talent, nor your background, that granted you the right to stand here. It is you yourselves. It was your unwavering, unyielding heart in the face of illusion that earned you this rare opportunity for immortality. Her words sent a surge of blood and spirit through the new disciples, their eyes alight with passionate admiration. Once Su Yueshi finished, she stepped aside, leaving the stage to Lin Fan. But Lin Fan remained still, instead issuing instructions to the system within his mind. System, give me 100 marrow cleansing pills. Ding. Marrow cleansing pill, unit price, 100 points, total, 10,000 points. Proceed with exchange? Yes, proceed. And give me another 100 sets, the kind that can create cultivation roots in mortals, conjured out of nothing. Ding. Postnatal spiritual root creation solution. Unit price, 200 points. Total, 20,000 points. Proceed with exchange? Yes. Points deducted, 30,000. Current balance, 219,550 points. With just a thought, two enormous wooden chests of ancient design appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Fan. He patted one of the chests, grinning at Su Yueshi, who was still a little stunned by all this. Here you go, Sect Leader Su, some gifts for your new disciples. Curious, Su Yueshi stepped forward and opened one of the chests. A rich aroma of medicine surged forth. The inside was neatly packed with over 100 jade-white porcelain bottles. These are marrow cleansing pills? She asked in surprise, holding up one bottle and feeling the pure, potent energy contained within it. That's just the start, Lin Fan said, pointing to the other chest. The real treat is in there. Slightly skeptical, Su Yueshi opened the second chest. This time, there was no fragrant scent, just 100 crystal test tubes, each lying quietly inside, filled with golden liquid. What is this? Su Yueshi frowned, unable to sense any spiritual energy from them. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan announced loudly to the 100 disciples below, "Listen up, everyone. These two chests are your welcome gifts to the sect. The box on the left contains the marrow cleansing pills, one for each of you. These will strip away your impurities, reshape your very essence, and lay the strongest possible foundation for your cultivation journey." As soon as he spoke, a wave of barely suppressed gasps swept through the crowd. Qin Lan's breath caught in her throat, her eyes shining with utter disbelief. But it was Lin Fan's next words that truly struck like thunder in everyone's mind. Pointing to the box filled with golden liquid, he pronounced each word slowly and clearly. As for the box on the right, these are the postnatal spiritual root elixirs. Again, one bottle per person. They serve one purpose only. No matter what your spiritual roots were before, once you drink this, you'll have them. Not only that, your new roots will be uniquely suited to you. From this moment on, each and every one of you has the chance to embark on the path of a true cultivator. Silence fell, a silence so absolute it seemed as if the very world had stopped turning. Wasn't this the work of gods? The stillness lasted but a heartbeat before bursting into wild, ecstatic joy. Heavens, am I dreaming? Long live the Xianyu sect. Long live the sect master. Chun Ziyuan was trembling all over with excitement, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at Lin Fan. He had known Lin Fan was remarkable, but never in his wildest dreams had he imagined this man capable of such awe-inspiring miracles. Qin Lan clenched her fists tight, her heart churning with emotion as she gazed at the man before her. In that instant, all fatigue and hardship melted away. 100 new disciples looked up at Lin Fan and Su Yueshi on the platform, their eyes shining with purest admiration. They knew, beyond all doubt, that their gamble had paid off. Night fell quietly. At the foot of the Xianyu sect's mountain gate, the 100 new disciples remained seated cross-legged on the ground. Yet exhaustion had long since been replaced by exhilaration. They caressed their bottles of postnatal spiritual root elixir over and over, relishing the coolness beneath their fingers, as if in their grasp lay a future utterly transformed. Standing above them, Su Yueshi was bathed in the pale, cold light of the moon, looking every bit the immortal she seemed. Calm and composed, she was organizing the next stage of their arrival. Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Tianlong snapped to attention, quickly bowing in utmost respect. The shocks he'd experienced today surpassed everything he'd ever encountered in decades of business. "These are the sect's very first disciples," Su Yueshi said smoothly. "Make sure their food, lodging, clothing, every aspect of their daily life meets the highest standards." "Understood. You can count on me, sect master. I'll make sure they live even more comfortably than in a 5-star hotel." Zhao Tianlong promised with a confident thump to his chest before setting off to arrange it all. In the crowd of new disciples, his son Zhao Feng stood among them, his face alight with pride of being part of this moment. Glancing surreptitiously toward Lin Fan, all his former arrogance faded away. In his heart, he made a firm vow. This was surely the greatest opportunity in the entire universe, and he was never letting go. Chang'an looked down at his own hands, hands that, for the sake of a meager salary, had been forced into bowing and scraping for years. Now those same hands gripped the key to a path of immortality. He glanced toward Lin Fan. "Fan Zi." Sensing his gaze, Lin Fan waved casually at him, flashing a broad grin that revealed a row of gleaming white teeth. With everything properly arranged, Su Yueshi handed the remaining trivial matters over to Zhao Tianlong. Then, Together with Lin Fan, she transformed into a streak of brilliant light and vanished into the night. Returning to the riverside villa, the familiar warmth and liveliness of home enveloped them. Grandmother had already gone to bed, but a light still shone from Lin Yu's room. In the living room, Su Yueshi slipped out of her somewhat formal long robe and changed into comfortable loungewear, her entire demeanor relaxing. She sat on the sofa and, looking at the man before her, felt momentarily dazed. "What are you looking at?" Lin Fan asked without so much as glancing up. "Have you fallen for my devastatingly handsome, out-of-this-world good looks?" Su Yueshi pushed 2 jade boxes toward him. "Here, these are the peace offerings from Qingqing Mountain and Jinshan Temple." Only then did Lin Fan put down his phone and casually open one of the boxes. Inside were all sorts of carefully arranged pill bottles and several thread-bound, ancient-looking manuals. He just swept them glance and curled his lip. How stingy. With a flick of his hand, 2 unusual objects appeared out of nowhere on the coffee table. One was a jade tome of pure, icy blue, as if carved from 10,000 years of mystical ice. On its cover, 4 ancient characters were inscribed in archaic seal script, Guanhan Immortal Codex. The other was a bottle of lustrous white jade, wisps of cold air curling around its surface. Within, faintly visible, was a luminous pill the size of a dragon's eye, radiating a soft, silvery glow not unlike moonlight. "What is this?" Su Yueshi's breath caught her throat. Just gazing at that jade tome, the tiny heavenly circulation art within her began to stir restlessly, emitting a deep, longing resonance. "It's yours," Lin Fan said lightly, as if it were no big deal. "If you want to build the greatest sect under heaven, the sect master needs a little style, don't you think? This Guanhan Immortal Codex pairs perfectly with your Taiyin art and leads straight to true enlightenment. And this, the Taiyin Genesis pill. It'll transform you into the Taiyin glazed divine body." Su Yueshi gazed at him in silence, 1,000 emotions surging in her heart. She realized that this man, always seeming so irreverent, had quietly become the color and support of her entire journey. As this thought rose clearly in her mind, her heart skipped a beat. Watching Lin Fan about to break the mood with another playful remark, she was seized by a sudden impulse. Su Yueshi took a step forward. Meeting Lin Fan's startled eyes, she pressed her soft lips against his. Lin Fan's mind went completely blank. Time seemed to come to a halt. All that he could register was the gentle, lingering warmth of her lips and the faint, delicate fragrance that drifted from Su Yueshi's hair and skin. It lasted but a moment, then they parted. Su Yueshi stepped back half a pace, her fair cheeks now flushed a deep red. Lin Fan stood frozen in place, his mind only now sputtering back to life after a moment of complete blankness. Did she just kiss me? Damn, there goes my first kiss. A storm of emotions surged within him. Damn it, the girl has made the first move. If I don't do something, what kind of man am I? Suddenly, Lin Fan reached out and pulled her back into his arms, clutching her so tightly it felt as if he wanted to fuse her into his very bones. Su Yueshi's body stiffened for a moment, then gradually relaxed, burying her face against his chest. Just then, a small cry of surprise came from Lin Yu's room. They exchanged a glance before quickly getting up and walking over. There, they saw Lin Yu sitting at her desk, her little face frozen in shock as she stared at her phone. On the screen, an emergency nationwide news bulletin was playing. A leader in a sober Zhongshan suit stared solemnly into the camera and, with utmost gravity, declared, "After careful deliberation at the highest level, it has been decided that from this day forward, our nation will officially reveal the existence of cultivators and espers to the public. These practitioners and gifted individuals are not the stuff of legend, but a real part of our world. To address increasingly complex international circumstances and potential crises, the country will officially launch the National Enlightenment Initiative, integrating potential development into our foundational education. Under official supervision, any qualified sect or organization will be permitted to openly recruit disciples from society." The moment the news broke, the entire dragon country erupted. Major social media platforms were instantly flooded with countless comments and shares. "No way. Cultivation is actually real. Last year they told me my golden core was just a kidney stone, made me get surgery, and wrecked my cultivation. Seriously, where are all of you in your cultivation? Once spiritual energy returns, you'll all be flying, while I'm the only one left running on the ground. Get real. You don't even have a spiritual root. Who says you can't cultivate without a spiritual root? Ever heard of Shinwa sect? They're recruiting, and rumor has it if you show up, they'll hand out treasure that instantly gives you a spiritual root. For real? Where's Shinwa sect? If I hurry, can I still make it? Please share the address." Lin Fan only glanced at the noisy barrage online before turning his attention elsewhere. Something else had captured his notice. The ancient dragon egg he'd won from the system was resting quietly atop a soft cushion. Its once mirror-smooth golden shell was now emanating a gentle glow, resonating in waves remarkably similar to Lin Yu's own spiritual fluctuations. It seemed that every day, Lin Yu would chat with the egg, unwittingly nourishing it with her untapped, pure, and powerful mental energy. As Lin Fan watched, that soft golden glow suddenly flared with unexpected intensity. A sharp, crystalline crack echoed through the room. A faint, almost imperceptible sound of breaking echoed through the silence. Yet it was unmistakably clear in the quiet room. A thin, delicate crack appeared on the golden eggshell. There was a sharp, distinct snap. Lin Fan and Su Yueshi exchanged a glance, both registering the astonishment in each other's eyes. "Is it coming out?" Su Yueshi whispered, her voice tinged with a nervous edge. The primordial dragon egg. Even the name alone made it clear that this was no ordinary thing. Whatever was about to hatch would surely shake the world. Lin Yu's eyes grew even wider, her lovely hands covering her mouth. She stared at the egg without blinking, her fear tangled with pure anticipation. The cracking sounds came faster and faster now, multiplying as fine fractures raced across the entire shell. Blazing golden light burst out from the cracks, flooding the room until it gleamed like a grand temple of gold. An ancient, majestic, overwhelming aura of dragons might exploded outward, filling the air. The sheer pressure was so immense, it pierced through the villa's protective formation, sending every living thing within several miles into a shudder of fear. Su Yueshi's face turned pale. Her cultivation at the Foundation establishment stage suddenly felt powerless in the face of this unfiltered force. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. With a flash, his strength surged to full, a flicker of golden energy blazing around him and forming an invisible barrier. It immediately sealed the dragon's might within the room and shielded Su Yueshi and Lin Yu at his side. "Well now, that's some show. Even more dramatic than I ever managed," Lin Fan muttered to himself, secretly astonished. At last, with all eyes fixed on it, the eggshell burst open with a soft but decisive pop. Golden light reached its zenith, dazzling and overwhelming, too bright to even look at. Within that glare, the faint outline of a majestic, powerful dragon flashed by, imposing and otherworldly. Then the brilliance faded. In the center of the room, amidst the broken golden shell, stood a tiny creature. It was about 1/2 meter long, its entire body covered in lustrous golden scales that shimmered in the light. Two proud, curving horns sprouted from its head. Beneath its belly were 4 claws, each tipped like a razor. At the end of its tail, a tuft of golden fluff. It was noble, spirited, and brimming with explosive strength. Yet, this fearsome-looking little dragon wobbled its head, as if still bewildered by the world. Its eyes, those dragon's eyes that should have radiated imperial presence, were a pure sky blue, clear and gem-like, spinning curiously as it took in its new surroundings. Cautiously, it put one foreclaw forward, only to trip its own feet and land flat on its face with a plop. Lin Fan. Su Yuexi. Apparently embarrassed, the dragon scrambled back up and shook its head. Then it caught sight of its own tail. Its blue eyes sparkled with sudden excitement. Roar! It let out a curious cry, then began to twirl around in place, visibly delighted, trying to catch its own golden tail. For a while, the only sound filling the room was its heavy breathing as it chased its own tail. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth twitched hard in disbelief. He had imagined that the dragon egg might hatch a terrifying beast capable of tearing the world apart, or perhaps a cold and proud celestial dragon. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect that what would hatch was a husky wearing dragon scales. Watching the little golden dragon spinning crazily in circles, Lin Yu was suddenly struck with inspiration, and an idea for a name flickered in her mind. She called out tentatively, "Bruce." The little dragon, mid-spin, froze abruptly and looked up at Lin Yu. Its eyes sparkled at once, bright as 2 tiny suns. With a gleeful howl, it bounded over to Lin Yu, wagging its tail enthusiastically on its 4 stumpy legs. It dove straight into her arms, affectionately rubbing its scaly head against her cheek, a contented purring sound rumbling from its throat, and it even stuck out its pink tongue, showering Lin Yu's face with slobbery kisses. Lin Yu burst out laughing at its antics, hugging the clingy little creature tightly. Lin Fan covered his face. "System, are you sure this thing is an ancient dragon, and not a strange mix between a golden retriever and a lizard?" He could not help but complain in his mind. Ding! Species identification, primordial 5-clawed golden dragon juvenile. Possesses limitless potential for growth. Its personality is shaped by the spiritual nourishment it received while incubating, and is thus somewhat malleable. Lin Fan stared at Bruce, who was now rolling around and acting spoiled in his sister's arms, lost in thought. So this little rascal turned out this way because his sister's mental influence shaped its spirit? He cleared his throat. Deciding he had to establish his authority as the master in front of this goofy creature, he stepped forward, putting on a stern face, and commanded in a deep voice, "Bruce, come here." At the sound of Lin Fan's voice, Bruce poked its little head out from Lin Yu's embrace, curiosity lighting its gaze as it looked at Lin Fan. Tilting its head, it seemed to ponder what "come here" meant. Lin Fan extended a finger, pointing to the floor in front of him. Bruce understood. A spark of excitement flashed in its blue eyes, as if it thought this new human wanted to play a game. With a howl, it darted toward Lin Fan and, in one swift motion, chomped down on his outstretched finger. It clamped onto him like a teething toy, happily shaking its head. Lin Fan felt a stab of pain shoot through his finger, a force so fierce it pierced even his 15,000 combat powers worth of defensive strength, causing veins to stand out on his forehead. He pinched the scruff of Bruce's neck and lifted him up. "Let go!" Bruce whined in protest, but stubbornly refused to release its grip. One man and one dragon stood locked in a stalemate, neither willing to give way. Tsuyoshi watched the scene unfold and finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She burst into laughter, her whole body trembling with mirth, eyes curving into perfect crescents, a sight that left Lin Fan completely entranced. Her laughter rang out, crisp and melodious, dispelling her usual air of aloof elegance. In that moment, she was nothing but sheer radiance, all charms and grace, her dignity as an untouchable lady utterly forgotten. Lin Fan, caught off guard by her sudden transformation, found himself staring in a daze. He absently rubbed his hand, which still throbbed faintly, marked by 2 neat rows of bite marks left by Bruce. With an awkward cough to chase away the tension, he forced a mischievous smile onto his face. He sidled up to her. "So, should we pick up where we left off? We kinda got interrupted." Her laughter stopped short. In an instant, her cheeks flushed a vivid scarlet. Embarrassment and annoyance flickered in her beautiful eyes as she shot him a look. "Pick up where we left off? Xiaoya is still here, you know," she hissed in a voice thick with shyness. "Oh," Lin Fan drew out the word, feigning sudden understanding. "So we wait till there's nobody around next time." "You still say such things." Tsuyoshi was mortified, stamping her foot before whirling away to her room, shutting the door with a firm thud. Lin Fan rubbed his nose and chuckled softly. As he turned back, he saw Bruce, the so-called primordial azure dragon who acted more like a husky, had lost interest in the couch leg and was now mounting a fresh assault on a crystal ornament. "Cut that out." Lin Fan dashed over and grabbed Bruce by the scruff of his neck. After another raucous showdown between man and dragon, peace finally returned to the villa, if only for a while. Back in her room, Tsuyoshi leaned against the door, her heart thundering in her chest. The blush lingered on her cheeks, refusing to fade. She lowered her gaze to her palm, where the chilling, tying creation pill nestled, emitting a cold energy, and beside it, the jade slip containing the Guanghan immortal art. Warmth welled up within her. Since the annihilation of Xianyue's sect, she had carried the weight of endless vendetta. Never had she known such tranquility or the feeling of being genuinely cherished. Drawing a deep breath, her eyes gradually steeled with resolve. The night passed in silence. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, Tsuyoshi opened her eyes for meditation. She took the tying creation pill and placed it in her mouth. It melted instantly, transforming into a torrent of profound, cold power that swept through her body like a rushing river. Yet the chill was not a biting, harsh cold. Instead, it carried the promise of creation and renewal, as if her mortal flesh was being reforged into the body of a celestial being from legend. At the same time, the path of the Guanghan immortal art began to circulate through her mind of its own accord, guiding this surge of energy through her meridians, bones, blood, and every last cell, tempering her from within. Above the villa, the sky suddenly changed, turbulence gathering in the air. What had been a clear, cloudless expanse was now laden with moisture, clouds slowly congealing. Amidst the shifting vapor, a translucent moon shimmered in and out of view, casting its cold, silvery light, a cascade of moonbeams, pouring quietly into Tsuyoshi's room. Lin Fan sensed the surge of spiritual energy immediately. Without hesitation, he set down what he was holding. In a blur of movement, he appeared outside Tsuyoshi's door. He did not intrude. Instead, he simply stood in silence, attuning himself to the presence inside, the aura climbing steadily, undergoing a profound and fundamental transformation. This power was noble and cold as moonlight, as if it belonged to a realm apart from the world of mortals. No one knew how much time had passed when, at last, the ethereal moon dissolved completely into the villa, and all signs of the anomaly gradually faded away. With a gentle creak, the door opened. Tsuyueshi stepped out. Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. It was still that striking, regal beauty, but her presence had utterly changed, transcendent, dazzling. Her long, slender legs seemed to flicker in and out of sight, her skin fairer than fresh snow, with a soft, radiant luster as if bathed in moonlight. What unsettled the heart even more was that she strode out barefoot, her ankles delicate, her toes round and perfect like pearls, barefoot on the cold, hard floor, seemingly unconcerned. Just standing there in silence, she exuded an aura of sacredness, distant and untouchable, like an exiled immortal descended from the palace of the moon. The lunar-glassed divine body. Lin Fan, almost on instinct, lifted his hand and activated his combat power detector. A mechanical chime sounded. Beep, 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 combat power, 6,000. Lin Fan drew a sharp breath in disbelief. In a single night, she'd soared from an early-stage foundation establishment of 2,200 to a peak-level foundation establishment of 6,000. The combination of the lunar creation pill and the Guanghan immortal art was almost absurd in its potency. Tsuyueshi, meanwhile, was deeply shaken as she felt the flow of spiritual power within her, her new physique resonating with the very essence of lunar energy between heaven and earth. She was just about to speak when she was interrupted by a sudden burst of howling and a loud metallic crash. They both turned to look. In the living room, Bruce was chasing a robotic vacuum in a frenzy, crashing into the furniture and sending objects tumbling left and right. Linyu was following close behind, breathless and shouting, "Bruce, sit! No biting!" Lin Fan and Tsuyueshi exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, glimpsed a helpless yet amused smile. Meanwhile, far away at Xianyu's sect in the Yunming Mountains, the sect flourished, advancing efficiently and steadily. Over 100 disciples, having passed the heart-questioning trial, entered the path of cultivation after taking the marrow-cleansing pill and the spiritual root reforging elixir. The entire sect was now immersed in a vibrant, tenacious atmosphere of cultivation and progress. Among all, the most dazzling was, without a doubt, Qinlan. On the training ground, she wielded a regulation longsword, her movements swift as lightning, each flash of her blade filled with the ruthless ferocity unique to warriors trained for war. Sweat had long since soaked through her practice robes, making them cling to her, tracing the powerful yet graceful lines of her physique. With a spirited shout, she unleashed the final stroke of her sword technique, and the 100-pound test stone before her split apart with a crack. Sister Qin has broken through again. She's incredible. It's only been a few days, and she must have reached the 3rd level of qi refinement by now, right? More than that. I heard Elder Lu say in private that Sister Qin's battle instincts surpass many cultivators at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Respectful and awed gazes from the disciples nearby fell upon her. Not far away, Zhao Feng watched, torn between jealousy and admiration. Relying on his family's wealth, he had used plenty of supplementary pills, yet he was only barely brushing up against the threshold of the 2nd level of qi refinement. To him, every day of cultivation felt like sheer torment. Above them, on the high platform, Elder Wang Banshan, responsible for instructing the basics of swordsmanship, stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. Turning to Lu Changfeng and Zhao Sihai beside him, he said, "This girl Qin Lan, her temperament, willpower, and talent are all exceptional. Her presence truly bodes well for the revival of our Xianyue sect." Lu Changfeng echoed his approval. Indeed, in that youth, Chen Ziyuan, although his talent is a bit lesser, he makes up for it with steadiness and diligence. He's certainly promising. The sect masters and senior Lin's discernment. It's simply mysterious and unfathomable. We could never compare. Couldn't agree more, Zhao Sihai chimed in with a flattering smile. Look at us. After 100 years on the path, we're barely at the peak of qi refinement. Senior Lin, with a flick of his wrist, can grant mortals spiritual roots, and sect master Su, so young, already displays the bearing of an immortal. To follow such figures, what fortune earned over countless lifetimes. These three, who were once renowned among the ranks of wandering cultivators, now spoke of Lin Fan and Tsuyueshi with pure reverence and fervor shining in their eyes. As their conversation lingered, Tsuyoshi and Lin Fan's figures appeared unobtrusively atop the platform. "Greetings, Secmaster. Greetings, Senior Lin." The three elders started in surprise and hastened to bow with respect. Tsuyoshi nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping across the eager, youthful faces on the training ground below, stirring within her a deep feeling of belonging. Lin Fan, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the scene with a satisfied smile. He was just about to say a few words, something inspiring to encourage the disciples, when he suddenly felt a tug at the corner of his robe. Glancing down, he found Blues looking up at him with soulful sky-blue eyes, pitifully pleading, as it extended a paw to point toward a distant, a ray-shrouded peak suffused with the richest spiritual energy. That was none other than Lin Fan's Spirit Herb Garden, earned through his accumulated merit points. Lin Fan's face instantly darkened. "Absolutely not." Lin Fan lowered his voice and squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth, his tone thick with warning. Yet Bruce, with those sapphire blue eyes, simply looked around as if he hadn't understood at all. He even tilted his head, a series of low, throaty rumbles coming from his chest, while his tail wagged with unrestrained happiness. Before Lin Fan could finish, Bruce suddenly kicked off with his hind legs. With a sharp whoosh, a golden blur vanished from sight. Way too fast. Lin Fan's pupils tightened. Despite his power level of 15,000, all he managed to catch was a fleeting shadow. Damn it! Lin Fan cursed inwardly, all concerns about dignity gone. He lunged forward, launching himself after the little dragon like a cannonball. On the high platform, Tsuyoshi and the 3 elders only saw the world blur for an instant. Lin Fan and the little golden dragon were both gone. Lu Changfeng and the others exchanged bewildered glances, completely lost. Tsuyoshi rubbed her forehead, a sense of foreboding rising within her. A distant, muffled burst of energy exploded. It was the Spirit Herb Garden's protective array. Lin Fan's heart dropped. He surged forward, pushing his speed to the very brink, becoming little more than a stream of light to the naked eye. When he finally arrived at the Spirit Herb Garden, racing as if carried by the wind, he froze in his tracks. There, the once thin protective barrier now gaped with a man-sized hole at its center, jagged arcs of electricity flickering across its edges. And at the heart of the devastation, the culprit, Bruce, the ancient 5-clawed golden dragon, was sprawled contentedly in the midst of the herb patch. His cheeks were stuffed to bursting, plump as a hamster's, and he was crunching his bounty with crisp, audible bites. All around, spirit grasses lay half-devoured, nothing remaining but chewed stubs. Lin Fan's eye twitched wildly. He felt as if his very heart were bleeding. This wasn't just medicinal herbs being devoured. Each bite was devouring his precious points. Points he'd risked life and limb for. Sensing Lin Fan's presence, Bruce looked up, those sapphire dragon eyes brimming with innocence. He even wagged his tail at Lin Fan, munching on his mouthful, releasing a thick, fragrant aura of spiritual energy mixed with the unmistakable scent of dragon drool into the air. He even let out a small burp. "You little menace!" Lin Fan almost spat out the words, striding forward in a flash and snatching the scaly miscreant by the scruff of its neck with practiced precision. Bruce dangled midair, all 4 paws paddling in confusion, still trying to gulp down the last of his mouthful. "I'll give you something to eat." Lin Fan's temples throbbed with fury as he shook the dragon vigorously, shouting, "Do you have any idea how close I came to dying just to earn those points? And you're eating them like lunch." At that very moment, the commotion in this area attracted the disciples from the training grounds across the way. When they caught sight of the brilliant, majestic golden creature that Lin Fan was holding by its tail, every single one of them stopped in their tracks, utterly stunned. What is that?" A newly initiated disciple stammered. "It's a dragon. The legendary divine dragon. Heavens, a golden dragon. It looks just like the ancient text described. It really is a divine dragon. Our Xianyu sect has a true divine dragon as its guardian." In an instant, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Shock and excitement were writ large on everyone's faces. After all, this was a dragon, a being thought only to dwell in myths and legends. Yet here it was, alive and real, standing before their very eyes. Even Qinlan, whose face was usually icy cold, wore an expression filled with disbelief. She fixed her gaze on Bruce, keenly feeling the aura that, though still immature, was pure, ancient, and overwhelmingly powerful, the true dragon's might. Chunzuan could only gape, his mind completely blank. He felt that ever since he'd reunited with Lin Fan, he was running out of room in his life for shock and awe. The 3 elders atop the high platform hurried over, their beards trembling with excitement when they saw Bruce. A divine dragon. Truly a divine dragon has descended. Lu Changfeng cried, tears streaming down his face. This is an omen of great fortune for our Xianyu sect, a sign of our coming prosperity. Zhao Sihai and Wang Banshan nodded repeatedly, their gazes at Lin Fan going far beyond respect. The look in their eyes was that of people witnessing a living god walking among mortals. But then, what happened next took everyone entirely by surprise and left their expressions frozen in place. They saw their revered elder Lin, with a grim look on his face, rapping the divine dragon on its head with his finger. Spit it out. I said spit it out. Do you hear me? Do you call swallowing something whole cultivation? Do you even know what refining means? What true absorption is? You're wasting these treasures. The almighty divine dragon, scolded so sternly, whimpered pitifully, covering its head with its foreclaws. The whole scene looked for all the world like an exasperated dog owner berating a husky for wrecking the house. The disciples were left completely bewildered. Wasn't this supposed to be a moment marked by omens and divine beings? Why did it all feel so down to earth? Su Yueshi rushed over as well. Seeing the spectacle, Lin Fan's flustered, frustrated expression and Bruce's pitiful act, she couldn't help but let out a giggle. Her laughter, bright and clear like ice melting in spring, left many of the male disciples around her momentarily entranced. Lin Fan heard the laughter, turned around, and shot her an exasperated glare. You're laughing too? Look at the mess Bruce has made. Su Yueshi walked over to his side, reaching out to gently stroke Bruce's gleaming golden head. In a soothing voice, she comforted him. It's all right. You've eaten it, and what's done is done. With the abundant spiritual energy on the mountain, it'll grow back in a few days. Immediately, Bruce seized the opportunity, wriggling free from Lin Fan's grasp and flinging himself into Su Yueshi's arms. He nuzzled her affectionately, pressing his head against her and making soft, pleading sounds in his throat like a spoiled child. Lin Fan watched, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably once again. Just as he was preparing to launch into another lecture for this troublesome creature, his phone suddenly began to vibrate. Lin Fan frowned slightly and pulled out his phone. He stepped aside and pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Lin Fan. On the other end, Qin Shan's voice was tense and unusually grave, weighted with urgency. We have an emergency. Go on. We found him. Qin Shan drew a deep breath, his voice dropping to a rumble. The leader of the Divine Revelation Organization, Azrael, we've finally pinpointed his resting place using satellite energy comparison. North America, the Rocky Mountains, 5,000 meters beneath a military base. Lin Fan said nothing, quietly listening. Qin Shan paused, searching for the right words. When he spoke again, his voice was even lower, almost a whisper. But the situation is much worse than we'd anticipated. Just 10 minutes ago, our surveillance satellites over North America detected a massive surge in energy readings at the target location. Based on our analysis, there's only one explanation. There was a note of dread in Qin Shan's voice. Azrael's evolution, or let's call it awakening, has entered its final phase. With every passing second, he's growing more powerful. He's about to wake up. After a brief silence, Lin Fan responded flatly with just 2 words. Goodbye. A long beat followed. In the Dragon Shield Bureau's command center, Qin Shan stood staring at his phone, which had gone to a busy signal. The senior officials in the room exchanged bewildered glances, faces full of shock and confusion. Did he just hang up like that? This was an SSS-level psychic on the brink of awakening, an existential threat with the potential to upend the entire world order. And that was his response? Meanwhile, outside the Spirit Herb Garden of Xianyu sect, Lin Fan put away his phone, his expression betraying not the slightest concern for any looming world crisis. He slowly turned his head, his deadly gaze once again fixing on that golden form, currently snuggling against Su Yueshi's leg with shameless abandon. Azrael? North American bases? Even with all the points in the king's fist, none of that mattered now. Right this moment, the only thing that mattered was that this prodigal dragon had just gnawed through his herb garden. That was the real emergency. Bruce. Lin Fan's voice was icy calm. Bruce, who had been enthusiastically nuzzling Su Yueshi, froze mid-motion. Sensing the danger that lurked beneath that tranquil tone, he looked up. His dragon eyes brimmed with innocence. Come here. Instead of moving, Bruce buried his head even deeper into Su Yueshi's embrace. Lin Fan's eye twitched. Just as he was about to lose his temper, the 3 elders beside him, Lu Changfeng, Wang Banshan, and Zhao Sihai, suddenly trembled in unison. The 3 exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they found a wild, ecstatic disbelief. This This is Lu Changfeng was so excited his beard was quivering. Bruce's wild, feasting moments ago had stirred up the spiritual energy accumulated in the herb garden until it boiled over. These three elders had each been stuck at the peak of the master level for years, blocked by a single, stubborn barrier. Now, flushed by this surge of purest spiritual energy, that unbreakable bottleneck inside them shattered completely. A sudden boom resonated 3 times, each more thunderous than the last. 3 distinct auras surged from within the elders, shooting skyward, while whirling currents of spiritual energy instantly spiraled around each of them, rushing madly inside. Once again, the commotion drew the disciples' attention from all over the training grounds. When they saw the elders levitating, enveloped by storms of energy, every mouth fell open in shock. They broke through. All 3 elders broke through. This is the Foundation establishment realm, the legendary stage. Heavens! In a single day, our Xianyu sect has gained 3 Foundation establishment immortals. Moments later, the air stilled as the spiritual energy settled. The 3 elders drifted back to the ground, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within. A sensation of being reborn, with life itself extended. Overwhelmed, tears of joy ran down their aged cheeks. After straightening their robes, the trio strode briskly to Lin Fan, and without a word, bowed deeply at a full 90 degrees, the highest courtesy. Thank you, Senior Lin, for granting us this blessing. Without you, we might never have advanced another step in this life. This debt of gratitude will be remembered forever. They knew all too well. If not for the Xianyu sect's near-absurd abundance of spiritual energy, they would never have broken through so easily. And all of this could be traced back to the inscrutable young man standing before them. Seeing the elders so moved, Lin Fan finally felt the lingering grievance of his ruined medicinal garden dissolve a little. He waved a hand dismissively, as if it were nothing at all. Then, remembering something, he flicked his wrist, and 3 jade bottles appeared out of thin air in his palm. "All right." Lin Fan casually tossed the bottles to them, his tone as nonchalant as if he were handing out candy beans. "These are called Foundation establishment pills. You've just broken through, so use them to stabilize your cultivation. Consider it your welcome gift for joining the Xianyu sect as elders." Foundation establishment pills. Lu Changfeng fumbled to catch the bottle. As soon as he popped the stopper and peeked inside, a pure, refreshing fragrance poured out, invigorating everyone around. The 3 elders clutched their bottles, their hands trembling as if with fever. When they looked at Lin Fan now, the reverence in their gaze had turned into unrestrained, fervent worship. Senior Lin's generosity surpassed anything they could have imagined. Having sent the 3 elders on their way, Lin Fan once again set his sights on the true culprit. With irritation, he opened the system's marketplace in his mind and rapidly searched through the dazzling array of products. Spirit Energy Fruit for Dragon Beasts, large pack, contains pure spiritual energy, tastes exquisite, a young dragon's favorite. Price, 5,000 points. Lin Fan winced at the sight of that 5,000 points price tag, but recalling the devastation in the herb garden, he clenched his teeth and went through with the exchange. Exchange successful. Points remaining, 211,550. A mound of fruits, each glowing with a rainbow radiance and about the size of a fist, suddenly appeared at Lin Fan's feet. A strange, sweet aroma instantly filled the air. Bruce, who had been cowering pitifully in Su Yueshi's arms, twitched his nose twice, and his eyes lit up in a flash, drool trickling down the side of his mouth. He could no longer keep up his act. In a burst of golden light, he made to pounce on the pile of fruit. "Stop right there." With a firm command from Lin Fan, Bruce skidded to a halt right in front of the mountain of fruit, gazing at it with longing, his throat letting out a soft, hungry gurgle. Lin Fan pointed first at the pile of spirit energy fruits, then at the devastated herb garden behind him. "These," he gestured at the fruit, "you can eat. Eat your fill. And that," he pointed at the garden, "if you touch it again, you'll be grounded." "Understood." Bruce tilted his head, as if he half understood, but in the end, he nodded obediently and dove straight into the heap of fruit. Watching this carefree eating frenzy, Lin Fan sighed, feeling as though he wasn't raising a legendary dragon, but a beast that devoured gold. In the days that followed, Xianyu's sect found its rhythm, and everything clicked into place. The 3 newly promoted Foundation establishment elders took to their tasks with passion, beginning to select disciples from among the 100 candidates who might one day inherit their teachings. Under Zhao Tianlong's leadership, the construction team worked with impressive efficiency. A broad mountain road was quickly taking shape, and a host of modern amenities sprang up at the mountain's base one after another. Among the disciples, Qinlan and Qinziyuan stood out. Qinlan, with her background in the Dragon Shield Bureau, was resolute and progressed at an incredible pace. Qinzan, despite his late start, proved to be the most steadfast, making remarkable progress as well. The whole sect was brimming with vitality, hope, and promise. After handling sect affairs, Lin Fan returned to the Riverside Villa with Su Yueshi and a well-fed Bruce. The moment they entered, Bruce happily dashed toward Lin Yu's room. Lin Fan, meanwhile, flopped down onto the sofa. Home was still the most comfortable place to be. The living room was quiet, except for the sound of laughter coming from the next room, where Lin Yu and Bruce were playing together. Lin Fan savored this rare tranquility. As for the news of Azrael's impending awakening, honestly, he had not given it much thought. Let whatever comes come, he would deal with it as it arrived. He turned his head, gazing at Su Yueshi, who sat quietly beside him. Under the gentle light, her stunning profile appeared especially soft, losing some of its usual aloofness and gaining a touch of homely warmth. Perhaps sensing his gaze, a faint blush crept up the curve of Su Yueshi's ear, yet she did not shy away. The atmosphere was shifting, quietly evolving into something subtly charged. Lin Fan cleared his throat, just about to say something to break the silence. Suddenly, a sharp, electric crack filled the air. The lights in the living room flickered violently, and the television screen erupted into a white blizzard, blaring a jarring, static noise. A chill, indescribable and abrupt, swept over the entire villa without warning. Both Lin Fan and Su Yueshi's faces changed at once. In an instant, Lin Fan sprang up from the sofa, every fiber of his being charged with energy and vigilance. His eyes were sharp as lightning as he scanned the room, alert for any threat. Su Yueshi was ready, her flying sword in hand, as the aura of a Foundation establishment master burst forth in all its might. Next door, the happy laughter and playful voices came to an abrupt halt. "Brother?" Lin Yu's voice quivered, tinged with fear, from the other room. "Stay in your room. Don't come out." Lin Fan barked sharply. Hardly had the words left his mouth when the air in the center of the living room began to change in a bizarre and unsettling way. It was as if that space grew unstable, shimmering with faint ripples. Moments later, it began to twist and fold upon itself, and from the heart of that distortion, a black singularity appeared out of thin air, spreading rapidly outward. A pressure, far more potent than before, seeped from the warped dimension. Lin Fan unleashed the full extent of his strength, 15,000 in combat power. Golden energy flared upward, forging a solid barrier that held back the oppressive force encroaching from the darkness. A blurred figure slowly emerged from the rift in space. As it stepped forward, the figure's outline gradually sharpened. He was garbed in a uniquely cut white robe, an odd blend of classical solemnity and futuristic minimalism. Yet his eyes were empty, as deep and dead as the ocean, betraying no emotion at all. He was not quite corporeal. His shape flickered faintly, like the unstable projection of a hologram. Lin Fan condensed his energy into a golden wall, clashing violently with the intangible pressure spilling from the apparition. Silent ripples erupted in the air, and the coffee table and sofa in the living room began to groan and creak, caught between the colliding powers, as if they might crumble to dust at any second. Su Yueshi, her flying sword poised for battle, stood protectively by Lin Fan's side, channeling her full spiritual power at the peak of Foundation establishment. Interesting. The voice did not come through their ears, but resounded directly within Lin Fan and Su Yueshi's minds. It was flat, hollow, devoid of warmth. A power system I've never seen before, pure, overbearing, and brimful of destructive potential. And a cultivator, too? Remarkable. Someone has broken through the shackles of this planet. The newcomer was none other than the leader of the Divine Revelation Organization, Azrael himself, or at least his spiritual projection. His gaze swept over Lin Fan and Su Yueshi, as though he were admiring a pair of rare collectibles. Lin Fan frowned, distinctly uncomfortable with the sensation of being observed like some lab rat. He curled his lips and broke the heavy silence. "Hey man, breaking into someone's home is one thing, but you went and wrecked my TV too. Are you going to pay for that, or what?" For a brief instant, a ripple seemed to disturb the serenity in Azrael's eyes that had long since forgotten emotion. For centuries, he had seen emperors and princes, knelt before by groveling devotees, yet never had he met anyone who, in circumstances such as these, cared more about their TV than their fate. Ignoring Lin Fan's irreverent banter, Azrael's voice echoed in the minds of both of them, calm and resonant. "This world is sick. It is rotten, stagnant, held back by a herd of ignorant mortals trapped in endless stasis. I have witnessed dynasties rise and fall, seeing the bloom and wither of civilizations. No matter how the world changes on the outside, its corrupt core never does. That is why I have chosen to intervene myself, to build a new order for this world. A perfect new world, ruled by true strength, led by the elite, purged of all that is hollow and wasteful. Azrael spread his arms wide. Though it was only a projection, he assumed a posture as though embracing the heavens and earth, an expression that mingled a kind of lofty compassion with unconcealed arrogance. And you, Lin Fan, Tsuyueshi, you are miracles born of this decaying world, new humans just as I am. You should not be mixing with the ants. Lin Fan listened to this classic villain speech and could barely suppress a yawn. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open a crack. A little golden, fuzzy head poked out cautiously. It was Bruce, clearly terrified by the commotion outside, yet thoroughly unable to resist his curiosity. Bruce peeked into the living room at the sparkling, thoroughly peculiar person in the center, tilting his head, dragon eyes full of the gleaming, innocent foolishness of a husky. Amid Azrael's grand Genesis proclamation, Bruce seemed to find the new arrival rather disagreeable. He opened his mouth and, in a childish voice, let out an eager woof. That bright, crisp bark rang out in the quiet living room. Azrael's posture, so full of pity for the world, froze abruptly. Even his ethereal projection flickered violently for a moment at the sudden interruption. Lin Fan nearly burst out laughing. Tsuyueshi, for her part, was just as stunned, staring at Bruce, the little creature who had just tossed all the dignity of a mighty dragon out the window. For a long moment, she had no idea what kind of face to make. Azrael, clearly thrown off by this unexpected interruption, lost all interest in continuing his speech. His indifferent gaze settled back on Lin Fan, and his projection steadied once more. Lin Fan, let's get back to the point. I need your strength, and you need my guidance. Alone, we'll both be swallowed by this decaying old world. He reached a hand toward Lin Fan, as if bestowing a supreme and irresistible gift. 3 days from now, come to the Rocky Mountains of North America. My true form awaits you there, where the new world will begin. Stand with me, and I will grant you unimaginable power and glory. Together, we shall become the gods of a new era. Was this really an invitation? Lin Fan could only sneer inwardly. This wasn't an invitation. It was an ambush, through and through. That guy probably couldn't deal with him in this projected state, so he was trying to lure him into his own lair, where he could use his full power and finish the job in one stroke. A clever plan, no doubt. Yet on the surface, Lin Fan managed to look eager, almost excited. Go to North America? Sure. Tsuyueshi, standing off to the side, listened with her heart pounding wildly, so anxious she nearly rushed over to cover Lin Fan's mouth. How could he possibly agree to such an obvious trap? Azrael gave Lin Fan a long, searching look. I'll be waiting for you. As those words faded, his projection dissolved into fine grains of black light, drifting away like a sand painting scattered by the wind, gradually disappearing into the air. With his departure, the oppressive atmosphere vanished as if it had never been. The living room lights flickered back to normal. Brother, Lin, you couldn't hold back any longer. She charged out of her room with Bruce in tow, flinging herself into Lin Fan's arm, her face pale as paper. It's over, it's all right now. Lin Fan patted his sister's back, then, half exasperated, pinched the skin at the back of Bruce's neck. You rascal, of all the noises you could make, you had to pick barking like a dog. Bruce responded with a couple of subdued whimpers, rubbing his head against Lin Fan in apology. Lin Fan. Tsuyueshi's voice was trembling slightly as she hurried to Lin Fan's side, clasping his arm, her beautiful eyes brimming with desperation and worry. Are you out of your mind? You didn't really say yes, did you? That's the leader of the Divine Revelation Organization, a monster who's been alive for who knows how many years. Going into his territory is walking straight into the jaws of death. She knew full well what an SSS-class powerhouse could do in their own domain. That sort of strength was far from a simple matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Seeing her so anxious warmed Lin Fan's heart. He turned his hand to hold Tsuyueshi's slightly chilled fingers, his usual joking demeanor gone, replaced by a sharp, quiet confidence. Walking into a trap? He grinned wide, dazzlingly white teeth flashing. No, you've got it all wrong. Lin Fan leaned in, whispering low in Tsuyueshi's ear so only the two of them could hear. That's not walking into a trap. That's home delivery. In his mind, he couldn't help but imagine. If he could take down that centuries-old SSS-class boss right in his own base, how many points would that be worth? After Yazral's psychic projection faded away, the suffocating pressure in the living room also vanished. The first thing Lin Fan did was walk over to the LCD television, its screen now a mess of static, and, with anguish writ large on his face, gently patted the casing. Damn it, a 75-inch screen? That bastard has absolutely no decency. Su Yueshi and Lin Yu, who had just burst out of her room, stood watching him with such bafflement that, for a moment, they forgot the terror they'd just experienced. Lin Fan turned away, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. The call connected almost instantly, and Zhong Tianjing's steady voice came through. "Mr. Lin Fan? Director Zhong, let's skip the pleasantries." Lin Fan sounded so casual, it was as if he was phoning in a takeout order. "That Azrael from the Revelation Organization paid me a visit, though it was just a projection. He's invited me to meet him, in person, in the Rocky Mountains of North America, in 3 days." On the other end, there was a silence so profound it felt as if the world had stopped. It stretched out for more than 10 seconds before Zhong Tianjing's voice returned, oddly parched. "Mr. Lin Fan, do you mean you're actually going?" "Yeah, obviously. I can't refuse an invitation like that, right? Wouldn't that be downright embarrassing?" Lin Fan replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Are you out of your mind? Azrael's SSS class. On his own turf." Qin Shan's anxious voice broke in, clearly having grabbed the phone away in desperation. "That's enough," Lin Fan cut them off. "I'm calling to let you know, evacuate every citizen from our country within the vicinity of the Rockies. I want that region clear of our people for the next 3 days. You sure you don't need any backup? We can." "No. Elena fans tu nabruka, norgumin." With that, he hung up, sharp and decisive, leaving the command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau drenched in stunned silence. Zhong Tianjing stared at the disconnected line for a long moment before speaking, voice low but resolute. "Do as he says." Though not a single person could truly comprehend Lin Fan's reckless decision to walk alone into the jaws of peril, the sheer confidence rooted in his undeniable strength left them with only one choice: trust him. In the days that followed, hidden currents surged throughout the world. Countless intelligence agencies sensed the unusual movements of Dragon Country's personnel near the North American Rockies. Speculation swept through the global shadows. Yet at the heart of the coming storm, Lin Fan behaved like any ordinary college kid. The first day, he closed himself in his room, put on his headphones, and lost himself in a marathon session of Valorant. "Healer, I need to heal quick. Help, please. Mom, can I get a gun?" "Thanks, love you, Mom." "Nice. Good shot, man." Su Yueshi stood in the doorway, holding a plate of neatly sliced fruit, listening to the din and mayhem coming from inside. Here was a man about to face off against a centuries-old SSS-level boss, and he was playing video games? She felt like he was going to drive her insane. The next day, Lin Fan didn't touch his games at all. Instead, he was drawn outside by a ruckus of chickens and dogs in the yard. There, Bruce, now nearly 2 meters long, was madly chasing a butterfly across the lawn, with his eyes now showing the first hints of a true dragon's majesty. His golden scales seemed to shine brilliantly under the sun. Yet his antics were still unmistakably husky-like. Sometimes he chased his own tail, tearing up the grass and leaving the yard in chaos. "Bruce, over here," Lin Fan called out, hands on his hips. At the sound of his voice, Bruce launched himself over in a flying leap. He clamped his jaws down on Lin Fan's arm and began shaking his head with wild enthusiasm, treating Lin Fan as if he were a giant chew toy. "Ow!" Lin Fan sucked in a sharp breath. Even with his own body, now boasting a combat power of 15,000, he actually felt a jolt of pain from Bruce's bite. That, he thought, was some incredible growth rate. Amused and exasperated, he pinched the loose skin on the back of Bruce's neck and lifted him off his arm. Man and dragon locked eyes in the middle of the yard, big and small, looking at each other, a scene so absurd it was almost comical. Up on the villa's second-floor balcony, Su Yueshi gazed at the peaceful moment below, but could finally bear it no more. She dashed down the stairs and grabbed Lin Fan's arm, her normally cool and elegant eyes now brimming with barely suppressed anxiety. "Lin Fan, tomorrow is the 3rd day. Do you even have a plan? Or are you seriously just going to walk into danger unprepared?" She rarely ever lost her composure like this, but now her voice even trembled. Seeing her eyes rimmed red, her gaze open and unguarded in its worry, the usual playfulness in Lin Fan's expression vanished in an instant. He turned and took Su Yueshi's hand in his eyes, always holding a touch of mischief, now grew deep and serious. "Trust me," he said, fixing his eyes on hers. "I never step into a fight without being fully prepared." Gazing back into those deep, steadfast eyes, Su Yueshi felt her wildly beating heart, against all odds, finally begin to settle. On the morning of the 3rd day, as the appointed moment arrived, Lin Fan sat down to breakfast with his grandma and little sister, just as he always did. "Xiao Fan, you're heading out again?" his grandmother asked, concern etched on her face. "Yeah, going on a long trip. I'll be back before you know it, Lin Fan replied with a smile, ruffling Lin Yu's hair. At the doorway, Su Yueshi followed after him. She moved quietly to his side and, wordless, reached out her fair hand to straighten the wrinkles in his collar. I'll wait for you to come back, she said softly, looking up at him. Lin Fan smiled, as radiant as ever. Don't worry, I won't be long. Who knows, maybe I'll even bring you back a local specialty from North America. No sooner had the words left his lips than his foot tapped lightly on the ground, and in a flash of golden light, he shot straight up into the sky, vanishing in an instant into the boundless blue. High above, Lin Fan's figure came to a halt, suspended among the clouds, 10,000 meters up. The biting wind whipped his clothes, making them snap and flutter. Below him stretched the solid earth and the endless ocean. He didn't immediately accelerate toward the North American continent. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath. Then, he raised both hands, palms facing the sky. In the very next instant, an invisible force of will radiated outward from Lin Fan, blanketing the entire earth. Every living thing on earth, whether human, beast, bird, or even flower and tree, felt a trace of life energy being drawn forth from deep within. These slivers of energy became tiny blue particles, completely invisible to the naked eye. Billions upon billions of these lights pierced through the clouds and surged wildly from all directions toward the figure suspended high above, 10,000 meters in the sky. A radiant sphere of pure blue energy began to slowly form above Lin Fan's hands, growing larger and larger with each passing heartbeat. The spirit bomb. He felt the world-shattering power gathering above his head, but inside, Lin Fan couldn't help but complain. That idiot Azrael, does he really take me for some sort of philosopher? I walk out and immediately start charging a spirit bomb. Once I'm ready, I'll toss it right at him. I don't care what kind of special abilities he has. A heartfelt thanks to everyone for your support. I read every single comment and review. There's been nothing but rave responses. I'm thrilled you enjoy reading and sharing your thoughts. I'll make small revisions where I can, and thank you for all the love you send my way. North America, Rocky Mountains. The mountain range rose and fell across the vast land like the spine of a colossal dragon. But today, this breathtaking natural landscape was overshadowed by cold, unyielding steel. Deep within the mountains, atop a solitary peak, stood a silver-white base that seemed ripped straight from a vision of the future. Around the base, tens of thousands of American soldiers stood guard at precise, staggered intervals, weaving impenetrable lines of defense. In the skies above, squadrons of the most advanced stealth fighters circled like eagles while batteries of anti-aircraft guns and electromagnetic rail cannons gleamed with a ghostly light. This was the nation's strongest fortress, built at any cost, a stronghold at the very heart of the Genesis organization. Azrael stood atop this mountain peak. No longer a hazy psychic projection, he was now a tangible, living figure. He wore a simple white robe and went barefoot, his long silver hair drifting lightly in the mountain chill. His features were strikingly handsome, almost inhuman, and his eyes glowed with pure gold, without a trace of emotion. It was as if a god were gazing down upon his own creation. The sensation of awakening was beyond description. Power surged through every cell in his body. His mind and the world around him felt as one. He was pleased. Mortal weapons meant nothing to him. They were like a child's playthings. The only reason he allowed their presence was that they added a touch of ceremony to his arrival. He was waiting for that unpredictable variable from the east, Lin Fan, a truly fascinating life form, possessing a power system foreign to this world. If he were willing to submit, to become the sharpest spear at my command, it would be ideal. But if he refuses, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of Azrael's lips. That's fine, too. Crush him, capture him, dissect him. Transform every part of his being into fuel for my own evolution. When that day comes, nothing in this world will ever be able to rival me. Either outcome could only be called perfect. He spread his arms, closed his eyes, and reveled in the thrill of having everything under his control. Yet, just as he was utterly intoxicated by this sense of dominion, a tremor arose from the depths of his soul, forcing his eyes open in a sudden jolt. He looked up. His golden pupils narrowed abruptly. Somehow, high above in the clear blue sky, where not a single cloud drifted, a second sun had appeared. Suspended in the heavens floated an enormous sphere of energy, glowing with a blue brilliance. It radiated a terrifying power. And just below that blue sun, a tiny black silhouette, arms raised comically in a pitching stance, stood out against the sky. It was him, Lin Fan. When did he arrive? And what in the world was that thing? A barrage of questions exploded in Azrael's mind, shattering the composure and rationality befitting a god. Alert! Alert! Unidentifiable ultra-high-level energy life form detected. Energy readings exceed maximum measurable limits. Open fire. Open fire. All units, weapons free. Chaos erupted instantly in the military base below. Sirens blared across the mountains, piercing the air. Scores of missiles streaked skyward, trailing fire, while railguns spat dazzling blue beams into the heavens, all speeding toward Lin Fan. But all of it was futile. Lin Fan didn't spare a single glance at the attacks surging up toward him. Instead, he grinned and mouthed a phrase toward the bewildered figure in the white robe below. "Screw you." Without hesitation, he launched the energy bomb in his palms. The blue sphere drifted downward, proceeding at a deceptively slow speed, yet in truth mind-bendingly fast, hurtling toward the heart of the Rocky Mountains. Every missile, every ray of light that tried to intercept it evaporated soundlessly the moment they made contact with the energy field spilling from its surface. The divinity and cold indifference vanished completely from Azrael's face, replaced by a twisted mix of shock, disbelief, and terror. Run. It was the only thought left in his mind. No. Amidst a roar of utter despair, Azrael unleashed every last ounce of his mental power, awakened and gathered since regaining consciousness, pouring it all out without reservation. Before him, it condensed into a semi-transparent golden barrier, his greatest defense. In the very next instant, the blue sun brushed ever so gently against that golden shield. A faint, barely audible crack sounded. That golden barrier, strong enough to withstand a nuclear blast, shattered in an instant, just like a soap bubble poked by a mischievous child. It didn't hold for even the blink of an eye, bursting apart into myriad points of light that scattered through the air. Immediately afterward, the immense blue sphere of light gently enveloped Azrael's face. Frozen in utter disbelief, along with the mountain beneath his feet, the entire military base, and hundreds of kilometers of the Rocky Mountains, swallowing everything in a soft glow. In that moment, the whole world fell silent. There was only dazzling, all-consuming white light, sweeping over everything. High above, Lin Fan put on his sunglasses, drew out a cigarette, and lit it. He took a deep drag, exhaling smoke rings. He looked down at the region below, now utterly flattened by the blinding light, where a vast basin was slowly taking shape. He nodded in satisfaction. My arms are sore from holding them up so long, but at least the power didn't let me down. At that very moment, a crisp system notification chimed at his mind. Ding! Host has completely dismantled the Genesis organization, eradicating a major latent threat to Earth civilization. Congratulations. Reward granted. Points plus 300,000. Current points balance, 511,550. That pleasing notification made Lin Fan's spirits soar. He took another contented drag of his cigarette. That's a huge windfall. Feels incredible. Stubbed out the cigarette, he turned, transforming into a streak of golden light, and soared in the direction of home. As for the mess left behind in North America, or the geological disasters that might follow after wiping out an entire mountain range, not my problem. At that moment, the world sank into an eerie hush. In the Pentagon's command center, the air was thick and heavy. The giant screen, once displaying the real-time satellite feed of the Rocky Mountains, now filled only with blinding static. What happened to the signal? Give me the forward command center. Where's the F-35 Raptor Squadron? The 7th Fleet support. A 4-star general, hair streaked with gray, shouted in panic, his face ashen and veins bulging on his forehead. No one replied. Several seconds later, a backup military satellite finally realigned and restored the feed. On screen, there were no more mountains, no more military base. All that remained was a colossal crater, over 200 kilometers across and bottomless. The general's legs gave out. He collapsed into his chair, staring blankly into emptiness. Moscow, the Kremlin. The phone rang, and the intelligence chief reported everything that had happened in North America. After listening, the man renowned for his iron fell silent for a long while, crushing his cigar forcefully into the ashtray, and muttered under his breath, "Just what kind of monsters are hiding in that eastern country?" The Dragon Shield Bureau headquarters, Dragon Nation. Zhong Tianzhong, Qin Shan, and the others stared at the screen in stunned disbelief, jaws dropping at the sight of the enormous, terrifying crater. They knew Lin Fan had gone there. They had even anticipated that Lin Fan would win. But not in their wildest dreams had they imagined he would win like this. This was no longer a battle. This was erasing a spot from the map, wiping out everything in and around that location completely. Did he just move the entire mountain range? One young intelligence officer blurted out, voicing a question that sounded almost naive. By the riverside villa, a golden beam fell from the sky, touching down on the balcony as softly as a whisper. Lin Fan stretched with a deep yawn, rolling his shoulders to shake off the soreness. To ensure the power of the spirit bomb, he had held his stance for over 2 hours without a break. It was no surprise he felt exhausted. He pushed open the door and walked into the living room. Tsuyoshi and Lin Yu were sitting on the sofa, holding Bruce in their arms. Seeing Lin Fan return, Tsuyoshi shot to her feet in an instant, her beautiful eyes full of worry and urgency as she looked him up and down. "Are you all right? That Azrael." "It's handled," Lin Fan said, waving a hand dismissively. "That organization is finished. It won't trouble anyone ever again." He slumped down onto the sofa. Bruce, tilting his golden dragon head, craned out of Lin Yu's arms with a curious little chuff. That was an SSS-level Esper, the head of the Genesis Society, a secret weapon of the United States, with their full might behind him. And he was just gone? Just like that? Lin Fan paid no mind to her shock. He had closed his eyes, basking in satisfaction as he checked his system panel. Current points balance, 511,550. 300,000 points, what a haul. Lin Fan couldn't help but grin. This was a massive score, pure profit. But quickly, he sensed that something was off. He read through the system notifications again, carefully. Ding. Detected host has completely dismantled the Genesis Society, removing a major threat to Earth civilization. Congratulations, host. Reward. Points plus 300,000. That was it. Just those 2 lines. System. Lin Fan roared in his mind. What about the reward for eliminating Azrael? That guy was at least SSS level. Are you shortchanging me on points? The system remained silent. A chill crept into Lin Fan's heart. Something wasn't right. As unreliable as the system could be, it had always been scrupulously fair when it came to points. If there was no kill reward, there could only be one explanation. Azrael wasn't dead. He recalled the scene from that time. When the spirit bomb fell, that fellow did indeed cast a golden barrier, but it shattered in an instant. How could he possibly have survived? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Could it have been a spatial power at work? Azrael's greatest ability was the manipulation of space. Was it possible that, at the very moment before the spirit bomb struck its mark, he unleashed some secret spatial technique to save himself? Perhaps teleporting his true body, or at least some vital part to safety? The thought left Lin Fan somewhat dissatisfied. Even if that man was alive, he'd be gravely wounded and near death, unable to cause trouble anytime soon. Still, leaving the root of such a disaster behind was never a comfortable thing. So be it. If he escaped, then let him run. In any case, the entire den of the Divine Revelation Organization had been swept clean by his hand, and 300,000 contribution points were securely in his grasp. And as for that fellow's recovery, who knew what year, what era, that would even happen? By then, Lin Fan's own strength would only have grown greater. With that thought, his mood lightened. He sprawled languidly on the sofa, basking in the quiet peace. Days passed in calm and quiet. The Shanus's rise accelerated on the fast track, fueled by a torrent of resources. In stark contrast to Shanus's thriving prosperity, the other cultivation clans were having a much harder time. As fortunes shifted, those sects barely managing to maintain their inheritance now found themselves in even deeper trouble. On this day, within the Moon Palace Hall, Master Qingfeng from Mount Qingsheng and Venerable Bao Kai from Jinshan Temple once again shamelessly came calling. This time, their bearing was even more deferential, their faces wearing strained, humble smiles. Sect Leader Su, your talent is truly unparalleled. Under your leadership, Xianyue sect flourishes in both spirit and form. It's truly a blessing for the Taoist branch in Dragon Nation. Master Qingfeng began his flattery without missing a beat. Venerable Bao Kai quickly chimed in. Ba, Sect Leader Su, this humble monk has observed your disciples and found all of them to be astonishingly gifted, brimming with spiritual energy. Might your esteemed sect still be in need of hands to tend the medicine gardens? Jinshan Temple has a few diligent disciples, quick and resourceful, with some spiritual potential. Tsuyoshi sat upright in the seat of the sect leader, dressed in a flowing gown of moonlit white, her expression serene and cold. Not a hint of emotion touched her features as she listened to their flattery. She lifted her delicate chin, sweeping her calm gaze across the two men. A barely perceptible pressure of one who stood at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, enough to make both old men brace inwardly. Gentlemen, your kind intentions are duly noted. Her voice was clear and melodious, yet carried an authority that brooked no refusal. In Xianyue sect, we look only at one's heart and nature, not their background. On the path of heart on the day the mountain opens, that is our only threshold. As for manual labor, the Zhao family already sees to those tasks. There's no need for either of you to trouble yourselves. She paused, then shifted her tone. However, I've heard your sects haven't had an easy time of late, disciples struggling to progress in their cultivation. If you sincerely care, perhaps it would be better to dedicate more energy to nurturing your own disciples, rather than forever eyeing what belongs to others. His words were dignified yet firm, gentle but resolute, directly exposing the true intentions of the two guests. The fawning smiles on their faces froze at once, their expressions flickering between embarrassment and indignation. Master Su is right. We were overthinking it, Qing Fengzi said with an awkward laugh, tugging Baokai, Zen master along as they hurriedly excused themselves. Watching the two of them flee in disgrace, the disciples attending in the hall looked on with admiration and respect for their own sect leader shining in their eyes. Evening fell at the riverside villa. The family gathered around the dinner table, immersed in warmth and togetherness. Lin Yu was animatedly recounting amusing stories from her school's potential development class, while Bruce hovered in midair, his golden dragon tail gently swaying like a propeller. Now over 2 meters long, Bruce's entire body was covered in shimmering golden dragon scales that glittered beneath the lights. Although his expression still appeared comically silly, the natural majesty of a true dragon was beginning to show. After dinner, Lin Fan lounged on the sofa, his thoughts drifting back to the points Azrael had siphoned off. Not a pleasant memory. 20,000 points. Just imagine how many good things I could have exchanged for that, he grumbled, instinctively pulling up the system panel to stare at the long string of numbers. Current point balance, 511,550. Just then, point balance exceeds 500,000. System upgrade conditions met. System will undergo a mandatory upgrade in 24 hours. All functions, including the store and missions, will be temporarily unavailable during the upgrade. Upgrade countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. System will undergo a mandatory upgrade in 24 hours. All functions, including the store and missions, will be temporarily unavailable during the upgrade. Upgrade countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. A forced upgrade? Lin Fan was elated at first. An upgraded system could only mean good things. But his excitement quickly turned into an outburst. Seriously? I can't use it for 24 hours? Am I just supposed to watch 500,000 points gather dust? He had been plotting the best way to spend his newfound fortune, perhaps on new martial techniques or powerful artifacts, arming the Xianyu sect to the teeth and treating himself to a luxurious package deal, to boot. Now, all those plans were dashed. Well, maybe that's for the best, he muttered after a moment. A spark flickered in his eyes. Rather than sit around moping, why not use this time to push his own limits? Ever since his combat power had reached 15,000, he had sensed obvious slowing in his progress. Regular training barely made any difference now. Without hesitation, Lin Fan headed straight for his villa's basement, where he'd spent a small fortune on a state-of-the-art gravity training chamber. As the door slid shut behind him with a deep thud, Lin Fan immediately set the gravity to 30 times normal. A crushing pressure descended in an instant. He flexed his limbs, adjusting to the weight, feeling he could manage it. Let's try 40 times. The pressure surged abruptly, and the air thickened, as if some invisible force was squeezing his internal organs from every direction. Lin Fan's body sank slightly, and golden flames of energy erupted from within him in a thunderous burst, countering the relentless crushing force. He clenched his teeth, a flicker of madness glinting in his eyes. 50 times. A strained creak echoed as Lin Fan's legs bent sharply, his kneecaps groaning under the intolerable weight. He was nearly flattened to the ground. This was his limit, the utmost he could withstand right now. 50 times gravity, every inch of muscle, every bone in his body, all screamed with pain. Not enough. He growled low and unleashed his full strength, 15,000 combat power, without holding anything back. The force within him surged, forming a violently pulsating membrane of energy around his body as protection. He began to move, punching and kicking, his motions slow and heavy. The most basic martial movements became grueling challenges under 50 times gravity, each gesture draining him of tremendous strength. The moment sweat oozed from his pores, it instantly evaporated into a wisp of white mist beneath the monstrous air pressure. Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot now, his mind fixed on one thought alone: become stronger. Only absolute power could guarantee true safety. Ah! Pushed to the very edge, Lin Fan let out a hoarse, ear-splitting roar, pouring every last ounce of his energy into one final, all-out burst. A blast far more powerful than anything before exploded outward from him, erupting like a shockwave and shaking the room to its core. The gravity chamber's alarms blared, warning lights flashing madly all around. Lin Fan straightened up slowly, the golden flames surrounding him growing more concentrated and brilliant than ever before. He clenched his fists, relishing the surge of turbulent, boundless strength swelling within him, a smile breaking out at the corner of his lips. He called up his personal status window. Host, Lin Fan. Combat power, 18,000. A leap of 3,000 combat points. Meanwhile, in the villa's living room, Lin Yu sat on the carpet, gazing helplessly at a comic book perched out of reach on the top shelf. She still wasn't quite tall enough, even when standing on a stool. If only I could get it, she muttered. Just then, Bruce, who'd been gleefully bumping a ball around with his head, paused when he heard his little mistress sigh. Tilting his golden draconic head, he looked first at Lin Yu, then followed her gaze to the comic. A questioning chuff escaped him, as though to ask, that one? In the next instant, his massive form moved with surprising grace, leaping lightly into the air. He traced a perfect golden arc and caught the comic delicately in his jaws. Then, like a proud retriever eager to show off a prize find, Bruce trotted over with his tail wagging, dropped the slightly slobbery comic with a cheerful smack into Lin Yu's arms, and raised his head with unmistakable pride. "Bruce, you're amazing!" Lin Yu exclaimed with delight, wrapping her arms around his big head, paying no mind to the bit of drool. Watching Bruce soar and swirl through the air, Lin Yu's eyes were filled with admiration and longing. If only I could fly too, she thought instinctively. Suddenly, she felt her body grow light. A marvelous force welled up from deep within her spirit, enveloping her entire being. Her feet slowly left the floor. 1 centimeter, 5'10". When she opened her eyes, she was already hovering half a meter above the ground. I'm flying. Kicking her legs in excitement, Lin Yu floated in the air, while Bruce curiously circled around her. The two of them, girl and dragon, were like children who had just discovered a brand new toy, chasing each other clumsily through the living room in a wobbly game of tag. A crisp chime rang in Lin Fan's mind. System upgrade complete. The brand new version 2.0 is at your service. Just stepping out of the gravity chamber, Lin Fan felt invigorated all over, and the sound instantly sharpened his focus. He couldn't wait to open the system's marketplace. The new shop interface was levels above the old one in sci-fi flair and coolness. He tapped open his most anticipated section, Dragon Balls, eyes scanning quickly, until at last his gaze froze and even his breath caught in his chest. There, in a special panel shrouded in golden radiance, he saw orbs marked inside with bright crimson stars. Item name, Earth Dragon Ball, 1 star. Exchange price, 100,000 points. Item name, Earth Dragon Ball, 2 star. Exchange price, 100,000 points. Item name, Earth Dragon Ball, 3 star. Exchange price, 100,000 points. Holy! Lin Fan couldn't help blurting out, his heartbeat thundering. Dragon Balls. These were the magical Dragon Balls that could grant any wish. But just as Lin Fan was swept up in this wave of elation, a rapid, flashing red alert suddenly lit up the system interface. Warning! Detected abnormal high-dimensional spatial energy fluctuations. Warning! Detected void entity signature. Super high-difficulty emergency mission activated. Lin Fan's smile froze. Mission title, The Gaze of the Void. Mission background. The leader of the Apocalypse Organization, Yazril, had his physical form utterly destroyed by the host's spirit bomb. Yet his formidable soul, wielding SSS-class spatial powers, managed in its final moment to tear through the void and escape into a strange realm known as the Void Dimension. There, he struck a wicked bargain with the void entities that dwell within. Mission objective. Within 1 year, spare no expense and prepare for the coming apocalypse. Lin Fan's expression darkened, bit by bit. He knew it. The 20,000 points were never going to come so easily. Please make your choice. Option 1. Take the initiative. Use system authority to locate Azrael in the Void Dimension, teleport yourself there, and eliminate the threat before its physical body is fully restored. Mission difficulty. Extremely high. Warning. The Void Dimension is unknown territory, teeming with deadly danger. Reward. Fantasy treasure. Little green sky bottle ×1. Option 2. Interstellar migration. Lead human civilization to leap across the stars in search of a new habitable planet. Reward. 50 massive interstellar colony ships. Completion reward. Sci-fi weapon, singularity bomb, single-use permission, capable of creating a miniature black hole that swallows all within its vicinity. Option 3. Face the enemy head-on. This is a battle to the death. With 1 year's time, arm yourself and your forces to the teeth and crush all invaders head-on. Reward. Dragon Ball series. Earth Dragon Balls ×3. Completion reward. Potential fully unlocked old Supreme Kai version. Times 1. SL activation 20%. Lin Fan's gaze flickered as he weighed the 3 choices. The first option, taking the initiative, the little green sky bottle, sounded like an artifact of unrivaled power. But infiltrating the enemy's lair into a completely unknown dimension, the risks were impossible to calculate. It would be like handing his life over to pure chance. The second option, he dismissed without a second thought. At last, his eyes fell upon the third option. The cascade of golden rewards nearly took his breath away. 3 Dragon Balls. The old Supreme Kai's full potential unlock. SL activation. Any one of these was enough to transform his strength on a fundamental level. Every single reward was top tier. Damn, chasing off Azrael actually landed me such a jaw-dropping treasure chest. Lin Fan was not the least bit afraid. In fact, a rush of excitement made his whole body tremble. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. This wasn't an apocalypse. It was a delivery of fortune straight to his door, courtesy of the system. I choose 3. Without hesitation, Lin Fan made his decision. In his eyes, an unquenchable ambition and fighting spirit blazed to life. Void creatures, huh? Azrael, right? You just wait. In a year, I'll show you the real meaning of a damn surprise. The void dimension. Here lies the reverse side of reality, where the laws of physics unravel and collapse. Violet-black currents of chaotic energy saturate every inch of space. Bizarre crystalline structures forming out of nothing and instantly collapsing again. In this contorted domain, a host of beings dwells, terrifying entities that do not belong to any known universe, creatures of the void. They possess formidable power and an instinct to devour and evolve, yet they are prisoners of this dimension. Though they can sense the alluring sense of other worlds, they are powerless to tear open the barriers between dimensions by themselves. Amidst this gathering of ravenous inmates, a tattered soul, Azrael, trembles, cornered and afraid. Several void creatures, like monstrous hounds, draw near, corrosive drool dripping from their maws. They sense within this solitary soul a power sourced from wholly different spatial laws, a tantalizing new flavor. Stop! Azrael summons up the last shreds of his strength, unleashing a soul-shaking roar. Do you not wish to escape? His voice echoes through the void, causing the advancing abominations to halt, momentarily confused by the strange resonance in their chaotic consciousness. I can feel your hunger, your greed for the real world. Waves of pride and temptation pulse from Azrael's soul. But you cannot leave. I am your only key. From the depths of chaos, an unimaginably colossal presence slowly opens its eyes, a golden rift tearing a wound in space itself. This is the monarch of this desolate realm, a king-level void behemoth. A vast, icy will descends, scrutinizing Azrael. I possess SSS-class spatial abilities. Azrael bears his most precious worth. I'm the only one who can open the gateway to the material world for you. He projects a vision of Earth into their minds, a sapphire planet, bustling cities, billions of vibrant flesh and blood lives. See that? What a boundless paradise. Azrael's voice is laced with temptation. Work with me. Reforge a body strong enough to contain my power, and I will open a rift to Earth for you. All I ask is one thing. He imprints the image of Lin Fan deeply onto the wave of transmission. I want to tear him to shreds with my own hands. A ripple of interest emanates from the golden rift. The monarchs will weighing the possibilities of this dark bargain. Taking advantage of the momentum, Azrael pressed with a final stipulation. My soul was gravely damaged in the previous battle. You must use the power of the void to forge me a new body and grant me time to recover. From this day on, I require a year. After a year, I will return to my peak and open for you a stable, massive gateway, large enough for your entire legion to descend. For a void creature imprisoned for countless eons, this offer held an irresistible allure. Deal. The Grand will made its decision. At the command of their king, countless void creatures sprang into action. They seized and tore the purest essence from the depths of the void and began to shape around Azrael's soul a new vessel, a formidable body, perfectly suited to unleash powers over space. This grand undertaking would last an entire year. As he felt the force of reconstruction engulfing him, Azrael's very soul howled in rage. Lin Fan, wait for me. I'll tear you to pieces. By the riverside villa, in the living room, Lin Fan sat on the sofa, his brows knotted in deep concern. On the system panel before him, 3 gleaming Earth Dragon Balls rested silently in the rewards tab, radiating their seductive luster. 1 year. 1 year to stand against an Azrael who had brokered a deal with the entirety of the void dimension. No matter how he looked at it, the odds seemed overwhelmingly slim. 1 year to arm myself to the teeth, Lin Fan mused, stroking his chin as he began making calculations. Could he boost his combat power any further? Even with a fighting strength of 18,000, it still felt a little shaky. Maybe with another round of extreme training, he could push it to 20,000, or even higher. He could also arm the disciples of Xianyue sect, give everyone an advanced cultivation manual, hand out pills as if they were daily staples, and even exchange for some top-notch technological gear. Would that be enough to forge a cultivator version of a Spartan army? It still doesn't seem quite right. Lin Fan shook his head. It was like knowing you'd have to fight a carrier fleet in a year, but instead of building missiles, you just kept sharpening your knife. That wasn't the right approach at all. The enemy could traverse dimensions, and who knew how many of those bizarre void beings would come or what strange powers they might wield. Relying on traditional power-ups or manpower would be full of risks. He needed to find a way to tip the scales decisively in his favor. His eyes fell on those 3 Dragon Balls. Right, the Dragon Balls. Lin Fan slapped his thigh. How could I have forgotten about those? These were divine artifacts that could grant any wish. System, show me, how many points do I need to gather all 7 Dragon Balls? Earth Dragon Balls 4-star to 7-star. Each costs 100,000 points. For left, 400,000 points. Lin Fan glanced at his remaining balance. 541,550. That's enough. Haha, that's more than enough. Lin Fan was so excited he nearly leapt off the sofa. More than 500,000 points. If he exchanged for the remaining 4 Dragon Balls, he'd still have over 100,000 left. Once I've gathered all the Dragon Balls, I'll summon Shinran and make my wish right away. The more Lin Fan thought about it, the more thrilled he became. He began pacing back and forth in the living room, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Oh, mighty Shinran, please turn Azrael and those void creatures into nothing but piles of dung. No, that wish is just too disgusting. All right, Shinran, please just erase this apocalypse crisis altogether. Or boost my combat power to 1 billion. That would be perfect, wouldn't it? No need to stress and scramble for battle preparations. He could just lie back and wait for victory. But just as Lin Fan was basking in his daydream, the system's cold, mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Warning, the powers of Earth's Shinran have their limits. Any wish granted cannot exceed the abilities of his creator, Kami of Earth. Requests involving cross-dimensional, hyper-tiered erasure of causality or boosting the user's power to levels far beyond the creator's limits cannot be fulfilled. Lin Fan's grin froze on his face. What the hell? He sat there dumbfounded for a long while, finally registering the reality. So, after all that, Earth Shinran doesn't have enough authority? Damn it, got excited for nothing. Lin Fan flopped back onto the sofa, raking his hair in frustration. The simplest shortcut was completely blocked off, which meant he'd have to go head-to-head the hard way. But how? Lin Fan's gaze grew grave again. He'd already ruled out all the conventional ways of getting stronger. What he needed was something disruptive, a breakthrough idea. He glanced out the window. The city lights shimmered brilliantly, their glow mirrored on the surface of the river. This was his home. His grandma was here, his little sister. And that woman, sharp-tongued on the outside but soft-hearted in ways no one else could see. He would never allow anyone to destroy this place. Wait. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly sharpened. A wild idea slashed through the chaos in his mind like a bolt of lightning. Home field advantage, he murmured. What if I turn the entire home turf into my own domain? His breathing turned rapid, his eyes burning brighter by the second. Why should I wait around like a fool for the enemy to kick down my door, only to fight them head-on at a single spot? Why not flip the table entirely and rewrite the rules of the battlefield? A colossal, utterly mad, one could even call it fantastical, plan took shape in his mind at breakneck speed. System. Lin Fan called into the air, search for anything, an item or a method that can raise the spiritual energy concentration across the whole Dragon Nation back up to the levels of the ancient cultivation age. Searching. Generating solution. Option 1. Exchange for 960 cores of blessed paradises. This will transform all 9.6 million square kilometers of Dragon Country's land into top-tier blessed paradises. Estimated cost, 192 million points. Option 2. Exchange for 1 world-class spirit-gathering divine tree seed. Planted at the heart of Dragon Country, it will increase the world's spiritual energy to the peak within 10 years, with all energy converging in Dragon Country. After a century, it will rival the legendary ancient times. Estimated cost, 9,500,000 points. Option 3. Use the Earth Dragon Pearl to make a wish. You may wish to the sacred dragon, Let the spiritual energy of Dragon Country return to its most glorious era. This wish falls within the sacred dragon's powers. As he saw the third option, Lin Fan's eyes suddenly blazed with a terrifying brilliance. This is it. So this is the true purpose of the Dragon Pearl. He was so excited that his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Such a wish doesn't interfere with opponents or enhance himself directly. It simply transforms the environment. That's completely within the sacred dragon's capabilities. If the spiritual energy of all Dragon Country were restored to ancient heights, can you imagine what that would mean? Everyone would be able to cultivate. Geniuses would appear everywhere, and masters would be as common as stray dogs. Everyone's rate of advancement would skyrocket. By then, it wouldn't just be him or the Xianyu sect fighting this war. It would be the entire nation, over 1 billion people, all preparing for battle. But that's not enough. Lin Fan's eyes burned with even greater intensity. Spiritual energy alone isn't enough. System. Filter out the highest grade protective formation arrays for me. I want one that can shield the entire Dragon Country. Spatial blockade, energy shielding, automatic targeting, counterattack, all the top features. Search complete. Matching array found. The Celestial Tenfold Divine Demon Slaying Array. Array introduction. Derived from the simplified version of a world-guarding formation in a high fantasy realm. It can cover an entire region, cutting off inside from outside and sealing off the void. No living being can enter or exit without permission. When the array is fully powered, it automatically eradicates intruders and even suppresses higher-level enemies. Exchange price, 300,000 points. Perfect. Lin Fan's hands were trembling with excitement as he read the plan. Step 1. Spend 400,000 points to redeem the remaining 4 Dragon Pearls. Step 2. Summon the Sacred Dragon and wish for the revival of Dragon Country's spiritual energy. Step 3. After the spiritual energy is revived, spend 300,000 points on the Celestial Tenfold Divine Demon Slaying Array and set up an invincible fortress that covers the entire nation. With that, Dragon Country would become a world unto itself, a super-blessed land overflowing with spiritual energy. Within a year, no one from the outside would be able to enter, and those inside could develop in peace. As for other countries, who cares about them? When the void creatures descend and discover that the entire world yields to them except for the Dragon Nation, a hard bone they simply can't crack. What will happen then? A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. He could practically envision the scene a year from now, when Azrael arrives in full force, leading a mighty void army to Earth, poised for a massacre, only to find the whole of the Dragon Nation shielded beneath a colossal energy barrier that not a single blow can penetrate. Inside that barrier, countless cultivators stand at the ready, their faces resolute. Some might even be lounging in the back, munching on sunflower seeds and watching the spectacle unfold. What a marvelous sight that would be. That's exactly what I'll do. Lin Fan shot to his feet, ambition and fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. This grand turtle shell plan was nothing short of a perfect, tailor-made solution for the current predicament. The total cost, 700,000 points. He was still short by over 100,000. The excitement on Lin Fan's face quickly faded as he sank back onto the sofa, his brows knitting tightly in thought. Where in the world am I supposed to get over 100,000 points? He muttered, sinking deep into worry. His biggest experience farm, the Divine Enlightenment Organization, had already been dealt with in one fell swoop. There was not a drop left to squeeze. As for the system, it had turned silent as ever, not letting out a peep. Who knew when a new mission would be released? Was he supposed to wander the world like a headless chicken, chasing after small fry hiding in shadowy corners? At that rate, he'd be waiting forever before he managed to scrape together enough points. The flawless plan he'd just conceived was already stalled at step 1, the initial capital. With nothing left to lose, Lin Fan, clinging to a sliver of hope, sent a silent inquiry to the system in his mind. System, aside from missions, is there any other way to quickly earn 100,000 points? Ding. Detected strong demand for points. Now generating the following financial and expansion plans for the host. Plan 1. Point credit service. The host may immediately borrow up to 200,000 points to be repaid within 1 month with 100% interest. Failure to meet the deadline will result in compounded interest going forward. Forget it. Lin Fan refused on the spot, not even needing to think. What kind of joke was this? 100% interest. That was worse than loan sharks. He had no doubt that if he chose this, he'd fall headlong into a trap dug by the system. That idea was dismissed without hesitation. Host has rejected the credit plan. Now searching for alternative options. Plan 2. Interstellar Expedition Mode. Interstellar Expedition? Lin Fan paused, taken aback. Plan details. Following the growth models of certain battle-hardened species in the universe, like the Scions, the host may exchange for an interstellar craft and venture into the depths of the cosmos to hunt down evil civilizations actively invading other worlds. Advantages of this plan. 1. The host can rapidly boost his combat prowess and cultivation through high-intensity real-world battles. 2. Gaining points based on the enemy's combat strength. The system's explanation hit Lin Fan's mind like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, his thoughts cleared. They opened wide before him. That's right. Why should I limit my vision to Earth alone? Resources on Earth are scarce, and he'd already cleared out almost all the monsters he could fight. But if he looked out across the whole universe, what an unimaginably vast map that would be. Just like Vegeta and Nappa, soaring through the stars to conquer other planets. Except, his goal was to eradicate those forces that were evil to their very core. It was the best of both worlds. He could grow stronger through battle and rack up more points at the same time. Lin Fan's breathing quickened again. The gloom in his eyes was swept away, replaced by a blaze of ambition. System. How many points do I need to redeem for an interstellar ship? The system has located the vehicle most suitable for the host at this stage. Basic curvature exploration ship ×1. Comes with a simple life support system, energy shields, and standard weaponry. Price, 50,000 points. Friendly reminder. Purchasing a ship right now will come with the coordinates for 3 planets confirmed to house evil native civilizations. Lin Fan glanced at his remaining points and couldn't help but curve his lips into a wild grin. It's enough. More than enough. Seated on the sofa, the manic excitement in his eyes slowly settled, transforming into a deep and steady calm. He explained, point by point, to Su Yueshi sitting beside him, the grand, borderline mad turtle shell plan he had just conceived in his mind, as well as the looming apocalypse closing in on them. The living room fell silent for a long while, broken only by the soft, rhythmic whirring of Bruce circling through the air in the courtyard. There was little expression on Su Yueshi's exquisitely beautiful face, but those usually cool and detached phoenix eyes locked on a Lin Fan, roiling with emotions no outsider could truly decipher. After a long pause, she finally spoke. So, you're going into the universe by yourself? I have no choice. If I stay on Earth, there's really no room for a major breakthrough anymore. Lin Fan spread his hands, trying to lighten the heavy mood with a casual tone. Besides, our turtle shell plan needs special materials to set up the protective array. None of these can be found on Earth. Might as well take the chance to train myself a little out there, right? Otherwise, how are we supposed to face what's coming? Su Yueshi simply looked at him steadily. It's too dangerous. Dangerous? Lin Fan grinned, flashing his white teeth. When have you ever seen me take a loss? He suddenly shifted the topic, leaning forward slightly, his gaze blazing as he looked at Su Yueshi, a rare seriousness filling his eyes. Until I return, Longwa will depend on you. At the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, with the supreme lunar glazed physique, you're unmatched on this planet. No one but me can rival you. Pausing for a moment, he added, what's more, spiritual energy is about to be restored. Your supreme lunar glazed physique is an unparalleled Tao foundation. Once supplemented with rich spiritual energy and empowered by 2 great cultivation techniques, your strength will soar by leaps and bounds with every passing day. His words were like a powerful tonic, easing the tension in Su Yueshi's body. She was the leader of Xianyu's sect, one of the most formidable figures atop this world. Lin Fan's trust and delegation of responsibility helped her shed her anxieties about the unknown and swiftly rediscover her role and duty. Her eyes became sharp and resolute once more. Understood. You can leave everything to me without worry. That's what I like to hear. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction, then took out his phone and dialed a number directly. A composed, steady voice came through. Lin Fan. Elder Zhong, listen carefully. Lin Fan's tone admitted no argument. He succinctly relayed the news that in a year's time, creatures from the void would invade Earth, and that Azrael was the harbinger leading the way. Silence fell on the other end as Zhong Tianzheng digested the information. Can your news be trusted? Zhong Tianzheng's voice grew heavy with seriousness. What I said is the only truth. Lin Fan continued, and I can only guarantee the safety of Longwa. That's why I need the Dragon Shield Bureau, or rather, the entire Longwa, to coordinate with me on one thing. Mobilize all your strength and notify every Longwa citizen abroad. They must return home within the set time limit. Zhong Tianjing's pupils contracted sharply, but the shock lasted less than a heartbeat before being replaced by calm. His mind, sharp as a computer, began calculating. Withdrawing tens of millions of citizens from overseas would spark a global economic and political crisis, a diplomatic tsunami the likes of which the world had never seen. Lin Fan went on. Before the void creatures descend, I'll seal Lonwa's borders with a grand formation. Anyone unwilling to return can take their chances and face doomsday with their so-called free world. Zhong Tianzhong settled into complete composure. He realized this was no longer a matter of weighing pros and cons, but had become a law of survival that must be executed. Panic and chaos seemed trivial in the face of the word apocalypse. He raised his head, his eyes filled with the resolve and sense of duty of one who stands as a nation's protector. I understand. Zhong Tianjing's voice was as steady and unshakable as a mountain. Lin Fan, we will launch our highest-level plan for the evacuation of Chinese nationals immediately. You don't need to be distracted. Let us shoulder those tempests of global panic and diplomatic chess. He looked at Lin Fan, giving him a promise from the very heart of the nation. Lin Fan hung up the phone, a hint of satisfaction breaking across his face. Turning to Su Yueshi, he explained, as for the other cultivator sects, there's nothing to worry about. In a moment, I will raise the spiritual energy density across the entire dragon country to an astonishing level. But Xianyu sect has the spirit gathering array I placed. Its spiritual energy will be dozens of times higher than anywhere else. With that, Lin Fan rose to his feet. System, exchange for 4 Earth Dragon Balls. System prompt, 400,000 points consumed. Remaining points, 144,550. As soon as he spoke, for orange gold, orbs appeared out of thin air before him, their glow interplaying with the 3 already in his hand. He stepped out onto the villa's lawn and laid out all 7 Dragon Balls in a neat row. Show yourself, Divine Dragon. Grant my wish. In an instant, the skies above Jiang City churned and darkened, as night fell long before its time. The 7 Dragon Balls shone with dazzling golden brilliance, and a tremendous beam of golden light shot into the heavens. Through the black clouds, an awe-inspiring Eastern Divine Dragon coiled forth, its colossal head lowering with majesty, golden slit pupils blazing like twin suns as it gazed down at the tiny figure of Lin Fan. Speak your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only one. The Divine Dragon's voice thundered across heaven and earth like rolling clouds. Lin Fan lifted his face, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, and shouted out, Divine Dragon, let the spiritual energy of the dragon country return to the unrivaled heights of the ancient era. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the dragon's enormous golden eyes, as if it had not expected such a grand wish from this lone, diminutive human. That wish is simple enough. As the dragon finished speaking, it opened its maw wide and exhaled a golden orb compressed to its very essence. The orb soared into the sky and exploded over the heart of the dragon country, shattering into billions of invisible golden raindrops, showering down upon the vast land. 9,600,000 square kilometers blanketed in radiant light. In that instant, it was as if the entire world sprang to life. From the peak of Kunlun to the shores of the Eastern Sea, from the snowy realms of the north to the reefs of the Southern Ocean, a power vast and inexhaustible, pure beyond compare, surged forth, as if a primordial colossus, long slumbering, had suddenly awakened. Mountains and rivers quaked, vegetation flourished wildly, dead trees found new life, and rivers surged forward. Countless ordinary people felt as though a tremendous burden had been lifted from their shoulders, their bodies suddenly light, their minds clear, their spirits radiant. For those who cultivated their inner strength, the feeling was even more profound. It was as if they had been immersed in a rejuvenating spring of spiritual energy. The bottlenecks in their cultivation began to loosen, and their true essence and spiritual power surged and circulated within them faster than ever before. At that moment, the entire dragon nation seemed to be severed from the mundane world, transformed into a realm of living myth and legend. With all of this complete, the majestic figure of the divine dragon gradually faded, the skies returning to their crystalline clarity. The 7 dragon pearls, now reverted to simple stones, shot across the sky, scattering to corners all over the world. Amidst the air, saturated with spiritual energy, so thick it seemed almost tangible, Lin Fan smiled contentedly. The first step complete. He returned to the living room and began to operate the system shop interface once more. Redeem, beginner curvature exploration spaceship. Point cost, 50,000. Redeem, dragon pearl skill, chi essence slash. Point cost, 30,000. Points remaining, 64,550. Having taken care of everything, Lin Fan finally breathed a deep sigh of relief. The preparations were finished. All that was left was to await his departure. Night had deepened. Moonlight, silver and fluid, streamed softly through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows and spilled into the room. Lin Fan stood in front of the glass. Regarding the system interface were 3 planetary coordinates, each marked with a pulsing red light, awaited him. These would be the first stops upon his distant crusade. A faint sound of a door opening whispered from behind him, the ensuing footsteps so delicate they barely made sound. He didn't turn. He already knew who it was. A familiar fragrance, delicate as night-blooming orchids and tinged with the freshness of a recent shower, drifted near. From behind, Tsuyueshi wrapped her arms gently around him. Her body was soft, and through the light fabric of her sleepwear, Lin Fan could distinctly feel her stunning curves and the inviting warmth of her touch. Wordlessly, the two stood embracing, quietly listening to the rhythm of each other's hearts. After a long moment, Lin Fan finally turned, meeting the gaze of her eyes, which shone even more brilliantly under the moonlight. Tonight, Tsuyueshi was a little different. She had changed out of her usual casual t-shirt and shorts, instead wearing a black silk slip dress. The smooth fabric hugged her graceful figure, accentuating her dramatic curves, slender waist, and graceful hips with breathtaking precision. Her long, pale legs peeked out from beneath the hem of the dress, exuding a quietly dangerous allure. His gaze drifted lower, settling on her bare and delicate feet, the kind of feet one rarely saw, dainty and perfectly proportioned. The gentle arch of her soles was elegant and soft, the skin on her feet so fair it bordered on translucent, aglow beneath the lamp's soft light. Her 10 rounded toes were arranged gracefully, subtly curling with anxious tension. Each little toenail painted a delicate blush pink, so perfectly manicured they made Lin Fan's heart skip a beat. At the slender curve of her ankle, faint blue veins could be seen beneath the skin, lending a delicate, vulnerable beauty to her flawlessness, so real that one could not help but feel a surge of tenderness. A flush, intoxicating and radiant, colored her cheeks. In this moment, all that remained was a heady mix of bashfulness and quiet resolve, as if she had thrown all caution to the wind. Lin Fan felt his Adam's apple bob as his mouth went dry and his breath caught in his throat. But Tsuyueshi didn't give him a chance to speak. Rising lightly on tiptoe, she tilted her head up just enough, and with her soft and gentle lips, she silenced everything he might have said. This kiss was no longer reckless or innocent as before. It was a silent confession, burning with a passion that wanted to leave nothing behind, not a single regret. In Lin Fan's mind, it was as if everything exploded in a rush of soundless thunder, all reason swept away by the unexpected ardor and tenderness. He wrapped his arm behind her neck, while his other hand encircled her slender waist, lifting her into his embrace in one swift motion. Tsuyueshi let out a startled exclamation, instinctively winding her legs around his waist. The two of them were drawn so close that not the slightest space remained between them. Holding her tightly in his arms, Lin Fan carried her step by step toward the great bed in the bedroom, the moonlight trailing after them, weaving their two shadows into one long, entwined silhouette across the floor. He laid her gently on the soft bed, leaning over to take in her face. Bathed in moonlight, her cheeks glowed a rosy red, her eyes luminous and shimmering, like an ephemeral bloom unfolding quietly in the night. So beautiful, it took his breath away. Tsuyueshi bit her lower lip in nervousness. She wanted to say something, but the words would not come. Lin Fan didn't reply. Instead, he lowered his head, letting his actions answer all her uncertainty and longing. Outside, the moonlight deepened, spilling silver over everything. It was a night destined for sleeplessness. With the first rays of dawn spilling through the towering windows, Lin Fan opened his eyes, feeling wholly at ease. Turning his head, he found Tsuyueshi still sleeping soundly beside him. Her long lashes, like two delicate brushes, cast soft shadows across her eyelids. In sleep, she had shed her usual cool reserve. Her flawless face now bore a hint of girlish tranquility. Lin Fan's gaze lingered upon her, echoes of last night flitting through his mind. He moved carefully, intending to rise. But just as he was about to slip away, a gentle warmth closed around his wrist from behind. He turned and found himself looking into Tsuyueshi's phoenix eyes, somehow opened without him noticing. All shyness was gone now, replaced by complexity that ran deep and unreadable. Why not rest a bit longer? Lin Fan's voice was husky with sleep. Tsuyueshi shook her head without a word and sat up, the silken coverlet sliding off her delicate curves. She looked at Lin Fan in silence, gazing at him for a long moment before finally asking in a whisper, "When will you leave?" Lin Fan didn't hide the truth. "Just need a little while to get ready." Tsuyueshi's flackertantly. She simply nodded and breathed out a single word. "All right." No questions were asked, no attempts were made to dissuade, and there were certainly no tearful pleas of a younger sister begging them to stay. It wasn't until they stepped out of the room that the full extent of the world's upheaval truly struck them. In the villa's courtyard, the spiritual energy was so dense it nearly formed a morning mist, drifting through the air. Even a single deep breath left one feeling invigorated, body and mind refreshed. Whoa! Bruce darted about excitedly just outside the courtyard. Golden scales shimmered across his body in the dawn light, and with every breath, he drew in vast streams of spiritual energy, swallowing it greedily. Brother, Sister Ueshi, come look at the news. Lin Yu's startled cry reached them from the living room. Lin Fan and Su Ueshi exchanged glances and made their way over. On the enormous screen in the living room, urgent news bulletins rolled continuously. The broadcast showed a series of extraordinary phenomena emerging all across the nation. Dear viewers, we are reporting live atop Mount Tai. Just moments ago, we captured the spectacle of purple clouds rising in the east, the entire mountain now cloaked in a pale violet aura. The scene shifted to a reporter standing with a stunned expression before the monkey enclosure at a zoo. Just 5 minutes ago, the old monkey king of the enclosure suddenly rose upright and began mimicking a nearby elder's morning exercises, performing a flawless set of Tai Chi moves. His form was even more precise than some of the human practitioners. The zoo has urgently evacuated all visitors for safety. Then, the report cut to Qingcheng Mountain in Sichuan. An elderly Taoist, his hair and beard snow white, stared into the camera with tears streaming down his face. I've been trapped at the 9th stage of Qi refining for 60 years. Just this morning, while resting in the rear mountains, I dozed off, only to awaken having achieved foundation establishment. Heaven has finally shown mercy. The Grandmaster's spirit must surely be watching over us. Stories like these filled the news, each stranger than the last. Off the coast of the Eastern Sea, fishermen captured footage of a giant turtle, its size rivaling a small island, surfacing to bask in the energy of sun and moon. It was as though, overnight, the entire nation had leapt from a modern civilization straight into an era of living legend. Are all these miracles because of that divine dragon yesterday? Lin Yu turned, eyes wide with awe and reverence, as she looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan ruffled her hair with a hint of pride in his smile. From today onward, our country officially steps into cultivation era. All people upgrade edition. His gaze shifted to a message sent by Zhong Tianzheng. Though brief, its weight was monumental. The highest level evacuation plan has been activated. Within our borders, all is secure. Please, proceed without hesitation. Lin Fan smiled. He turned to Su Ueshi, his expression turning earnest. Once I leave, you have to take extra care of things at Xinhua sect. With the spirit gathering array, our disciples' cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Su Uexi nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. And one more thing, Lin Fan said, taking a palm-sized, unusually shaped metal compass from his system space and handing it to her. This is a transmission talisman. There's a pair. I'll take one and leave the other with you. Though we can't talk in real time due to the distance, we can send one message each day. This way, I'll know everything's well at home. With these arrangements finally made, Lin Fan felt a weight lift from his heart. He stepped out into the courtyard and summoned his will. System, deploy the primary curvature exploration vessel. The moment the words left his mouth, the air above the villa shimmered and rippled like the surface of water. From within those ripples, a spacecraft constructed wholly of silvery white metal glided out silently. Its design was sleek and seamless, exuding a futuristic beauty. The vessel wasn't large, about 20 meters long and shaped like a spindle, its surface smooth as a mirror. It's time for me to go, Lin Fan said, drawing a deep breath as he turned back to face his family. He gently pinched Lin Yu's cheeks, reminding her to be good, and gave Bruce's massive head a reassuring rub, warning him not to cause any mischief while he was away. Finally, he walked up to Su Ueshi. He said nothing. Instead, he simply opened his arms and held her tightly. Su Ueshi stiffened for a moment, then wrapped her arms fiercely around him in return, pressing her face to his chest, greedily breathing in his scent. Lin Fan finally let go, fixing her with a long, deep look. Then, resolute, he turned away, his figure transformed into a streak of radiant light. The spacecraft's hatch sealed itself with a gentle hush. In the next moment, the fabric of space around the vessel twisted violently. I'm off. His voice rang out from the loudspeakers of the ship, laced with a passionate excitement he could barely contain. As the words echoed, the silvery ship instantly contracted, shrinking down to a pinpoint of light even smaller than the head of a needle, and with a soft pop, it vanished completely into the whirling vortex of space. In the courtyard, Su Ueshi stood with her head thrown back, dazed, staring at the spot where Lin Fan had disappeared. A long time passed before she dropped her gaze, clutching the metal compass firmly in her hands. The sorrow and longing in her eyes slowly faded, replaced by a steely resolve. At that same moment, in the cold, remote reaches of the cosmos, Lin Fan sat in the vessel's cockpit, his face alight with curiosity. Contrary to his expectations of crowded buttons and complicated instrument panels, the cockpit was astonishingly minimal. Just a single ergonomically designed seat and an unbroken, panoramic viewport that offered him an unobstructed view of the endless, glittering starfield outside. Engage curvatura navigación. Destination. Coordinate 1, Lin Fan commanded. Command received. Curvature engine ignition in 3, 2, 1. As the unemotional, synthesized voice finished, Lin Fan felt a gentle but irresistibly strong force pressing him firmly into his seat. Outside the window, the universe was suddenly transformed beyond all imagination. The blackness of the cosmic backdrop seemed as if seized at both ends by an invisible hand, abruptly folded and pulled together in the middle. Countless distant stars were suddenly stretched into brilliant, multicolored bands of light, roaring past both sides of the spaceship like dazzling ribbons. The world itself transformed into a vibrant tunnel woven from beams of light, and the ship hurtled forward through it at a pace that defied human understanding. Damn, looks like I really shouldn't overlook tech-based gear in the future, Lin Fan muttered, taken aback. Even Lin Fan, seasoned though he was, couldn't help but curse under his breath at the spectacle. He could feel it. With each inch the vessel advanced, it was traversing distances that boggled the imagination. This, too, was power, the kind born of unfathomable technology. It was nothing like the brute force of the Dragon Ball universe, yet no less awe-inspiring. He opened his system interface, casting a sly glance at the 3 blood-red coordinates pulsing on the screen. A wicked grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Just then, the ship's electronic voice sounded again. Warning, preparing to exit warp travel. Now approaching the outer edge of Coordinate 1's star system. Target planet, Gliese 581G. Scan analysis, alert. Signs of civilizational conflict detected. An evil, alien civilization is steadily devouring the planet. Indigenous inhabitants are in peril. Danger level, threatening. Lin Fan's eyes instantly sharpened. Through the porthole, he stared at a distant planet, radiating an ominous crimson glow out in the darkness. He felt his blood start to boil with anticipation. Dangerous? Lin Fan scoffed, the hint of a smile on his lips. Back on Earth, I always had to hold back. But against these alien life forms, finally, I can stretch my arms and legs. That world, shrouded beneath a blood-red aura, had an atmosphere heavy with the acrid tang of rust and sulfur. Suspending on a synchronous orbit, Lin Fan peered through the porthole, magnifying the planetary surface until its details filled the whole screen. They were no longer scattered villages scattered here and there, but sprawling native city-states built of massive stones and ancient timber, stretching for kilometers on end. At this very moment, that grand city was being engulfed by endless fire and choking smoke. Tens of thousands of creatures, their forms eerily reminiscent of upright mantises, were surging forward in a dark green, ironclad flood, an unyielding planetary siege. Their bodies were sheathed in chitinous armor. Their scythe-like forearms flashed with cold, metallic brilliance. These were the infamous predators of this star region, the Kara Swarm. But this slaughter meant more than just passive resistance. Within the city, countless native defenders with ash-blue skin, far weaker as individuals than the invaders, nevertheless stood fast behind ancient walls and within resolute battle lines. They fought as tribes, forming flesh-and-blood barricades again and again. Stone spears and bone knives, primitive as they were, nonetheless blazed with a final, desperate splendor in the courage of the dying. A defiant war cry rang out, echoing over the chaos. Atop the city wall, the most imposing of the native warrior kings stood, his body rippling with muscle. With a thunderous roar, he hurled a massive stone spear downward, the force of the throw instantly skewering 3 carabugs in one stroke. Yet all around him, more and more of his comrades were being torn apart, swallowed by the surging green tide of the insect horde. Lin Fan watched this scene of hellish carnage in silence, and slipped on his long unworn combat scanner. A series of beeps sounded in his ear. Data streams flickered rapidly across the lens, lines of numerals racing past. He fixed the scanner's focus on one of the ordinary Kara soldier bugs rampaging along the wall. Combat strength, 512. Then he shifted his gaze to the native warrior. Combat strength, 58. A disparity of almost tenfold. This wasn't a battle. This was a one-sided extermination. The gulf between technology and the very fabric of life itself rendered resistance noble, but heartbreakingly futile. A cold curve slowly crept across Lin Fan's lips. Back on Earth, there had been too many constraints. But here, in a world beyond the reach of laws, brute strength reigned as the only truth. System, open the points register. Current points, 64,550. Excellent. Lin Fan's eyes glittered with a hungry light, like a wolf that's been starved for days, finally gazing upon a mountain teeming with prey. He didn't even bother with the ship this time. He simply swung open the cockpit hatch. With a single, powerful stride, his entire body became like a blazing meteor, trailing a long, fiery tail as he plunged straight down toward the heart of the city engulfed in the flames of war. On the ground below, the vanguard commander of the Kara bug swarm, Razorclaw, was savoring the gruesome feast. Larger than the common bug soldiers and armored in a sinister, dark golden shell, its combat strength reached an impressive 835. It had just sliced through a section of city wall tens of meters long with a single swipe of its scythe-like limbs and was poised to relish the natives' escalating cries of despair. But at that very instant, a vast, indescribable pressure crashed down from the heavens, with no warning whatsoever. Razorclaw snapped its head up, its compound eyes reflecting a swiftly looming, burning black spot from above. What was that? Orbital support fire from a fleet? No, there hadn't been any command of fire. Boom! Lin Fan landed with both feet, creating a gigantic crater over 100 meters across. In that instant, everything within several kilometers, be it mighty stone edifices or hundreds of Carabug soldiers, were utterly vaporized. A mushroom cloud of dust and shockwaves billowed upward, piercing the skies. The entire battlefield fell into a strange and total silence. Whether they were slaughtering Carabugs or desperate native defenders, everyone froze in place, staring blankly at the heart of the crater, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. As the smoke slowly cleared, a tall, solitary figure strode out from the center of the maelstrom. He was dressed in the plainest casual clothes you could find on Earth, with black hair and dark eyes, looking utterly unremarkable. Yet there was an almost intangible aura about him that sent shivers down the spines of every living creature present. Sharplaw's compound eyes narrowed, its pupils shrinking to pinpricks. It couldn't decipher this being, but it could sense what it felt: fear. Kill him. Whatever he is, kill him now. Snapping out of its brief shock, Sharpclaw could not tolerate its own terror. Fury surged up, overwhelming every other thought. It let out a piercing screech, issuing the command to attack. Instantly, hundreds of Carabugs closest to the crater responded, swinging their razor-sharp sickle-like forelimbs as they surged in a tide of green from all directions, bringing with them a sickening, bloody wind. Lin Fan didn't bother sparing them even a glance. He simply raised his right hand, pressing his index and middle finger together, and pointed casually toward the densest cluster of the insect swarm to his left front. Whole wave. In an instant, a beam of golden light, condensed to its utmost, shot from his fingertips faster than the speed of light. It made no sound, but it carved out a kilometer-long corridor of absolute death through the swarming bugs. Along that hollowed tunnel, more than 100 Carabugs, each boasting a battle strength of 500, along with their armored shells, were vaporized in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. Ding! Minion of the villain slain, points plus 50. Ding! Minion of the villain slain, points plus 50. Ding! In the blink of an eye, the points notifications poured in like a waterfall. Oh, small profits, quick returns. Almost the moment that thought flickered across his mind, Lin Fan vanished from where he stood. He transformed into a streak of golden lightning, tearing across the battlefield as he charged straight into the endless swarm of bugs. What unfolded next could hardly be called a battle anymore. It was a spectacle, a performance of calamity. Wherever the golden lightning flashed, there rose a hurricane of blood and green flesh. Thousands of the bug soldiers tried to spew corrosive acid from their mouths, turning the air into a deadly downpour. But Lin Fan simply inhaled deeply, then blew out with force. The violent gust reversed the acid rain, sending it cascading back onto the bugs themselves, melting them into puddles of reeking, putrid liquid. More bugs tried to close in from all sides, forming a siege, but just as the circle was complete, Lin Fan appeared at the very center. He pressed his wrists together, palms facing forward. Kamehameha. A blue energy sphere, blazing like a miniature sun, gathered rapidly at his palm before exploding forth. A thundering roar tore through the air as the brilliant blue beam surged forward, unstoppable, consuming everything in its path as far as the eye could see. More than 3,000 Carabugs, along with the earth beneath their feet, were obliterated by the torrent of power, leaving nothing behind. The cheerful chime of increasing points had transformed into an unending drone. Sharpclaw had utterly collapsed. Escape. That was the only thought it had left. It suddenly unfurled the chitinous wings on its back, bursting into a stream of dark golden light as it desperately fled toward the distant horizon. Run? Did you ask for my permission? Lin Fan didn't even bother to look back. He simply reached out with one hand in the direction of Sharpclaw's escape and made a grasping motion. Come back here. An immense, invisible force seized Sharpclaw mid-flight, yanking it out of the sky from 10,000 meters up and slamming it to the ground at Lin Fan's feet. Let's have a chat, Lin Fan said, squatting down with a kindly smile on his face. Where's your main nest? What's the name of your biggest boss? You can forget it. Our great Queen Mother will avenge us. Sharpclaw retorted with what little bravado it could muster, emitting a strange, piercing sound composed of rapid, fractured notes, a grating, alien sequence. Lin Fan's friendly smile faltered for a moment. What on earth did you just say? It was only then he realized he hadn't understood a word the creature had been shouting. To call those sounds a language was generous. They were more akin to the screeching of insects rubbing their bodies together. Arching an eyebrow, Lin Fan focused his thoughts. Instantly, a light blue screen appeared before his eyes, visible only to himself. System Store, Technology Section. Universal Language Translator. Neural Implant, 1,000 points. Would you like to spend 1,000 points to redeem the Universal Language Translator? As soon as the prompt appeared, a cool wave of energy surged into Lin Fan's ears and brain. In a flash, the data stream of countless languages loaded and synchronized. He turned his gaze back to Sharpclaw, and the meaningless screeching from before was instantly rendered into clear, comprehensible speech in his mind. You'll never get any intel from me. The Great Queen Mother will soon descend and crush you lowly beings beneath her might. Oh, so that's what you meant. Realization dawned on Lin Fan, and he grinned with playful curiosity. Queen Mother, huh? Sounds like quite the heavyweight. Go on, tell me more. The Queen Mother is in the Crimson Nest to the east. We came here to collect life essence as tribute, to help her complete her final transformation. Excellent. Lin Fan nodded approvingly. I've already told you. Will you let me go now? Lin Fan regarded it thoughtfully for a moment, then shook his head. No. And with that, he brought his foot down. Asterisk bone, asterisk. System prompt. Villain leader defeated. Points plus 200. Lin Fan brushed off his hands and glanced over at the survivors, former captives, now staring at him with awe and reverence, as though he were God. He greeted them with a broad, cheerful grin. He focused his mind and brought up the system panel. Current points, 224,750. Not bad. Quite a haul, he murmured with satisfaction, nodding to himself. With that, he transformed into a streak of flowing light, soaring toward the depths of the eastern jungle shrouded in dark crimson miasma. The Empress's life essence is about to undergo its final transformation. Excitement flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. Sounds like a proper superboss, doesn't it? Turning into a golden streak, Lin Fan headed straight east without hesitation. In barely a dozen minutes, a completely different landscape unfolded beneath him. The once parched scarlet ground was now cloaked in something bizarre, a stretch that looked disturbingly like exposed muscle and sinew. Its surface bled with slick, viscous fluid and heaved in a steady, rhythmic pulse, as if it were the hide of some immense, living beast. At the center of this grotesque domain loomed a nest beyond compare. Its form defied description. It resembled a monstrous mountain of flesh, forcibly fused together from countless twisted carapaces, bones, and masses of dark red muscle. Thick, vein-like tubes snaked from the mountain into the earth below, tirelessly pumping the life force of the whole region straight into the nest. The air was thick with a nauseatingly sweet and metallic stench, suffused with overpowering pheromones, enough to drive any weak-willed creature instantly mad. This crimson hive certainly puts the military bases of those sunk night folks to shame, Lin Fan quipped, hovering above, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Looking down at his combat scanner, he saw the nest absolutely teeming with life signals. Thousands upon thousands of bright dots clustered tightly within. He made no effort to hide his presence any longer. His overwhelming aura tore the clouds asunder, blasting straight down toward the hive below. A low, thunderous hum swept the air. It was as though a hornet's nest had erupted. The entire crimson hive sprang to life. Countless holes gaped open as wave after wave of collar guards surged forth, screaming in unison. Larger and fiercer than ordinary bug soldiers, their carapaces were a glossy metallic black. Their double wings spread wide, and bloodlust glinted in their compound eyes. Each and every one of them registered a combat strength above 1,000. Now, that's more like it. Rather than retreat, Lin Fan dove in, rocketing like a cannonball into the heart of the swarm. He didn't bother with any fancy moves. He simply shrouded himself in powerful energy, relying purely on speed and strength to cut a path through the insect horde. A guard swung its sickle-like front limb, tough as alloy, aiming directly for Lin Fan's neck. Without turning, Lin Fan drove his elbow back, smashing the creature's head. The hard skull popped open like a watermelon, splattering green ichor in every direction. Ping! Villain elite slain, points plus 200. A sickening squelch echoed through the chaos. Another elite guard launched a surprise attack from behind, its razor-sharp stinger darting straight for Lin Fan's heart. With a subtle shift, Lin Fan easily dodged and, in one smooth motion, grabbed the creature's tail. He spun around like a flail, smashing into the 7 or 8 other elite guards leaping at him, shattering shells, snapping limbs, and breaking bones. Ding! Villain leader defeated. Points plus 200. Ding! Villain leader defeated. Points plus 200. These elite guards, each with a power level over 1,000, would be nightmares capable of wiping out entire cities in the eyes of ordinary martial artists. Yet, for Lin Fan, they were essentially no different from the rank-and-file insect soldiers with half their strength. Weaving and darting through the swarming enemies, Lin Fan moved so fast that only afterimages remained. But soon, he felt that relying solely on physical attacks was just too inefficient. He suddenly surged upward, breaking free from the insect's encirclement. This time, the energy gathering around him wasn't blue, but a much more refined and razor-sharp bright white. A new technique. Haven't had a chance to try it yet. Let's see how you handle it. A wicked grin appeared at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. With a fierce thrust, he pushed both hands forward. Chi Essence Slash. A circular energy blade, spinning at incredible speed and thin as the wing of a cicada, sliced forth with a sharp, whistling rush. Unlike the world-shattering roar of the Turtle School's Ki Blast, this attack radiated a chilling, cutting edge that seemed able to shear through anything. With a piercing hiss, the Chi Essence Slash shot into the densely packed swarm, moving at impossible speed in a strange, curving arc. In an instant, every Carabug elite guard touched by the blade's path, whether the proud blades of their forelimbs or their armored hides, was neatly cut in two. The slices were mirror-smooth, and for a split second, nothing happened. Then, as if prompted by an unseen signal, bright green blood burst out in fountains from the wounds. With that single Chi Essence Slash, Lin Fan carved out a clearing with a radius of several hundred meters, a vacuum in the midst of the chaos. Ding! 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 The system alerts now flooded in faster than ever, the pace picking up tenfold. Damn, now this is what I call the ultimate move for wiping out hordes. Eyes gleaming, Lin Fan stared at his hands in awe. If he'd known it was this effective, he would have used it right from the start. Emboldened, he began flinging Chi Essence Slashes in quick succession, each one like a flying disc, sent spinning toward every corner of the nest. In moments, a torrential downpour of severed limbs and sizzling green blood turned the air into a rainstorm of carnage. Even the heart of the nest seemed to sense this unstoppable wave of death. All the elite guards still outside abruptly ceased their attack and retreated like a tide, vanishing back into the nest tunnels. Lin Fan did not give chase. He could feel it, a presence far more powerful, lurking in the deepest part of that mountain of flesh. He took a single step forward and crashed straight through the thick, pulsing wall of flesh at the nest's edge, plunging inside. The scene inside the nest was even more bizarre and otherworldly. The walls pulsed with living flesh, the ground was made of tough, sinewy fascia, and countless hatching insect eggs hung overhead, casting an eerie green glow. Countless tubes wove through the walls, transporting viscous energy fluid. This place didn't feel like a nest at all. It was more like the inside of some colossal creature. Guided by the strongest presence, Lin Fan made his way unhindered straight to the very heart of the nest. Here, a vast cavity spread out before him, reminiscent of a giant beast's heart. In its center lay a massive cocoon, swathed in bundles of thick veins and nerve fibers. Its surface was translucent, and through it, the outline of a gigantic being could be seen inside, sleeping and breathing. Suddenly, a wave of overpowering, awe-inspiring psychic energy surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing directly into Lin Fan's mind. Who gave you, a lowly and insignificant creature, permission to set foot in my sacred hall? The voice was cold and detached, neither male nor female, carrying the indifference of a deity gazing down at ants. Lin Fan toyed with his ear, keeping an eye on his battle power detector as a crisp number appeared on the display. Battle power for 1,000. Well, look who finally showed up. Lin Fan whistled, utterly unbothered. Instead, he eyed the massive cocoon with a playful curiosity. So you the so-called Queen Mother? I must say, you're quite a sight. Insolence. Do you have any idea what kind of exalted being you are speaking to? I am on the verge of my final metamorphosis. Soon, the entire star system will crawl at my feet. The psychic waves from the Queen Mother pulsed with violated fury. Final metamorphosis? Lin Fan's sharp instincts caught the phrase instantly, and his eyes lit up. He stroked his chin, calculations already racing through his mind. Battle power, 4,000. That's plenty more than the Royal Guards, sure, but for him, it was still nothing more than a matter of swatting a fly. But what if he waited until she finished evolving? A surge of restless excitement, born of his scion warrior's blood, began to stir within Lin Fan. For the first time, he understood how Vegeta must have felt. He made up his mind to play along. Here, he could fight to his heart's content, holding absolutely nothing back, turning the world upside down if he pleased. That long-forgotten thrill of letting loose, pure, unrestrained power was making his blood boil with anticipation. With that thought, Lin Fan's expression softened unexpectedly, taking on a look of almost genuine encouragement. He found a relatively clean patch of fascia, sat down, and waved nonchalantly at the hulking cocoon. All right, enough with the threats already. My ears are getting calluses from listening to you. The Queen Mother's psychic presence wavered, apparently unable to process this creature's peculiar way of thinking. Aren't you about to finish your metamorphosis? Lin Fan cut her off, sounding sincerely helpful. Then I'll just wait until you're done. In its long life spanning the stars, it had never encountered a creature so outrageous, nor heard a request so ludicrous. A tangle of emotions, rage, humiliation, bewilderment, churned within it, all condensing at last into a killing intent as cold and bitter as winter steel. You really have a death wish. Lin Fan lounged carelessly, as if bored beyond belief. I gave you a chance, and you just couldn't take it. If you don't transform now, I'll poke you to pieces with a single finger, and don't say I didn't play fair. His casual demeanor was even more infuriating to the Queen Mother than any direct insult. As you wish. Her colossal mental roar echoed through the hive. I will show you, let you witness with your own eyes as your pitiful flesh is ground down and made into fuel for my race's evolution. Despair, as you become a sacrifice. No sooner had she spoken than the massive, fleshy cocoon enveloping her began to pulse violently. A deep, resonant thump echoed again and again, each beat pounding like the heart of a giant. Heavy and powerful, vein-like tubes attached to the cocoon bulged and strained. The entire blood-red hive shuddered in the tremor, and the energy in the air thickened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Across the cocoon's surface, countless golden, mysterious patterns unfurled, like some ancient code of evolution was being awakened. Lin Fan watched with great interest, even switching on his battle power detector to track the rising digital readout. 4000450052006800. That's more like it. Lin Fan's lips curled into a wide grin. The combat instinct running in his very bones sent heat surging through his veins. At last, he understood why Vegeta had insisted on letting Cell reach his perfect form, and why he had provoked Bu on purpose. To stare unflinching as an opponent grew stronger and evolved to their very limit, only to crush them with one's own hands at the absolute climax. That was a thrill no warrior could ever resist. 8.00095 The numbers on the battle power detector soared faster and faster. Light blazed ever brighter from the cocoon surface. At last, with the sharp crack of splitting shell, a thin fracture split the cocoon. Immediately, the fracture spread in web-like patterns, racing across the husk. Then, with a deafening explosion, a terrifying aura erupted, far surpassing anything before. The blast of raw energy sent waves rippling through the hive's living mass. Lin Fan remained rooted in place, unshaken, the hem of his coat whipping in the unnatural gale. The excitement in his eyes only grew. Shards of the cocoon blasted outward, revealing the being within. It was no longer a bloated mass of flesh, but a figure with a form nearly human. Standing over 3 meters tall, its entire form was sheathed in streamlined, dark golden armor, intricately etched with mysterious purple runes that radiated both power and elegance. Where it had once been bloated and ungainly, its body was now long and sleek, limbs ending in claws sharp enough to tear through alloy. From its back extended 2 pairs of gossamer wings, sheer and translucent like those of a cicada. As they vibrated at immense speed, even the air shimmered and rippled around them. But nothing was more arresting than its head, a face uncannily reminiscent of a human woman's, yet warped into something otherworldly and sinister. Its eyes glowed a fathomless crimson, while a massive, diamond-shaped purple crystal was embedded in its forehead, radiating waves of psychic power that made one's heart race. Transformed at last, the Brood Queen slowly opened her eyes. She fixed her gaze on Lin Fan, a look reserved for lifeless objects, cold, indifferent, and radiating utter confidence. Lin Fan raised his hand. Combat power, 12,000. 12,000. Not bad at all. Rising to his feet, Lin Fan patted the dust from his pants and rolled his neck, producing a chain of crisp, popping sounds. He made no attempt to conceal himself, unleashing his aura in full. With a sudden snap, the Brood Queen's wings flared behind her, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. In the next heartbeat, she was right before Lin Fan, razor-sharp claws aimed straight for his heart, gleaming with murderous intent. The speed of this attack surpassed the limit of sound itself. It was so fast that even her elite guards would not have caught a trace of her movement. Yet, just as her claws came within a centimeter of Lin Fan's chest, his hand closed around them, stopping them dead in their tracks. A flash of shock flickered in the Brood Queen's scarlet eyes. She summoned every ounce of strength, straining to pull free, only to find his grip as immovable as twin mountains. Man and monster clashed in the heart of the cavernous hive, their battle shaking the world. Every impact was accompanied by a thunderous boom, and the shockwaves tore apart the flesh and membrane walls around them. Golden flames and purple energy beams intertwined, casting wild shadows and dazzling light throughout the hive's interior. With each exchange, the Brood Queen grew more and more unnerved. Her speed, her power, her energy, every advantage was crushed, utterly overwhelmed by this monstrous human. No matter how cunning her attacks, they were each countered with a simplicity and brutality that left her reeling. With a mighty crash, Lin Fan's heavy punch smashed her from the air, plowing her into the membranous ground and carving out a trench over 100 meters long. She struggled to her feet, her dark gold shell now frayed with countless cracks, purple blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She had been defeated, completely, unequivocally defeated. Even after her ultimate transformation, she was utterly powerless before this man. Frustration, rage, and terror whirled within her, until all emotion at last fused into a single, overwhelming frenzy. Since that's the case, let's become one. The Queen unleashed a final psychic scream, spreading her arms wide. The purple crystal embedded in her forehead erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. In the next instant, something unbelievable happened. Her body began to slowly merge with the muscular ground beneath her feet. Countless thick blood vessels extended from the walls in all directions, writhing like giant serpents, winding around her frame and completely binding her to the entire crimson nest. Lin Fan hovered in midair, raising an eyebrow as he sensed that something was wrong. The entire crimson nest, this mountain of flesh that resembled a colossal, living organ, started to thrash violently and contract. Outside, the earth was covered in muscular tissue and membranes. All of it began converging toward the central nest, as if the very land had come alive. The nest's mass shrank at a rate visible to the naked eye, while the density of energy within surged at an explosive, geometric rate. Walls were no longer simply walls. The ground was no longer ground. All the flesh, membranes, and bone twisted and reformed, evolving into a unified form. Suspended in the center, Lin Fan watched the cataclysmic transformation unfold around him. He could feel the overwhelming surge of energy, growing ever more sinister and chaotic. But instead of feeling tense, his face lit up with mounting excitement. Oh, a second transformation, is it? His combat scanner shrieked with a piercing alarm. The numbers on the lens flickered wildly. Combat power, 18,000. 18,000, exactly matching the full force of his current aura. Now, standing before him, was a living, monstrous mountain of flesh, every bit as formidable as he was. The Queen and the entire Crimson Nest had merged into a single being, the master of the nest. On the pure scale of energy, she now stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Insignificantant. A sweeping, chaotic wave of psychic energy flooded outward, and this time, the pressure within it bore down so heavily that even Lin Fan felt its weight. A massive fleshy tentacle, thicker than a train, came crashing down from above with an ear-splitting shriek. Lin Fan did not dodge. Golden energy blazed to life at his right fist as he met the attack head-on, eager to measure the might of a rival on equal footing. The instant fist and tentacle collided, an unimaginable force rammed through his arm. Lin Fan grunted from the impact, his body hurled to the ground like a cannonball, gouging a deep trench into the earth. He climbed out of the pit, coughing, shaking the numbness from his arm. The last trace of indifference vanished from his eyes, replaced by unyielding focus and exhilaration. Now this was the battle he craved. Perish. The master of the lair seemed quite pleased with the success of its strike. Hundreds of tentacles stretched out from its massive body, forming a blood-red forest of death that swept toward Lin Fan like a suffocating tide. Lin Fan took a deep breath, pushing his speed to the very limit. His golden figure darted at breakneck pace through the forest of tentacles, dodging deadly lashes by the narrowest of margins. Every tentacle carried the power to maim him severely. The gusts as they whipped past stung his skin painfully. As he dodged and observed at high speed, Lin Fan gradually noticed a critical detail. Despite the lair master's overwhelming strength, its enormous size was also a hindrance. Whenever its mind gave a command, the tentacles distributed across its 100-meter-long body always responded with a barely perceptible delay. Its power was synchronized, but its neural reaction simply couldn't keep up. That was the flaw. Having found a breakthrough, Lin Fan's strategy changed in an instant. He no longer evaded passively. Instead, he closed in, weaving boldly through the fleeting gaps between tentacle strikes. He became a streak of golden lightning, charging straight toward the lair master's core. The lair master clearly sensed its predicament as well. Its massive size put it at a severe disadvantage in close combat. Enraged, it abandoned its intricate physical attacks and pooled all of its energy into that gigantic face atop its body. There was a deep, resonant hum. Its gaping maw snapped open, and within it, a massive dark purple energy sphere, over 10 meters in diameter, took form, radiating an aura of utter destruction. A shockwave of immense power locked onto Lin Fan, making escape impossible. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, realizing it was time for a head-to-head showdown. He came to a stop, cupping his hands at his waist in the shape of a flower's calyx as a dazzling blue energy sphere began to form between them. Kamehameha! Be annihilated with me. The golden beam and the dark purple blast crashed together at the heart of the lair in an unstoppable collision. A tantôt explosion érupted. For a moment, the two terrifying forces were deadlocked. The entire space of the lair warped violently under their clash, while chunks of flesh and tissue surrounding them were torn apart by the unleashed energy. Lin Fan clenched his teeth, every muscle in his body trembling, veins bulging along his arms. He felt the crushing pressure surging from the other side. One moment's slip, and that chaotic, evil power would overwhelm him completely. Break through, he roared, pouring the last of his strength into the Kamehameha wave. The blue beam suddenly swelled larger, overrunning the purple blast, and with unstoppable momentum, it surged forward and blasted directly into the lair master's monstrous face. A shriek of unimaginable agony echoed throughout the space. The enormous face of the brooding nest master had been torn into a blood-smeared ruin by the blast. Its massive body writhed in agony, thrashing uncontrollably, its attack patterns falling into utter chaos. Now's my chance. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Lin Fan pushed through the exhaustion, threatening to overwhelm him, forcing his depleted body to move. In a flash, he appeared above and to the side of the broodlord. Slowly, he raised his right hand, lifting it high above his head. A deep vibration filled the air. From his fingertips, a disk of energy formed, spinning at breakneck speed, its edges blazing with a piercing white light. Chi Yuan slash. With a sharp flick of his arm, the disk, thin as gossamer, sped forth, slicing through the air with a razor-sharp whistle, soundlessly cleaving toward the chaotic bulk of wounded flesh below. The energy blade struck home with a wet, splitting sound. Chi Yuan slash cut cleanly through the broodlord's waist, unimpeded. Its crazed thrashing stopped short, suddenly, utterly still. A heartbeat later, as Lin Fan struggled to catch his breath, the broodlord's colossal upper body began sliding off its lower half, finally collapsing to the ground in a thunderous crash, sending a crimson wave of blood splattering in all directions. Impossible. On what remained of its ruined face, terror and incomprehension twisted its features, even as the last shreds of its consciousness slipped away into oblivion. Lin Fan vanished from sight, instantly appearing before it. He lifted his palm, steady and deliberate, leveling it at the broodmaster's forehead. A tightly condensed sphere of energy formed in his palm, pulsing with a dangerous, ominous light. With a thunderous detonation, the remainder of the broodmaster's body, along with its fading will, was utterly obliterated. Ding! SSS rank villain eliminated. Kara Swarm Queen, brood lord form. Points awarded, 50,000. Ding. Host has eradicated the Kara swarm Glees 581G Expeditionary Legion, achieving regional extermination. Bonus points, 100,000. Current total score, 384,750. As the notifications echoed through his mind, Lin Fan let out a long, weary sigh. A wave of exhaustion surged up from deep inside, threatening to pull him under. He landed on the devastated ground, his chest rising and falling violently, sweat streaming down his forehead. This battle had been anything but easy. But every drop of his blood was surging through his veins. Every cell was alive with an exultant energy, rejoicing in a life-or-death contest hard won. A sense of exhilaration he had never known before erupted from deep within, spreading through every inch of his body. Damn, that felt good. Gasping for breath, Lin Fan looked as though he'd been fished out of water, sweat and violet insect blood streaming across his muscles. He braced himself with one hand on his knee, feeling waves of weakness pulsing through him, his body screaming in protest after being pushed to the limit. Spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, he broke into a wild, satisfied grin. Now that's what I call fight. To fight to the death against an equal, pushing every ounce of strength and every shred of skill to the very limit. This exhilarating dance on the edge between life and death is 10,000 times more thrilling than the monotonous grind of pushing past limits in a gravity chamber. Every cell in his body wailed in protest, yet his mind was more alert and alive than ever. He opened up the system shop, eyes locking precisely onto that familiar option. Sensabine, 1,000 points. Staring at his points balance of 384,750, Lin Fan found the number plain and unremarkable. Exchange. With not a hint of hesitation, a jade-green bean materialized out of thin air in his palm. He tilted his head back, tossed it into his mouth, and chewed gently. In an instant, a surge of warmth, impossible to describe, unfurled from his core, flooding through his limbs like an unstoppable torrent. The muscles that had been screaming with pain a moment ago, his energy reserves nearly spent, were now being flushed clean by that nourishing flow, visibly recovering and filling to bursting, even surpassing his former peak. In less than the blink of an eye, every last trace of exhaustion and injury vanished without a trace. Slowly, Lin Fan straightened, flexing his fist with a slight squeeze. A sharp, snapping crack split the air. He could feel it with absolute clarity. Some fundamental change had taken place in his body. His strength, his speed, the quantity and quality of his ki, all had leapt to another level entirely. He couldn't wait to bring up his personal status panel. Host, Lin Fan. Bloodline, low-class scion. S-cell concentration, 35%. Battle power, 26,000. 26,000. From 18,000 to 26,000. That's a full increase of 8,000. As expected, Lin Fan's eyes shone brilliantly, a smile by now impossible to repress. This is how a scion is meant to level up, growing stronger in the heat of battle. Feeling the wild, surging power galloping through his body, Lin Fan had the sense that with a single punch, he could shatter this entire planet. With a thunderous roar, golden energy erupted from his body again, more solid and dazzling than before. Lin Fan shot off like a streak of golden light, vanishing in an instant and leaving behind only a spreading shockwave that blasted the sticky mass of blood and flesh on the ground in every direction. The days that followed were, for the surviving Carla insectoids on this planet, a true apocalypse. He needed no radar, no scouting. Wherever a trace of the insect's malignant aura lingered, it could not escape his keen sense. In a valley shrouded in fungal mats, over 100 insectoids assigned to logistics were busily hauling life essence. A foreman, with battle power exceeding 700, whipped its limbs, screeching commands. The very next moment, a streak of golden light came crashing down from above. The foreman's shriek was snuffed out in an instant. In that same breath, all the insectoids behind it were torn to pieces by a surge of savage power, scattered like chaff in a storm. Ding! Villain leader eliminated, points plus 200. Ding! Villain henchman eliminated, points plus 50. Lin Fan didn't even spare a glance at the system notifications. His figure blurred once more as he shot towards his next target. In an immense underground cavern, thousands of insectoid soldiers were lying dormant, ready as a reserve force. Lin Fan sent out a Kamehameha condensed to the extreme, blasting through hundreds of meters of earth from the surface. The entire cavern, along with every insect within it, was wiped out, erased from existence in the most literal, physical sense. The numbers on his points panel began to jump at a terrifying, almost uncontrollable speed. He was like the most efficient reaper imaginable, harvesting points across the entire planet. He swept from the eastern hemisphere to the west, from the surface all the way down to the depths below. There were no words, no mercy, only pure, cold, merciless slaughter, utter domination in its rawest form. At first, the surviving insects managed to mount some scattered resistance. But when they realized not a single one of their attacks could even leave the faintest mark on that golden silhouette, all that remained was endless fear and despair. They began to flee in all directions, scrambling into the deepest crevices, the most hidden of nests. But it was utterly pointless. With Lin Fan's senses as they were now, they stood out like fireflies in the night. There was simply nowhere to hide. On the seventh day, Lin Fan hovered high above a massive volcano, surveying the scarred and battered surface of the planet. The last trace of the Kalra insectoid's sinister taint in the air vanished entirely, swept away by a flick of energy from his fingertips. He summoned the system panel. Current total points, 8,573,250. 8.5 million. Even Lin Fan, seeing that long string of numbers, couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This was it. This was what it meant to truly strike it rich. Back on Earth, after all that strategizing, founding branches of the Order of God's layers, and jumping through endless hoops, he'd barely managed to scrape together 500,000 points. But now, after just a few days out here, the number had soared more than tenfold. He could go back anytime he wanted, lie comfortably at home, and simply wait for Azrael to arrive, bringing the Legion of the Void Army right to his doorstep. The idea flashed temptingly through his mind, but he crushed it almost instantly. Go back. What a joke. He glanced down at his clenched fist, feeling the surge of raw power now coursing through his body, stronger than ever before. This feeling was intoxicating. Fight, grow stronger. That was what he craved more than anything now. Well, since I'm already here, Lin Fan muttered, giving himself the perfect excuse. I might as well check out the other two sites, right? Who knows what surprises might be waiting. He'd already tasted the sweetness of victory, and his expectations for the remaining two coordinates soared. If he encountered a couple more experience boosters like the Kalra Hive Queen, wouldn't his combat power be sky high when he finally returned home? When the time comes, no matter if it's Azrael or the Void King, no matter how many come, he'll kill every last one of them. With this decision made, Lin Fan's mood soared. He made his way back to the spot where the spaceship had landed. The nimble little exploration craft waited quietly on the barren plain, looking utterly out of place against the apocalyptic scenery all around. Lin Fan stepped into the cockpit and started up the ship with practiced hands. System, set course for coordinate planet number 2. Command received. Calculating warp trajectory. Route calculated. Estimated travel time, 13 days. Suddenly, just as Lin Fan was about to activate the ship, a barrage of sharp red alerts exploded across the system interface. Warning, warning. Target planet, Kepler, 186F, shows extremely faint life signals. Energy readings approaching 0. Database cross-reference indicates a massive collapse of the planet's ecosystem. Classification, dead star. Proceed with the journey. The smile froze instantly on Lin Fan's face. A dead star? What did that mean? His brows drew together in a frown. Had he arrived too late? Was the civilization there already wiped out by something else? Or was it that an evil even more terrifying and complete than the Kara insect swarm now lurked on that world? Lin Fan stroked his chin, weighing his options. Leaving empty-handed was out of the question. Proceed, he ordered the system. Rather than speculating aimlessly, it was better to see it with his own eyes. At worst, he'd return empty-handed. After all, he had points to spare these days. Command confirmed. Maintaining course. A stream of cerulean light flared from the ship's thrusters as it slipped smoothly into the steady rhythm of warp travel once again. The next 13 days passed quite routinely for Lin Fan. He took a sub-talisman of the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman from his storage space and poured a thread of energy into it. The charm glimmered faintly, and soon Tsuyueshi's cool, familiar voice reverberated in his mind. It was a one-way message. He could only listen, not reply. Lin Fan, you rascal. You really know how to shirk responsibility and not feel a shred of guilt. There was a fleeting trace of playful annoyance in her tone. After you left, everything changed in Dragon Nation. The revival of spiritual energy brought by the divine dragons, Wish, has been even fiercer than we ever imagined. Now, within the borders of Dragon Nation, the concentration of spirit energy is at least 100 times what it was before. The blessed lands are practically overflowing. Those old monsters who'd been hiding for centuries, one after another, they've all crawled out of their coffins. A few days ago, several reclusive ancestors even paid us a personal visit. All of them were at least at the initial foundation establishment stage, and the moment they arrived, they put on the airs of senior experts. They claimed that our Xianyu sect occupies the best territory, and thus should open our gates and share resources with all cultivators. Their words rang with unspoken threats. Hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. Then Su Yueshi's tone suddenly shifted, taking on a note of pride and satisfaction. And so, I gave the two of them a good beating. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. I didn't go overboard, just broke a few of their bones and tossed them all the way from the sect gate down to the foot of the mountain. My strength now is at the early core formation stage. The tying glaze body is unbelievably powerful. I can feel my strength growing like mad every single day. Qin Lan, Chen Ziyuan, and the others have also been working hard. They've all reached the late stage of qi refinement. Even among the 100 disciples in the sect, the weakest now are at least at the middle stage. Our Xianyue sect is truly the #1 sect in the world now. Oh, and your little sister Xiaoya, she treats flying like it's a game. 2 days ago, she chased after Bruce and accidentally soared into the stratosphere. She nearly got mistaken for a UFO by Zhong Tianjing's satellite. That Bruce fellow is almost 3 or 4 meters long now, eating more than ever. Take care of yourself. I'll be waiting for you to come home. The last words came out in a soft, dreamy murmur. The talisman's glow faded gradually. Lin Fan sat in the pilot's seat in silence for a long time, an involuntary silly grin spreading across his face. Good for her. As for those so-called reclusive grand elders, in his eyes, they were nothing but trash, barely scraping a combat power of 2,000. Now that Su Yueshi was at the early core formation stage, dealing with them was child's play. 13 days of travel passed in a flash. Approaching target planet Kepler 186f. Warp travel complete. Now entering standard cruise mode. Lin Fan composed himself, turning his gaze to the porthole outside. A dark red planet floated quietly in the vast blackness of space. There were no azure oceans, no lush green lands, not even the dazzling lights of civilization. It looked like a spent ember, its surface shrouded in a heavy layer of rust-colored dust, exuding an air of desolation and death. The spaceship slowly lowered its altitude, slipping through an atmosphere so thin it might as well not exist. Lin Fan's brow furrowed tighter with each passing moment. Wherever the eye could see, there was nothing but ruin. But this was no ordinary ruin. Everywhere lay the remains of buildings with strange, elegant designs, full of smooth lines and mesmerizing geometry. Some looked like gigantic crystal trees that once soared up to the heavens, now broken in half, their myriad fragments scattered across the ground. Others resembled metallic spiderwebs stretching across miles, now torn wide open with massive breaches, their severed cables dangling weakly like withered vines. Here and there on the ground, complex machines sputtered with faint, dying sparks, while lumps of strange, unclassifiable material, neither metal nor stone, had been melted by extreme heat and solidified again. This was the remnant of a civilization that had reached a pinnacle of technological achievement. Lin Fan released his energy at full force, sending it out like invisible radar waves that swept across the entire planet in an instant. His senses were sharper than ever. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Still, nothing but utter silence. Not even the faintest hint of life could be detected. Did he really come all this way for nothing? Irritation welled up within Lin Fan. He was just about to curse out loud, when suddenly his senses caught a trace, an exceptionally subtle and peculiar fluctuation of energy. It wasn't on the surface, but buried deep beneath the ground. It was not chi, nor spiritual energy, nor any known superpower. Instead, it was a pure, stable current, running with the precision of a delicate instrument. Found it! A sly smile tugged at the corner of Lin Fan's lips. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the cockpit. A second later, he appeared high above a field of crystal ruins, thousands of kilometers away. He had pinpointed the origin of that energy fluctuation, nearly 10,000 meters directly beneath his feet. Open up. Lin Fan didn't bother searching for any sort of entrance. Clenching his right fist, golden flames of energy burst forth. With a simple, direct punch, he struck toward the ground below. A thunderous, muffled boom echoed through the air. The hard rock and twisted metal of the ruins crumbled before his fist as if they were nothing more than tofu. He forcefully punched open a chasm, leaving a pitch-black hole that reached deep into the earth. Lin Fan leapt forward, his body plunging rapidly downward. He passed through layers of thick strata, and then a vast underground space unfolded before his eyes. It was a silvery white chamber with a distinct air of futurism. Complex energy circuits covered the walls. Though most were dark, a few still faintly glimmered, keeping the most basic systems running. In the very center, a transparent stasis pod stood, filled with a blue, nutrient-rich liquid. Inside, a person lay sleeping in perfect stillness. Lin Fan hovered in midair, eyes full of astonishment and scrutiny. It was a young girl. She appeared to be no more than 18, tall and slender. She wore no clothing, offering Lin Fan a direct view of a body so flawless that it was breathtaking. Her skin was nothing like that of a human's. It was a bionic surface forged from nanoceramics, perfectly replicating the lustrous texture of finest mutton fat white jade. The graceful lines of her figure were unmarred by flaws. Even at the joints, there was no trace of mechanical seams. She appeared as if sculpted by nature itself. Long silver hair floated gently in the liquid. Lin Fan could sense that the strange energy he detected was emanating from her. Just as he approached the stasis pod, the girl's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open. And what eyes they were! No pupils, no whites. Her entire gaze was filled with swirling nebulae, countless golden points of light slowly drifting in cosmic dance. She had seen Lin Fan. Warning: detection of high-energy life form intrusion. Biological classification: unable to analyze. Threat assessment: extremely dangerous. The life support fluid inside the sleeping pod began to drain rapidly, and the door slid open in complete silence. Barefoot, the girl slowly stepped out and stood before Lin Fan. Her gaze, or rather, her optical sensors, were fixed unwaveringly on him. Unknown life form. A clear, pleasant voice rang out, crisp and melodious, yet stripped of any trace of emotion. You are carbon-based, but your energy index surpasses the theoretical maximum of every carbon-based life form in my database. She tilted her head slightly, a small, almost human gesture, which lent her an air of life. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he studied the silicon-based girl before him. Who are you? What happened here? Lin Fan asked bluntly. He could sense that the girl meant him no harm. Instead, she was simply cautious and curious. In her golden eyes, torrents of data seemed to flash by at lightning speed, as if she were rapidly calculating Lin Fan's threat level. After a few seconds, she arrived at a conclusion. My name is Sally. I am a member of the Creole civilization. As you can see, our homeworld has already perished. Her voice remained calm and measured. As for the reason why, Sally raised her arm, delicate, ivory white, and drew a gentle arc through the air. Countless points of light gathered in the surrounding space, weaving themselves into a vast three-dimensional star map between the two of them. My civilization is a silicon-based form of life, Sally began to explain. We abandoned our fragile bodies, uploading our consciousness into eternal silicon ceramic shells. We do not seek to reproduce. We do not desire conquest. Our sole pursuit is knowledge and truth. On the star map, a brilliant planet lit up. It was Kepler 186f, unchanged and glorious before its destruction. Beams of light danced in and out of the planet, connecting every individual. We built a shared knowledge network, which we call the core of knowledge. Every member of the Creole civilization was a part of this core. We shared knowledge, technology, and everything else. In our world, there were no lies, no wars, only an insatiable desire to explore the universe. Lin Fan looked upon that thriving scene, yet felt nothing stir within him. To his mind, this utopian civilization was laughably fragile. Without competition or elimination, they were like flowers bloomed within a greenhouse, beautiful, but ultimately defenseless. About a century ago, our technology hit a bottleneck. We had explored all that was within our reach, yet the true nature of the universe remained elusive. And so, we made a decision. For the first time, Sally's voice quivered ever so slightly, like a gentle sigh. We sent an invitation to the entire universe. The scene shifted. A signal, containing the distilled wisdom of the Krill civilization, was sent from their home planet, shooting out into the depths of space. We shared our coordinates, our way of life, our longing for peace, and our thirst for knowledge. In our naivety, we believed that any civilization capable of receiving and deciphering this invitation would surely be, like us, seekers of truth and harmony. Lin Fan nearly burst out laughing when he heard this. As expected, the display was suddenly awash in crimson. A vast, shadowy fleet, so massive it blotted out the sky, tore through space and appeared in orbit above the Krill homeworld. Their hulls bristled with enormous cannons. It wasn't sages who answered us, but marauders. Sally's voice went cold. They called themselves the Stellar Remnants Legion, a horde that survives by devouring the knowledge and energy of others. Scenes of war. No. Scenes of massacre unfolded before Lin Fan's eyes. The warships of the Stellar Remnant's Legion unleashed a barrage that engulfed the world. Each beam of light had the power to melt continents. The Krill's counterattack was pitifully weak. Their ships, designed for research and exploration, were shredded like paper before the armored warships. Our bodies are strong, but we know nothing of battle. Our technology could create stars, but we never imagined using it to destroy. This was a raid without suspense, a foregone conclusion. Countless mechanical soldiers descended from the sky, hideous and merciless. With brutal force, they tore apart Krill bodies, using a strange device to forcibly strip away their consciousness data, feeding it into a colossal fortress floating above. Their true target was our core of knowledge. They came to steal everything our civilization had ever created. Lin Fan watched the devastation unfold with an impassive face. This was the law of the cosmos, where the strong prey upon the weak, and might makes right. The Krill's tragedy had been set in stone the moment they abandoned the will to fight. At the very last moment, before our homeworld was utterly wiped clean, my creators forced me into this deepest sanctuary and severed my connection to the core of knowledge, sparing me from the data purge. Sally's gaze turned to Lin Fan. I'm the last backup of the Krill civilization. The three-dimensional image faded, and silence once again enveloped the room. Lin Fan took a moment to absorb this torrent of information. After a pause, he asked the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. So, just how powerful is this Stellar Remnant's Legion? Where are they now? Can you give me their coordinates? A flicker of emotion crossed Sally's golden eyes. She began analyzing Lin Fan's question at lightning speed, searching for its deeper meaning. According to my analysis, after hearing the tragedy of my civilization, your initial reaction wasn't sympathy, nor sorrow, nor anger at the marauders. Instead, you felt excitement and longing. Ahem, ahem. Lin Fan coughed awkwardly, trying to cover up his embarrassment. It was a peculiar feeling, having his thoughts exposed so bluntly by an AI, by a silicon-based life form, no less. That's not how it is. Lin Fan put on a righteous expression. I'm simply gathering intelligence about the enemy. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never lose a battle. I absolutely cannot stand bullies or acts that disrupt peace across the universe. As for evil civilizations like them, my attitude has always been, wipe them out, root and branch. Sally tilted her head, her data-driven gaze flickering, algorithms working behind her eyes. Logical analysis indicates you are lying. However, your ultimate goal doesn't seem to conflict with my quest for revenge. Lin Fan flushed with embarrassment and stopped pretending. How about this? I'll help you get your revenge, and you provide me with information and coordinates about them. It's a win-win situation. Sally fell silent. Her internal processors were calculating at a terrifying speed. This carbon-based being before her, powerful, mysterious, driven by raw and even primitive desires, might just be the 1 in a billion chance she'd been hoping for. I can't provide exact coordinates, Sally finally replied. After plundering the core of knowledge, the Star Remnant's Legion erased all navigational data related to them. Lin Fan's brows knitted again. So it's all for nothing? Sally's tone remained steady. Based on the Star Remnant's Legion's energy signatures and the traces left by their warp jumps, I can construct a probabilistic model to track their path. She lifted her hand, and the three-dimensional star map appeared once more. This time, however, at the apex of the enormous sector, a tiny, faintly blinking red that could just barely be seen. But this will require immense computational power and time. Given our current position and the capabilities of your ship, the odds of a successful pursuit are close to zero, Sally concluded. Damn, just when the duck was nearly on the chopping block. No, not even in the pot yet. It got away and flew off. He glanced again at the flawless girl before him, then at the underground sanctuary. What about you? What are you going to do next? Stay on this dead planet for the rest of your existence. My core directive is to ensure the legacy of the Kreel civilization endures. Sally's response didn't waver for a moment. Knowledge and technology are the sole meaning of our existence. Here, I will use the sanctuary's energy to remain in stasis until the power finally runs out. As Lin Fan listened, his mind was already spinning. The spark of a civilization? The entire backup of knowledge from a top-tier technological society? An image flashed unbidden through his mind. The technology branch in the system mall, a section he had almost never opened. Within were listed all sorts of incomprehensible spaceships, mech suits, and energy cannons, their names alien to him and their prices outrageously high. In his mind, none of them could compare to the immediate power of a single Senza bean or a Ki blast. All along, he had followed the logic of the Dragon Ball universe. As long as his power level was high enough, he could obliterate an entire planet with one punch. What need was there for flashy, overcomplicated gadgets? But now, a daring idea sprang to life, growing wild in Lin Fan's mind. His long-standing plan had been to use the Dragon Balls to wish for the return of spiritual energy to the world, and then to exchange points for a grand formation. But what if that grand formation could integrate technology? Come with me, he said. Lin Fan straightened up, looking at Sally with a solemn expression. Your planet is nothing but an empty husk now. There's nothing left for you here. Sally's golden eyes flickered, clearly analyzing the logic behind his words. I come from a planet called Earth, Lin Fan continued. My home will soon face a catastrophe as well. He did not hold back and succinctly explained the situation with Yazril and the Void creatures. I am preparing for war. I need to build a super fortress to protect my family. He reached out his hand, extending an invitation to Sally. Your knowledge and technology are crucial to me and my people. I will offer you a new home where your civilization's spark can burn bright once more. In return, I ask that you use your knowledge to help us. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on her. I'll help you get your revenge. A hush fell over the shelter. Within Sally, her internal processors were calculating at a blistering speed. Threat assessment, benefit analysis, simulations of possible futures. After a long pause, her golden eyes finally calmed and grew serene. She took a step forward and gently placed her jade-white hand into Lin Fan's outstretched palm. I accept. From this moment forward, Sally, last remnant of the Krill civilization, will provide you with technological support. A wide grin spread across Lin Fan's face, his spirits soared. He could always earn more points, but gaining a chief technology officer from a top-tier technological civilization? No amount of points could ever buy such good fortune. He glanced at the star chart in the ship system. The next evil civilization, at coordinates in the Zeta system, was at least 30 days of travel away. Time was of the essence. Rather than waste days on a long interstellar journey, he reasoned, why not take this precious treasure back to Earth immediately? All right, then let's go home. Pulling Sally with him, Lin Fan headed out, full of energy. Meanwhile, somewhere in the void, chaotic energy storms raged, tearing and twisting the fabric of space. In the midst of this chaos, a massive shadow coiled at the center. It was the master of this dimension, the Void King. Before it, a faint, flickering soul flame trembled, barely clinging to existence. It was the lingering remnant of Azrael's soul. The Void King gazed down with a chilling authority. Before your strength is restored, my vanguard must set forth first, to lay eyes upon the world you have promised me. The words sounded reasonable enough, and yet allowed for no refusal. Now, here and now, it will grew cold as ice, tear open a rift for them. Azrael's soul fragment grew as silent and still as a glacier. He had long foreseen this moment. It was an inevitable trial, the price one must pay to demonstrate allegiance. Any attempt at verbal resistance would be meaningless. Worse, it would invite suspicion. Deep within his soul, a human face twisted with hatred. He gave no answer in words. Instead, he let his actions speak for him. With what little remained of his primordial soul force, he carved open a pitch-black rift through the void, a path leading toward vengeance. Azrael's soul flame trembled violently. As you wish, my king. On the far side of the rift was the blue planet, Earth. Ripples of satisfaction emanated from the Void Kings, while as it issued a new command to its spawn. Go, scout that world. No sooner had the words been spoken than several unspeakable monsters, chimeras of twisted shadow and mutated flesh, jostled and clawed their way through the rift. The tear in space began to slowly close behind them. Azrael's soul flame flickered even dimmer, as if it might gutter out with the slightest breeze. A steep price had been paid, yet as long as he could see that man, that world, brought to ruin and despair, all would be worth it. Across the depths of the universe, a first-generation curvature exploration ship glided along its course like a speck of dust, heading for Earth. A journey of more than 10 days felt like an endless eternity to Lin Fan, who was accustomed to leaping across worlds in the span of a heartbeat. Utterly bored, he sprawled across the captain's chair, casting a glance at Sally, who stood perfectly straight not far away, like a living masterpiece, and couldn't help but tease her, "Hey, Miss AI, can't you find something fun to do? Sing a song? Dance a bit? Well, maybe tell me a joke." Sally's golden eyes flickered for a split second, as if rapid calculations were taking place. After a brief pause, she replied in her emotionless electronic voice, "My core programming does not include an entertainment module. If all anyone ever does is chase success rates, life would be unbearably dull," Lin Fan muttered, shifting to a more comfortable position. So tell me, with all my charm, what are the odds I could win you over? Sally's processor seemed to freeze for just a fraction of a second. Insufficient data. I can't build a model. She still wore that utterly serious look. But I can analyze from a biological perspective. There's reproductive isolation between carbon-based life and silicon-based life. From a standpoint of producing offspring, the success rate is 0. Puffed. Lin Fan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Having a heart-to-heart about feelings with a top-tier AI, he had to admit that was a losing battle. Still, as he looked at Sally, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. All those so-called crises? He honestly never gave him a second thought. With his own turtle shell plan, combined with the Dragon Balls and a mountain of points, he was more than ready. To him, Azrael and those void creatures were nothing more than obstacles dictated by time and point balances. But Sally was a different story altogether. She was the entire knowledge reserve of an advanced technological civilization, a walking super database, a one-of-a-kind chief technology officer. Ideas started swirling madly through Lin Fan's head. In the future, Sally could help him design a fully automated alchemy line, turning elixirs into everyday candy. Maybe she could make a virtual reality training pod, boosting mental cultivation efficiency 100-fold. And he absolutely needed to have the strongest computer in the universe. No more lag or dropped frames when gaming. Now, that was the dream. Thinking of all this, Lin Fan started grinning foolishly. This interstellar expedition was an absolute jackpot. He brought back the ultimate treasure. While Lin Fan was busy daydreaming about his glorious future, back on Earth, chaos had erupted. In the Dragon Nation, an unprecedented worldwide recall of its citizens had just concluded. Then, in order to seal the country, sending shockwaves across the globe, every air, sea, and land route was immediately shut down. All ports closed. Invisible barriers blocked satellite signals. Imports and exports ceased overnight. The entire rooster-shaped land turned into an island, cut off physically and digitally from the rest of the world. World opinion erupted in an instant. This is the most shocking act of dictatorship in the 21st century. Open contempt for human rights and freedom. Spokesperson of the White House, United States. We strongly condemn this irresponsible and panic-inducing unilateral move. We demand that the Dragon Nation open its borders immediately and restore normalcy. European Parliament. Every major international headline was a furious denunciation aimed at the Dragon Nation. And online, those Dragon Nation citizens who, for various reasons, had stayed abroad, some thoroughly hypnotized by the ideals of freedom and democracy, were the loudest voices of all. Thank goodness I didn't go back. Just look at the way they're behaving, shutting things down at a whim, treating people like they're nothing. The land of liberty is so much better. Here, the air even tastes sweet. Huh, I just got my green card, and now they're pulling this back home? Afraid us elites will run away? Relax. I'm never going back. Enjoy your lives in that cage. My boss just gave me a raise, promised me a villa and a sports car. Why would I go back to squeeze in with a bunch of paupers? Are you out of your mind? Do you really think the world would stop turning without you? Similar remarks blared from overseas social platforms, flooding the feeds. Assuming an air of superiority, they mocked those foolish enough to return home, relishing their last moments of revelry. Dragon Shield Bureau Headquarters Command Center. On a massive screen, these ugly statements scroll by relentlessly. A young intelligence analyst clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles cracked, his face flushed with anger. Director, these ingrates who've forgotten their roots. We went to such great lengths to bring them back, and not only do they refuse to appreciate it, they're making a scene overseas and smearing our reputation. Zhong Tianzheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly watching the screen. That stern, dignified face betrayed no extra emotion. Let them be, he said coolly, his voice steady as a mountain. When you sweep out the trash, you always stir up a bit of dust. There's no need to pay it any mind. But, no buts. Zhong Tianzheng turned around, his voice not loud, yet carrying an indisputable authority. Lin Fan's actions have shown us one thing. When disaster strikes, the only ones we can rely on are ourselves. The country's responsibility is to protect those who are willing to trust it. As for those who choose to give up their tickets, they have the freedom to drown in whichever sea they prefer. He paused, his tone growing colder, edged with finality. Pass down my orders. From this moment on, not even a fly is to enter, and not a single message is to get out. Our task is simple. Shut the doors, wait, and prepare to fight. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in the mountains behind the Xianyu sect, Qin Lan sat cross-legged, her whole body radiating a fierce, cutting energy. Suddenly, She snapped her eyes open and, with a flash, a blade of sword energy shot forth, splitting a massive boulder 100 meters away clean in two. She had reached the early foundation establishment stage. Yet there was little joy on her face, only a stronger resolve to chase after that man's ever-distant figure. Back at Lin Fan's riverside villa, a very different scene was unfolding. In the living room, Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the soft carpet, eyes closed, her forehead gleaming with tiny beads of sweat. She was using her ever-strengthening mental power in an attempt to control a massive bronze cauldron, weighing several tons and resting a short distance away. Under the force of her mind, the cauldron trembled slightly, emitting a deep, resonant hum, but still refused to rise from the ground. High above her, the young golden dragon, Bruce, frolicked gleefully in midair, occasionally letting out playful, goofy shouts. Gritting her teeth, Lin Yu pushed her mental strength to the limit. Rise! The bronze cauldron shook violently and finally lifted half an inch off the ground. But in the next moment, her focus faltered and the heavy cauldron threatened to crash back down. At that very instant, Bruce, who had been spinning in midair, suddenly came to a halt. His golden eyes, usually sparkling with that husky's signature goofy charm, in an instant turned deep and commanding, as if reflecting the infinite cosmos itself. An ancient, overwhelming, and regal dragon's aura began to spread from him, silent yet absolute, as if a sovereign had just entered the world. In that moment, it felt as though the very air had frozen. The heavy bronze cauldron that Lin Yu had struggled so hard to move now hovered effortlessly under the dragon's aura, weightless as a feather, lazily rotating in the air. A faint golden shimmer settled upon its surface. Lin Yu's eyes flew open. She stared in utter shock at the scene before her. She looked toward Bruce, only to see that the overwhelming, world-commanding majesty had lasted but a second before vanishing without a trace. Bruce's gaze cleared, returning to its familiar silly brightness. Noticing Lin Yu watching him, he wagged his tail excitedly and flew over, his whole posture radiating an eagerness for praise. Looking first at the bronze cauldron suspended above, then at Bruce playfully nuzzling and showing off at her feet, Lin Yu was left in deep, bewildered confusion. Meanwhile, within the borders of Dragon Country, as prosperity bloomed and everyone was quietly preparing for the challenges ahead, no one noticed. Beyond the distant, unreachable stars overhead, on the far side of the world. In the United States, New York Times Square. The midday sun shone brightly. Crowds thronged the bustling streets beneath giant electronic billboards, where the president's fiery speech condemned the hegemony of Dragon Country. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It was as if a massive black curtain had been torn open by invisible hands, rending the sky above. Out of nowhere, a massive crack appeared in the skies over Manhattan. What is that? People on the ground stopped in their tracks, craning their necks upward in stunned disbelief. A heartbeat later, one creature, two, three, a multitude of monsters poured from the rift, beings beyond any known biological concept. Some were bristling with countless simian eyes. Others had bodies of viscous, dripping shadow. Still others were ghastly fusions of twisted flesh and jagged metal. The instant they arrived, a wave of chaos, madness, and evil swept across the entire city like a tidal wave. A live streamer, camera shakily aimed at the heavens, could barely get out the words. "Oh my God!" He never finished. A monster closest to him, a grotesque fusion of centipede and enormous arms, lashed out carelessly with one of its limbs. With a thunderous crash, the tall skyscraper, along with the streamer, was sliced clean in two, vanishing in an explosion of soaring debris and dust. For a moment, there was only stunned silence. Then the air was shattered by screams that seemed to pierce the sky. Panic erupted, spreading like a plague in an instant. People screamed and shouted, shoving one another as they fled in a desperate rush, heedless of everything but escape. The monsters born from the void looked down at these panic-stricken meals below with undisguised hunger in their eyes. And so began a bloody, gluttonous feast. New York could no longer be called a city. Thick black smoke billowed to the sky, intermingling with the acrid stench of burning to create a vision of apocalypse. Where skyscrapers once stood as emblems of humanity's greatest achievements, now only twisted steel skeletons remained. Abandoned cars and belongings dropped in the chaos littered the streets everywhere. Yet even amid this wasteland, the battle showed no signs of ending. A tremendous crash echoed. A yellow cab was lifted by an invisible force and hurled with brutal force straight at a giant, his body corded with muscle and his skin a furious shade of green. With a thunderous roar, America's mightiest physical powerhouse crossed his arms, standing firm against the assault. The taxi crumpled in on itself, reduced to a lump of mangled metal around his frame. But before he could even catch his breath, a mountain of flesh covered with countless blood-red eyes unleashed a piercing, psychic scream. Hulk clutched his head with a tortured cry, dropping to his knees. His tremendous body could withstand any physical blow, but now his mind was under siege, tainted and twisting. All across his green skin, agonized, wailing human faces began to surface. Hulk, hold on! A man clad in a suit of red, white, and blue, wielding his iconic star-spangled shield, flung it with all his might. The shield traced a perfect arc through the air and severed the psychic link between the eye-covered monster and the suffering Hulk. He was the symbol of American spirit, the leader of the Avengers. Thanks, Hulk gasped out as he struggled back to his feet, sucking in huge breaths of air. High above, a man clad in a flashy red high-tech armor grappled with a multi-limbed centipede monstrosity. His palm repulsors and shoulder-mounted micro-missiles blasted again and again, but all his attacks did was send harmless sparks skittering over the tough carapace of the beast. Damn it, these things are armored stronger than any known material. Tony's voice crackled with frustration through the suit. The weak spots, the energy core. Wanda, cover me, Captain America called out with clear command. Not far away, a woman floated above the ground, both hands ablaze with scarlet energy, the scarlet which, Wanda, upon hearing the call, energy surged in her palms. She thrust forward, and a torrent of crimson power, sharp as a blade, tore open a path right through the ranks of the monsters. Seizing the chance, Cap dashed in like a human cannonball, his entire focus laser-locked on the eye-covered monstrosity that threatened to pollute minds. This is America's final trump card, the Avengers, a team comprised of S-class, superpowered individuals. They are the last pride of this nation. In the eyes of countless people around the world, they are saviors. When the Dragon Kingdom sealed its borders and the world descended into panic, they stood forward. The battle for New York was being streamed live to the world in sporadic bursts. Countless people sat glued to their screens, placing their last hopes in these superheroes. And yet, that hope was slowly being crushed. Captain Liberty's charge was halted by a sudden wave of pitch-black, viscous slime. It was a monstrous shadow creature, as large as a colossal blob, with no fixed shape. Every physical attack hurled at it was simply swallowed and dissolved. The mighty blow from his shield only dented its form. A moment later, the dent popped back out as if nothing had happened. "Captain, watch out!" Wanda cried out in warning. But it was too late. Dozens of tentacles shot out from within the shadow creature, ensnaring Captain Liberty in a death grip. A sickening hiss filled the air. The vibranium shield, symbol of unbreakable defense, began to emit white smoke as the tentacles corroded its surface. The paint peeled away in strips, exposing the dull metal underneath. Damn it! Captain Liberty struggled with all his might, but the force was chilling, sticky, and relentless, steadily draining his strength. Across the battlefield, Iron Man was caught off guard. A centipede-like monster swiped him aside, sending him flying like a baseball. He crashed through half a building, sparks cascading from his battered armor. Wanda tried to provide aid, but she was immediately beset by a pack of smaller monsters. She could barely fend for herself. The Hulk, who had only just recovered, was hit again by the psychic blast of the eyeball creature. This time, he couldn't resist. He let out a roar, not of rage, but a howl fraught with turmoil and madness. Abandoning the monsters, he instead spun and hurled a punch directly at the nearby Wanda. "Hulk, what are you doing?" Wanda's eyes went wide with shock. In a panic, she managed to conjure a force field just in time. Crash! The full force of an SSS-class physical blow landed squarely on the shield. Cracks fractured across its surface instantly. Wanda coughed up blood, her body hurtling backwards before crashing heavily into the rubble, and she lost consciousness. The strongest shield was now out of control. The greatest sorceress had been struck down. The most powerful warrior was ensnared. Iron Man, armed with the highest technology, had fallen. Across the world, faces froze in front of their screens, then slowly twisted to absolute despair. It's over. If not even the Avengers can save us, what hope do we have? Has God abandoned us? In the White House Command Center, watching the slaughter unfold completely one-sided on their screens, the assembled officials looked utterly defeated. The president slumped into his chair, muttering under his breath, authorized the use of tactical nukes. "Mr. President, but that's New York. That's Manhattan," a general cried out in disbelief. "We have no other choice," the president shouted, sounding half-crazed. "I can't let these monsters get out of New York." The monsters cared nothing for the desperate struggles of the heroes beneath their feet. For them, this was just a meal. The one-sided slaughter dragged on for 3 whole days. New York was utterly transformed into a city of the dead, all life snuffed out. With the military's last-ditch cover, the Avengers fled in disarray, dragging their gravely wounded companions away. The whole world watched as their retreating figures vanished, broken and defeated like dogs with nowhere left to run. The confidence of the entire planet collapsed in an instant. And when these creatures had finished feasting on New York, their appetizer, 2 of them seemed to sense something new on the horizon. The centipede-armed abomination and the hulking mass of red eyes both paused their mindless destruction. Raising their heads in eerie unison, they turned to look toward the east. They could feel it, a land in that direction, radiating a life force so vast and potent it was impossible to ignore. It was like the scent of blood to a shark. These 2 terrors, with combat strengths of 6,500 and 7,200, wasted no time leaving the ruins behind. They rose into the sky, streaking across the Atlantic in blazing arcs of energy, speeding toward the land they hungered for. The eastern seaboard of the Dragon Country, a colossal barrier of steel, unlike anything in history, had risen along the endless coastline. Dubbed the Dragon Spine, this defensive line was forged from special alloys, bristling with countless railgun emplacements and energy weapons poised like silent sentinels, all aimed unflinchingly at the open sea. Behind the wall, a vast army stood ready. The atmosphere was somber but not panicked, because they knew they were not alone. Supreme Commander, sir, we've detected 2 ultra-high energy signatures approaching our airspace at high velocity. Estimated time to reach the Dragon's Spine, 3 minutes. At the Supreme Command Center of Dragon Shield, Zhong Tianzhong listened to the report with stoic calm. He ignored the anxious faces of the generals, eyes fixed instead on the main screen, on the figure standing atop the highest point of the Dragon's Spine. Su Yueshi stood there in the white ceremonial robes of the Xian Moon sect, her garments whipping dramatically in the ocean wind. Early core formation stage. Combat strength, 8,500. All cultivators, form up and hold your positions. No one is to engage without orders. Everyone's eyes fell on that beautiful silhouette, their trust unwavering. She was no longer the landlady who once needed Lin Fan's protection. She was the master of the Xian Moon sect, now the strongest openly known force in the Dragon Country. At the edge of the sky, 2 black specks were swelling rapidly. That nauseating, evil aura swept in from hundreds of kilometers away. Not a flicker of emotion crossed Su Yueshi's face. She simply raised her right hand, calm and unhurried. A sword of radiant clarity, as if sculpted from pure ice crystal, quietly appeared in her hand. The blade quivered gently, releasing a clear, resonant note like the cry of a dragon. A rumble echoed through the air. In just a few heartbeats, the 2 void creatures, who moments before had loomed over New York like demonic gods, had already crossed vast distances, now suspended above the Dragon Nation's defensive lines. Reflected in the compound eyes of the centipede-armed amalgamation below was the tiny figure of a human. The creature's gaze brimmed with ravenous greed and violence. In its perception, the life force contained within this woman surpassed, in power and purity, the energies it had consumed from millions in New York. Meanwhile, the mountainous mass of flesh, covered in staring eyes, unleashed a silent scream. A shockwave composed purely of spiritual force, potent enough to shatter the minds of an entire army, reducing them to madness in an instant. And yet, Su Yueshi, standing atop the peak of the Dragon's Spine, did not even blink. A low hum resonated from the moonlight soared in her grasp, and in an instant, a veil of cold lunar radiance, fine as sheer silk, enveloped her completely. The formless psychic assault crashed against this moonlit shield, as if molten metal had been poured onto solid ice, without causing the slightest ripple. The divine physique of lunar glaze. This was an ancient and supreme body, innately attuned to the power of the moon. Her mind was as serene and unassailable as the luminous moon hanging high above the 9 heavens, cold, pure, impervious to all magic, untouched by any corruption. The psychic onslaught capable of polluting the mind of any mortal was to her nothing but a breeze brushing across her face. A guttural, confused grunt escaped the mound of eyes as every orb blinked in unison. It could not fathom how its unfailing attack had amounted to nothing. Its companion, the centipede-armed amalgam, was far less contemplative. Its logic was brutally simple. Tear apart, devour. With a sharp whistling rush, its gargantuan form descended, moving with an agility belying its monstrous mass. Hundreds of blade-like limbs sliced through the air from every direction, their movements shrieking as they converged on Tsuyoshi, intending to rend her apart in an instant. Facing an assault powerful enough to level a mountain, Tsuyoshi's reaction was the picture of simplicity. She merely lifted her sword and flicked it upward, a gesture as light as a drifting feather. There was no thunderous momentum, no blinding burst of brilliance, only a fleeting trace, an icy blue line so subtle it was nearly invisible, flashing through the air and disappearing as quickly as it appeared. Mysterious moon sword art, first form, crescent string. As the words fell, time itself seemed to pause. The centipede-armed beast, frozen in its dive, hung motionless in midair. Every razor limb hovered less than half a meter from Tsuyoshi, unable to advance an inch closer. And then, a series of soft, rapid cracks erupted in succession. Hundreds of sharp, sturdy arthropod limbs snapped cleanly in the middle. The cuts were as smooth as polished glass, with a thin sheen of frost clinging to the edges. A tormented roar echoed as the monster howled in agony. Robbed of every means to attack, its massive body, propelled by sheer momentum, still hurtled towards Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi didn't even spare a glance. With her left hand, she formed a sword incantation, then pointed lightly from a distance. Second form, Ice Wheel. A crescent of icy blue, formed from the purest chill, appeared beneath the monster out of thin air, spinning at breakneck speed. That frozen crescent was like the most terrifying meat grinder imaginable. The seemingly indestructible carapace of the centipede-arm monster, in the face of the ice wheel, was as fragile as tissue paper. With a cringe-inducing series of crushing sounds, the monster, a void creature with a combat strength of 6,500, was ground down from bottom to top, inch by inch. Its body broke apart, froze, and finally scattered into countless sparkling shards of ice, drifting away on the wind. In a single exchange, a nightmarish void creature was obliterated, killed in an instant. Inside the Dragon Shield Bureau's Supreme Command Center, silence fell like a shroud. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the overwhelming victory on the screen, throats parched and unable to speak. Zhong Tianzheng clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles whitened, his face glowing with shock and uncontainable joy. He'd always known Tsuyoshi was powerful, but to this degree, he never dared imagine it. So this is the true might of a core formation cultivator? A roar broke the silence. The instant death of its companion filled the hulking eyeball beast with unprecedented terror. Every one of its eyes fixed on Tsuyoshi, congestion of blood vessels spreading across their surfaces as a power several times stronger than before surged through its body. It was ready to go berserk. Tsuyoshi's expression remained cold as ever. She turned to face it, the tip of her moonlight sword leveled at the grotesque mountain of flesh. "Is that a bottomless pit?" she murmured, real disdain lacing her words. At the tip of her sword, a pinprick of icy radiance began to glow. But at that very moment, disaster struck. The space beside Tsuyoshi twisted without warning. From this distortion, a jet-black shadow slid forth like a venomous serpent, utterly noiseless, darting straight for her temple. The third one, another void creature, its power level also astronomically high at 7,000, and a master of stealth and assassination. It had lain hidden, biding its time, waiting for the instant Tsuyoshi's guard was at its lowest to unleash a killing blow. It was blindingly fast, devastatingly abrupt. In the command center, Zhong Tianjing's pupils contracted in horror, his heart hammering as if trying to burst free from his chest. In the corner of her eye, Tsuyoshi detected a shadow. Her heart clenched. She tried to defend herself, but her previous attack had drained her. She simply didn't have time to muster new strength. She could already sense the chilling, viscous presence of death closing in on her. In the critical split second before disaster struck, roar, a thunderous roar, as if it came from the dawn of time, echoed through the heavens and earth of the Dragon Kingdom. That dragon's roar was filled with supreme majesty and overbearing power. Under its resounding cry, all living things bowed in submission, the very winds and clouds trembling in response. The monstrous, mountainous beast of eyes, who was just about to launch its desperate, final attack, froze in an instant. Utter terror replaced the madness in all its countless eyes. The entire mass quivered uncontrollably, as if it had encountered its ultimate nemesis. A streak of golden light tore through the sky, moving 100 times faster than the monster could ever hope to match. With a sickening crunch before the shadowy monster, whose combat power reached an astonishing 7,000, could even scream, its body was seized in the gaping jaws of a mighty beast, its mouth covered in gleaming golden scales. The crack of splintering bone rang out sharply. That shadow creature, whose hide repelled most physical attacks, was mercilessly shattered between those colossal jaws. Black blood and ruined organs fell from the sky like a grisly rain. Only then did the whole world see the true form of the golden streak. It was an eastern dragon, nearly 6 meters long. Its body was sheathed in radiant golden scales, each one shimmering with divine luster. 5 powerful claws grew from its underside, as if capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the world. Its dragon whiskers danced in the wind. The grand horns atop its head jutted skyward, and its golden, slit-pupiled eyes gazed down upon the world with indifferent, awe-inspiring authority. An overwhelming dragon's aura swept across the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom like a tidal wave. Upon the Dragon Ridge defense line, hundreds of thousands of assembled warriors, at the very moment they felt this majestic force, could not help themselves. They wanted to kneel in worship. Inside the command center, Commander Zhong Tianzheng and the gathered generals were struck dumb, frozen in place, staring blankly at the screen where this mythical being had appeared. The golden dragon in the sky gave a flick of its massive tail, cast aside the remains of its vanquished foe in clear distaste, then turned, its golden eyes fixing on the trembling mass of eyes still frozen in terror. A surge of disdain and contempt seared into the minds of all living things, leaving no doubt about the dragon's thoughts. In the next moment, it opened its jaws. A single, pure golden beam of light flashed and vanished. The monstrous mound of eyes, and every trace of the world within a kilometer around it, was utterly erased, as if it had never existed. Having finished, the 5-clawed golden dragon seemed almost bored. It circled lazily through the air, then settled down atop the highest point of the Dragon Ridge defense line, right beside Tsuyoshi. Lowering its massive head, it gently rubbed its golden horns against Tsuyoshi's arm in affectionate greeting, making soft, rumbling whimpers, half like a child begging for affection, half like a champion waiting to be praised. Across the Dragon Kingdom, everyone who saw this scene through the internal broadcast rose from the shock that had seized them, erupting all at once in thunderous cheers, as unstoppable and joyous as an avalanche. It's a dragon, a true dragon. Heaven bless the Dragon Nation. The divine dragon has revealed itself to protect our land. Countless people, their eyes brimming with tears, knelt devoutly toward their screens in heartfelt reverence. Atop the Dragon Ridge defense line, time itself seemed to freeze. The sea breeze swept by, raising a swirling cloud of debris, the last remains of the void creatures. Tsuyoshi stood quietly, her cool, moonlit gown fluttering softly in the wind. Yet her breathtakingly beautiful face had gone blank with astonishment. Slowly, a little stiffly, she lowered her head and looked at Bruce, who was affectionately rubbing his massive, proud, golden dragon horn against her arm. Was this Bruce? Was this the same silly dragon who, at home, chased his tail in endless circles, gobbled down his food ravenously, got overexcited for half a day at the sight of a butterfly, and behaved with all the clueless energy of a husky? That overwhelming dragon might, as though drawn from a primordial era, a force so great, even her mind at the core formation stage trembled in awe. Had it really come from him? Was it truly Bruce who just crushed a stealthy assassin in one bite, erased space itself with a breath of dragon fire, and annihilated 2 void creatures in the blink of an eye? Tsuyoshi felt her entire worldview reeling beneath the impact. Looking at him now, how could she ever call this a pet? This was clearly a living deity among mortals, a divine guardian beast, capable of safeguarding the fate of the entire nation. A low, plaintive whine broke her thoughts. Perhaps sensing Tsuyoshi's stiffness, Bruce stopped his nuzzling and lifted his massive dragon head. In those aloof, majestic golden eyes, there appeared just the right touch of bewilderment and a hopeful, eager look. He opened his mouth, stuck out his tongue, and tried to give Tsuyoshi's hand a familiar lick. But halfway there, he seemed to recall his current size and drew back with a wounded puppy's sulk, grumbling softly in his throat. That sight instantly shattered the awe-inspiring, world-destroying image he'd projected only moments before. The contrast was absolute. Tsuyoshi's taut nerves finally relaxed. The corners of her lips twitched despite herself, and she reached out with a complicated expression to pat Bruce's dazzling, armored scales. Well done. Praised. Bruce's enormous tail began to wag with giddy delight, and with a thundering crash, he accidentally toppled a segment of the 10-meter-tall alloy fortification behind him. Seeming to realize his blunder, his tail froze mid-air, and he quickly ducked his head in embarrassment, not daring to meet Tsuyoshi's eyes. Tsuyoshi could only stare, speechless. Now she was starting to believe this guy's brain might really share some mysterious affinity with that of a husky. Just where had that scoundrel Lin Fan found such a remarkable treasure? At the same moment, at the Dragon Shield Bureau's Supreme Command Center, Zhong Tianzheng and his assembled generals, even the old veterans who had weathered countless storms, were left utterly dumbfounded. Their jaws hung slack as they stared intently at the screen, watching the five-clawed golden dragon cozily showing off and seeking Su Yueshi's affection. A long silence. A swallow echoed in the room. Zhong Tianzheng forced down a gulp, his parched throat straining to squeeze out a few words. Is this the pet Lin Fan raised? Even his voice was trembling. When Lin Fan had said he'd gifted his sister a baby dragon as a pet, Zhong Tianzheng thought he was joking, or at most referring to some kind of lizard or exotic animal. But who the hell could have imagined that this pet was a dragon in the literal sense of the word? And not just any dragon. It was a five-clawed golden dragon, the supreme creature of ancient legends. Look at that majesty. Feel that overwhelming power. Remember those two terrifying void creatures that in New York smashed the Avengers like they were rag dolls, pushing the entire Western world to the brink of despair? One was eaten like a snack, the other was incinerated at a breath. The whole thing lasted less than 10 seconds. And this is called a pet? You actually call this a pet? Just now, the moment the dragon's roar rang out, the secretary was gasping for breath, barely able to contain his exhilaration. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth increased. The secretary waved his arms wildly, adding with unrestrained excitement, "This is clearly the divine dragon protecting the nation. Our fortune has risen with it. Our fortune has risen." Zhong Tianzheng slowly rose from his chair, mumbling those 4 words, and then a tide of irrepressible joy surged through him. The density of spiritual energy was spiking again. This wasn't just a guardian spirit. It was fortune itself, walking in the world. A booming, triumphant laughter burst from Zhong Tianzheng's chest. He could hold it back no longer. Magnificent! What a divine dragon to guard our nation. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded the communications officer, "Inform the whole army. I want every last warrior to know. Our dragon nation is watched over by a celestial dragon. We are invincible." "Yes, sir." With Zhong Tianzheng's command, the dragon nation's morale soared higher than ever. Yet a world away from these thundering cries of jubilation, everywhere else had descended into chaos and hell on earth. The few surviving void creatures, not as formidable as the 3 Bruce had slain in a single stroke, were still living disasters that other nations could do nothing to stop. City after city in Sakura Nation, the Indus Nation, and Gaul fell to ruin under the monster's bestial roars, countless lives snuffed out in the depths of despair. And at the very heart of this storm, America, inside the White House command room. The president stared at the videos returned on the screens, his face ashen as death. New York had been turned to a wasteland by nuclear fire, yet that centipede-like beast, the one hit head-on by the nuclear blast, though blackened and with its armored shell cracked, leaking dark green blood, was still alive. Humanity's ultimate deterrent, nuclear weapons, had only managed to wound it. Mr. President, we're out of options. A 5-star general collapsed to the floor, his eyes vacant and lost. A heavy air of despair filled the entire command center. At that moment, the monstrous centipede let out a piercing roar. Its massive body began to contract, and then it plunged straight into the earth below, vanishing without a trace. It had hidden itself. Just like it, the other void creatures ravaging across the world, after unleashing massive destruction, seemed to receive the same command. One after another, they retreated to the shadows, lying in wait. They were waiting for that rift which bridged the void to open once more, waiting for the arrival of their main force to descend upon this prosperous yet fragile world. Despair swept across the globe, and amidst this vast ocean of despair, the only remaining island of hope was the Dragon Nation. When a video of a divine dragon appearing within the Dragon Nation's borders and annihilating a monster in an instant began to circulate, those overseas Chinese, public intellectuals, and self-proclaimed elites who had previously mocked the Dragon Nation's closed borders as backward isolationism were thrown into utter turmoil. What is that? That's a real dragon. The Dragon Nation actually has a divine dragon as its protector. I was wrong. I was so wrong. I never should have bought into those empty promises of so-called freedom and democracy. I want to go home. I want to return to the Dragon Nation. My company, my villa, they're all gone, all destroyed by the monsters. Please, I beg you, let me go back. I'll donate everything I still own. I apologize for everything I said before. I am a descendant of the dragon. You can't just leave me to die. All at once, the embassies of the Dragon Nation, long since abandoned in cities around the world, were now besieged by desperate crowds of Chinese desperately pleading for a way back home. They were racked with regret, fear, and hysteria. Frenzied, they dialed number after number back home, flooding the internet with confessional posts, desperately hoping for an ounce of sympathy from their compatriots. Yet, the gates of the Dragon Nation remained tightly shut. At the highest level meeting, Zhong Tian surveyed all this intelligence and spoke coldly. They made their choices. Now, they must take responsibility for those choices. The Dragon Nation ship has already set sail, and there are no extra tickets for those who willingly abandon ship. Issue my orders, tighten border patrols. Not a single fly is to get through. Another 7 days passed. The world had changed beyond recognition. Yet within the Dragon Nation, it was a time of boundless vitality. Inspired by the reappearance of the divine dragon, the wave of nationwide cultivation had reached unprecedented heights. Beyond Earth, in the endless darkness of deep space, a luminous, silver spaceship, brimming with futuristic allure, silently tore through the fabric of space, appearing in orbit above the blue planet. Inside the bridge, Lin Fan lounged with his legs crossed, gazing out the porthole at that beautiful planet. With a satisfied stretch, he murmured, "Finally, I'm home." The spaceship landed smoothly, settling on the lawn behind the villa. Its enormous hull made not a sound. The hatch slid open, and Lin Fan took a deep breath of the air, at once familiar and yet somehow foreign. The spiritual energy was so thick, it was almost tangible, many times purer than when he had last left. "Brother!" A petite figure dashed out from the villa, flinging herself straight into his arms. Grinning, Lin Fan hugged his little sister and ruffled her hair. "Xiaoya, did you miss me? I missed you so much I could die." Lin Yu looked up, her eyes rimmed red. But almost immediately, her gaze was drawn to the silver-haired girl who just stepped out of the hatch behind Lin Fan. "Brother, who's this?" Sally followed close behind Lin Fan, curiosity about her new surroundings showing just faintly on her alabaster face. Her eyes shimmered like starry seas, rapidly analyzing everything around her. "Found her on the way." "This is Sally," Lin Fan introduced casually. "Hello." Sally nodded slightly, her voice bright and clear, perfectly modulated, as if carrying out a social protocol, utterly devoid of emotion. A 5-clawed golden dragon, more than 6 meters long, came bounding over, its heavy steps full of playfulness. The massive head nuzzled up against Lin Fan, a contented rumbling in its throat, like a purring child. It was Bruce. After showering Lin Fan with affection, Bruce turned his curiosity to Sally and nosed all over her with its gigantic snout. Sally stood motionless, allowing the dragon to sniff her while her inner systems processed rapidly. "Bruce, don't be rude." Lin Yu tugged at Bruce's tail, then beamed up at Sally, her big eyes sparkling with the innocent curiosity of a child. "Sister Sally, are you a robot? You're so pretty." Sally looked at Lin Yu, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "Strictly speaking, I am a silicon-based life form. You could think of me as a living robot." At that very moment, a chilling, powerful aura swept in from afar, descending upon them in an instant. A stunning figure landed gracefully in the courtyard, her moon-white gown drifting like soft light. It was Su Yueshi. Sensing the presence of Lin Fan, now several times stronger than before, she had immediately hurried back from the Xinyu sect. Lin Fan. The cold, distant light in Su Yueshi's eyes melted away in an instant, leaving nothing but joy and longing. "I'm home." Lin Fan opened his arms with a smile. Unable to hold back a moment longer, Su Yueshi threw herself into his embrace, burying her face deep against his chest, as if willing herself to memorize the sound of his heartbeat and the warmth against her cheek. In that reunion after long separation, tenderness flowed between them. Yet when Su Yueshi lifted her head and her gaze swept past Lin Fan to rest upon Sally, the pure joy in her eyes subtly mixed with something else. She released Lin Fan, her eyes lingering briefly on Sally's flawless face and figure. With a voice cool as ever, but now tinged with a barely perceptible edge of scrutiny, she asked, "And who is this?" It was as if the very air turned a few degrees colder. Lin Yu keenly sensed the shift in the atmosphere and quietly pulled Bruce back a few steps. "Lin va notisu izolasi." He chuckled inwardly, but maintained a straight face as he explained, "This is Sally. She's a robot I brought back from an alien world. She can help us." He briefly recounted the fate of the Creole civilization and how Sally had come to be with him. "So, on this trip out, you happened to save the last spark of a whole civilization?" Su Yueshi, after listening, relaxed a little, but there was still a hint of sourness in her tone. "Not a bad haul, I must say." "Of course. Don't you know who your man is?" Lin Fan puffed out his chest with pride. Then, shifting the topic, he took her hand, eyes full of approval. Xiao told me. You and Bruce did an amazing job. Sui flashed faintly. She answered with a soft, and now that she'd learned Sally's story, the little storm in her heart instantly melted away. Bruce, meanwhile, flicked his tail with pride, almost knocking over one of the ornamental trees nearby. By the way, those void creatures aren't the only ones. The rest have gone into hiding. Suyueshi's expression grew serious again. I know, Lin Fan nodded. But don't worry. It's time to close the net. He led Suyueshi by the hand to the center of the courtyard and gave an order to the system. System, exchange for the supreme, divine, demon annihilation formation. Ding. Are you sure you want to exchange? This formation costs 300,000 points. Confirm. Exchange successful. Deploy formation now. Right away. At Lin Fan's command, an invisible force rippled outward from where he stood, spreading in an instant. All across the villa's grounds, countless golden runes appeared out of thin air, surging outward like a tide in every direction. The symbols intertwined, flowing together like rivers until they merged into a colossal golden pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. At a height of 10,000 meters, the pillar exploded with a thunderous boom, transforming into an immense golden net that stretched across the heavens. The net gently descended and, at last, aligned perfectly with the borders of the Dragon Nation before fading from sight. From this moment on, the entire Dragon Nation was sealed beneath an impenetrable barrier. Neither spatial teleportation nor any physical attempt could breach it from the outside. This, for the Dragon Nation, was Lin Fan's ultimate defensive formation. Dragon Shield Bureau, Highest Command Center. Report. A surge of ultra-high spiritual energy has been detected across the entire nation. A giant protective barrier is forming. It's enveloping the whole country. The shrill blare of alarms and the analyst's shocked reports rang out one after another. Zhong Tianzheng leapt to his feet, staring fixedly at the energy model on the main screen, a glowing outline of the entire nation. He saw a shimmering golden veil, like a divine miracle, stretching over the entire nation, radiating a vast and overwhelming power that made even a Grandmaster like himself feel his heart tremble. At first, he was stunned. Then, a surge of wild joy burst in his chest. It's Lin Fan. Zhong Tianzheng clenched his fists, his voice trembling with excitement. That boy, he's finally back. The nerves he'd been straining for so long finally relaxed completely in that moment. At the Lin family villa, after finishing the great formation, Lin Fan felt a wave of clarity and invigoration. He glanced at the people beside him, Suyueshi leaning on him trustfully, his younger sister Lin Yu gazing up at him in pure admiration, the silly yet endearing dragon wagging its tail, and Sally standing there quietly, like a flawless work of art. A deep sense of fulfillment welled up inside him. To protect this happiness, never mind a single void dimension, even if there were 10, he'd tear them all apart for their sake. All right, crisis averted for now. Lin Fan clapped his hands and flashed a playful grin at Suyueshi. Honorable sect leader, don't you think I deserve a little reward for returning victorious from my expedition? Suyueshi shot him a sidelong glance, teasing yet alluring, unable to hide the upward curl of her lips. In your dreams, go take a shower first. You're covered in dust. Together, get out. Their playful banter filled the room with laughter, but soon fatigue won out. Moonlight streamed silently in through the window, flowing into the quiet space. Sharing the same bed, Lin Fan lay on his side, gently drawing Suyueshi into his arms. The morning sunlight slipped in through the gap in the curtains, casting a golden glow over Lin Fan's face. He opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Suyueshi's tranquil, sleeping face. She was curled against his chest, her long lashes trembling just slightly, her breathing soft and even. That familiar sense of peace washed over him like a warm tide, enveloping him completely. Lin Fan didn't move. He simply watched her in silence, his mind unbidden replaying the carnage on Glees and the desolation and mournful silence of Kepler. 186F. On one side, the universe's cruelty and indifference. On the other, the warmth and serenity right before his eyes. The wild contrast made him, for the first time, realize with utter clarity just how fragile and precious the world his arms was, how dearly this planet beneath his feet was worth protecting. In the past, his goal was just to keep his sister and Suyueshi safe. But now, he realized that dream was too small. If he wanted to truly guard this peace, he would have to protect the whole Dragon Nation, even the entire Earth. It wasn't out of some naive sense of heroism. He knew perfectly well, when the nest is overturned, no egg can remain whole. If Earth, this beginner's village, ever caught the attention of more powerful players, how many could he hope to keep safe on his own? The celestial tenfold, god-sealing, and demon-slaying grand formation, set up last night, was really nothing more than an expensive tortoise shell, good for defense, but incapable of launching any real attack. True security, after all, can only come from one's own strength. Awake, at some point, Tsuyueshi had opened her eyes. In those limpid, cool pupils lingered the drowsy allure of someone freshly roused from slumber, a touch of lazy grace and enchanting charm. I've been awake, just watching you and getting rather captivated, Lin Fan teased with a mischievous grin, leaning over to plant a kiss on her forehead. Sui's cheeks flashed pink. She pushed him away and sat up, her silken hair cascading like a waterfall around her shoulders. You're all talk and sweet nothings. In the dining room, a peculiar energy lingered in the air. Lin Yu was enthusiastically introducing Sally to the breakfast spread of steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. Sister Sally, these are buns stuffed with meat. They're absolutely delicious. Sister Sally, these are fried dough sticks. They're a perfect match with soy milk. Sally sat upright, her porcelain-like face unreadable, but in her eyes, deep as the starry night, 1,000 calculations were racing by as she analyzed the ingredients and nutritional value of each offering. According to my analysis, these fried dough sticks, being high-carbohydrate foods deep-fried in oil at high temperatures, would generate a variety of harmful substances. Consuming them over the long term would increase the risk of cardiovascular disease by 13%, Sally announced, her tone utterly serious. Lin Yu, still holding a piece of fried dough stick, froze mid-bite. Lin Fan had just taken a sip of soy milk and nearly spat it out. He coughed twice, then said to Sally, Sally, here on Earth, sometimes the happiness that comes from savoring good food outweighs those kinds of risks. Sally nodded slightly, then picked up a fried dough stick herself. With precise, textbook-perfect etiquette, she took a small, careful bite. Internally, her analytical modules were sounding alarms, but on the surface, she simply chewed with practiced calm, then looked over at Lin Yu. The texture is quite unique. At that moment, a deep rumble filled the room as Bruce, the enormous dragon, eased his massive head over to the breakfast table, eyeing the meat buns on Lin Fan's plate. His throat let out a longing whimper. Off you go. Your breakfast is over there, Lin Fan said, pointing to a giant food bowl beside him, as large as a bathtub and piled high with the dragon's specially prepared meal. Bruce glanced forlornly at his food bowl, then back at the buns in Lin Fan's hand, his giant tail swishing unhappily across the floor. With a loud crack, the ornate redwood sideboard nearby was instantly reduced to a scattering of splinters. The entire room fell silent. Bruce froze, his massive head swiveling slowly to see the chaos he'd caused. Upon realizing his error, he immediately ducked his head in guilt. Lin Fan covered his face with a hand. Tsuyueshi sighed and pressed her forehead in exasperation. Meanwhile, Lin Yu calmly reached out to pat Bruce on the head, as if well accustomed to the routine. Don't worry. My brother's got plenty of money. We'll just buy a new one. Lin Fan was left speechless. After a chaotic, raucous breakfast, Lin Fan gazed at the vibrant scene before him, and a deep sense of responsibility and protectiveness welled up in his heart. He dabbed at his mouth, cleared his throat, and his expression grew solemn. System, open the marketplace. A familiar blue light screen unfolded in front of him, displaying a dazzling array of goods that could make anyone's head spin. He glanced at the string of numbers in the upper right corner. Remaining points, 8,273,250. There it was, the plain, unembellished delight of splurging one's fortune. Satisfying, if somewhat monotonous. His gaze first landed on Tsuyueshi, and he switched to the fantasy category, making generous bulk purchases without hesitation. If Shinyu sect is going to flourish, we can't do without elixirs. Exchange, pure foundation pill, 100 units. Point spent, 200,000. Exchange, marrow cleansing pill, 500 units. Point spent, 50,000. Exchange, postnatal spiritual root elixir, 500 bottles. Point spent, 100,000. Lin Fan stacked a mountain of jade vials in front of Tsuyueshi, as if they didn't cost a thing. Take these for now. From now on, Shinyu sect will be our main base. When recruiting disciples, remember, integrity comes first, talent second. Tsuyueshi looked at the small mountain of resources before her. Even with her transformed outlook, she couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Any single item here would be enough to set the so-called hidden sects at each other's throats. She wasn't sentimental about it. Instead, she met Lin Fan's eyes with quiet understanding, carefully put the items away, and responded with solemn conviction, don't worry. Leave it to me. Next, Lin Fan turned to his younger sister. Xiaoyu, this one is for you. Exchange, mental resonance crystal. Point spent, 150,000. This crystal directly affects the root of one's mental power, stirring latent potential and also stabilizing and expanding its upper limits. A crystal, about the size of a fist and sparkling with inner currents resembling flowing starlight, appeared in Lin Fan's hand. Wow! Lin Yu accepted the crystal, instantly sensing a cool and gentle energy enveloping her mind. The vast force that was so hard to control before now seemed more docile and manageable. She nodded earnestly. Understand, brother. At last, Lin Fan's attention turned to Sally. Sally, it's your turn now. Lin Fan dialed Zhong Tianjing's number. Lin Fan, you finally decided to call me. Zhong Tianjing's voice vibrated with barely contained excitement. Chief Zhong, hope you've been well. I found you an outside consultant, Lin Fan replied, crossing one leg over the other. A top-tier technical advisor, equipped to offer groundbreaking technology. Now, I'll need you to organize an elite research team, ready at any time to receive the data and begin development. There was a short pause. Then Zhong Tianjing's heartbeat quickened. What level of technology are we talking about? Let's put it this way. Handcrafting nuclear fusion is just the beginning. On the other end of the line, there was a heavy silence, broken only by Zhong Tianjing's ragged breathing. After a long pause, his voice trembled as he asked, "Where is this consultant? What do you need from us?" "She's with me, but she'll be providing remote technical support and guidance," Lin Fan replied, glancing over at Sally. Sally understood instantly. She lifted her hand, fair and delicate as white jade, and tapped lightly at the air. A stream of virtual data shot from her fingertip, connecting instantly through the communications network to Dragon Shield Agency's top-level server. In Zhong Tianjing's office, alarms erupted in a cacophony. Report: our highest-level firewall has been silently breached by an unknown source. Wait, there's no malicious intent. The intruder just left a single line of text. Zhong Tianjing's eyes were glued to the words appearing on the screen. Technical interface is ready. Understand. Zhong Tianjing clenched his fist, excitement brimming in his voice. All resources, highest clearance. Open everything up. After hanging up, Lin Fan turned to Sally and said, "It's settled. The rest is up to you." He then turned and began making selections in the system store. Exchanged. Hundreds of advanced technical blueprints in various fields. Points spent, 100,000. Lin Fan confirmed the exchange and, with Sally's help, bundled these technology-igniting files and sent them off to Dragon Shield Agency's research team. With that done, Lin Fan finally had a moment to think of himself. Exchanged. Space-time simulated combat room. Points spent, 300,000. 900,000 points in total. Not bad. Still solvent. He glanced at the 7,373,250 points remaining and nodded in satisfaction. In the villa's basement, a silver metal cube rapidly expanded and transformed. Under Sally's remote finesse, it took just half an hour to morph the entire basement into a gleaming, futuristic silver and white space. Lin Fan stood at the doorway, drawing a deep breath. His eyes burned with anticipation, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upward, brimming with wild, fighting spirit. With determination, he pushed open the heavy door and strode in without hesitation. "Sally, initialize the program. Give me my first opponent." He paused for a moment, a trace of madness flickering in his smile. "Let's start with 10 Zerg Queens." The door slammed shut behind him with a thunderous finality. "Sally, run the program." Lin Fan's voice echoed through the vast chamber, unable to hide his growing excitement. Command received. Simulation commencing. Target: Zerg Queen. Quantity: 10. Individual combat strength: 18,000. Pain synchronization: 100%. Sally's cool, crystalline voice sounded through the built-in communicator. Before Lin Fan's words had even faded, the space around him began to ripple like the surface of water. 10 towering figures, each identical to the Nest Lord he had fiercely battled on Glees, coalesced out of the void. They made no roar, no superfluous movement. Only the crimson glare of their single eyes, which locked simultaneously onto the lone target at the center of the chamber the instant they appeared. A heavy, thunderous force pressed down from all directions, like 10 mountains crashing in at once, the air itself thickening into stillness. In an instant, an inescapable cage of certain death was formed, so tightly woven that not even a breath could slip through. Yet, instead of fear, Lin Fan's grin only grew more brilliant. It was as if his blood ignited, and every cell in his body screamed in tingling excitement. This was exactly what he craved. Without the slightest hesitation, he launched himself forward with a powerful step, shooting toward the nearest queen like a cannonball. But fast as he was, the 10 queens reacted even faster. The moment he moved, 10 beams of annihilation energy lanced through the air, weaving together from 10 cunning angles into a deadly net, sealing off every possible route of escape. Lin Fan's pupils shrank in an instant. Twisting desperately midair, he crossed his arms before his chest and gathered all his energy into a single, focused shield. A wild torrent of energy engulfed him completely in a blinding instant. Though he knew this was only a simulation, the agony, the searing, tearing pain of his body, rocketed through his nerves to his mind, all too real. His energy shield cracked apart in a heartbeat, shattering with a burst. The simulator perfectly reproduced the sickening sensation of bones breaking and organs buckling, and he was hurled through the air like a leaf in a hurricane, smashing hard against a wall of alloy. A metallic taste flashed in his mouth, the system's vivid imitation of internal bleeding. He hadn't even caught his breath before two nearby queens loomed over him, dozens of bone-bladed arms crashing down, the rush of their attack howling so fiercely it tore at the very air. He narrowly rolled aside, barely escaping disaster, only to find an energy blast from the other side hurtling toward him. Lin Fan was like a battered ball, toyed with by unruly children, kicked by the 10 queens from east to west, north to south. He summoned every ounce of strength, pushing his aerial technique to the limit, seeking out the tiniest gaps amidst the barrage. Every fleeting exchange sent his blood surging painfully. Their power was overwhelming, a brutal 10 against 1 with no pretense of fairness. Occasionally, he would land a heavy punch on a queen, but to their massive bodies, it was no more than a fleeting itch. Meanwhile, a single strike from them made every bone in his body protest under the strain. "Damn, that hurts," he muttered through gritted teeth. Lin Fan was struck by another blast from an energy cannon, sent flying like a rag doll. He tumbled across the ground for over a dozen rolls before finally coming to a stop. Shaking his dazed head, he was overwhelmed by a wave of pain-induced dizziness, so vivid it felt entirely real. Yet on his face, a nearly crazed smile emerged. Instead of paralyzing him, the pain acted as the most potent stimulant. It ignited his scion blood, making it burn hotter with excitement. But he knew all too well that this couldn't go on. His stamina was draining far too quickly. In the midst of such a relentless siege, he didn't even have a moment to gather energy for Kamehameha or form a key slash. He had to find a way to break this deadlock. Taking a deep breath, a flash of resolve appeared in his eyes. "System, I want to exchange for solar flare." "Ding. Are you sure you want to exchange for the skill solar flare?" This is a functional technique that unleashes a burst of intense light, inflicting devastating sensory disruption. Exchange cost, 100,000 points. Confirm. Exchange successful. Current remaining points, 7,273,250. A surge of insight filled his mind, and in a split second, the technique for solar flare became second nature. Now, Lin Fan deliberately left an opening, taking the brunt of 3 energy beams head-on. A gut-wrenching pain gripped him, and his vision darkened. The simulation system's alert told him his vital signs had plunged into the danger zone. He was tossed high into the air by the tremendous impact, his body helpless as a kite cut loose from its string. The 10 brood mothers, convinced he was finished, unleashed a collective, silent roar. Their immense forms surged forward as one, poised to deliver the final, fatal blow. But in that exact instant, suspended midair and seemingly on the brink of death, Lin Fan's eyes snapped open. Gone was any hint of pain. In his gaze burned only cold calculation and a wild, explosive determination. He raised both hands to his forehead in a peculiar gesture, channeling the last scraps of his energy through a brand new pattern with frenzied speed. Solar flare. His roar thundered across the entire space. In that moment, a sun was born at Lin Fan's fingertips. It wasn't the kind of light that destroyed by force. Instead, it was pure brilliance at its most absolute, immeasurable by any instrument. It had no heat, but when it burst forth, the entire silvery white chamber became shadowless, every last corner flooded with pure illumination. The blinding surge overloaded the broodmother's senses in an instant. A blood-chilling, silent screech erupted from all 10 broodmothers at once, their mental waves recoiling violently. They were cast into total whiteout, their perception utterly eclipsed, and all visual information swept away by an overwhelming tide of light. Their senses stripped away, the creatures were thrown into unprecedented chaos and frenzy, lashing out at everything around them with wild, indiscriminate violence. This was exactly the chance Lin Fan had been waiting for. He dropped from midair, ignoring the alarm sirens of excruciating pain ringing in his mind. A cruel curve played at the corner of his lips. It's harvest time. Raising his right hand high, palm open to the sky, a rapidly spinning disk of energy materialized in his hand, its edges flashing with a deadly, icy gleam. Qi Yuan slash. In the next instant, his left hand gathered a second disk, equally brilliant and razor-sharp. Go! With a thought, the first Qi Yuan slash erupted into a streak of golden light, roaring through the air with unrivaled cutting force. It traced a wicked arc and effortlessly sliced through the waist of a queen, her massive body freezing for an instant, before her upper and lower halves split cleanly apart. But its work was not yet done. Under Lin Fan's precise control, the disc twirled gracefully through the air, weaving past the flailing arms of another queen, striking swiftly at the back of her neck. A flash of light, and her enormous head soared skyward. 2 kills, 1 stroke. At the same moment, the second Qi Yuan slash joined the fray. Like a hunting serpent, it skimmed low across the chaotic battlefield, severing all the legs of a third queen. As she crashed down, the disc shot upward, slicing her in two right at the waist. Slaughter had become an art, efficient, dazzling, and inescapable. Guided by Lin Fan's masterful control, the 2 Qi Yuan slashes danced among the frenzied queens, each change of direction and every graceful spin inevitably claiming another colossal head, or neatly dismembering another foe. In less than a minute, all 10 queens dissolved into motes of fading light. As the last queen vanished, the space returned to its original, tomb-like stillness. Lin Fan dropped to one knee, gasping for breath. With the simulation at an end, the searing pain retreated like the ebbing tide, leaving only the deepest fatigue of a mind and body utterly drained. Yet he couldn't help himself. Laughter bubbled up and burst from him, louder with each breath, overflowing with wild exhilaration. Magnificent! With a thunderous rumble, the heavy metal door slid aside. Dragging his exhausted body, Lin Fan leaned on the doorframe and stepped out. Sally stood quietly outside, her eyes shimmering with starlight as she looked him over, the sensors within flashing as they rapidly analyzed his physical condition. He stretched luxuriously, savoring the power now coursing through him, stronger and wilder than before, feeling thoroughly refreshed. Glancing at Sally, curiosity sparked in his eyes. By the way, what's the latest from the Dragon Shield Bureau? All technical data has been fully transmitted, Sally replied. The research team at Dragon Shield Bureau has received it. Based on their current level of technology and industrial foundation, preliminary analysis suggests that the first batch of results can be expected in about 3 months. 3 months, huh? Lin Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. This speed was already beyond his expectations. Clearly, Zheng Tianzheng and his team were putting every last bit of effort into this. Excellent. Lin Fan's gaze drifted toward the window, his eyes becoming deep and contemplative. 3 months will be enough. He was determined to push his combat power to a whole new level during this time. A low, thunderous rumble echoed as the door of the temporal simulation combat chamber slid open. Lin Fan walked out, bare-chested from within. 3 months. For a full 3 months, he had practically lived inside that training room. At first, he was relentlessly hunted by 10 queen mothers. Then, after redeeming the Solar Fist, he barely managed to fight back. Later, he needed no more tricks. His raw strength alone was enough to win head-on, overwhelming his foes. His sparring opponents had evolved from queen mothers to an array of universe-level powerhouses simulated by the system. The results were remarkable. He raised his arm. His muscles rippled with strength, every line exuding power on the verge of eruption. He called up his stats. Name, Lin Fan. Combat power, 80,000. SL concentration, 42%. Remaining points, 7,273,250. 80,000 combat power. Lin Fan casually clenched his fist. The air crackled with a faint, explosive snap. This strength, drawn from the depths of his very cells, left him hungering for more exhilarating battles. Welcome back from training, Sally's voice sounded out in the living room as she walked over, handing him a cup of high-energy drink. According to the latest report from Dragon Shield Bureau, global technology has advanced by at least 100 years in the past 3 months. The first-generation controlled nuclear fusion reactor is now online at Lop Nur. The first batch of anti-gravity aerospace fighters has completed its test flights. The first mass-produced exoskeleton armor suits have been issued to Dragon Shield's elite combat squads. Sally delivered her report in a steady tone, yet every sentence marked a sweeping transformation for the nation. There have been a total of 327 incidents involving spirit beast disturbances caused by the resurgence of spiritual energy. All were quickly resolved by cultivators and espers from Dragon Shield without any casualties. Lin Fan took the glass and drained it in one go. Offhandedly, he asked, "And what about Shinwa's sect?" Sect Master Su Yueshi advanced to the mid-core formation stage a month ago. Qinlan broke through to mid-foundation establishment half a month back. The sect now has 800 disciples in total, with 35 at the foundation establishment level. Listening to this, Lin Fan couldn't help but let a smile tug at the corner of his mouth. It seemed no one had been idle. It was about time for a trip to Xinhua sect. Xinhua sect, as it stood now. The mountain gate had been expanded, and now clouds and mist curled around the peaks all day long, suffusing the place with an ethereal, almost otherworldly energy. Countless young disciples, all clad in identical uniforms, moved between the mountains, some engaging in sparring matches to hone their Taoist skills, others hurrying to the hall of transmission. Everywhere, there was vibrant, thriving activity, painting a vivid picture of a flourishing sect. Lin Fan landed quietly at the rear of the mountain, disturbing no one. With a single glance, he spotted Su Yueshi, who was practicing her swordsmanship. Dressed all in white, her presence radiated an aloof elegance. The sword in her hand, luminous as moonlight, danced with movements as smooth and fluid as autumn water. With each swing, a chill seemed to permeate the air. The force she exerted revealed the steady, formidable aura of someone at the mid-stage of core formation. Every move she made was infused with power far surpassing anything from before. It was as if she sensed something. Su Yueshi sheathed her sword, stood tall, and turned to look back. The moment she saw Lin Fan, her cool, clear eyes seemed to soften, melting into a gentle smile. "You finish your retreat? I missed you, so I decided to come out." Lin Fan stepped forward, taking her hand naturally in his. A delicate blush crept onto Su Yueshi's cheeks, but she didn't pull away. Strolling casually through the mountain paths, Lin Fan recognized many familiar faces. On the training grounds, Qinlan wore a crisp, professional outfit, guiding the newly admitted disciples with meticulous care. Her aura, sharp and commanding thanks to her progress to the mid-foundation establishment realm, lent gravity to her every movement. She now carried herself with the dignity of a true elder of the sect, a figure worthy of respect even among the most venerable. Not far away, Chun Ziwan, that man of few words and steady demeanor, was leading a group of disciples through exercises to strengthen their bodies. Now, a newly advanced foundation establishment cultivator, his face, tanned and resolute, showed none of the timidity he once had as a bar security guard. The past seemed a distant memory. But what surprised Lin Fan most was Zhao Feng. Once the unruly youth with dyed yellow hair, Zhao Feng now sat cross-legged atop a green stone, his eyes closed in focused meditation. Spiritual energy circulated steadily around him. He was already at the peak of the qi condensation stage, just a step away from foundation establishment. Gone was the restless impatience that used to mark his face. A calm born of hardship had taken its place. Sensing Lin Fan's gaze, Zhao Feng opened his eyes. When he saw Lin Fan, excitement flooded his features, and he almost leapt off the stone in his eagerness. He hurried over and bowed deeply, full of respect. "Senior Lin, well done, kid. You made real progress." Lin Fan gave him an encouraging pat on the shoulder. The gesture nearly knocked Zhao Feng over, but he couldn't hide his joy at the recognition. "It's all thanks to your guidance and the sect leader's support." Lin Fan chuckled, adding no more. He could just imagine old Zhao Tianlong beaming with pride. As the secular company behind the Xianyu sect, Tianlong Group had seen its stock prices skyrocket over the past 3 months, its market value multiplying exponentially. It had become an unparalleled legend in the world of business. Everything was going well, perhaps even better than Lin Fan had dared to hope. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. The sect was grand and imposing, the disciples diligent and hardworking, but there was a certain spark, an intangible quality, that it still lacked. And then it came to him. System, open the shop. Lin Fan led Su Yueshi to a secluded cliff and, with an air of extravagant generosity, kicked off his grand sect beautification project. Exchange for 500 celestial koi. These koi can gather water-vein spiritual energy, nourishing the land and water where they reside. The secretions from their scales calm the mind and aid concentration. Gazing upon them often can enhance one's enlightenment and even increase fortune. Cost, 50,000 points. 100 dazzling, iridescent koi burst into existence, plunging into the pond below. As soon as they arrived, the entire water's spiritual energy seemed to come alive, vibrant, dynamic, and brimming with vitality. Exchange for 50 pairs of immortal white deer. These gentle creatures feed on spirit herbs and drink crystalline springs. Their calls dispel inner demons, while their naturally shed antlers are prized ingredients for potent healing elixirs. Cost, 100,000 points. A herd of snow-white deer, their antlers jade-like and luminous, appeared amid the woods. They moved with graceful steps, occasionally letting out clarion calls that filled the whole mountain forest with an aura of tranquility and harmony. Exchange for 50 pairs of auspicious cloud cranes. Masters at channeling pure, celestial energy from the heavens, these cranes cleanse impurities throughout the sect. Not only are they perfect mounts for flight, but their feathers craft the finest talisman brushes, a must for any distinguished immortal sect. Cost, 100,000 points. With a succession of criss calls, more than 100 elegant cranes took to the air, soaring above Xianyue's sect. Their wings stirred the sea of clouds, instantly elevating the atmosphere of the entire sect to a loftier realm. Tsuyoshi watched this dreamlike spectacle unfold, torn between amusement and exasperation. Others could only dream of getting their hands on such spiritual beasts, yet to him, acquiring them was no more difficult than shopping wholesale and market. When everything was in place, Lin Fan surveyed his handiwork and gave a satisfied nod. Yes, now it finally has the right feel. Yet he knew that just having these ambience creatures wasn't quite enough. Xianyue's sect still needs a guardian divine beast. Exchange for the sect guardian spirit beast, Moonlight Qilin, juvenile form. An ancient mythical creature, naturally attuned to the power of the moon. It can walk atop the moonlight, breathing forth frigid, spectral frost. Once matured, it can uphold and shield the fate of an entire sect. Cost, 350,000 points. A staggering total of 600,000 points spent. Remaining points, 6,673,250. In a flash of light, a young beast about waist-high appeared before Lin Fan. Its body seemed carved from pure ice crystal, a single horn crowning its head, and silver flames licking up around its four hooves. The little Qilin looked around inquisitively, but when its deep blue eyes met Tsuyoshi's, a natural sense of kinship shone through. Trotting forward eagerly, it nestled at her feet. Tsuyoshi's cultivation centered on the purest een, a perfect match for the Moonlight Qilin's aura. From now on, you'll be called Little White. Lin Fan casually bestowed a name that hardly matched the majestic air of such an auspicious creature. As if comprehending the slight, the Moonlight Qilin snorted in protest, exhaling a puff of chilly breath that instantly froze the stone at Tsuyoshi's feet into a lump of solid ice. With everything settled, Lin Fan was in excellent spirits. He took a deep breath, sensing the vibrant life and abundant spiritual energy coursing throughout the sect. A feeling of unprecedented fulfillment welled up within him. He stretched his awareness out to cover the globe and suddenly caught a few strands of unusual energy. Several void creatures were sleeping somewhere in the world. Yet what intrigued him most was a mysterious aura from the distant direction of Mount Kunlun, one he had never sensed before, utterly different from anything he'd known. Once the sect affairs were all arranged, Lin Fan walked to the edge of a cliff and stretched contentedly, enjoying the breeze. Koi darted through the water, white deer bounded across the hills, and immortal cranes soared overhead. The entire Xianyu sect shimmered with an ethereal charm, finally reflecting the majesty befitting a top-tier sect. He turned to Tsuyoshi, who stood by his side, gazing in a trance at a snow-white deer peering from the forest. The last glow of sunset painted her cool features with a gentle radiance, making her look almost otherworldly in her beauty. "Do you feel like taking a trip?" Lin Fan asked, seizing her delicate hand, as smooth and warm as jade. Tsuyoshi looked back at him, a trace of confusion in her eyes. Kunlun Mountain, the ancestor of all ranges and the legendary home of immortals, Lin Fan said with a playful wink. Now that spiritual energy has returned, it seems some ancient being is waking up over there. Shall we go and see what's happening? Tsuyoshi's cheeks flushed at the barely contained excitement in his gaze. She could see right through his so-called interest in just seeing the commotion. Helpless but fond, she smiled softly and nodded. Without alerting anyone, the two of them transformed into twin streams of light that shot straight for the sky, slicing through the clouds and racing toward the distant western horizon. At their current speed, crossing most of the Dragon Nation was no more than a leisurely stroll after a meal. Before long, the endless ridges of the Kunlun Mountains, grand and majestic like the back of a divine dragon, appeared at the edge of their vision. Kunlun. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, Kunlun had become a place of pilgrimage in the hearts of countless cultivators. At the mountain's base, new sects and clans had sprung up, forming bustling settlements. Countless practitioners practiced and exchanged insights here. The place thrummed with life and activity. But Lin Fan held no interest in these outer fringes. With Tsuyoshi, he soared higher, flying beyond these settlements toward the very heart of Kunlun, a forbidden zone shrouded in perpetual snow and mist. The deeper they flew, the heavier the air grew with ancient, primal pressure. It was a sensation that resonated from the depths of one's bloodline, as if ancient gods and demons slumbered within these mountains, stirring a nameless awe that trembled the very soul. At last, they alighted before an outrageously massive glacier canyon. It was here, deep beneath this bottomless rift, that the powerful and unfamiliar aura was emanating. The chasm stretched so deep that its bottom was swallowed by darkness, the gaping maw at its mouth resembling the open throat of some colossal beast. From within, an arctic wind unceasingly spewed forth, so frigid it could grind steel to dust, suggesting this rift was in direct communion with the nethermost depths of the underworld. A deep, thunderous rumble rolled out, shaking the earth with such violence it felt as though a magnitude 12 earthquake had erupted. From the abyssal depths came muffled booms, each one reminiscent of heavy thunder. It was as if some ancient leviathan was stirring from an eternal slumber. In the very next instant, an enormous head, its size rivaling a mountain peak, lunged abruptly from the depths of the rift. It was the head of a dragon, grotesque and menacing, crowned with rugged, snarling, flesh-covered horns. Two whiskers, each stretching 100 meters or more, lashed and danced wildly in the wind. The creature's vast, blue-black scales, each one larger than a door, gleamed with an icy metallic luster. Its eyes, two orbs of dim, golden light, hung in its skull like twin tarnished suns. There was confusion in their gaze, the days of newly broken sleep, and the weight of centuries gone by, as the dragon slowly swept its vision across this world, a land both familiar and utterly changed. A dragon, a flood dragon. Good heavens, how could anything be so enormous? On the power detector Lin Fan wore, the numbers finally settled at a jaw-dropping value, 35,000. The dragon tipped back its head and unleashed a roar that soared into the sky, its cry rolling outward in a visible shockwave, tearing across the land in all directions. Around it, glaciers that had stood for millennia shattered like brittle glass, sending up tsunamis of broken ice and snow. With that roar, it vented the pent-up bitterness of 1,000 years' sleep, while at the same time, announcing its return to this realm in no uncertain terms. After the echo died away, the dragon's immense head slowly turned, its dark gold eyes at last fixing upon Lin Fan and Su Yueshi, two infinitesimal insects suspended in midair. Humans, the dragon spoke, its voice deep and ancient, rumbling with a faint edge of puzzlement. Why has the spirit energy of this world revived? When I sank into slumber, this realm's life force was all but exhausted, the immortal path severed, a candle flickering in the wind. What has transpired? Its gaze lingered upon Lin Fan and Su Yueshi, as if seeking answers, yet at the same time, as if muttering to itself, those massive pupils swirling with the sediment of ages. "Oh, that was my doing," Lin Fan replied, his hands buried casually in his pockets, voice utterly nonchalant. A flicker of disbelief shot through the dragon's enormous eyes. Only a moment later, the timeless dignity in its gaze gave way to open mockery. "You?" Its voice rolled through the ravine like thunder, relentless and scornful. "Ah, absurd. A child barely out of infancy, making such boastful claims. In ages past, even as the immortals ascended, they drew away the very essence of this realm. The world transformed, its spirit energy faded, the immortal path shattered. Not even those peerless sages and world-defying titans could reverse the loss, forced to watch helplessly as the world fell to ruin. And you? By what right?" Clearly, it didn't believe a word Lin Fan had said, dismissing him utterly as an ignorant madman. Its disdainful gaze slid from Lin Fan and settled upon Su Yueshi. This time, for the very first time, a genuine look of surprise flickered across its massive, dark golden eyes. "Oh, appure lunar, glazed, divine physicoi. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable." Even at the waning end of this age of declining dharma, such a pure, Daobor divine body could still come into being. "Girl, your fortune is truly extraordinary. One could say it defies the very heavens." To this ancient being, whose years defied comprehension, Su Yueshi's existence mattered far more than Lin Fan, this so-called madman. After all, such a constitution was worthy only of legend. "I did that too," Lin Fan added calmly, his tone as flat as ever. The flood dragon's gaze swung back to Lin Fan, this time scrutinizing him with painstaking care. A moment passed, then it erupted into a bolder, even more unrestrained peal of laughter. The laugh was so thunderous that the entire valley shook violently, sending shards of ice and rock tumbling down the cliffs. Ha ha! Now I understand. You boy, show not a trace of spiritual energy, nothing at all. So you're a mere mortal, through and through. And yet, a mortal dares boast to this degree before me? Is it simply because that divine physique girl stands by your side? In its perception, Lin Fan was completely empty, a hollow shell, compared not only to the fiercely powerful girl beside him, whose presence surged as vast as the ocean's depths, but even to the novice disciples practicing at the foot of the mountain, Lin Fan was far lesser. A mere mortal, claiming to have revived the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A mere mortal, claiming to have forged a divine physique. Since awakening, this was, without question, the most laughable tale it had ever heard. While the creature's earth-shaking laughter rolled across the valley, Lin Fan casually dug at his ear. Rather than looking annoyed, he peered at the ancient being with genuine curiosity, as though regarding a fascinating relic from ages past. Hey, old fellow, haven't you had enough of that? I happen to be fond of history myself. Seeing as you've been asleep for so long, why not tell me a few old stories? Like those immortals in legends, soaring across the skies and vanishing beneath the earth. Did they really exist? Where did they all go? Lin Fan's manner was laid back, treating the mountainous beast before him as little more than idle company. Abruptly, the flood dragon's laughter cut off. Its enormous, dark golden eyes refocused on Lin Fan, now brimming with utter disdain and arrogance, as though regarding an insect far beneath its notice. Ancient secrets are not for the likes of mortals to pry into, it declared, its voice resonant and commanding, thunderous with innate authority. But, out of respect for the girl with the divine physique, I'll spare you both for trespassing in the forbidden realm of Kunlun. Leave now, and trouble this place no further. In its mind, this was an unimaginable favor. For a mortal to travel in the company of such a divine physique was fortune enough for several lifetimes. To leave him alive was a gesture granted only for the sake of one who might become a peer in ages to come. Su Yueshi gently tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve from the side, signaling for him to stop provoking this fearsome old creature. But Lin Fan merely patted the back of her hand in return, giving her a reassuring look, then went right back to curling his lip at the flood dragon. If you don't want to say it, then don't, like anyone's begging you for answers. He gave the dragon a once-over from head to toe, his tone taking on a pointedly critical edge. But really, for a flood dragon, you sure love to shout. I keep one at home myself, and it's much quieter than you. The moment those words dropped, it was as though the air froze solid. Su Yueshi could only press her palm to her forehead in exasperation. Of course it turned out like this. What did you just say? The flood dragon's voice had dropped to a low, menacing rumble, every syllable squeezing through its teeth. The anger burning within was so fierce the very air grew several degrees colder. The dragon's greatest pride was its bloodline, a descendant of the dragons. Though it was still a flood dragon, it firmly believed that with enough cultivation, it would one day shed its lesser form and ascend into a true dragon, soaring across the heavens. And now, this mortal dared to claim he kept one? Kept? It was an unforgivable insult. Oblivious, Lin Fan only poured fuel onto the fire. I'm saying the one at my place is a proper ancient dragon, a five-clawed golden dragon, you know? Much grander than you, who honestly looks more like a giant loach. Apart from wrecking my house and acting a bit silly, it never roars around thinking it's king of the world like you. Mortal, you're courting death. The flood dragon's fury finally erupted. Its roar shattered the silence, far fiercer than anything before. The sheer force of its sound swept over the nearby, snow-capped peaks, flattening several mountaintops in an instant. Tons upon tons of ice and snow blasted into the sky, plunging the surrounding world into a blinding, all-consuming blizzard. Its colossal body surged upward from the rift, churning the clouds. In a heartbeat, day turned to night. How dare you defile the dignity of the dragon clan? This day, I'll tear you and this girl to shreds as a warning to anyone who might follow. Before the words had fully faded, the flood dragon opened its gaping maw. In a flash, a titanic sphere of ice, 10 meters in diameter and bristling with razor-edged spikes, radiating a soul-freezing cold, formed and hurtled toward Lin Fan and Su Yueshi, shrieking through the storm. A strike like that could turn an entire city to a frozen sculpture in an instant. Su Yueshi's heart tightened. She instinctively reached for her moonlight sword, summoning all her mid-stage foundation establishment power without holding anything back. But a warm hand came down on her shoulder. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Lin Fan said it with a light chuckle, his hands never leaving his pockets. As the devastating ice sphere thundered toward them, he simply lifted his right foot, slow, unhurried. And then, with a casual flick, he gave it a gentle little kick, like a pebble someone might idly send tumbling down the road. There came a crisp and almost comical crack. That massive ice sphere, filled with terrifying power, met Lin Fan's toes, and at that instant, it was as if it had struck an invisible, indestructible wall. There was no earth-shaking explosion, no clash of mighty energies. From the very point his foot touched the sphere, cracks fanned outward at an astonishing speed, spreading like a spiderweb until they covered the entire surface. Then, in the blink of an eye, the ball dissolved into a glittering shower of ice dust, so quietly and elegantly that, blown by the wild wind, it drifted through the air in a dazzling display. The giant WRM's dark golden eyes narrowed into pinpricks. What did it just witness? A mere mortal, shattering its glacial breath with a kick? Impossible. Was it a hallucination? It must be. Surely it was just the frailty of newly awakened power, not yet fully under its control. That's it. Lin Fan withdrew his foot, slapped away some imaginary dust from his trousers, and fixed the enormous creature overhead with a disappointed look. That was weak. Feels like you haven't eaten in days. This mortal was shrouded in utter strangeness. Seems like you won't understand your place until I show you the real thing. Suppressing its shock and suspicion, the WYRM let fury surge within once more. Its massive body coiled through the sky, churning up an immense snowstorm as a surge of ancient, boundless energy emanated from deep within. I've slept for 3,000 years, my life fused with the very world. Mortal, now witness the true majesty of a dragon. With a mighty flick of its colossal tail, the entire glacial canyon trembled violently. Countless ice spears, forged from millennium-old black ice, erupted in a dense barrage, like a rain of arrows, blotting out the sky as they hurtled toward Lin Fan. Each spear howled sharply through the air, fiercer by far than the icy orb from before. Now this is getting interesting. At last, Lin Fan drew his hand from his pocket. With a glance and a crooked grin towards Su Yueshi at his side, he was gone. He didn't just move faster than the eye could track. He simply vanished, without a trace, as if erased from existence. A deep, thunderous rumble shook the air. The WRM's head, mountainous and mighty, jerked downward. For the first time, pain and incredulity flashed through its enormous eyes. Lin Fan had somehow appeared atop its skull without warning. One hand was still tucked in his pocket, while the other formed a fist. With a casual motion, he struck the hardest scale on the WRM's crown. A resounding crack echoed out. The colossal scale, strong enough to withstand missile fire, shattered instantly. A creature like you dares call itself a dragon? Lin Fan's voice was soft, yet pierced straight into the WRM's mind, carrying a pressure so profound, so absolute, that the beast felt its very soul trembling. From within Lin Fan's seemingly ordinary body, an aura exploded, more fearsome, pure, and more tyrannical than anything the WYRM had ever encountered. His fighting strength, at its full measure of 80,000, was now utterly unleashed, nothing held back. Under the shock wave of this force, the blizzard in the sky came to a halt, the rush of wind froze, and even the passage of time seemed to slow. The giant form of the flood dragon stiffened in midair, and in its dark golden eyes, the reflection of that tiny human appeared. Yet now, to the dragon, that figure seemed more imposing than the heavens themselves, more terrifying than the depths of the abyss. At last it understood. What did mortals matter? What use was a god's protection? From the very beginning, it had been completely and utterly mistaken. Lin Fan's aura pressed down like an invisible, primeval, divine mountain, weighing mercilessly upon the soul of the Kunlun flood dragon. This absolute oppression, descending from the very level of life itself, forced even its proud dragon bloodline to whimper in terror. 3,000 years of cultivation, eternal life with the world. At this moment, such boasts were nothing but jokes. A guttural roar erupted from the dragon, pain and unwillingness forging its cry to survive. Primal instinct overpowered its fear. Its immense body thrashed wildly, desperate to shake off the inhuman figure standing atop its head. Glaciers shattered, the earth trembled, and the dragon summoned every ounce of its might, unleashing violent waves that threatened to overturn the heavens. But atop its furious head, Lin Fan stood unmoved, as if standing not on a frenzied dragon, but on a simple, unremarkable stone. Behave yourself. Lin Fan uttered these words with utter calm, then pressed his foot gently down on the dragon's skull. In that instant, an irresistible force pierced straight through. The flood dragon let out a plaintive, agonized wail as its mountain-like head was forced down into the ice below. The sound of bone fracturing rang out, sharp enough to make one's teeth ache. Driven mad by the pain, the dragon no longer tried to shake Lin Fan off. Instead, it suddenly coiled its massive, 100-meter body, lashing out with its colossal tail. As dark as a mountain range, the tail swept toward him with a howl that seemed to split the heavens. In that one attack, it unleashed all of its strength, determined to crush both man and earth alike into dust. Watching this, Tsuyueshi's heart leapt into her throat. She knew Lin Fan was powerful, yet faced with this world-shattering assault, she could not help but feel a wave of instinctive fear. Lin Fan, however, simply glanced up, and in a flash his figure vanished from atop the dragon's head. In the next moment, he appeared midair, directly before the incoming tail. He extended a hand. That pale, slender hand seemed almost insignificant compared to the world-darkening tail. Yet, the instant hand and tail made contact, the world seemed to fall silent. The expected cataclysm never came. That tail, powerful enough to shred mountains, stopped abruptly the moment it touched Lin Fan's palm. All its momentum, all its force, vanished without a trace, swallowed up like a stone disappearing into water. In the dragon's enormous eyes, the only thing reflected was the image of a man blocking its fiercest blow with a single hand, and terror completely drowned out what little was left of its reason. Not bad, Lin Fan remarked as his fingers tightened around the tip of the dragon's tail. He flashed a grin at the half-dead flood dragon and added, "But you're not particularly bright. Let me help you clear your head." As soon as he finished speaking, the muscles in his arm tensed. He swung the dragon by its tail. Atop Kunlun's peak, a spectacle unfolded the likes of which had never been seen in all of history. A flood dragon 100 meters long was snatched up by a tiny human, wielded like a whip, and spun crazily through the air. With a thunderous crash, the massive body of the dragon smashed down on a glacier, shattering the entire mountain of ice into billions of glittering fragments. Again, with a deafening rumble, Lin Fan swung the dragon toward a distant mountain range. The dragon's weight drove into the hard stone, blasting open an abyssal crater and sending boulders hurtling downward like an avalanche. At first, the dragon roared in outrage, but the fury soon gave way to anguished howls. In the end, all that was left were woozy whimpers, dazed and broken by the relentless, bone-jarring blows that ground away 3,000 years' worth of dignity and pride. From a distance, Tsuyueshi couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth as she watched. No matter how she tried, she simply couldn't reconcile the formidable, terrifying monster from legend with the limp toy being flung about in Lin Fan's hands. No one knew how long this went on before Lin Fan, evidently bored, gave a final swing and tossed the battered and dazed dragon aside. The colossal beast drew a feeble arc through the sky and crashed, with a resounding boom, back into the very chasm from which it had first emerged, raising a storm of dust and debris. Lin Fan brushed off his hands, as if discarding a piece of trash, then drifted leisurely down to the edge of the ravine, peering into its depths. In the gorge below, the dragon's blue-black scales were shattered and torn in countless places, its body slick with blood, its breath barely perceptible. Feeling Lin Fan's gaze, it shuddered uncontrollably. "Now, are you ready to have a civilized conversation?" Lin Fan's voice sounded calm and indifferent. The dragon struggled to lift its head, and those dark golden eyes that once brimmed with arrogance now held only fear and awe, pure, unadulterated. In its 3,000 years of life, it had never imagined that raw power could be this downright unreasonable. "Please, immortal, spare your wrath," the dragon rasped, its human words rough and submissive. "It was my ignorance. I failed to recognize your greatness. I beg your pardon for my offense. Enough already. Spare me the empty flattery." Lin Fan waved him off impatiently. "I ask you answer. Tell me all you remember before you fell asleep." "Yes, of course. Whatever you wish to know," the dragon agreed hurriedly, not daring to delay for a second. "The immortals from the old tales, what happened to them? Where did they go?" Lin Fan asked, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. At that, the dragon's gaze grew distant, a complicated mix of longing and sorrow shadowing its eyes. Reporting to the celestial immortal, in ancient times, this world was nothing like it is now. The creature began recounting slowly. Back then, spiritual energy suffused the world like an endless sea, and every living thing could cultivate. Upon the earth dwelled not only humans, but also countless mighty spirit beasts, divine beasts, and even rare beings born directly of nature's essence. Kunlun was the nexus where all the spirit veins converged. But later, at some unknown point, a great change of heaven and earth occurred. It was as if the laws of this realm had been rewritten. Spiritual energy began to dry up and vanish at a terrifying pace. The road to immortality was cut off. All living beings found their path of cultivation blocked. Even those who stood at the very apex, those mighty figures who could reach the heavens, were powerless to change the course of fate. Rather than be trapped in this prison of dwindling spiritual force, they worked together, searching for a solution, and finally found one at Mount Kunlun, where the world's laws were at their weakest. What solution? Lin Fan pressed urgently. Ascent, the flood dragon replied, its voice trembling ever so slightly. Pooling the last remaining power of this world's greatest beings, they forcefully tore open a rift, a passage to the upper realm. Tsuyueshi, listening nearby, felt her mind reel in shock. Ascension, a word she had known only from legends, was in fact a true and desperate migration that had once come to pass. Then why did you stay behind? Lin Fan looked at the creature. The flood dragon's eyes grew dim. I was still weak then, unworthy of setting foot on the path of ascension. One of the great immortals thought my bloodline was of use, and ordered me to remain, to guard the lingering aura at this place of ascension. Guard it. Yes, that great one said that perhaps one day, this world would revive. My duty was to sleep here and wait. If ever spiritual energy returned, I could cultivate anew. Once I grew strong enough, I was to seek out the coordinates left behind by my forebears, attempt ascension on my own, and bring news of this realm's revival to the upper realm. Lin Fan rubbed his chin and finally understood. So this fellow in front of him was nothing more than a gatekeeper, a security guard left behind, with the added duty of carrying a message. Suddenly, another question piqued his interest. The upper realm? Lin Fan's eyes gleamed. Are the people up there really that fierce? At this, the flood dragon's enormous body shuddered, and terror flickered deep within its eyes, a fear that came from its very soul. They are beyond imagining, it rasped. Any one of those who departed back then could crush stars with the flick of a finger. And the upper realm they spoke of is a world vaster and far more advanced than this one. The strength of its inhabitants is fathomless. Oh, far from feeling daunted, Lin Fan grinned at the answer, eyes alight with open excitement and yearning. After hearing the flood dragon recount its heartbreaking history as a lonely guardian, Lin Fan couldn't help but click his tongue, a mix of awe and sympathy in his heart. So the so-called ascension is really just a high-level group escape, isn't it? These ancient powerhouses realized their homeland was running out of resources, so they packed up and left. They left a little security guard at the door and painted a pretty picture. When the conditions are right again, you can cultivate your way up and send us a message. So, what does it actually take to ascend? Lin Fan was genuinely curious about the process and asked offhandedly. The giant dragon shook its massive head, a hint of confusion flickering in its eyes. Little dragon has no idea. That great one only said that once my power reaches a certain level, I'll sense the path to ascension on my own. Sensing it, Lin Fan arched an eyebrow. That sounds a bit too mystical. The dragon fell silent. Maybe in those 3,000 years of slumber, it had asked itself the same question countless times. Lin Fan glanced at the dejected creature, then at the desolate, snowy wasteland of Kunlun's forbidden land. Suddenly, he almost felt sorry for it, guarding a promise that might never come true, sitting in the middle of nowhere for 3,000 years. It seemed a little pathetic. A thought flickered through his mind, and he lazily spoke up. Hey, Big Long, how about joining me from now on? Deep in the ravine, that enormous body visibly tensed. The dragon raised its head, its dark golden pupils swirling with conflicting emotions. Follow a human? For a dignified guardian of Kunlun, a noble bloodline of the ancient dragon race, to become the sidekick of a mere human? No, a formidable and unfathomable powerhouse. 3,000 years of proud dignity made it instinctively want to refuse. Lin Fan sensed its hesitation, but he didn't rush. Instead, he casually cleaned his ears and added, slow and unhurried, by the way, I'm not kidding. My family really does keep an ancient divine dragon as a pet. He paused, giving the dragon a sidelong glance. If you follow me, and you do well, maybe one day, when it's in a good mood, you might just earn a drop of dragon blood. Who knows? Maybe you'll finally get a taste of what it's like to become a true dragon. Dragon blood. Those two words crashed through the dragon's soul like a bolt from the heavens. Its deepest obsession in this life was to shed its current form and become a true dragon. For that, it willingly endured 3,000 years of lonely slumber. And now, the chance it had longed for was right before its eyes. A single drop of genuine ancient divine dragon blood. Its worth far surpassed millennia of bitter cultivation in this icy land. Doubt? Of course there was doubt. But the man before it had just swung it around like a whip. That unreasonable brute strength didn't feel like the kind of power that relied on lies. And honestly, for someone capable of tossing it around so easily, having a divine dragon for a pet didn't sound at all out of place. Caught between pride and opportunity, the dragon's mind, dormant for 3,000 years, began to work at a pace it had never known. In the end, its thirst for the evolution of its bloodline drowned out everything else. Little Dragon is willing to follow the immortal. The gigantic head of the flood dragon finally lowered, its tone trembling with a hint of fear and absolute resolve. Very well, at least you know your place. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. He glanced down at the enormous body sprawled across the ravine, stretching on for hundreds of meters, and frowned. You're just too big. What if you scare people outside? Can you make yourself smaller? As you wish, immortal. The flood dragon answered respectfully. From its massive body, a wave of dark greenish-blue light surged. Accompanied by the subtle crackling and shifting of bones, its mountainous form rapidly shrank before their eyes. Moments later, what remained before Lin Fan was a sleek, powerful azure-black flood dragon, now only a dozen or so meters long, coiling respectfully at his feet. Though its size was a mere fraction of what it was, the wild and ancient aura it exuded remained just as awe-inspiring and intense. Much better. Now you look presentable. Lin Fan gave an approving once-over, then turned and beckoned to Su Yueshi. Come on, Yueshi. Let's try riding a dragon. He took the lead, stepping onto the broad back of the dragon with an easy air, even patting the spot beside him. Sui's cheeks flashed a glint of pink. She eyed the dragon's back, layered with hard, dark green scales, then looked at Lin Fan's nonchalant expression. Unable to resist the invitation, she leapt up lightly, settling herself neatly beside him. The flood dragon's body trembled, almost imperceptibly. In all its years as a Kunlun flood dragon, when had it ever suffered the indignity of being ridden? But sensing the two presences on its back, one radiating such overwhelming authority that the dragon dared not move, the other coldly powerful and self-contained, all it could do was swallow its humiliation and remain silently obedient. Let's go. Back to Xinyu's sect, Lin Fan commanded. Not daring to dawdle, the flood dragon let out a soft, guttural roar, its huge form springing up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a blue-black streak of light, darting eastward across the heavens. Above the clouds, the wind roared past them. Su Yueshi, riding a dragon for the first time, was filled with wonder and excitement. She couldn't help but reach out to touch the cold, unyielding scales beneath her. Lin Fan, on the other hand, seemed perfectly at ease, like he was lounging on his own sofa, humming a carefree tune. The flood dragon flew with incredible speed. In just a few moments, the landscape below whirled by, mountains and rivers blending in a sweeping vista. Before long, a vast mountain range came into view. Lofty peaks, shrouded in clouds and immortal mists, appeared and disappeared between the veils of fog. At the summit, opulent halls and pavilions stood tall and imposing, their grandeur unmistakable. Before they could even get close, an overwhelming rush of spiritual energy surged toward them, so mighty it nearly suffocated the dragon. What is this? The flood dragon's flight faltered abruptly, its colossal pupils wide with shock. This spiritual energy, so pure, so rich, brimmed with an indescribable vitality and living force. As it greedily inhaled, the dragon felt a faint tremor in the bottleneck of cultivation that had not budged for 3,000 years. How could this be possible? In its memory of ancient times, even Kunlun, the place where all the world's spiritual meridians converge, did not seem to possess such a concentration of spiritual energy as this. Had it simply become muddled from slumber? Or had the mortal realm of today already grown into an even more flourishing haven for cultivation than the ancient era? As it was reeling from these thoughts, Lin Fan's voice drifted over, calm and unhurried. Why are you spacing out? We've arrived. Land at the mountain gate. Jiaolong snapped back to its senses, hurriedly suppressing the storm raging within its heart, and carried the two of them gently down to the magnificent mountain gate of Xianyu's sect. The moment it touched down, it saw that on the sect's spacious square, hundreds of disciples were practicing their breathing and cultivation. Though none were of particularly high cultivation, each one radiated solid foundations and youthful vitality. What struck it even more was that, on several of them, it sensed the aura of special constitutions. Disciples of this caliber would have been priceless treasures fought over by all the great sects in ancient times. Yet here, they seemed to appear at every turn. Jiaolong withdrew its aura, shrank itself to the size of a tiny serpent, and coiled around Lin Fan's wrist. Together, they crossed the square and made their way toward the rear mountains. Along the way, pavilions and towers rose among rare, vibrant blossoms and exotic herbs, all exuding a potent spiritual resonance. In a pond, several brilliant koi played, each fish radiating so much spiritual power that Jiaolong could not help but glance at them twice. A snow-white longevity deer poked its head out from the forest, gave them a curious look, then serenely lowered its head again to nibble on spiritual grass. Jiaolong's thoughts slowed further, its sense of awe reaching an all-time high. It began to believe, perhaps this immortal was not boasting about raising a true dragon after all. At last, they reached the sect leader Su Yueshi's courtyard behind mountain. As soon as Jiaolong poked its head out, it caught sight of a cool, collected woman with short, sharp hair, Qinlan, practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. Sword energy slashed through the air. She was unmistakably at the Foundation establishment stage. On the other side, a snowy white cub, barely half a person tall, played with unrestrained joy. The cub was snow-white all over, a single horn on its brow, and rode atop a cloud of auspicious vapor. With each step it took, a pale moonlit glow rippled gently beneath its hooves. Jiaolong nearly failed to maintain its shrunken form upon Lin Fan's wrist. That was a moonlit Qilin, the legendary supreme divine beast, symbol of auspice and judgment. Jiaolong's mind ground to a sudden, complete halt. It stared, dumbstruck, at the divine beast, then glanced at Lin Fan, who treated the scene before him as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Its worldview, 3,000 years in the making, was utterly shattered in this very moment. Now it finally understood. This true dragon, the immortal spoke of, it hadn't even seen it yet. But just the baby Qilin casually present here was proof enough. Its new master's background was far beyond the bounds of its imagination. What kind of colossal backer had it latched onto here? What on earth was this place? Some dragon's lair or tiger's den? As it was still doubting Dragon's true identity, Lin Fan glanced at the little snake coiled lazily around his wrist and spoke in an equally leisurely tone. Xiaobai is still young and not much a fighter yet, Lin Fan said, nodding toward the Qilin cub that was gleefully playing nearby. Until it grows up and can guard the house properly, you'll serve as our sect's guardian beast, for now, just as a temporary stand-in. A temporary guardian beast? The ancient flood dragon twined around Lin Fan's wrist suddenly went stiff, its body tense. It was a dignified sentry of Kunlun, an ancient dragon spirit who had survived for 3,000 years, reduced now to a mere temp worker. No hope of ever becoming official, just keeping the seat warm for that baby Qilin. A wave of humiliation shot straight to its head. It almost wanted to rear up and declare to this mortal that it, too, had its pride. But the word stopped, lodged somewhere between thought and tongue. Could pride fill an empty stomach? Could pride help it become a true dragon? It furtively took a deep breath of the air around it, luxuriating in the swirl of spiritual energy so rich and pure that even its soul quivered in delight. A single day of cultivation here could rival 10 years of sleep in old Kunlun. And with that living Qilin cub beside it, the merest brush with such auspiciousness was a feast in itself. So, temporary worker then. At least the job was with a good employer, and the perks weren't bad either. In an instant, the dragon saw reason. The bitterness of the moment was swept away by the sweet promise of reality. It even started plotting. If it performed well enough, perhaps it could one day shed the temporary tag and secure a true position. Just as these fanciful ambitions took wing, a clear, melodic laughter rang out from the sky above. "Bruce, slow down. You're going to crash into the mountain." Everyone looked up. A golden streak came racing across the sky, speeding closer with every heartbeat. Amidst the stream of light, Lin Yu's petite figure was wrapped in an invisible shield of spiritual force, her cheeks flushed with excitement. At her side soared an immense dragon, nearly 8 or 9 meters long, its whole body clad in dazzling golden scales. It whipped its tail and tossed its head, carrying her through the clouds. The great dragon's form was sleek and powerful, its horns rising like heroic peaks while its 5-clawed talons curled beneath its belly crackled faintly with thunder. Sometimes it would swoop low, sending Lin Yu laughing and crying out with glee. Other times it would spiral upward, movements as agile as a bird, and yet at all times it carried an innate majesty, the aura of a ruler born to command the world. The flood dragon coiled on Lin Fan's wrist looked up just once, and froze on the spot as if trapped in a spell. What was that? A force the likes of which it had felt only in its deepest blood, perhaps even deeper, from the very source of its soul, descended with thunderous power, as if a million sacred mountains were crashing down upon it, halting all thought in an instant. Golden scales, towering horns, that powerful, graceful body, and above all, those 5 sanctified claws, regal and untouchable. A true dragon, a genuine, primordial divine dragon. That immortal hadn't deceived it. His family truly was raising a real dragon, and not just any dragon, but a pure-blooded five-clawed golden dragon, so majestic that just one look made the flood dragon want to fall to its knees in reverence. In that instant, the flood dragon felt as though its 3,000 years of cultivation had become nothing but a joke. The ultimate form it had chased its whole life, something it might never achieve even if it lived forever, was up in the sky, merrily spinning loops with a young girl riding on its back. It no longer dared to maintain its small snake guise. With a flicker of blue-black light, it returned to its lithe, muscular form, stretching over 10 meters long. It pressed itself flat against the ground, its massive head glued to the earth, not daring to entertain even the slightest stray thought. This was a crushing dominance that came from an entirely higher order of existence. Before Bruce, the dragon bloodline it took so much pride in was no more than a firefly's glimmer against the bright moon, so insignificant it was nearly nothing. Very soon, light shone golden as Bruce descended from the sky. He landed steadily in the courtyard, and Lin Yu hopped lightly off his back, then dashed over to Lin Fan, offering her new feet as if it were treasure. "Look, brother, now I can fly so far with Bruce." Lin Fan reached out with a fond smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Amazing. My little Yu is the best." And then, the same awe-inspiring five-clawed golden dragon, who had commanded such presence moments earlier, lost every trace of his earlier majesty the moment he touched down. He scampered joyously over to Lin Yu, lowering his enormous head, big enough to shatter mountains, against her arm, nudging her with unmistakable affection. He even let out soft woo-woo sounds, much like a husky quietly begging for treats. This dramatic display nearly made both Su Yueshi and Qin Lan, who were watching from the side, burst out laughing. Meanwhile, the flood dragon, pressed close to the ground, watched with both terror and a wild, feverish excitement stirring in its heart. This was a true primordial divine dragon, one who could exude regal power in one breath and revert to childlike innocence in the next. This was the king it was destined to follow. Grasping this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it lowered its head even further and spoke in the most humble, almost ingratiating tone. "Your lowly servant, Kunlun Jiaosan, pays homage to the Dragon King." It infused its words with spiritual power, hoping desperately to catch the attention of this Dragon King. For a moment, the courtyard went silent. Lin Yu stared, fascinated, at the enormous new serpent sprawled across the ground, then glanced over at Lin Fan. At the same time, Bruce, who'd been absorbed in seeking affection, froze in place. His colossal golden eyes finally left Lin Yu, and with a lazy movement, he glanced sideways at the flood dragon lying prone. At that look, the flood dragon felt as though its very soul had been laid bare. Trembling with excitement, it waited, holding its breath, hoping for the Dragon King's favor. But Bruce merely tilted his massive head, snorted out 2 plumes of warm breath, as if trying to figure out what exactly this newcomer was. A few seconds later, he seemed to reach a conclusion. Just a strange creature, vaguely mudfish-shaped. Not fun, not edible either. So, under the expectant and awe-filled gaze of the flood dragon, Bruce shifted his eyes away with a bored look. He leaned his massive head closer to Lin Yu again, flicking his tail impatiently, urging her to keep playing with him. His manner seemed to say, "Forget about that big oaf, let's go." The flood dragon's enormous body froze in place, petrified. I'd just been ignored. It had mustered all the courage it could, offered its utmost respect, yet all it received was the kind of glance you'd give a stray dog by the roadside. A wave of humiliation tangled with overwhelming reverence crashed through its mind, leaving it at a complete loss. At last, it truly understood one thing. It was never even worthy of second thought in Bruce's eyes. Watching this unfold, Lin Fan could hardly hold back his laughter. He patted the flood dragon's cold, armored head as if consoling a wronged pup. "All right, stop making a fool of yourself. That's just how Bruce is. He's not exactly the sharpest one out there." He paused, then added in a low voice, a voice that boomed like thunder in the flood dragon's ears. "Behave yourself. When he's in a good mood, maybe he'll reward you with a drop of his essence blood. That'd be enough to let you become a full dragon right away." The flood dragon jerked its head up, and in those dark golden eyes, pure, uncontainable joy burst forth. "Worth it. Forget being a temporary bodyguard. For a chance like this, even if he had to sweep the latrines here, it would be worth it." He stole a look at the golden five-clawed dragon, eyes squeezed shut in bliss under Lin Yu's gentle chin rub, and for the first time there was not a trace of reluctance left. All that remained was fervent devotion and loyalty. Half a year slipped by quietly. For the world outside their borders, those 6 months dragged on longer than any century. Yet for the Dragon Nation, this same span felt like a magical, fast-forward dream. Every disaster was sealed outside the invisible barrier, the heavenly lock annulment great array, and within its bounds, the nation surged forward, changing beyond belief in an incredibly short time. At the rear mountain of a Xianyu sect, a vast training arena had been specially carved into the landscape. A deafening roar shook the air as a young, snowy white Qilin, hooves glowing with moonlight, unleashed a beam of condensed lunar brilliance directly at its opponent. Facing him, a dark green flood dragon, dozens of meters long, dared not relax. With an agile twist of its massive body and a flick of its tail, it whipped up clouds of dust, swatting the holy beam aside with uncanny precision. The Qilin cub, Xiaobai, lifted his head in pride, seemingly satisfied with the sparring partner's skills. At the edge of the arena, a radiant five-clawed golden dragon lay sprawled lazily, yawning wide. Right beside his enormous head, Lin Yu sat cross-legged, eyes closed, quietly focusing on her spiritual cultivation. As soon as Jiao San finished sparring duty, he scampered eagerly over to Bruce, carefully nudging his head against the dragon's razor-sharp claws in a gesture of flattery. "Dragon Lord, thank you for your hard work. Would you like me to give your claws a gentle massage?" Bruce lazily lifted his eyelids, casting Jiao San a sidelong glance. Finding the creature's attentiveness somewhat irksome, he flicked his tail with an impatient sweep. A crisp smack rang out, leaving a clear mark across Jiao San's body, a body as tough as a magical artifact. Yet instead of being upset, Jiao San steadied himself, his face alight with delight. He inhaled deeply at the spot of impact, savoring the faint trace of dragon chi lingering there. "Thank you for your guidance, Dragon Lord. I see the light at last." This servile enthusiasm, so deeply ingrained, made Qin Lan, watching from a distance, feel both amused and helpless. Once, Jiao San had been a mighty, ancient flood dragon, a guardian of Kunlun with a combat power of 35,000. Now he behaved like an overzealous fan meeting his idol. These past 6 months, Jiao San's days have been filled to the brim. Acting as a sparring partner for the young Qilin and a lackey for the five-clawed golden dragon might sound pitiable, but in the rich spiritual energy of Xianyue sect, amidst occasional exposure to the aura of divine beasts, the bottleneck of his cultivation had loosened, showing signs of an imminent breakthrough. This only reinforced his determination to cling to Bruce, no matter what. Dignity? What's that? Can it help a dragon ascend? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Dragon Shield Bureau, Zheng Tianzheng stood before a gigantic three-dimensional projection, his gaze fixed on the screen. Anti-gravity fighters, their futuristic forms cutting through the sky, and dots on the map marking successfully integrated nuclear fusion power stations. A rare smile touched his face. "Director, based on the latest theoretical model provided by Ms. Sally, our spatial jump engine has completed 30% of theoretical verification," reported an excited scientist. "Excellent," Zheng Tianzheng replied, nodding with a profound look in his eyes. In these 6 months, thanks to Sally, the game-changing AI from above, and the vast trove of technology from Lin Fan, the nation's scientific trajectory had been catapulted forward by at least 100 years. From energy to military prowess, from material science to bioengineering, a quiet yet sweeping revolution was coursing through the land. At this point, should the Dragon Nation choose, its military might could bring the entire world under its rule in a single month. In the void dimension, here, there was no time, no space, only eternal chaos and madness. Countless fragments of shattered realms drifted like dust in the abyss. And in the twisting play of light at the center, a flawless form was slowly taking shape. Every inch of its skin, every bone, was being woven from the purest power of space and the mysterious energy of the void itself. Azrael slowly opened his eyes. Gone was the former divinity and indifference. Now, within those depths, stirred darkness as profound as the cosmos, and at its very heart, a flame of hatred fierce enough to consume all. He lowered his gaze to examine his new hands. He curled his fingers gently into a fist. A brittle, splintering sound cut through the silence. The chaotic space around him shattered, fracturing like a mirror, only to be smoothed over in the next instant by some unseen force. So, this is power. He sensed it clearly now. His spatial abilities had become wholly integrated with the vast emptiness around him. No longer did he merely wield space. He himself had become its master. The bodily shackles that had troubled him for centuries, forcing him into periodic slumber, were gone. This body, molded from pure void, bore the immense weight of his mind and abilities with perfection. At this very moment, he felt that his strength surpassed even his former peak at least tenfold. Lin Fan. A twisted smile crept along Azrael's lips, his voice echoing through the chaotic void with a metallic resonance. Your time of death has come. He reveled in the torrent of power surging within him, its endless strength prompting a burst of wild, exultant laughter. When the laughter faded, his gaze sharpened. Slowly, he raised both hands, fixing on a singular point in the void. This was Earth's coordinate. According to your will, O mighty sovereign, he murmured, as if reporting to some unknown presence, I shall rend a path to that fertile hunting ground. As the words left his mouth, a blinding radiance exploded from his eyes. His SS-level spatial powers, driven by the boundless energies of the void, surged forth without reservation. Open. With a thunderous roar, his hands tore outward in a sweeping motion. This was not a physical rending, but a strike at the very concept of reality. All of the void's dimensions quaked violently in that moment. Centered on his hands, a gash beyond description split the world apart. Along its jagged edge, the laws of space itself unraveled, birthing torrents of swirling chaos. Any material or energy that dared approach was instantly stripped to its most primal particles. And on the far side of the rift, a blue planet brimming with overwhelming vitality floated quietly amidst the cosmic darkness. Earth. At the secluded courtyard behind the Xianyue sect, Lin Fan reclined lazily in a rocking chair, basking in the afternoon sun. Over the past half-year, he had subjected himself to grueling training nearly every day within the time-space combat simulation chamber, and now his combat strength had reached a staggering 120,000. He had been waiting for this precise moment, when the Void Dwellers would walk right into his trap. Tsuyueshi sat quietly by his side, preparing tea for him. Surrounded by abundant resources, her aura had become harmonious and restrained. She had already reached the peak of the core formation stage, just one step away from triggering the heavenly tribulation and breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyelids twitched. He slowly opened his eyes. The gaze that was usually tinged with languid indifference now appeared utterly calm, deep and still as a tranquil pond, as if he had already foreseen everything. Almost at the same moment, Bruce, who had been dozing on the ground, jerked his dragon head up. For the first time, a grave and weighty look appeared in his golden dragon eyes. A low, rumbling growl vibrated in his throat, warning of something unseen. Jiao San, who had been sparring with the Qilin, froze in place as well. An inexplicable tremor rose from the depths of its soul, a terror so immense, it felt as if the sky itself was collapsing. What's wrong? Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Tsuyueshi asked softly. Lin Fan did not respond immediately. He rose slowly to his feet. An intangible, terrifying pressure surged out from him, rippling across the entire rear mountain and freezing the flow of spiritual energy in an instant. He could sense it, a warning. The 9 heavens 10 earth's divine suppression and demon annihilation grand array, covering the entire dragon country, was emitting its most urgent alarm. Beyond the barrier, a wicked aura neither of this world nor bound by its laws, brimming with aggression and destruction, was furiously hammering against the defenses. The source of this aura lay somewhere in the cosmic void, far beyond the planet's atmosphere. A vast spatial rift, stretching several kilometers across like an ugly scar, had been brutally branded onto the Earth's orbit. Countless unspeakable void beasts surged from the fissure, pouring through in an unstoppable tide. And beyond this endless army of monsters, a figure shrouded in terrifying spatial turbulence glared at Lin Fan from across the reach of the universe, its eyes filled with venomous hatred and a twisted satisfaction. It was Azrael themselves who tore open that gaping wound in the void, a monstrous, jagged mouth, now tearing asunder the boundary between reality and chaos. Billions upon billions of void creatures swarmed forth, each one twisted and nightmarish. Like a flood of black water bursting through a dam, they swept into a world they had long coveted, bringing with them a soul-freezing malice. The Sakura Kingdom, lying closest to the rift, became the first sacrifice in this apocalypse. As the shadows of these monsters, vast enough to blot out the sun, descended over the Tokyo skyline, the city was still basking in the tranquility of a peaceful afternoon. The sharp ring of air raid sirens had not yet echoed through the streets before destruction fell. A titanic, mountain-sized, many-eyed creature lashed out with its countless tentacles. Glass towers crumpled like children's blocks beneath its casual blows. Smaller beasts, swarming like a locust plague, descended upon the panicked crowds below. The self-defense forces, once a source of immense pride for the land of cherry blossoms, were as fragile as a sheet of paper before absolute power. Tank shells exploded against the monsters, only blowing off a few scraps of useless flesh, before the tanks themselves were overwhelmed and torn apart by a new tide of creatures. Fighter jets didn't even make it close, exploding mid-air from energy blasts that shot out of the monster horde below. This wasn't a war at all. It was one-sided slaughter and consumption. In just a handful of minutes, the once bustling international metropolis was razed to the ground. Blood stained the streets, and amid the ruins echoed the grisly noises of monsters feasting and the chilling shrieks of new spawn hatching. The entire island was quickly transformed into a grisly hatchery of blood and flesh. In the depths of despair, a surviving war correspondent, using the last backup connection, aimed their camera at the hell unfolding outside the window. "This is Tokyo. Please save us." The screen shook violently, and over the correspondent's heart-wrenching cries, a monster with scythe-like forelimbs shattered the glass. Abruptly, the picture cut off, plunging into eternal darkness. That brief, less than 30 seconds clip, carried on the last shreds of the internet, swept across the globe. The world fell into an unprecedented silence. Then, panic and chaos erupted like a volcano. Riots, looting, an apocalyptic frenzy played out in every place outside the protection of sacred formations. Heads of state met in emergency encrypted conferences, their faces ashen. Against this disaster beyond all comprehension, their contingency plans were rendered meaningless, a bitter joke. Yet, amid this worldwide wailing and hellfire, there was one land alone that stood as unyielding as iron. The Dragon Kingdom. The moment the heaven-earth divine annihilation grand formation descended from the void, it surged automatically to its peak. A nearly invisible golden canopy enveloped the entire nation, mysterious runes flowing ceaselessly above like rivers of stars. Countless void creatures, instinctively drawn to the Dragon Kingdom's boundless life energy, hurled themselves at the golden shield like moths to a flame. But the instant any of them touched the barrier, regardless of size or strength, they were vaporized, purified, and obliterated by the formation's supreme, blazing force. Not even ash remained. The Thunder Pool, an unbreachable boundary. Dragon Shield Bureau, Supreme Command Center. Zhong Tianzhong stood with his hands behind his back before the massive three-dimensional projection of the nation, his expression austere. In the command hall behind him, more than 1,000 staff members worked with tense precision, not a trace of panic among them. Global communications have been cut. All signals from foreign satellites have vanished. Reporting. The Sky Eye system shows void creatures have completely overrun the land of cherry blossoms and are spreading to the rest of the world. Reporting. The energy of our border formation remains stable. No abnormal fluctuations detected. Zhong Tianzhong listened to the reports one after another, his expression as unreadable as still water. He turned around to face all the staff, his voice ringing out loud and clear, carrying authority through the entire command center. Activate the Dragon Spine defense line. All combat units are to power up their energy systems to maximum capacity. Be prepared to respond to any emergency at any moment. At his command, enormous war fortresses, hidden within mountains and along the coastline of the vast national border, began to rise in silence and majesty. These super defenses, constructed with the technological backing provided by Sally, revealed their fearsome metallic exteriors, bristling with countless guns whose muzzles shimmered with threatening arcs of electricity. From plasma turrets with a strikingly futuristic look to energy towers capable of launching graviton beams, and to legions of thousands upon thousands of unmanned battle mechs. The vast war potential accumulated over the past 6 months now awakened all at once in this single moment. Every barrel, every energy weapon, pointed in unity skyward, trained on that golden canopy shimmering across the heavens. They were not bracing themselves for mere cannon fodder, but for the true adversaries, those powerful beings who might break through the Great Formation. At Xianyue Sect, in the mountain's rear, Lin Fan's awareness was intimately woven with the 9 skies, 10 realms divine demon annihilation formation. He needed no device. The calamities sweeping across Earth played out with perfect clarity in his mind's eye. He saw the demise of the Sakura nation, saw the desperate cries of people across the continent of Europa, saw American cities falling to the iron tread of monsters. Yet his face betrayed no emotion. These scenes were well within his expectations. The laws of the universe are ruthlessly simple. Without power, one is doomed to become prey. Beyond the rift in the void, Azrael's flawless body, newly forged from the energies of the void, hovered amidst chaos. His cold gaze pierced through endless space, fixed unblinkingly on the land beneath that golden sky. Lin Fan. He murmured the name, greed and burning hatred flickering through his eyes. After fleeing into the dimension of the void, he struck a bargain with the master of the void, catching only the vaguest glimpse of that being's unimaginable power. He knew well that the formation before him harbored strength sufficient to make even the Void's sovereign take pause. A brute assault would only waste his forces in vain. His true target was Lin Fan. What he craved was that inexhaustible fount of life energy within the great formation, a vitality so abundant, it made his very soul shudder with hunger. Azrael's will, intangible yet irresistible, swept instantly into the minds of every Void creature under his command. The monstrous horde that had only moments ago been battering itself against China's defenses abruptly halted in perfect unison. Then, like a tide receding, they shifted direction, spreading out across the rest of the world's yet untouched regions, beginning an even bloodier, more ruthless campaign of annihilation. He intended first to transform all of Earth into his own arsenal and private garden, before turning his full attention to the hardest target of all, this impregnable turtle shell. Across the globe, the last remnants of national leadership, using heavily encrypted military channels for what might be their final plea, sent heart-rending calls for help to China. Save us. We are willing to surrender all of our sovereignty and merge into the Dragon Nation. All we ask is for a place to take refuge. We are willing to share all our technology, all our resources. Please, open the barrier and let us in. Humanity cannot go extinct like this. Please, we beg you. Inside the command center, Zhong Tianjing stared at the screen as messages for help flashed by one after another. Faces that once dominated the stage of world affairs now showed nothing but humility and despair. He watched in silence for a moment. Then, reaching out, he personally shut down the communication channel. In an instant, the world fell silent. Director, a subordinate, looked at him, eyes full of complicated emotion. Now, the Dragon Nation is the last ember of human civilization. Zhong Tianjing's voice was devoid of emotion. Any hint of hesitation will spell total defeat. He turned back to face the vast projection of his homeland, his gaze unwavering and steely. In the depths of the void, Azrael seemed to sense something. A chilling smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He knew that an army of mere fodder would never shake the divine array. Slowly, he raised a hand. From the deep shadows behind him, a strange entity emerged, so intangible and elusive it was almost indistinguishable from the background of space itself. This creature had no substance, no weight, not even a fixed form. It was like a twisted concept made manifest. Immune to any physical or energy attack, its only ability was to erode, warp, and assimilate the minds and souls of sentient beings. This was a gift bestowed on him by the Lord of the Void. Go, Azrael commanded, his voice laced with dark amusement. Find the flaw from within, and then unravel it for me. The shadowy entity quivered slightly, as if in acknowledgement. The next instant, it drifted away, gliding soundlessly across the chaotic battlefield. Distance and space meant nothing to it. It slipped toward a hidden node within the grand golden sky barrier. Xianyue sect, behind a mountain. Lin Fan withdrew his aura that had swept across the globe, turning his gaze back to the courtyard. Su Yueshi came to his side, a hint of worry between her brows. She could not see the fissures in the universe, but she could keenly sense the restless, murderous tension filling the world. Along the Dragon Nation's vast borders, several void creatures resembling winged dragons broke away from the main force station just outside the sky barrier. Whether it was curiosity or instinct, they had lowered their altitude, probing the defense's thinner layers in search of a possible breach. They had just entered an airspace less than 10 kilometers from the border. Beep! High-energy intrusion target detected. In the subterranean war bunkers scattered along the frontier, the cold, mechanical voice of an automated system echoed. In the very next moment, the menacing muzzles of concealed cannons silently slid out from their hiding places in mountain faces and coastlines, the center of each muzzle alight with a fierce blue electric glow. 3 thick blue plasma beams, wider than a barrel, sliced through the air in lethal arcs. Their deadly trajectories found their targets even before sound could follow, striking the flying monsters with terrifying precision. The instant the beams made contact, the creatures, flesh and bone alike, were torn apart and vaporized by the searing heat and crushing pressure of the energy. This scene played out in real time on the massive screen of the Dragon Shield Bureau Supreme Command Center. For a moment, the suffocating tension in the Grand Hall eased just a little. Zhong Tianjing watched grimly as the enemies evaporated in an instant on the screen, yet his face remained rigid and unyielding. He was well aware that these were nothing more than lowly cannon fodder. The true threat waited beyond the unseen veil of the golden sky. Far away, in the void, Azrael issued a silent command to the intangible, mysterious entity it had sent forth. Invisible and incorporeal, the The creature drifted quietly to the very edge of the golden barrier. Though unable to pierce the magical formation, it began to slip its insidious, mind-twisting whispers along the tiniest fissures in the energy web, slowly working its corruption inward. On the dragon spine defense line, Eastern War Zone, a soldier, adjusting his artillery sight, suddenly saw the face of his comrade melt in his crosshairs, warping into a decayed mass crawling with maggots. He let out a harrowing scream, and, seized by instinct, started to squeeze the trigger. At almost the same moment, deep in a Western Plateau bunker, a female communications officer yanked off her headset in shock. The comm orders of command had been replaced by a cacophony of hateful curses and infant wails. As she pulled the headset free, she froze in horror. Her hands had transformed into withered, skeletal claws before her eyes. In the Northern Tundra's radar station, a technician stared at his monitor in disbelief. Green blips, symbols of Allied forces, had turned into squirming, grotesque eyeballs. Screams echoed out. No. Monsters. They're inside. Help. My hands. In just a few seconds, across the thousands of miles of the Dragon Nation's Dragon Spine frontier, hundreds, perhaps thousands, of soldiers with fragile wills lost their grip on reality at the same time. Some turned weapons on their comrades. Others injured themselves in panic, and still more, driven to madness, began to destroy the equipment around them. In a heartbeat, chaos of the strangest order overtook the entire defensive front. Back at the Dragon Shield Bureau's command center, shrill alarm sirens melded into a deafening chorus. On the giant screen, green status lights, signifying operational zones, flared red in an overwhelming, alarming tide. Report. Massive incidents of mental breakdown at posts 3, 4, and 9. Report. Contact lost with 7 firepower units in the Eastern War Zone. Report. Some soldiers claim to be seeing hallucinations. They're attacking friendly forces indiscriminately. The atmosphere, which had just moments earlier felt somewhat relaxed, instantly solidified into something unyielding. An icy dread cut through everyone present. This was an attack the likes of which they had never witnessed. Silent, invisible, yet striking directly at the most vulnerable corners of the human heart. Zhong Tianjing's expression was so dark it seemed it could drip water. Without hesitation, he barked an order. Connect to Ms. Sally. Sally's projection materialized in the center of the hall, her sapphire eyes awash with a chaotic stream of data. This isn't a coincidence. It's a massive-scale psychic assault. Sally's voice quivered in shock. A kind of psychic plague unlike anything in my database. It's spreading through a means we can't comprehend, directly corrupting the minds of intelligent life. A psychic plague. Those words descended upon the command center, crushing the spirit of everyone like an immovable mountain. Meanwhile, on the rear mountains of the Xianyue sect, Lin Yu's delicate face suddenly drained of all color, her long lashes trembling uncontrollably. She snapped her eyes open and clutched Lin Fan's arm in a desperate grip. Brother, her voice was thick with tears and fear. I can hear them. So many people, they're screaming. It hurts so much. Lin Fan stiffened, steadying his sister by the shoulders, his tone gentle yet grave. Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. Tell me, what did you hear? I don't know. Lin Yu's small hands were clenched tightly, knuckles white, her body shaking violently. It's not sound, it's a feeling. Thousands upon thousands of people, their minds stuffed with crawling things. It's so dark, so hopeless. Brother. As the silent plague swept further, the pain echoing in Lin Yu's mind multiplied, each new wave threatening to submerge her spirit beneath a flood of agony and despair. Lin Fan's face turned cold as frost. He wasted no time. With a single thought, the system shop, visible only to him, flashed into view. Without hesitation, he scrolled to the list under Psychic Abilities and scanned rapidly, finally settling on a diamond-shaped crystal that glowed with gentle, pure white light. Mindesh Dominion Devinutishard Fragment. Effect, upon binding with a psychic soul, greatly refines and amplifies the user's mental power, empowering their psychic abilities to evolve. Grants absolute purification and protection within the mental domain. Has a minuscule chance to complete the divinity, enabling further transcendence. Exchange points, 800,000. Exchange. Ding. 800,000 points consumed. Exchange successful. Remaining points, 5,873,250. A flawless, translucent, diamond-shaped crystal, like moonlight solidified, materialized out of thin air in Lin Fan's palm. He gently pressed it to the spot between Lin Yu's brows. Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. Feel its power. The instant the crystal touched her skin, it dissolved into a gentle white glow and merged seamlessly into her being. In an instant, Lin Yu's body ceased trembling. A surge of indescribable spiritual power, mighty and boundless, erupted explosively from her very core. What had been merely an SS-rank psychic ability, under the catalysis of the divine core of Mind's dominion, broke through its limits like a breached dam, shattering the bottleneck and soaring to new heights. The barrier crumbled. She reached SSS rank. Lin Yu slowly floated upward, rising into the air, her eyes remaining shut. An aura of radiant, holy white light enveloped her, while her long, jet-black hair billowed weightlessly, untouched by any breeze. In that moment, she became attuned to the collective spiritual consciousness of billions across Longwa. She could also see those insidious black threads, like parasitic worms, spreading terror and madness in countless minds. The next second, her eyes snapped open. And what eyes they were, clear and pure, yet containing a divine blend of majesty and compassion. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and she cried out in a voice that rang with clarity and resolve, "Begone!" No physical sound escaped her lips, yet her shout transformed into a silent wave of purifying power, sweeping instantly across all of Longwa. In the Dragon Shield Bureau's command center, rows of red alerts on the massive screens vanished in an instant, snuffed out as if by their nemesis, replaced with the reassuring green of normalcy. Along the borders, soldiers who had been lost in wild frenzy suddenly went limp and collapsed to the ground. When they awoke, only confusion and lingering dread remained in their eyes. Across the nation, everyone touched by the psychic plague felt the hallucinations and maddening whispers in their minds melt away, vanishing like frost beneath the morning sun. All traces of spiritual corruption were wiped away, expelled and purified by Lin Yu's single exclamation. Meanwhile, in the void dimension, Azrael was admiring his masterpiece, awaiting the moment the fortress would collapse from within. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. He clutched his head in agony. A muffled scream of pain forced its way up from his throat. A force of pure, absolute purification coursed backward along his psychic link with his specially bred void creature, surging straight into the heart of his soul. The sensation was as if a branding iron, red-hot and unforgiving, had been pressed directly onto his spirit. Azrael's form wavered in the void. He nearly plummeted from the sky. Gritting his teeth against the pain that seared down to his very bones, he stared in disbelief toward Earth. His psychic plague had been utterly undone, almost in a heartbeat. Not only that, the power backlash was so pure and vast that even he felt a tremor of dread. SSS-ranked psychic power. A look of terror crossed Azrael's face. How is this possible? On this planet, aside from myself, how could there possibly be another SSS-ranked psychic? That holy, pure white light, which had shrouded the entire world, slowly drew back into Lin Yu's body. Her figure wavered as she drifted down from a dare. Her face was pale, the color of someone drained of all energy, yet those clear eyes of hers still shone with unwavering determination. Tsuyueshi hurried forward to catch her. "Xiaoyu, are you all right?" Lin Yu shook her head and, leaning into Tsuyueshi's support, took a moment to catch her breath before turning to her brother. Her voice was still frail, but carried an unusual sense of resonance. "Brother, I think just now I was connected to the minds of everyone in Longwa." She gathered her thoughts, as if searching for words to describe a wholly unprecedented experience. I could feel their emotions, their thoughts, and there was something filthy among them. It felt like worms crawling in their minds, spreading fear and madness. Lin Yu's small face creased in disgust, her revulsion towards that sensation plain to see. "But I managed to drive them all out." As she said this, she looked down at her hands, her gaze a mix of bewilderment and a newfound confidence awakened by the surge of power within her. "And I think I found the source and struck it hard." Lin Fan stepped in front of her, carefully examining her condition. In just a brief moment, a tempest of emotion welled up in his heart. Her divine spark had fused flawlessly, and Lin Yu's psychic power had undergone a radical transformation. In both intensity and purity, she had now solidly crossed into the threshold of SSS rank. "Xiaoyu, you're incredible." Lin Fan ruffled her hair, brimming with pride for his little sister. "If you're tired, go get some rest and leave the rest to me." At the very same moment, Azrael's body, formed entirely of raw energy, suddenly convulsed as an agonized howl escaped his lips, uncontrollable. A puff of dark violet energy seeped from his mouth, and his void-forged form began to flicker, teetering between existence and nothingness. Clutching his head, his handsome features twisted in pain and fury. An SSS-class psychic ability? Azrael's voice exploded with disbelief and outrage. "Impossible. How could it be? On this world he regarded as his private garden, a world about to be devoured by the void. How could a psychic of the same rank as himself have emerged? The path to SSS-level psychic mastery was beyond arduous. Azrael had banked the fortune of an entire era, slept for centuries, and barely managed to elevate his spatial power to its zenith. And now, in a single encounter, his mental assault had been instantly dispelled, and he'd even been wounded at the very core of his soul in retaliation. This surge of shock and rage lasted only a few short seconds. Then another feeling, hotter, wilder, as if a wildfire swept through his every thought, devoured him whole. Greed. SSS-level spatial powers, now combined with an SSS-level psychic gift. Azrael's breathing grew heavier, a feverish light flickering in his eyes. He imagined, if he could unite these two supreme powers within himself, what a magnificent figure he would become. Forget conquering this small earth. Even the master of the void dimension would have no choice but to regard him with awe. He had to claim her, strip her power, devour her soul, and transform this gift from the heavens into a ladder to his own godhood. This greed overwhelmed every last shred of reason and caution. Azrael suddenly raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through dimensions, locking onto that land on earth draped beneath a golden sky. The next moment, he made his decision. His true body, a flawless vessel, forged from endless void energy, with a battle power nearing 100,000, began to move. Above the ruins of Tokyo, in Sakura country, countless void creatures gnawed and spawned amidst the flesh-stained rubble of the city, turning the entire island into a massive, repulsive nest. Suddenly, the sky went dark. It wasn't storm clouds, but a shape. Azrael's form materialized soundlessly 10,000 meters above the earth. He didn't release any pressure deliberately, but every void beast that sensed his presence instinctively froze, paying him the highest homage. Azrael stretched out his arms, as if to embrace the entire world. His voice was cold and arrogant, bypassing the air entirely. Instead, it resonated directly in the spirit, echoing vividly in the mind of every survivor, bringing the message to every corner of the globe in an instant. Lin Fan, I, Azrael, am waiting for you right here. Bring your despair. Come out and kneel before me. Inside the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center, Zhong Tianzheng heard the voice and merely adjusted his glasses without expression. His mind drifted back to the silent psychic plague that had only just faded away, just as quietly as it had arrived. He hardly had to think. It was obviously connected to Lin Fan. He was growing numb to the seemingly endless tricks Lin Fan could pull from his sleeve. At Xianyu sect, Lin Fan was about to comfort the still-shaken Lin Yu when Azrael's overdramatic challenge echoed in his mind. He paused, then came dangerously close to bursting out laughing. That guy looks like he didn't get enough of the last spirit bomb I threw at him, Lin Fan murmured, rubbing his chin with a strange smile. He even went out of his way to strike a pose in Sakura country, broadcasting his presence. Afraid nobody would notice he'd shown up, he patted Su Yueshi's hand, gave Lin Yu a reassuring glance, and said, I'll be right back. As soon as he finished speaking, golden energy flared to life around him. He was ready to head straight over and give that fool an unexpected surprise. But just as he made his move, something changed violently, without warning. Suspended high above the Xianyue sect, the barrier of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, god-locking, demon-exterminating grand formation, invisible to the naked eye, suddenly rippled at a certain spot within, as if someone had thrown a stone into the calm surface of a pond. The air twisted violently, distorting space itself. Azrael's sinister laugh once again echoed, crisp and direct, in Lin Fan's mind. Did you really think I'd be foolish enough to wait for you on the outside? No sooner had the words resounded than that warped patch of space was wrenched open by a force so overwhelming that it tore a pitch-black rift straight through it with irresistible might. But this was no mere fissure in the fabric of space. Instead, it was a perfectly aimed, point-to-point teleportation channel that brazenly ignored the defensive layers of the Grand Array. Though the opening was narrow, scarcely more than 10 meters across, it was more than enough to launch a surprise assault. In the very next instant, under the horrified gazes of all within Xianyue sect, dozens of grotesque, terrifying void creatures surged feverishly from the dark passage, squeezing out in a mad rush as though forced from a tube. Among them were several colossal beasts, elite void monsters whose size and aura far surpassed the ordinary. Azrael's true intent had never been a dignified duel at the front lines. He meant to strike at their weakness, a direct assault on the heart of the stronghold. Su Yueshi's face grew colder than moonlight. The Luna sword flashed from its sheath, casting a pale, icy radiance across her ethereal beauty. She remained utterly composed, her voice ringing clear and commanding. All disciples, form the Xianyue sword array, defend the rear courtyard. Before the words had faded, a horde of vicious void beasts had already burst forth, howling and hissing from the rift. The monsters came in all shapes. Some resembled gigantic arthropods, others were twisted, oozing lumps of flesh, all reeking of stench and chaos as they hurled themselves toward the nearest buildings and disciples. A deeper, bone-shaking roar erupted from somewhere within the depths of the breach. With a tremendous crash, an elite void colossus, over a dozen meters tall, encased in bone-plated armor and looking like a monstrous hybrid of mantis and lizard, shoved the smaller monsters aside and dropped to the ground. The impact of the beast's landing shattered the earth, sending cracks snaking through the ground. A ferocity far beyond that of lesser void beasts locked instantly onto Su Yueshi, drawn to the spiritual power that blazed about her. With a flick of her wrist, Su Yueshi traced a luminous arc with the Luna sword, composing a chilling sword flower. The power of her Tyene glass divine body surged through her, and the aura of a consummate core formation cultivator burst forth, unrestrained. She knew full well, she alone must stand against this monstrous foe. Bruce! Though Lin Yu's face was pale from earlier exertions, her eyes blazed with unwavering resolve. With a mighty roar, Bruce, the five-clawed golden dragon, who had been coiled lazily in the courtyard, snapped from his slumber at last. In the next moment, all traces of silliness vanished, replaced by an unmistakable air of majesty. Bruce tilted his head back and unleashed a roar that seemed to shake the heavens, a true dragon's cry, reverberating with the ancient authority of his divine bloodline. His golden serpentine body, stretching nearly 8 or 9 meters, unfurled in all its glory. Every scale shimmered with a sacred light. The sheer presence radiating from a creature at the apex of life made even the once fierce, rampaging void beasts falter, their movements stilled by awe and dread. On the other side, Jiao San, who had just been serving as a punching bag for the young Qilin Xiaobai, was also startled by this unexpected turn of events. First, he sensed the aura of intruders, and then Bruce's dragon might struck him like a jolt of electricity, bringing him instantly to full alert. How dare you, vile fiends, to cause trouble before my master's immortal residence? Jiaosan suddenly raised his massive dragon's head high, the opportunity for heroics gleaming in his eyes. Here, with enemies at the gate, was his perfect chance to impress Lord Dragon God Bruce. With a thunderous roar, Jiaosan revealed his true form, a vast flood dragon, hundreds of meters long, no longer hiding his power. He soared skyward, his gigantic presence outmatching even the elite beasts by a wide margin. With a mighty swing of his tail, imbued with the force of 1,000 mountains, he struck out, scattering 7 or 8 ordinary void monsters into a bloody mist. Do not fear. As long as I am here, you are safe, bellowed Jiao San, all while glancing back over his shoulder to encourage the trembling disciples of Xianyu's sect, embodying the fierce protectiveness of a true guardian beast. At the same time, Zhao Feng, Chen Yuan, and the others had already formed a sword formation with their fellow disciples. Zhao Feng, jaw set tight, gripped his long sword so hard it began to hum with tension. Afraid? Never. We fight to the end, he shouted, rallying his companion's spirits. In that instant, the wilds behind Xianyu's sect exploded with chaos. Sword light wove through monstrous energy, dragon roars mingled with savage cries. Graceful yet deadly, Su Yueshi danced amid the fray, her moonlight sword slicing through the air. With every swing, crescents of icy sword energy slashed precisely at the joints and armored gaps of the elite behemoth, each arc imbued with the cold, corroding force of the lunar power, steadily eroding its flesh and blood. Bruce, on the other hand, fought with direct and brutal efficiency. One explosive breath, and a torrent of golden flames incinerated 5 or 6 monsters, reducing them to charred husks. His razor-sharp claws, deadly as any divine weapon, swept across the battlefield, tearing through monstrous defenses with terrifying ease. Jiaosan reveled in the slaughter, relying on his thick hide and raw strength. Charging and barreling his way forward, he tore through the monsters with primal fury, biting, ramming, and battering them with mighty swings of his tail until chaos ruled among their ranks. Meanwhile, Qinlan coolly directed small squads of disciples, guiding their compact sword formations with measured confidence. They focused on mopping up any stray monsters scattered by the melee, holding the line with stalwart determination, a fortress of unity amid the storm. Azrael's assault had crashed hard against a wall of iron, as solid and unyielding as could be. At that very moment, In the ruins of Tokyo, Sakura Kingdom, a streak of golden light tore across the sky, so swift it seemed to teleport to 10,000 meters above the ground, abruptly halting before Azrael. It was Lin Fan. His gaze swept over the city below, which had now become nothing more than a grotesque hive of flesh and blood. There was no trace of pity in his eyes, only a cold, unfathomable indifference. Only then did he turn his attention to the old friend standing before him. "Long time no see," Lin Fan remarked, scrutinizing Azrael's flawless form, one woven from pure void energy. His tone was casual, almost flippant. "Looks like last time didn't teach you a lesson. Came all the way here just to put on a show, afraid the world might not know you've returned." Azrael's handsome features remained composed, a mixture of godlike detachment and serene indifference. He seemed utterly unruffled by Lin Fan's mockery. Spreading his arms wide, he spoke with a chant-like reverence. "You don't understand, Lin Fan. This is not for your sake, but to welcome the birth of a new god." His gaze burned with a feverish greed, as if he could peer straight through space itself and witness the surge and ebb of that pure spiritual force rising from the direction of the Xianyu sect. An SSS-class spatial ability fused with an SSS-class psychic power, he murmured, lost in obsession. What a magnificent force that would be. With it, I would transcend all limits, become a true god. Lin Fan arched an eyebrow. "You're insane." He dismissed further conversation, unleashing his aura in a sudden, thunderous surge. Golden flames erupted skyward, repelling the surrounding void energy, dyeing the entire sky a dazzling gold. But just as Lin Fan readied his fist to strike, Azrael only smiled. It was a smile of absolute confidence, a victor smile. Suddenly, the world around Lin Fan began to warp into something grotesque. The sky ceased to be sky. The ground was no longer ground. The ruins of Tokyo before him, Azrael's silhouette, all became like a canvas that was being ruthlessly twisted and pressed, every line, color, and shadow stretched, distorted, reversed in a frenzy. Lin Fan felt as if he had tumbled into a dimensional rift, surrounded on all sides by shifting, unfathomable fragments of space. The ground vanished beneath his feet. He wasn't falling, but rather, the very concept of ground no longer existed. He tried to steady himself, only to realize all sense of orientation was gone. Forward and back, up and down, inside and out, all spatial concepts were obliterated and chaotically rebuilt in that instant. "Welcome to my world, Lin Fan." Azrael's voice reverberated from everywhere at once, resounding from every twisted fragment of the warped space, ringing with the gravity of a true sovereign. When Lin Fan's vision refocused, he found himself in a bizarre, indescribable world, a reality so strange that words failed to capture its essence. The sky was a dark purple, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. Instead, countless enormous, silent eyes floated above, slowly turning, watching him with cold indifference. The ground beneath his feet was a vast chessboard made of endless black and white squares, stretching out to the farthest limits of his vision. Rising from his chessboard were impossible structures that defied the laws of physics, some looping into themselves like Mobius strips, others resembling Escher's drawings, with staircases winding ever upward into infinity. Azrael stood on the tip of a nearby, inverted spire, high above, looking down at him with detached superiority. "In this place, I am the only law." Azrael's voice quivered with gleeful anticipation. "Here I define space. I command distance. Physics itself is but a script I scribble at my leisure." Lin Fan's brow furrowed deeply as he tried to take a step forward. Something strange happened. He clearly willed his body to move, yet he found himself rooted in place, unmoved. The chessboard between him and Azrael, though, stretched farther and farther in his vision, as if an impossible gulf of thousands of miles divided them now. He tried again, conjuring an orb of energy and hurling it toward Azrael. But the instant it left his hand, it somehow appeared behind him instead, shrieking away to explode at the far horizon. "It's useless," Azrael murmured with the satisfaction of a spider watching a butterfly caught in its web. "Here, your speed means nothing. You can never cross the distance I decree. Your attacks are meaningless too, since I can bend them in any direction I please." With a snap of his fingers, Azrael unleashed his power. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming force closing in from every side, as though the full weight of the world, and more, crushed down upon him. The protective aura around his body groaned under the pressure, his body buckled, and the black and white tiles beneath his feet cracked in fine, splintering lines. Azrael's words drifted down with mocking amusement. "Now, do you still think you have what it takes to challenge me?" Meanwhile, in the secluded rear mountains of Xianyu's sect, the battle ended as abruptly as it had begun. The final void beast was split in two by the moonlit chill of the moonlight sword, its blood freezing into crystals before it even struck the ground. Instantly, eerie silence descended upon the battlefield, as if the night itself were holding its breath. Tsuyoshi stood amid the wreckage, sword in hand. Boundless spiritual energy shimmered at the peak of formation around her, and she surveyed the aftermath with an icy calm. A sudden, canine call broke the heavy quiet. All eyes turned to see the once mighty, awe-inspiring five-clawed golden dragon, Bruce, now rubbing his massive golden head affectionately against Lin Yu's cheek. Not long ago, Bruce had unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, scorching dozens of monsters, and smashed 3 elite beasts with a single swipe of his claw, a feat of utter dominance. Yet now, he had returned to the goofy appearance of a husky once more. Behold, the dragon god's glory is unmatched, invincible under heaven. A booming, sycophantic shout erupted, echoing across the scene. Everyone was startled. They watched as Jiao San's enormous form, hundreds of meters long, shrank at an utterly ridiculous speed. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a little snake, just over 3 meters long, and wriggled fawningly to Bruce's feet. Lifting his dragon head high, Jiao San adopted a posture of near worship and addressed Bruce. Great dragon god, the dragon's breath you unleashed just now was enough to burn the heavens and boil the seas. Utterly magnificent. My admiration for you is like a mighty river, stretching on without end. Bruce didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He merely flicked his tail, as if shooing away an annoying fly. Yet Jiao San looked as though he had received the greatest gift in the world. His whole body trembled with excitement. Thank you for your guidance, Dragon God. I understand now. In that single sweep, there lay the ultimate truth of supreme simplicity. I shall ponder this at once. With that, he actually coiled up nearby, dramatically closed his eyes, and put on a thoroughly enlightened expression, as if saying, I get it now. Zhao Feng, Chun Ziyuan, and the others were left staring, absolutely dumbfounded. Tsuyoshi paid no attention to this ridiculous scene. She lifted her gaze skyward, where the rift torn open by Azrael had already begun to dissipate, like ripples fading on water, returning to normal after the loss of its sustaining energy. Meanwhile, outside the planet, the once thriving civilization of humanity was nothing but scorched earth. On the European continent, the remains of the Eiffel Tower were entwined with massive, fleshy vines, transformed into some hideous incubator. On the American continent, half the Statue of Liberty was submerged in a thick, purple-black goo where countless smaller void creatures swam restlessly. Apart from the Dragon Nation, protected beneath its golden firmament, the entire planet had become a banquet hall for the ravenous creatures of the void. Only a handful of the luckiest souls had managed to take refuge in their nation's strongest underground bunkers the instant disaster struck, barely escaping the apocalypse. But even they were left clinging to survival. All communication was lost, and resources were scarce. The surface belonged to monsters now. They huddled in their frigid iron shelters, haunted day and night by the endless chorus of gnawing and howling overhead, every second steeped in despair. Earth had become one vast tomb. In the bizarre black and white chessboard world, Lin Fan withstood crushing spatial pressure from every direction, his protective aura groaning under the strain. Now came Azrael's voice from the tip of the inverted spire, brimming with divine arrogance and mockery. Do you still believe you are worthy to face me? Slowly, Lin Fan raised his head. There was not a trace of alarm or hopelessness on his face, only a strange little smile. Insane. He spat out the single word. Azrael's smile froze. What did you just say? I say. Lin Fan worked his neck, stiff from the pressure, and said, Aren't you tired of these flashy tricks? He looked around, taking in the twisted buildings and the gigantic eye hanging in the sky. Curling his lips in a smirk, he continued, You've built such a vast world, manipulating every inch of space just to deal with me. It can't be easy on your energy reserves, huh? Azrael's face darkened. Lin Fan seemed not to notice and went on analyzing. You distort space so I can't get near you. Change the vectors so my attacks can't land. Increase spatial density to press me down physically. TSK, not bad. Very creative, I'll give you that. But unfortunately, Lin Fan suddenly shifted gears, his golden aura flaring and forcibly pushing the surrounding pressure back a little more. Before absolute strength, all your techniques are nothing but paper tigers. A sudden sense of dread rose within Azrael. What are you getting at? I'm saying. Lin Fan bared his teeth in a sharp grin. Your so-called spatial cage sounds impressive, but there's always a limit somewhere. I don't believe you can keep this up endlessly without any cost or restriction. Even if there is a limit, it's not for a mere mortal like you to reach. Azrael snapped, redoubling his power. The space around Lin Fan warped again, and the pressure surged tenfold. A brittle, splintering sound echoed as the black and white checkered floor beneath Lin Fan finally buckled under the weight, cracking apart inch by inch. His entire body sank with a jolt, and even his bones seemed ready to groan under the strain. Yet he was still smiling. A mere mortal? You'll soon see which one of us deserves that name. As his words fell, the golden flames that enveloped Lin Fan abruptly shrank inward at a staggering speed. The energy, terrifying at a strength of 120,000, no longer pulsed outward aimlessly. Instead, by some unimaginable willpower, he forced it to compress and condense with wild intensity. What had moments ago shone as bright as the sun, now contracted into a thin, golden membrane pressed close to his skin. But that membrane blazed brighter than the sun ever could, almost blinding in its radiance. Azrael's expression contorted in shock. He could feel it. Within Lin Fan, a power was building, one so fearsome that it made even his heart pound with dread. That force was climbing, escalating exponentially with each heartbeat. He tried to halt it, only to find his control over the space around Lin Fan rapidly slipping away. Lin Fan had gathered all his power into a space less than a meter around his body, forging a region of blinding energy density. Its power was so immense, it started to disrupt, and even surpass, the fundamental limits Azrael's own spatial laws could contain. "Stop right there," Azrael bellowed, summoning every ounce of power this space could muster, shaping it into an enormous invisible hand that lunged to crush Lin Fan with brutal force. But it was already too late. "Your little cage," Lin Fan's voice was calm and cold, as if echoing from the depths of the underworld, "isn't so sturdy after all." In the next instant, the immense power he had gathered reached its peak and exploded outward with a thunderous force. There was no earth-shattering boom, nor blinding flashes that threatened to tear the sky apart. All that broke the silence was a crisp sound, clear and sharp, like the shattering of glass. Crack! Centered on Lin Fan, jagged black fissures split the very space around him, each one clearly visible, spreading outward at breathtaking speed. These cracks multiplied, fanning out like a spider's web, sweeping across the entire monochrome chessboard world in the blink of an eye. The gigantic eye hanging in the sky, the inverted spires, the warped architecture. Azrael's face twisted in disbelief and terror. In a single instant, with that one crystal crack, everything, every sight, every distortion, fractured like a shattered mirror. The illusion dissolved in a rush, fantastical fragments swirling away in all directions, vanishing into the empty air before they could touch the ground. The world around them snapped back into reality. They were once again 10,000 meters above ground, standing above what was left of Tokyo, now nothing but a ruinous nest of blood and flesh. Lin Fan hovered in the sky, the faint golden sheen enveloping him slowly fading, transforming once more into burning golden flames. Not 100 meters opposite him, Azrael's flawless void-forged form was trembling ever so slightly, his handsome face frozen in utter disbelief. His space-bound cage, impossible to break from within, had just been shattered by brute force. Lin Fan flexed his hand, then looked up at Azrael, his brows arching in a silent challenge. "A duel, is it? Shall we begin now?" Azrael's face, shaped of pure void energy and dripping with an unnatural beauty, was now a canvas of shock and absurdity. Impossible. It's impossible. His mind screamed in denial. Rationality strained to its breaking point as the divine mask he wore began to splinter. To reconstruct this perfect body of the void, he'd struck a pact with the supreme void lord itself, pledging loyalty and surrendering his future, all in exchange for a tenfold surge in strength. Such fortune, a boon that transcended dimensions. He believed he now stood at the summit of all life on this world. He believed that no matter how strong Lin Fan became, at best, he would still be confined within the bounds of mortal strength. But now, the golden blaze burning around Lin Fan was so solid it seemed almost tangible, and its sheer presence was enough to make the very laws of space itself moan in anguish, a terrifying pressure that mocked Azrael's every assumption. Lin Fan's strength hadn't merely increased tenfold. It had transformed, become something fundamentally different. This defied all logic. Why? Why was he, Lin Fan, able to surpass him, when he himself had been blessed by the Void Lord in person? Azrael could not comprehend it. Jealousy and rage blossomed in his chest, twisting into an icy, murderous resolve. "I won't believe it," he roared, divinity and madness tangled together in his voice. "Lin Fan, No matter what underhanded tricks you use, before the true laws of space, you're nothing more than an ant. Before his words had even faded, he flung his arms wide. He unleashed his SSS-level spatial powers without holding anything back. With him at the center, space for kilometers around instantly fractured like a shattered mirror. Countless dimensional rifts snapped into existence, instantly isolating him and Lin Fan. Each rift represented a warped length of space. Physically, they were separated by scarcely 100 meters, but under the laws of space, that distance had been stretched to several thousand kilometers. And that was not all. Every layer of these space rifts was as sharp as a divine blade. Like countless invisible razors, they slashed relentlessly toward where Lin Fan stood. This was his most powerful, all-encompassing technique. The cage of worlds, He didn't believe that, under such absolute spatial partitioning, Lin Fan's brute strength could mean anything at all. Yet, faced with an attack so terrifying it could slice an entire aircraft carrier fleet down to atoms in an instant, Lin Fan only gave a dismissive snort. Again with this? Don't you ever get tired? The next moment, he moved. No teleportation, no flashy tricks. Just the simplest, most direct action. He drove his right foot forcefully into the ground ahead. A thunderous boom exploded from beneath his feet, as if the very dawn of the universe was being torn open. All of his immense power didn't spill outwards, but instead, every last ounce was brutally channeled into that single point of space beneath him, its force absolutely concentrated. A crisp crackling, like the sharp snap of splitting ice, overwhelmed all the other noise. The layers upon layers of seemingly endless dimensional barriers Azrael had conjured up. Under Lin Fan's foot, they shattered like thin ice beneath a rampaging elephant. Every spatial distortion, every stretched-out distance, every rule Azrael sought to impose. With that single step, they all fell apart. Unstoppable. Azrael's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He watched in disbelief as that golden figure, so calm and unhurried, walked right through his proud cage of worlds, stepping across those thousands of kilometers of illusory distance in a single stride to appear before him. Too fast. Even Azrael's neural reflexes couldn't keep up with his movement. He barely had time to lift his arm, trying to summon a spatial shield in front of him. But Lin Fan's fist was already there. It was a fist wreathed in dazzling golden flame, deceptively simple, direct, with no technique to it at all. Just speed. Absolute, blinding speed. Boom! That fist landed squarely on Azrael's face. His exquisitely handsome features, like a work of art, were instantly smashed, warping grotesquely like a melon struck by a battering ram. Pure void energy erupted in all directions in a mad surge. He was transformed into a streak of black lightning, launched at dozens of times the speed of sound by a single punch from 10,000 meters above, crashing down mercilessly into the ruined wasteland of Tokyo below, a desolate expanse of flesh and shattered remnants. A deafening, thunderous roar tore through the air. The ground trembled violently. At the very heart of this city-turned nest, a colossal crater more than a kilometer across appeared out of nowhere. Countless void creatures, still hatching and writhing in the tangled mass below, were instantly blasted apart by the shockwave, reduced to their most primal particles of energy. Lin Fan's figure, wraith-like and silent, materialized at the rim of the abyss. He gazed down at the battered form lying at the bottom of the crater. Azrael struggled up from the debris. His once perfect void body was now missing the entire right half of his face, energy leaking from the wound in black, swirling wisps. All traces of divine detachment and arrogance had been wiped clean. Only disbelief and abject terror remained in his eyes. "You!" He barely managed a word. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan vanished from his position. The next instant, he reappeared behind Azrael. With chilling precision, he drove his knee, charged with terrifying power, squarely into Azrael's back. A violent, guttural gasp escaped from Azrael as his chest arched grotesquely forward, his whole body curling up like a boiled shrimp. The void energy that made up his form shuddered violently from a blow, nearly disintegrating on the spot. "Still think you can run?" Lin Fan's cold voice echoed by his ear. Panic exploded in Azrael's mind. Fighting through soul-tearing agony, he desperately roused the last shreds of his power. He knew he was absolutely no match for Lin Fan. If he didn't flee now, he was dead for certain. Summoning every ounce of strength, he raised his only remaining left hand and tore viciously at the air before him. A sound like ripping fabric split the silence. By brute force, he wrenched open a pitch-black rift in space itself. At the other end of this fissure lay the safety of the void dimension. Just one step, One step, and he could escape. Last time, this was how he barely survived the spirit bomb. A warped, desperate grin flickered across Azrael's bloodied face. And then, in that very moment, his smile froze. A golden hand, blindingly fast, shot out, seemingly arriving even before it moved, and clamped down on his outstretched hand as it ripped open a rift. A crunch like shattering bone rang out. The hand that could rend dimensions was crushed mercilessly by Lin Fan, along with half of Azrael's forearm, splintering into a shower of jet-black sparks. I told you, Lin Fan's voice was utterly devoid of emotion. I will not give you another chance to escape. Despair, a despair so profound and absolute it chilled the soul, swept over Azrael, drowning out every last thought. Lin Fan grasped Azrael by his last remaining arm, hoisting him off the ground, and then began a one-sided, merciless onslaught. With a punch, he struck Azrael's abdomen, the ferocious force tearing right through his body. A savage kick landed on Azrael's knee, and his legs snapped backward in a grotesque, unnatural angle. A swift chop with the edge of Lin Fan's hand slashed at Azrael's neck, nearly severing his head from his shoulders. Why is this happening? Azrael's mind teetered on the verge of collapse as Lin Fan swung him through the air like a ragged sandbag, each brutal collision grinding his soul down, inch by agonizing inch. He couldn't understand, nor could he accept his fate. At last, Lin Fan lost interest. He casually tossed what remained of Azrael, a barely recognizable heap of writhing flesh, onto the ground. Clinging to the last thread of life, Azrael mustered all his remaining strength and let out a hoarse, venomous, desperate bellow toward the sky. Almighty Lord of the Void, your servant implores you, descend upon this world. Save me. With his blood-curdling plea, the void energy swirling across the heavens, and earth seemed to answer his summons, surging madly toward him. In an instant, the sky dimmed. Lin Fan felt that unfamiliar presence. He lifted his head and gazed at the clouded sky, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. So this is the Lord of the Void. Interesting. He hesitated no longer and could not be bothered to witness the dreadful arrival that was about to manifest. Slowly, he raised his right foot, aiming squarely at the head of the still struggling Azrael. Azrael sensed Lin Fan's movement. Terror exploded in his lone, unfocused eye. No, you can't. The Lord will. With unstoppable force, Lin Fan's foot came crashing down. A heavy thud resounded. Azrael's head and his final, anguished scream were silenced in one swift, brutal stomp. As the shock reverberated through the ground, the world itself seemed to fall utterly, perfectly silent. Azrael's head, which had sought in vain to call down a god, was crushed into the very depths of the earth, dragging his defiant howls and last flickers of consciousness with it, all dissolving into nothing but scattered motes of void energy. On the battered earth, only a single, bottomless footprint remained. At the same time, a familiar system notification chimed inside Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Villain Azrael eliminated. Points awarded, 500,000. Current point total, 6,373,250. 500,000 points. For someone like Lin Fan, whose fortune now exceeded 6 million, it hardly counted as a windfall. Still, every little bit was useful. He withdrew his foot, feeling the surging, unstoppable power that continued to boil within him. That Azrael, despite possessing SSS-level spatial abilities and nearly 100,000 in combat strength, was laughably inexperienced in actual battle and utterly crude in wielding his power. Aside from that spatial prison, which was somewhat interesting, the rest of his moves were nothing but childish games in the face of absolute power. Lin Fan curled his lips in disdain, preparing to return to the Xinyu sect. However, just as he was about to tear open space, he suddenly frowned, halting his movement. Something was off. The void energy surrounding him hadn't dissipated after Azrael's death. On the contrary, it was growing even more volatile. It was as if some unseen force was guiding it, transforming the chaos and frenzy into a bizarre order, directing it toward a single point high up in the sky. Lin Fan looked up. The sky, once dulled and gray from the leaking void energy, was now turning pitch black before his very eyes. This wasn't the darkness of night. It was an inky void, a pure and suffocating nothingness that devoured all light. It was as if a hole had been gouged into the heavens, and on the other side of that abyss lay the deepest, most unfathomable depths of the universe. Above the ruins of Tokyo, the spatial rift Azrael had torn open, one that should have been slowly mending, was instead being forced wider by a terrifying power from the other side. A sickening, bone-deep tearing sound split the air, echoing up to the clouds. Streaks of pitch-black lightning danced along the rift's edges, and with every flicker, the chasm yawned wider. Soon, the entire sky above Sakura country was overshadowed by this colossal scar that stretched from horizon to horizon. What happened next was even more inexplicable. Through that black rift, it was no longer the chaos of the void that could be seen, but a profound sea of stars. Countless stars drifted slowly within. Dazzling rivers of starlight flowed like silken ribbons, and distant nebulae shifted in a spectacle of magnificent colors. It looked less like a swath of cosmos, and more like the living interior of some immeasurable creature. For the first time, Lin Fan's face grew grave. He could sense it, a shocking, indescribable what was awakening from the depths of that starfield, gazing down upon this world. By merely existing, this presence made the very laws of space around Earth wail in agony, unable to bear the strain. A thunderous boom erupted, not from above, but from right beneath Lin Fan's feet. All across the ruins of Tokyo, and even through half the landmass of Sakura country, the earth began to tremble and sink under the weight of this invisible pressure. The land itself wailed, space contorted. It was as if the entire world was trembling in humble submission before a supreme and unfathomable being. The blazing golden aura around Lin Fan's body, brilliant like the sun itself, was now being forcibly compressed by this overwhelming power, pressed so tightly against the skin that its radiance seemed to dim. It felt as though an invisible divine mountain had been set atop him. Every single cell in his body strained under an unimaginable weight. Even breathing became awkwardly labored. How could this be possible? A storm of disbelief surged within Lin Fan's heart. With a power level of 120,000, he could destroy planets without trouble. Yet now, the mere presence of his opponent, a mere wisp of their aura, pressed upon him with crushing force. What kind of monster was he facing? At that moment, from the center of the rift in the starry sky, a colossal shadow slowly emerged. It was a throne, a magnificent throne forged from unfathomable darkness and the frozen light of the stars, as though the night itself had become solid. Seated upon this throne was a figure. Not an imposing giant, but a humanoid outline whose entire form was composed of countless swirling stars and rolling nebulae. Brilliant rivers of starlight, like regal cloaks, cascaded from his shoulders. The instant Lin Fan saw him, everything was instantly clear. This was the king of the void. Azrael was nothing but a pawn, a tool to batter open the gate to this world. And now, the gate stood open. The king himself had arrived. The king of the void slowly, almost imperceptibly, lifted his head. His face held no features, just an unfathomable whirl of stars. But Lin Fan keenly felt that his gaze had landed on him. What kind of gaze was this? It held no anger, no intent to kill, no arrogance. There was, in fact, not a trace of emotion. It was like a man glancing down at an ant near his feet. He did not care, not even enough to wonder if this ant had just trampled a smaller one. He simply noticed. Then he moved. With measured grace, he lifted a single finger, woven of starlight and drifting cosmic dust, and pointed toward the ruins of Tokyo below, now transformed into a writhing nest of flesh. A deep, resonant hum rippled through the air. There was no thunderous explosion, no world-shattering light display. Only an invisible, indescribable ripple spreading outward from his fingertip. Wherever it passed, time itself seemed to accelerate. The grotesque, pulsating carpets of flesh and the monstrous brooding pits spawned from the blood and meat of void beasts, withered and crumbled, decaying to dust before the naked eye, dissolving instantly into the air. In just a single second, the entirety of Tokyo's ruins, once a gargantuan nest that had nourished tens of millions of void monsters, and the corrupted earth beneath, was wiped away without a trace. The ground, newly purified, gleamed smooth like a mirror. It was as if the city had never existed, nor had any monsters set foot there. Only a barren wasteland remained. He merely felt that this place had been tainted, so with a casual gesture he restored it to its factory settings. Only after accomplishing all this did the formless gaze of the king of the void return once again to Lin Fan. Every muscle in Lin Fan's body tensed instantly. An unprecedented sense of crisis stabbed into the depths of his soul like billions of steel needles. He could feel that the other's attention had finally shifted away from the environment and landed on him as an individual. Interesting. A voice abruptly echoed in Lin Fan's mind. It was impossible to tell if the voice belonged to a man or a woman, young or old. It was a layered chorus of countless echoes, or perhaps the very whisper of the universe itself. Was it you who killed Azrael? The voice of the king of the void held a trace of curiosity. Lin Fan did not answer. All his focus was devoted to resisting the overwhelming pressure that felt strong enough to crush mountains. He stared fixedly at the figure on the throne, his mind working at a frantic pace. "Answer me, insignificant creature." The King of the Void's voice rang out again, this time with an undeniable authority. As his words fell, the pressure bearing down on Lin Fan increased tenfold in an instant. A sudden shudder ran through Lin Fan. A metallic tang rose in his throat, and a thin trail of golden blood slipped from the corner of his mouth. His body, hardened by 120,000 points of combat power, had already sustained damage solely from the other's overwhelming presence. He hadn't even glimpsed a real attack. It was the first time since obtaining the system that he had felt such pure and utterly despairing helplessness. To this being, he was clearly not even regarded as a true opponent, much like how a person would never spare a thought for an ant crossing their path. "Answer me, insignificant creature." That grand and indifferent voice resounded once more in Lin Fan's mind, the sheer authority within it abruptly causing the very space around Lin Fan to collapse inwards. Blood burst from Lin Fan's lips. He could suppress it no longer. He felt every bone in his body groaning beneath the unbearable weight, his energy locked tight, and even his fighting spirit struggling to sustain itself. Dragon Shield Bureau, Supreme Command Center. On a massive holographic screen, Sally's manipulations broadcast the inconceivable scene over Tokyo's ruins in real time. When that boundless sea of stars emerged from the rift in space, the entire command center fell into a deathly silence. Everyone forgot to breathe, forgot where they were. Standing before the screen, Zhong Tianjing's burly figure stood ramrod straight, yet his fists, clenched so tightly, had knuckles already turning white. He had witnessed countless miracles performed by Lin Fan, but the scene before him now had already surpassed anything he had ever understood as strength. At the same moment, behind the main compound of Xianyu's sect, Su Yueshi, Lin Yu, Qinlan, and the others gathered around another screen projected by Sally, their hearts sinking to the very bottom. When they saw Lin Fan forced to cough up blood under the crushing pressure of that imposing figure, Su Yueshi's face turned ghastly pale in an instant. "Lin Fan!" She cried out in alarm. The radiance from the moonlight sword in her hand burst forth, and a surge of unyielding determination rose within her, as if she meant to rush forward regardless of the consequences. "Miss Su Yueshi, please remain calm." Sally's composed voice rang out. "According to current data, your entering the battlefield would not only fail to inflict any effective damage on the target, but it would also force Mr. Lin Fan to divide his attention to protect you, putting him in even greater danger." Sally's words poured over Su Yueshi's impulse like a basin of icy water, quenching it entirely. She fixed her gaze on that seemingly insignificant figure in front of the deity on the screen, her eyes brimming with tears. Indeed, she was at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, a top expert in the eyes of the world. But when faced with such a being, how different was she from a moth rushing toward a flame? Off to the side, Jiao San had completely collapsed to the ground, his massive dragon body trembling uncontrollably. Only Bruce, the five-clawed golden dragon, circled Lin Yu with restless agitation, growling deep in his throat, an unsettled sound rumbling forth. His golden pupils were locked on the Void King on the screen. The pride inherited from his primordial dragon lineage would not allow him to yield. Amid the ruins, Lin Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his chest heaving violently. He lifted his head, staring directly at that nebulous face formed of stars atop the throne. In his gaze, terror was giving way to a wild, burning urge to fight. Lin Fan hadn't climbed from nothing to where he stood today by begging for mercy on his knees. With a cold chuckle, he pulled from his pocket that long-unused combat power detector and placed it on his ear. No matter what manner of demon or god you are, there should always be a number behind the power, shouldn't there? Let's see just how outrageous your so-called cheat code really is. With a rapid beep, the detector activated, and numbers began to scroll furiously across the lens. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. The numbers soared so fast they seemed to blur, and the detector's beeping escalated from steady clicks to shrill, urgent alarms, on the verge of breaking apart. 400,000, 500,000. Everyone in front of the screen held their breath, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the small readout. At last, in that tense moment when their hearts were about to burst from their chests, the wild count slowed and finally came to a halt. 530,000, 530,000. That number was no longer a gap one could close with mere effort. Seated upon his throne, the King of the Void seemed to grow impatient with Lin Fan's actions. Once again, he raised a finger woven from nebulae and dusts of starlight. But this time, it was no longer a gesture of probing. He pressed that finger slowly down toward Lin Fan below. There was no sound, no spectacle of light. The finger seemed to belong to another dimension altogether. As it descended, the space between itself and the real world folded and collapsed layer by layer, dissolving into the purest nothingness imaginable. Even before the fingertip arrived, an unspeakable force, enough to obliterate all existence, locked the earth beneath Lin Fan in place. The solid ground didn't simply crack or shatter, but instead vanished layer by layer, as if an invisible hand were erasing it completely. Lin Fan felt as if he'd been welded to the spot. He couldn't move a muscle, not even the tiniest twitch of his finger. Never before had the shadow of death enveloped him so clearly. He could sense, with chilling certainty, that under the crushing might of that finger, both his body and his soul would be wiped from existence. There was no escape, nowhere to hide, and no way to resist. Yet the dim, golden aura that once flickered on his body did not extinguish beneath this force fit to shatter stars. Instead, it began to contract, madly collapsing inward, drawing tighter and tighter, coalescing to its utmost limit. A roar of defiance, rising from the very depths of his soul, exploded through Lin Fan's mind. Every drop of blood in his body ignited. Every cell screamed and bellowed in unison. A surge of crimson energy, wild and brimming with destruction, erupted from within him, weaving madly together with that golden aura. Veins bulged on the surface of his skin, and beneath it, it seemed rivers of molten lava were coursing through his body. Triple. His voice finally broke free from the crushing weight, reverberating across the heavens and earth. Kaioken. A thunderous boom sounded as that terrifying energy, red mixing with gold, erupted skyward like a volcanic explosion. That wild, unstoppable torrent of energy crashed headlong against the descending finger, forcing open a seething, burning realm of his own within the domain of annihilation. On Lin Fan's power level detector, the numbers surged in an instant, from 120,000 all the way to 360,000. Battle power, triple Kaioken, 360,000. Then, under the force of that brazen, unreasonable surge of energy, the King of the Void's finger was actually pushed back, forced upward by sheer strength. Across the deathly silent battlefield, for the first time, a sound rang out other than the groaning of space itself. It was Lin Fan's roar. "Get out of my way!" A terrifying surge of battle energy, equal to 360,000 points of power, transformed into the purest shockwave, utterly shattering the finger and the surrounding domain that annihilated everything in its path. What? Within Lin Fan's mind, that vast and indifferent voice finally betrayed a ripple of emotion. It wasn't precisely surprise, it was more like bewilderment. It was as if one were poised to crush an ant, only to discover that the ant had suddenly become a beetle capable of piercing through steel. But Lin Fan did not give his adversary any chance to process this shock. The moment he broke through the crushing oppression, his entire being became an arc of crimson gold light that tore through the heavens and earth, a speed impossible for the naked eye to follow, even spiritual sense struggling to lock onto him. As he surged upstream, charging straight at the deity upon the throne in the sky. Distance? In the face of absolute velocity, distance was nothing more than a number trampled beneath his feet. A deep, resonant boom echoed. The first punch. Lin Fan's figure materialized in an instant beside the throne. His fist, ablaze with the wild power of the King of Worlds technique, wasted no flourishes. It carried the force to break continents, driving directly into the nebula-forged face of the King of the Void. The King of the Void had no time for excess movement. By instinct, he raised his other hand and conjured a crystal-clear barrier of space before himself in the blink of an eye. But Lin Fan's fist crashed into the barrier. A sharp, fracturing sound rang out. That space barrier, strong enough to withstand the impact of a meteor, shattered on impact. The aftershock of the punch was so fierce that it made the throne beneath the King of the Void tremble violently. And before the adversary could react, Lin Fan vanished from his original spot. Boom, 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 boom. A relentless sequence of thunderous blows exploded across the sky, each one as ominous and final as the tolling of a doomsday bell. Lin Fan's form split into countless afterimages, attacking the King of the Void upon his throne from every direction in a storm of unbridled fury. Every punch rippled through space, making the very laws of existence wail in protest. Every kick twisted the fabric of the void, inverting light and shadow. He had abandoned all technique, committing completely to the belief that raw strength could break through every art and law. You presume to look down from above? Then I'll drag you from your throne by sheer force alone. Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center. When that tiny glowing dot representing Lin Fan on the screen suddenly erupted in a blinding crimson gold radiance and shot straight toward the sea of stars, everyone in the command center instinctively rose to their feet. Zhong Tianzheng stared at the screen, his burly frame trembling with excitement. On the battlefield, the King of the Void was utterly enraged. Born from chaos, treading through dimensions, devouring countless worlds, yet he had never encountered such a fearless, reckless ant. How amusing, this struggle. His voice, once indifferent, finally took on a hint of icy fury. Faced with yet another punch from Lin Fan, one powerful enough to shatter stars, he no longer tried to block. Instead, he lightly tapped his finger in the air before him. A faint, ominous resonance trembled through the space. Suddenly, a pitch-black point appeared out of nowhere, no larger than a fist, pure darkness, absorbing all light. This was a micro-black hole. Before Lin Fan's fist could even touch his opponent, it was instantly ensnared by the terrifying gravity of the black hole. All his power was greedily devoured, vanishing without a trace. Then, with a mere flicker of thought, the King of the Void unleashed his will. Space around Lin Fan warped in an instant, twisting and stretching like a funhouse mirror. One moment, Lin Fan was right before his foe. A heartbeat later, he found himself 10,000 meters away. He had charged forward in a straight line, but now wandered endlessly in the labyrinth of space, running in circles. This was the crushing dominance of higher laws. No matter how mighty your strength or how fast your speed, if you can't land a hit, it all amounts to nothing. Damn it. Now even a fight has to turn into performance art. Lin Fan cursed inwardly, a wild glare blazing even more fiercely in his eyes. Abruptly, he halted all movement and drew in a deep breath. Instead of radiating power outward, he drew all 360,000 units of combat energy in his right fist, compressing and concentrating it to a terrifying extreme. He didn't care about space. He didn't care about distance. He believed, as long as his strength was absolute, nothing in this world could withstand his assault. Break! With a thunderous roar, he unleashed all the force of his triple Kaoken charged punch toward that patch of distorted emptiness ahead. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. A pillar of red gold energy blazed forth like a divine sword splitting planet from sky, tearing through everything in its path. Twisted space, folded dimensions, even the hidden micro-black holes. Under this torrent of pure, ultimate violence, all of it was ripped apart, shattered, vaporized as if nothing more than fragile paper. The beam tore across the battlefield, overwhelming every law and barrier, and struck the chest of the King of the Void, a torso woven from billions of stars. A cosmic detonation followed, an explosion so colossal, words failed to capture it. The King of the Void, seated on his throne, trembled violently, his colossal form rippling as if a serene galaxy had been struck by a mighty stone. Countless stars at his chest were annihilated and reborn, sending brilliant waves of energy radiating outward. He had been struck. He was far from gravely wounded, but his dignity, that had been utterly shattered by that blow. Slowly, he lowered his head, that face spun from swirling stars casting its gaze down upon the small, yet unyielding figure below. The cold, condescending eyes that once looked at him like an insect were gone, erased completely. You have succeeded in making me angry. A resounding, majestic voice echoed through the heavens and earth. The King of the Void no longer remained seated. Slowly, he unfurled his arms. In that instant, from the body shaped of galactic rivers, billions of dazzling starlights burst forth. Each mote of starlight transformed into a shimmering, radiant chain. These chains were not material, but rather forged from pure laws of gravity and space, each one pulsing with the weighty aura of a planet. Stellar chains. As his voice fell, tens of thousands of these chains of law sprang to life, swirling from every direction. They veiled the sky and blotted out the sun as they surged toward Lin Fan, intent on binding him. Lin Fan's face changed dramatically. He could sense instinctively that these chains could not be broken by brute force. His furious fists pounded against them, but it was like throwing a rock into the sea. His power was instantly dissolved and absorbed. The terrifying force unleashed by his triple Kaoken began to falter in the face of these genuine weapons of law. The blazing, crimson gold aura surrounding him was pressed down and weakened by the oppressive might emanating from the chains. One chain, then two, then three. More and more the stellar chains snaked around his limbs. Each one was as heavy as a star, pinning Lin Fan in midair, locking him inescapably. He struggled madly, muscles bulging, every tendon taut, his bones groaning under the strain. But the chains only coiled tighter and tighter. The gleaming, razor-sharp tips glinted coldly as they slowly, inexorably drove toward his body, intending to pierce him completely, to crucify him in the void. Each stellar chain carried the inescapable law of planetary gravity, immense, frigid, and unyielding. They tore through Lin Fan's fierce, crimson-gold flames, winding relentlessly about his limbs and torso, drawing faster and tighter. A harsh, splintering sound rang in his ears as he distinctly heard the agonized creaking of his own bones. The strength drawn from the triple Kyokin, 360,000 in power, now seemed utterly feeble. His wild energy was smothered and absorbed by the aura of the chains, as if a roaring inferno had been cast into the depths of an endless sea. The sharp chain tips pressed against his skin, chilling to the touch, and brimming with annihilating force enough to pierce anything. Pain surged through every fiber of his body, but even more excruciating was the crushing sense of helplessness, as if his power had been wholly subdued, his life held by another's will. Never since he had acquired the system had Lin Fan faced such utter desperation. His consciousness blurred from agony, yet deep in his soul, his stubborn defiance only burned brighter. Not enough. It's still not enough. His eyes filled with bloodshot fury. An even wilder, more reckless determination roared through the depths of his spirit. He could feel the fibers of every muscle screaming their last. So be it. With the last shreds of his strength, Lin Fan forced the words between clenched teeth. Fivefold Kyokin. The moment his words fell, it was as if time itself froze. A series of heavy, muffled detonations erupted. Yet they came not from the outside world, but from within Lin Fan's own body. Muscles across his arms, chest, and back split apart in an instant, unable to withstand the sudden, terrifying surge of power. Beneath his skin, veins burst one after another, and blood erupted from his pores in a fine, crimson mist. An agony beyond imagination surged through every nerve, a flood tide of pain threatening to drown out his senses. And yet, alongside that overwhelming pain, a force unfathomable, world-shattering, apocalyptic, also erupted from within. His once-fading crimson-gold aura, in this moment, seemed to be doused with an endless supply of fuel. It blazed up violently, red growing ever deeper, gold ever more brilliant, twining together into a pure, ferocious torrent of destruction, so fierce it could burn through the very laws of reality. A roar, raw and bestial, thundered from Lin Fan's throat. No human voice but a cry of primal rage. He wrenched himself forward with ferocious power. The chains binding him, each one heavy as a star, each forged of pure law, groaned in protest, metal screaming as it twisted under the onslaught of his unstoppable strength. The very next instant, every chain shattered with a deafening crack. What? At last, on the face of the King of the Void, composed of swirling nebulae and always inscrutable, the first clear ripple appeared, an emotion unmistakable, shock. What had he just witnessed? He saw that tiny speck of life, that ant in his eyes, break free of the law chains. And in that instant, the readings of Lin Fan's power soared to levels so absurd they defied everything the king had ever known. You bastard! Lin Fan's figure vanished. Or rather, he moved so swiftly, even space itself could not keep up, leaving not absence, but a blur so fast only a blood-gold afterimage remained for an instant. Even the King of the Void's immense divine awareness could only just glimpse the streak of color before, suddenly, a fist, wreathed in fire, fury, and life itself, struck toward him with cataclysmic force, enough to shatter a star's very core. The blow landed with a thunderclap, not an explosion but a resonance so deep and heavy it seemed to shake the fabric of the universe. For the first time ever, the proud and mighty form of the King of the Void was hurled from his throne, a throne representing absolute authority, struck away by pure power. The throne itself trembled violently, and across its starlit armrest, a deep fissure appeared. Still putting on that act, you bastard? Let's see you keep up now. Lin Fan's blood-red eyes flashed with wild satisfaction. Relentless, pressing his advantage, he closed in once more. At this moment, he abandoned all excess thought, his mind giving itself over to a single, primal urge. Fight. Break him. Obliterate him. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. An elbow strike, a knee thrust, a sweeping kick. Lin Fan unleashed every attack he could think of, pouring them out upon the King of the Void in the most savage and unrestrained manner imaginable. The sky itself had become their arena. The once lofty King of the Void, who used to toy with the laws of the universe at his fingertips, now appeared utterly battered and disheveled. He tried once more to twist the fabric of space, but realized Lin Fan's speed and power had grown so overwhelming that before the space could even bend, Lin Fan blasted right through it. He attempted to condense a miniature black hole, only for Lin Fan to shatter it with a fearsome kick. The resulting surge of energy sent the black hole into a wild, unstable reverse eruption. With a resounding blow, Lin Fan drove his knee hard into the King of the Void's abdomen. The cosmic body, comprised of billions of stars, rippled and nearly broke apart in that instant. Run? Just where the hell do you think you're going? Seeing the King of the Void stagger and attempt to flee, Lin Fan let out a thunderous roar. His legs kicked hard in midair, closing the gap in a burst of speed. He seized the enemy's shoulders in both hands, summoned every ounce of his strength, and slammed him down with a might that split the heavens. A deafening crash echoed as the King of the Void's colossal form, now no different than a falling meteor, was pounded by Lin Fan from a height of 10,000 meters, driven straight into the ruined earth at the heart of Tokyo. The impact sent shockwaves trembling through the entire continent's crust. Suspended in the air, Lin Fan's chest heaved as he gasped for breath, his body sheathed in a mist of blood, the very image of a demon god emerging from the inferno. The backlash of the fivefold Kaioken was setting in. His body teetered on the brink of collapse, every second a torment like walking through a gauntlet of blades and fire. He knew his time was running out. He had to deliver the final blow before his body gave out completely. Fixing his eyes on the bottomless crater below, Lin Fan drew a deep breath and forced the last vestiges of strength from within. Slowly, he raised both hands, bringing them together at his waist, assuming a stance known to legends. A sphere of energy, blinding, pure, as if it contained the brilliance of the entire universe, began to coalesce in his palms. This orb held not only that raging 600,000 power level, but also his will, his defiance, his burning life force. This was everything he was. Far below, at the bottom of the crater, the King of the Void sensed the force that could truly reach his very core, an energy so terrifying it spurred his shattered, starlit body to reassemble in a desperate fury. A will both enraged and fearful shot up like a beacon. But his chance was lost. Lin Fan's bloodshot eyes locked onto his foe. Summoning the remnants of his might, he hurled the ball of energy downward with all the force he had left. Kamehameha, a beam of energy, broader and more dazzling than any sunlight, thundered down from the sky, impossible to describe in its sheer scale. It didn't allow the King of the Void even a moment to dodge or defend. At point-blank range, with an unstoppable force, it instantly filled the entire colossal crater and swallowed the newly reformed throne of Stars whole. In that moment, the entire world became nothing but pure white. A blinding white light devoured everything, purifying all that existed. As the radiance finally faded, a chilling, unnatural silence blanketed the world. Below, where the ruins of Tokyo once lay, the ground had vanished entirely. In its place was a vast, bottomless circular sea, seamlessly connected to the open ocean. Waves poured in with a deep, muffled roar, rushing to fill the horrific scar that had been carved by godlike power. The entire land of Sakurajima, as if erased by a resolute hand, disappeared from the map. Coughing shook the air. Far above, Lin Fan's body could no longer remain aloft. He coughed violently, blood pouring from his mouth in great gulps. The backlash of the fivefold king's fist struck like a merciless debt collector, demanding its brutal price without mercy. His proud, sculpted physique was now withering and shrinking visibly by the second. Skin sagged against his bones. Purple veins and broken shards of bone pierced through, making for a ghastly sight. Blood, dark and thick, streamed from all 7 orifices on his head, filling his vision with a crimson haze. Every nerve in his body screamed pure agony to his mind, like a billion ants devouring his marrow, while countless dull knives sawed through flesh and bone. Lin Fan could barely summon the strength to move a single finger, but he dared not collapse. Summoning the last thread of his will, he forced himself to stay conscious. Through bloodshot eyes, he bore down on the endless abyss that was now the sea below. Had he won? Was the King of the Void finally dead? He didn't know. He could only keep his gaze locked in wary vigilance, a silent prayer forming in his heart, praying that the all-consuming Kamehameha he'd unleashed truly finished that monster for good. Suddenly, every fiber of his being screamed a warning. From beneath the deep ocean, a presence, though now desperately weakened, radiated nothing but malice and fear. It wasn't dead. That fiend still lived. Despair crashed through Lin Fan. He knew there was nothing left in him for another fight. But in his eyes, a gleam of madness sparked anew. He bit down on his tongue until he tasted blood, using the piercing pain to wrest a brief moment of clarity. Quivering, he raised his right hand. Every last drop of his remaining power, every fragment of his life's force, gathered in his palm. A thin, golden-edged disc began to spin, delicate as a cicada's wing, shimmering with blinding light. Qi Yuan slash. This was his final strike. At the very same moment, deep beneath the ocean, the King of the Void was in an equally wretched state. His towering form, woven from billions of stars, had lost all its brilliance. A gaping cavity ran straight through his chest, front to back, where countless stars had been utterly extinguished, dissolving into chaos. On his face, formed by swirling nebulae, a rare, distinct emotion emerged. Gone was the indifference, gone the anger. What remained was fear. A fear that reached down to his very core. A fear of that insignificant human. He simply cannot comprehend how a creature so lowly in the hierarchy of existence could unleash a power capable of wounding his essence itself. That reckless will to burn everything for a single purpose, that madness, was something he had never seen in the eons of his existence. He was afraid. He knew he had to kill this human at once, or else this mortal would become an immortal shadow in his heart, a lingering demon that would torment him forever. Within the battered remains of his colossal body, the King of the Void summoned the last of his void energy. In his palm, an energy of utter darkness, dense enough to erase all matter, now coalesced. With this one blow, he meant to utterly annihilate the ant that had made him taste fear. High above, Lin Fan's Qi origin slash finally took shape in his hands. Yet the instant he was about to hurl this final attack downward, his keen warrior's intuition caught a whiff of deceit. That creature was preparing something too. What was he waiting for? Waiting for me to strike first to reveal an opening? Or a spark of realization flashed through Lin Fan's mind. The King of the Void was gambling. Gambling that Lin Fan was spent, and that as soon as he launched his attack, he would have nothing left to dodge a lethal counterstrike. Such vicious calculation. Damn you, Lin Fan cursed inwardly. But he had no other choice. Go! Summoning every last ounce of strength, Lin Fan hurled the Qi origin slash with all his might. The golden disc sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, cutting downward, spinning, cleaving through the atmosphere, heading for the menacing presence lurking beneath the ocean's depths. But in the very instant the Qi origin slash left his hand, a deafening explosion, a jet-black ray, so dark it seemed to swallow all light, fine as a thread, yet saturated with the purest essence of destruction, burst from the deep ocean and shot straight skyward, covering the distance in an instant, headed right for the center of Lin Fan's brow. It was impossibly fast, so fast that Lin Fan's nerves didn't even have time to react. Even if he had managed a response, his body, on the verge of collapse, couldn't have moved to dodge. He could only stare in powerless anguish, watching as that beam of darkness grew, expanding rapidly in his pupils. A subtle, air-popping sound, like a balloon bursting. The black ray passed cleanly through Lin Fan's forehead. There was no thunderous roar, no earth-shaking explosion, just a faint, sharp sound, like breath escaping from something pierced. Lin Fan's body seized up. The wild light in his eyes faded in an instant, leaving behind only the cold pallor of deathly stillness. His final flicker of consciousness glimpsed the scene below. The golden arc of energy he had cast cut through the deep sea with perfect accuracy, striking the newly emerged King of the Void. With a sickening, guttural roar, the King of the Void's battered celestial form was split in two at the waist, vast torrents of primordial starlight pouring out as it howled in a frenzy of rage and pain. A faint, strained smile tugged at the corner of Lin Fan's lips. In the next instant, his awareness was swallowed entirely by darkness. The breath of life ebbed from his battered body, flowing away for the last time. Lin Fan was dead. His withered and wasted form could no longer remain aloft. Like a severed kite, he plummeted helplessly toward the cold sea below, sinking from sight. At the Dragon Shield Bureau's highest command center, when that brilliant white light had erupted, every monitor was swallowed in a blizzard of static. When the image finally returned, only endless ocean filled the screens. The massive, red energy source representing the King of the Void now flickered feebly, while Lin Fan's gold-red light, his beacon, gleamed one final time before vanishing for good. Vital signs lost. Sally's monotone, synthetic voice echoed in the silent command center, each word sharp as a blade in the stillness. With a sharp clatter, Zhong Qianjing's teacup slipped from his hand and exploded in porcelain shards on the floor. all color drained from his face, his broad-shouldered frame swaying as though the world itself grew too heavy to bear. Lin Fan. Qin Shan's eyes burned red with grief. At the Xianyue sect, Su Yueshi, who had been gazing up at the heavens, suddenly went weak at the knees, nearly collapsing. Sect leader, Qinlan caught her just in time. Su Yueshi's lips quivered, but no words would come. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks. She could not sense that familiar presence any longer. Not a trace, nothing at all. Above, Bruce, the majestic five-clawed golden dragon, ceased his circling. The enormous dragon's head turned blankly toward the horizon and loosed a mournful, heart-wrenching cry. The wind passed through this land, now the last pure sanctuary left in the world. Only the man who had held up the sky here had fallen. Silence. An unnatural stillness gripped the world. Over Tokyo, the winds died. The surge of seawater cascading into the vast crater seemed suddenly to move in silence, the roiling vortex soundless. Back in the Dragon Shield Bureau's command center, Zhong Tianzheng stared numbly at the shattered porcelain on the floor. Sally's unfeeling announcement echoed and echoed, each word a poisoned needle driving into his ears. Qin Shan's fist clenched so tightly that his nails bit deep, blood trickling onto the console, unnoticed. On the rear peak of the Xianyue sect, that bold, world-holding presence was gone. Not a trace, nothing at all. Su Yueshi's body gave way, nearly collapsing, but Qinlan caught her just in time. She stared blankly into the empty expanse of the distant sky, her heart gripped by an invisible, crushing hand, then squeezed until it seemed to shatter into pieces. Agony radiated from her chest, sweeping through every limb and bone, until even breathing became a struggle. There was no wailing, no desperate cries, just two silent streams of tears tracing pale lines down her cheeks. Beside her, Lin Yu, whose eyes had moments ago blazed with otherworldly power, felt the last trace of her brother's presence vanish. In that instant, all light left her gaze. Her legs buckled, and she fell unconscious to the ground. Lin Fan. Su Yueshi's lips trembled as she whispered his name. In the next heartbeat, the sorrow that reached deep into her bones was consumed by a wild, reckless resolve. She suddenly broke free of Qinlan's grasp and became a blade of cold, silvery light, soaring skyward without hesitation, straight toward the battlefield where every last fragment of her world's brightness had just been swallowed up. Even if it meant her death, she would go. Even if she was just a moth drawn to flame, she would fling herself into that inferno, and, for him, spark even the briefest glimmer of light. Sect Master, Qinlan cried out in alarm, but she was already too late to stop her. At that very moment, a streak of golden brilliance shot through the sky, faster than Su Yueshi herself. A piercing roar shattered the heavens. Mingled with grief and burning fury, it was the cry of the five-clawed golden dragon, Bruce, whose massive golden eyes were now stained with scarlet. With a single sweeping lash of his tail, Bruce's enormous, sinuous form darted through the air with astonishing agility. In a brilliant arc, he overtook Su Yueshi in an instant and caught her securely upon his broad, warm back. Su Yueshi started, but in the next moment, she understood his intent. She no longer resisted. Her fair hand pressed to Bruce's cold, golden scales. Woman and dragon, hearts aligned, transformed into a bolt of gold that tore across the sky, racing into that sea of death. Beneath the ocean's depths, the Void King's condition had never been so wretched. Where once stood a towering divine form, woven from a billion flickering stars, there now glimmered only faded light. A gaping wound marred his chest, left behind by the devastating Kamehameha, its laws and starlight completely wiped away, and his lower body gone, severed cleanly in a single decisive slash from that ultimate energy blade, the wound a swirling chaos of nothingness. The supreme god, now, was but a broken statue in a child's careless hands, expensive, cherished, and cracked with a tragic absurdity that sent chills down the spine. Rage and venom twisted the features sculpted from nebulae, but deeper still, there flickered an inescapable and naked fear. He was afraid. That insignificant human, that ant in his eyes, through a madness he could not fathom, burning his own life as the price, had dragged him down from his lofty throne and pressed his face into the dirt. A deep, resonant hum filled the void. His remaining source power began to surge, sending out an invisible ripple that spread in all directions. Very soon, countless void creatures scattered across the ruins of Sakura country and throughout the world, regardless of their size or strength, seemed to sense the holiest of summons. They halted their mindless destruction and consumption, and in unison, changed direction. One by one, they transformed into torrents of black, surging like dark floods, crossing mountains and seas, madly converging upon the location of the Void King. They were his creations, and now they would become the nourishment to restore his divine body. Amidst this surreal scene of 10,000 demons gathering in reverence, a golden bolt of lightning suddenly crashed down from the sky and came to a thunderous stop before the Void King. Bruce's enormous dragon form hovered above the ocean, the golden dragon's majesty radiating like a collapsed sky, pressing the surrounding seawater into deep depressions. Tsuyoshi stood atop the dragon's head, clad in garments whiter than snow, her long hair billowing in the wind. In her hand, the moonlight sword shimmered with a cold, ethereal glow, and her eyes were as icy and unyielding as ancient frost. Upon seeing the Void King's wretched yet grotesque appearance, and witnessing the countless void creatures surging forth to serve as his sustenance, Tsuyoshi did not hesitate in the slightest. She exchanged a glance with Bruce. In the same instant, they sprang into action. An endless tide of void creatures rushed forward, howling as they charged to defend their king, among them elite monsters with immense power. Bruce arched his great dragon head, not even deigning to glance at them, and let out a deep, resonant roar from his throat. A mighty breath, golden dragon fire, burst forth in a broad, sweeping arc like an unstoppable flood. This was no ordinary flame, but divine fire infused with the ancient might and laws of the primordial dragon. Every void creature, swept by the dragon's breath, was wholly consumed before it could even scream, burned down to fundamental particles, erased without a trace. A vacuum corridor over a kilometer wide was forcefully cleared through the swarms. Lunar frost slash. In the moment the dragon's breath swept forward, Tsuyoshi's figure darted out. She channeled all her peak core spiritual power into the moonlight sword, drawing upon the icy chill of the heavens. A sword light, moonlit and pale, 100 yards long and charged with bone-freezing cold, tore through space, striking straight at the Void King's ruined head. This was her strongest attack, a slash carrying every ounce of her cultivation, fury, and despair. Yet the Void King, wild in his absorption of energy, didn't even bother to raise his head. He simply lifted his only intact star-forged arm and, almost dismissively, flicked his fingers toward the world-destroying sword light. A crisp metallic note rang out. The moon-hued arc of energy, cold enough to freeze mountains, shattered at the instant it touched his fingertips, breaking into countless sparks of scattered light and fading away. An irresistible force then rushed back along the sword's trajectory. A sharp, wet gasp escaped. Tsuyoshi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body convulsed violently, a mouthful of fresh blood spraying out as she was hurled backward through the air. At the peak of the core formation stage, even she was as fragile as an infant before the grievously wounded, near-death king of the void. With a powerful twist of his massive dragon body, Bruce caught Tsuyoshi and let her settle safely on his back. Seeing the blood at the corner of her lips, Bruce's golden, slit-pupiled eyes burned into a molten, lava-red fury. A roar erupted from his throat, so thunderous and furious it seemed to shake the heavens and earth. This was no mere intimidation, but a torrent of unrestrained rage. Bruce's colossal form suddenly dropped, then shot out like a cannonball. He abandoned all ranged attacks and chose the most primal, most savage way to fight, hurtling his body headlong at the enemy. This time, the King of the Void could no longer ignore him. That oppressive, ancient bloodline surging from the Golden Dragon filled the king with genuine dread. For the first time, he sensed true danger. Snapping his head up, his nebulous face took on an expression of grim seriousness. He gave up trying to mend the massive rent in his chest, channeling every last scrap of recently gathered void energy into his arms instead. A clash resounded, fierce and direct, as Bruce's golden dragon claws collided with the Void King's fist, wreathed in dark, stellar energies. The ensuing shockwave exploded outward in a visible, ring-shaped blast, forcibly carving a gigantic hollow into the surrounding sea for dozens of miles. Bruce let out a cry of agony. The King of the Void was shoved back several hundred meters by that overwhelming power. He, the king, had been forced to retreat in a direct clash with a dragon. A sense of humiliation, unlike anything he had ever known, sent the Void Kings while spiraling into a storm of rage. Filthy beast, battered and broken, he lunged forward, grappling and tearing at Bruce's titanic dragon form in a frenzied struggle. Dragon claws shredded the stars. Divine fists hammered against scales of gold. Dragon breath and void energy clashed at point-blank range, each trying to annihilate the other. In that desperate battlefield Lin Fan had forged with his life, God and Dragon now waged the most primal, most brutal hand-to-hand slaughter. In that desperate battlefield Lin Fan had forged with his life, the Void King and the Dragon were locked in the bloodiest, most savage melee. Tsuyueshi stood on Bruce's back. Each earth-shaking collision sent her blood surging painfully, but her gaze never wavered from the King of the Void. She watched as that golden dragon risked everything for a human who had already died, saw scales fly and golden blood spill across the sea, and watched the King of the Void's body disintegrating piece by piece in a deadly struggle. Yet her heart was sinking ever deeper, because all around, from every direction, more and more void creatures kept flooding across the mountains and seas, pouring into the King of the Void's body, mending his wounds without end. Although this rate of restoration couldn't keep up with the destruction Bruce had wrought, it was like a never-ending spring, constantly replenishing his essence. In this contest of ebb and flow, Bruce's defeat became nothing more than a matter of time. It was as if all hope had been drained from this world. Endless darkness, coldness, stillness, devoid of life. There was no sense of time, no sense of space. Even the very concept of self seemed on the verge of being utterly erased. How long had passed? Maybe just a fleeting moment, or perhaps an eternity, until, in this emptiness, a faint spark of awareness quietly flickered to life. What the? Lin Fan's consciousness slowly returned, and his first instinct was to utter a curse. His final memory, that black ray piercing his forehead, the weakness after he'd thrown his chi essence slash, and the sensation of sinking helplessly into the deep sea. Warning, host has died. Host's existence now deeply bound to this system, transcending the samsara of the mortal worlds. You have entered the Dragon Ball World reincarnation system. Perfect near-death state detected. S cells increased by 15%. Current concentration of S cells, 57%. Base combat power has permanently increased. Current base combat power, 480,000. A string of cold, mechanical prompts echoed in his mind. Dying actually came with a near-death power-up? 480,000 base power? Maybe this isn't such a bad deal after all. Still a little dazed, Lin Fan felt the darkness around him recede like the tide. An intense burst of light forced him to squeeze his eyes shut. When he opened them again, he was completely bewildered by what he saw. He found himself standing in what looked like the lobby of a bank. The space was absurdly vast, the ceiling so high it vanished into misty shadows above. Flowing across the domed roof was a hazy, gray vapor. The hall teemed with crowds. No, not living crowds, but a sea of souls, so densely packed they stretched all the way to the horizon. The queues at the service windows twisted like serpents, filled with the strangest beings. Spider people with 8 legs, skeletons wreathed in green fire, shapeless blobs like giant jellies, and even a sharp-suited monster sporting an octopus for a head. It was pure pandemonium, a revelry of monsters and ghosts. Every soul clutched a numbered ticket, faces blank, confused, or simply relieved. Is this the underworld? Or maybe some kind of intergalactic soul transfer station? Lin Fan glanced down and noticed his own hands were faintly aglow. Instinctively, he touched the top of his head. It was smooth, and his fingers brushed against a cold, floating ring hovering just above his scalp. So I'm dead, and I get an official, genuine afterlife halo as a bonus. Lin Fan couldn't help but twist his mouth into a crooked smile. Hey newbie, number 8,972,345,678,901. What are you looking at? Don't just stand there. Get moving and queue up over there. A minor official from the underworld, with fangs and horns, skin as green as moldy cheese, brandished a pitchfork shrouded in black mist and pointed at Lin Fan, barking impatiently. Lin Fan glanced down at a numbered ticket that had somehow appeared in his hand. The number was so long, he couldn't even be bothered to count the digits. Wait in line. Buddy, do you even know who I am? I'm the guy who saved the world. Lin Fan's reflex was to argue with this green-skinned ghost. I demand to see your superior. Come on, with my credentials. Surely I deserve VIP treatment. The green-skinned ghost gave him a look usually reserved for lunatics. Save the world? Please. Every single day, we get at least a few hundred souls here who claim they've saved the world. Next. Lin Fan was just about to erupt when the system's voice sounded again in his mind. Special scenario detected. God-level choice activated. The road of the dead. That familiar electronic voice, which now sounded like music to his ears. Lin Fan's spirits soared. There it is. My golden cheat. I knew it would never abandon me. Option 1. Play by the rules. Wait in line. Accept judgment. Forget your mortal life. And re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. Reward. a peaceful next life, with a high probability of reincarnating as a paramecium. Lin Fan's face instantly darkened. A paramecium? System, are you freaking kidding me? Without hesitation, he looked to the next option. Option 2. Forge your own path. This realm is the galaxy's primary reincarnation hub, overseen by King Yenluo. Seek him out and request to journey to the Kaishin realm to train. Reward: Dragon Ball System, Kaishin Sword. Lin Fan's breath caught in his chest. The Kaishin realm. The very idea was so tempting his soul trembled. But how long would that training take? Back on Earth, Su Yueshi and the others, and his little sister Linyu, would they really be able to hold out until then? Forcing down his excitement, he turned to the final option. Option 3. Let money pave the way. This realm's overseer, King Yenluo, is notoriously greedy. The host may spend 3 million points to bribe King Yenluo in exchange for a chance to briefly return to the world of the living as a sole 24-hour limit. Land a fatal blow on the King of the Void and eliminate Earth's crisis for good. Reward: Supreme Fantasy Physique, the Primal Tao Body. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. 3 million points. He had just under 5.8 million left in his account. Spending this much would practically clean him out. But the payoff was beyond tempting. The Primal Tao Body. From the name alone, you could tell how out of this world it was. In fantasy novels, anything with primal in the title usually meant world-shattering power. And the best part about this option, speed. He'd be able to go back immediately. On one hand, there was the path to the Kaishin realm. Endless potential after years of training, returning someday as an unstoppable force. On the other side was the risky move. Spend all his savings, rush back to turn the tide, and in doing so, gain a fantasy-type divine body filled with endless potential. Lin Fan's mind raced. The flow of time in the Realm King's divine realm was a complete unknown. What if by the time he finished his training and returned, Earth had already fallen, everything had perished? What use would world-shattering power be then? Hadn't he set out to grow stronger, just to protect the people he cared about? Besides, if he died here, Suyueshi and Bruce would surely throw caution to the wind in pursuit of revenge. Against the monstrous strength of the Void King, they'd be marching straight to their deaths. No, he couldn't wait any longer. A sharp focus returned to Lin Fan's eyes. As long as there are people, I can always earn more points. But if everyone's gone, nothing else really matters. In that instant, his resolve took shape. I choose option 3. System notice, choice confirmed. Now, consuming 3 million points. Exchange successful. Item acquired. Universal Marvel, 9 aperture exquisite box. In Lin Fan's spiritual hands, an unadorned wooden box appeared out of thin air, no bigger than a hand. Neither metallic nor jade. Its simple surface bore no designs, yet seemed to ripple with a subtle resonance that soothed the soul with just a glance. Hey, number 8,972,345,678,901. Are you daydreaming? If you don't get in line, you'd better believe I'll send you on a 3-day tour of deep-fried hell. A green-skinned underworld clerk stalked over, waving his pitchfork, black smoke streaming from its tips, having lost patience with Lin Fan's days. Lin Fan shot him a glance, quickly slipped the wooden box into his clothes, and put on an innocent, amiable smile as he stepped forward. Big brother, thank you for your hard work. I'm new here and have a quick question for you. Cut the flattery. If you've got something to say, spit it out. The green-skinned clerk glared at him with open irritation. I just wanted to ask, where does your highest-ranking leader, Lord Yama, handle official business? The clerk jabbed Lin Fan with the handle of his pitchfork, looking at him like he'd just escaped from a psychiatric ward. You think you can see King Yama just because you want to? Get back in line. Come on, brother. Lin Fan leaned in, lowering his voice. This is urgent, matter of life and death. It concerns the very fate of the world. Not another fate of the world guy. The clerk rolled his eyes skyward, utterly uninterested. The last person who claimed that was worried his cat hadn't been fed. The one before that thought his wife would find his money stash under the bed. Move along, don't waste my time. Having been turned away, Lin Fan didn't get upset. He understood now. There was no reasoning with these low-level clerks. Instead, he began squeezing his way through the Soul Mountain and Soul Sea, searching for a shortcut. The hall was so vast it seemed endless, with lines stretching as far as the eye could see. Who knew how many ages it would take to reach the front? Rubbing his numbed soul, Lin Fan knew he had to come up with a new plan. After a while of observation, he noticed that aside from the green-uniformed orderlies keeping things in check, there were also a few souls dressed like civil officials, hurrying between the counters. His eyes lit up. He stopped a tall, thin man with a goatish face, his arms full of scrolls. "Excuse me, sir, could you stop for a moment?" The goat-bearded official glanced briefly at him, his footsteps never slowing. What is it? I have a business deal of the utmost importance. I'd like to discuss it personally with Lord Yama, Lin Fan replied, having learned his lesson. No talk of saving the world this time. He went straight for business. The goat-bearded official halted, a sharp glint flickering behind his spectacles as he gave Lin Fan a once-over. Oh, that's quite a claim. Lord Yama is busy day and night. He isn't someone just anyone can meet. This deal of mine, once Lord Yama hears it, I guarantee he'll be satisfied, Lin Fan insisted, patting his chest with an air of mystery. The official pondered for a moment before pointing toward an inconspicuous corner in the distance. Go register at the Special Business Processing Unit. If your business is truly worthwhile, someone will take you to see the Lord. But if you're here to waste our time, well, thank you very much. Lin Fan quickly thanked him and squeezed his way in that direction. The so-called Special Business Processing Unit was nothing more than a tiny booth behind which sat a dozing old man. Lin Fan handed over his number and explained his purpose. The old man lazily pushed a form across the counter. Type of business, amount/value involved, reason for application. Lin Fan couldn't help twitching at the corner of his mouth. Hell's bureaucracy was almost too modern. For the column labeled amount/value involved, he thought for a moment, then, with an extravagant flourish, wrote, "So even the gods can find joy." He returned the form. The old man took the form and studied those 6 bold characters. He gazed deeply at Lin Fan, then picked up a red stamp and brought it down decisively with a firm thud. Wait here. Before long, a figure in black robes appeared before Lin Fan, a shadowy presence radiating solemnity. Wordlessly, the figure gestured for him to follow. Winding through endless souls and bypassing countless lines, Lin Fan was finally brought before a grand palace. Inside, a burly, stern-faced man sat behind a desk piled high with documents, furiously writing and muttering curses under his breath. There was an air about him, a certain boss-like energy unmistakable even in the afterlife. "My lord, the person has been brought." The man in the black robe bowed respectfully. King Yama didn't even raise his head. "State your business. You have 10 breaths time." Lin Fan didn't waste words. He reached into his robes and took out the 9 orifices exquisite box, presenting it with both hands. "Lord Yama, a humble token, just to show my respect." The moment the wooden box appeared, King Yama's judge's pen froze midair. He jerked up his head, his gaze locked onto the box. His expression shifted in an instant, from impatience to shock, then wild delight, and finally unrestrained greed. He looked like a starving vagabond, ravenous for 800 years, suddenly faced with a banquet fit for emperors. He snatched the box, his fingers caressing its surface with exquisite care, as though stroking the skin of a beloved, long-lost lover. The 9 orifices exquisite box. This is a legendary treasure thought lost to the universe. Just a single breath of it can let you taste all the joys and sorrows of existence. One whiff can unlock all the mysteries of creation and destruction. What a prize, what a treasure. Clutching the box, King Yama flushed with excitement, nearly drooling in his ecstasy. He didn't even ask what Lin Fan wanted. Instead, he reached under his desk and pulled out a massive stamp, carved with the words "Special Approval," and brought it down with a resounding thud on nothing but air. "Granted. Whatever you wish, it's granted." With a sweep of his arm, brimming with bravado, King Yama declared, "Go on, go. Don't waste my time with such a treasure before me." His words had barely faded when a golden spell formation appeared beneath Lin Fan's feet. Before he could react, a tremendous force yanked him inside. Ruins of Sakura Country, the Sea of Death. There was a deafening roar. The golden dragon claw and the Void King's fist, wrapped in pitch-black cosmic energy, clashed once more, raising tsunamis hundreds of meters high. Bruce's condition was deteriorating fast. Sheets of golden dragon scales were flaking off in great swathes, his body riddled with wounds deep enough to lay bare the bone. He panted heavily, and though fury still burned in those huge, slitted golden eyes, fatigue was starting to flicker there as well. As for the Void King, although Bruce's savage attacks had torn away much of his star flesh, the gaping hole in his chest, blasted open by Turtle School energy blast, was now nearly healed. More and more void creatures were surging into him, transforming into pure energy and mending his body at a pace visible to the naked eye. As one side thrived and the other withered, the outcome was becoming obvious. "Wretched beast," the Void King's voice rang out, icy and merciless. "Once I devour your ancient dragon's blood, my god body will be even more flawless." Tsuyueshi stood upon the dragon's back, her heart sinking lower with every moment. The moonlit sword in her hands vibrated unceasingly, but she could not find even the smallest opening to join the battle. She couldn't even get close. Despair closed in on her, cold and unyielding, flooding her like the dark waters of the deepest sea. At that very moment, above the sea between Bruce and the King of the Void, space twisted without warning and was then forcefully torn open, revealing a golden rift. A solitary figure strolled leisurely out of the crack. In an instant, whether it was the gods and dragons locked in fierce combat, or the various factions observing the fight from afar, everyone froze in place. That silhouette was all too familiar, a tall, upright form, smooth, powerful muscles, and a face that had once been unremarkable but was now etched indelibly into the memory of every witness. It was Lin Fan. Tsuyueshi's breath caught in her throat. She stared at him, wide-eyed, her eyes instantly brimming with tears, but she dared not believe what she saw, terrified that this was nothing but the most beautiful hallucination before death. Bruce was stunned as well. The great dragon halted its assault, tilted its massive head in confusion, and snorted, a puzzled rumble emerging from its nostrils. Impossible. The King of the Void, his face woven from swirling nebulae, looked stricken. I shattered your soul with my own hands. How are you still alive? Lin Fan stretched, loosening his limbs, feeling the immense power surging within him. Now several times greater than before, a terrifying force reaching 480,000. He broke into a wide grin. He pointed to the faintly glowing, sacred golden halo above his head and spread his hands with a look of casual inevitability. I'm already dead, can't you see? I mean, look, I've even got the halo to prove it. Silence blanketed the entire field. Tsuyueshi was stunned. Bruce was stunned. In the command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau, Zhong, Tianzheng, and Qinshan, who were watching the scene via satellite, were left gaping, jaws nearly wide enough to swallow an egg. The King of the Void was even more dumbfounded. Dead? And the only difference is now he's got a halo over his head? What kind of absurd rule was this? What kind of outrageous cheat was he using? The winds died down, the tsunamis stilled, even the clouds overhead paused their endless drifting. Atop the dragon's back, the woman who only moments before had braced herself for certain death now stared blankly at the figure, tears blurring her vision, her teeth biting in her lip to keep from crying out, terrified that all of this was nothing but a fragile dream. Back from the dead? And all it took was a halo? What kind of cosmic law was this? In what dimension's underworld could things possibly work this way? Trickery. It was the King of the Void who first shattered the oppressive silence, his shame and disbelief twisting into a howl of fury. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. He could not, and would not, understand. The man before him, who by all rights should have been obliterated, was the greatest blemish on his record, and this stain had to be wiped away, once and for all. He lifted his only remaining, battered arm. In his palm, the last traces of starlight essence surged together, compressing into a point of unfathomable darkness. That was a force of destruction powerful enough to annihilate both matter and soul, and though it was nothing compared to his prime, its might was still sufficient to pierce through the sun with ease. A black beam tore through space, carrying with it the aura of total annihilation, and shot forward in an instant. Tsuyueshi's heart leapt in her throat, and she cried out in alarm, "Watch out!" Bruce, too, let out an urgent dragon's roar. His colossal body moved instinctively, wanting to place himself in the path to shield them. In the face of this fatal blow, Lin Fan simply raised his right hand lazily. There was no earth-shattering eruption of power, no overwhelming torrent seething to the heavens. He just waved his hand casually, as if brushing away a bothersome fly. A crisp, almost ridiculous little snap sounded. The black beam of destruction, capable of flattening mountains, disintegrated the instant it touched Lin Fan's palm. Like a soap bubble popping, it vanished utterly, without even the faintest ripple of energy released. The energy gathered in the palm of the King of the Void had yet to disperse, but the king himself was frozen in place. His pupils, formed of starlight, contracted sharply to mere pinpoints. That single wave of the hand, so effortless, so offhand, even vaguely impatient. Yet the density and pure savagery in that simple gesture, the sense of raw, inexorable power, sent a shudder through the ancient King of the Void, deep to his very core. That's it. Lin Fan shook out his hand, scratched his ear, and broke into a grin at the King of the Void. Come on, is that all you got? That last blast was weak. Did you miss breakfast or something? Why your power? For the first time, the King of the Void's voice trembled with fear and disbelief. Oh, that. Lin Fan rolled his neck, a few joints cracking crisply, and said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, died once on the spot, leveled up right there. Surprised? Didn't see that coming, did you? A fear unlike anything he had ever felt wrapped cold fingers around his soul. He had to run. Now he finally understood. This monster before him was beyond anything he could possibly confront. Pride and dignity, in the presence of utter annihilation, meant nothing. They were nothing but a farce. But even if he tried, where could he possibly run? Lin Fan was faster. Lin Fan was stronger. All his old tricks of ripping open space were, against Lin Fan, as useless as breaking through paper. A desperate, guttural roar, no longer the divine proclamation of sovereign, but the anguished howl of a cornered beast, broke from the king of the void. And in the next moment, an invisible shockwave will burst outward from his body, sweeping across the entire earth at a maddened pace. This was the ultimate authority command from the sovereign of the void. In an instant, the countless void creatures wreaking havoc and devouring across the globe, regardless of size or strength, all froze in place. Their crimson compound eyes turned in unison toward the ruins of Sakura Nation. Then, as if summoned by the most sacred of calls, they transformed into torrents of black, surging across mountains and seas, flooding toward their master. From the rainforests of South America to Europe's ancient castles, from the vast lands of Africa to the wastelands of America, countless black lines appeared on the surface of the earth, all converging on one target. That sea of death. Calling for reinforcements? Lin Fan arched an eyebrow. Planning to pull off a combined transformation? Did you even ask my permission? He had no intention of standing by and waiting for the boss to slowly finish its final transformation. Lin Fan bent his knees slightly, and the ocean beneath his feet instantly caved in under a terrifying force, forming a massive whirlpool. Gold flames burst from his hands. One after another, solid energy orbs the size of basketballs shot out from him at speeds no human eye could follow. There were no ornate move names, no unnecessary buildup. It was pure, relentless, rapid-fire energy blasts, the simplest and most brutal attack. One after another, a hail of golden meteors, each trailing blazing tails, tore through the sky, forming a dense and inescapable barrage that swept down, blanketing the place where the king of the void stood. Each energy orb crackled with terrifying power. A chain of deafening explosions erupted, as if the entire world shuddered under the fury of unleashed energy. Golden light swallowed everything. The surface of the sea instantly vaporized, revealing the pitch-black seabed below, only for the next waves of explosions to send colossal waves, thousands of meters high, crashing down. Nearby, Tsuyoshi and Bruce were battered by the shock waves, forcibly thrown dozens of kilometers away. Tsuyoshi stared, dumbstruck, at the region swallowed by golden light, utterly speechless. So this was Lin Fan's true power? The man who used to trade quips and bicker with her at home. He'd grown so overwhelmingly strong. As the light faded and thick smoke billowed, Lin Fan hovered midair, the halo above his head as radiant as ever. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced toward the heart of the explosion. The king of the void was nowhere to be seen upon the surface of the sea. In its place, something new had emerged, a massive, writhing purple fleshball, over a kilometer wide and swelling larger by the moment. Its hide was riddled with countless eyes and twisted mouths, and innumerable sticky purple tentacles thrashed madly in the air. Meanwhile, the tidal wave of void creatures converging from all directions flowed into the monster like streams into a raging river, merging ceaselessly into that monstrous ball of flesh. With each void creature absorbed, the flesh sphere swelled a bit larger, its aura growing increasingly chaotic and formidable. The relentless bombardment that had just unleashed destruction enough to obliterate everything seemed not only to have failed at killing him, but had actually accelerated his fusion with the Void Army. Tisk! Lin Fan glanced at the grotesque monstrosity and twisted his lips in disdain. If you can't win, you just transform? And you transform into something this hideous. You really have no sense of aesthetics at all, do you? The colossal flesh sphere, forcibly fused from billions of void creatures, continued its frenzied writhing and swelling. Countless twisted mouths unleashed a cacophony of frenzied howls, while innumerable crimson eyes stared unblinkingly at the figure high above, halo aglow atop his head. In every one of those eyes, primordial terror mingled with utter, hysterical madness. Suddenly, the monstrous body convulsed. Thousands upon thousands of sticky, purple tendrils shot forth like javelins, tearing through the air with an ear-splitting shriek, blanketing the sky as they surged toward Lin Fan. This was an attack that had nothing to do with the rules of power, just raw, ugly brute force hurled in a desperate barrage. Each tendril contained enough force to pierce through a warship. And yet, Lin Fan couldn't even be bothered to dodge. An invisible shockwave erupted from him like a tidal force, radiating outward. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. All those fearsome purple tendrils, within 100 meters of Lin Fan, collided against an unseen barrier, a veritable wall of size, immovable and absolute. In an instant, the tips of every tendril were ground into particles finer than dust, transforming into dark purple motes that scattered and drifted away. The rest of the tendrils were as if seized by a giant, unseen hand. No matter how violently they thrashed, they could advance no further, halted completely. A guttural, bestial roar tore from the center of the flesh sphere. The largest mouth was wrenched open, and a column of pitch-black energy, several times thicker than the devastating beam Azrael had unleashed, howled forth in a frenzied torrent. This was the monster pouring every ounce of its power into a last, all-or-nothing assault. It's useless. Lin Fan shook his head, not even bothering to raise a hand. He simply lifted his eyelids and casted a glance. Kaioken ×2. Boom! A torrent of golden energy, far more fearsome and intense than before, erupted from within him, blazing out in a coruscating inferno. A power level of 960,000. It was as if the very fabric of space itself cried out in protest, straining under the weight. The black energy beam, the moment it came into contact with the golden aura surrounding Lin Fan, dissolved like water against a red-hot iron. It didn't even last a second before it was completely vaporized, wiped out without a trace. From within the flesh sphere came a piercing scream, a tumult of countless voices blended in raw disbelief and horror. It could feel the opponent's power surge upward yet again, by an overwhelming margin. What kind of monster was this? Not only did he come back to life after dying, but he leveled up on the spot, and if that weren't enough, he kept growing stronger the longer the fight went on. How could anyone possibly win against this? The Void King was born from chaos, having devoured countless civilizations, yet it had never encountered such an utterly unreasonable being. In this very moment, its final shred of sanity was shattered completely. The colossal mass of flesh abandoned all attempts at ranged attacks. Its gigantic, nauseating body, like a purple meteor, rolled and roared as it hurtled straight toward Lin Fan with terrifying force. It was bent on using every last ounce of its combined mass to perish together with this accursed foe. Perfect, Lin Fan said with a laugh, a smile that flickered with a trace of cruelty. He no longer floated in midair. Instead, he advanced directly toward the charging behemoth, not retreating a single step. There were no radiant streaks, no afterimages. He simply walked forward, step by step, through the void. His pace was unhurried, yet every movement exuded an overwhelming sense of dominance. A seemingly insignificant human soul against a monstrous, mountainous creature of twisted flesh. The vast difference in their sizes only served to make the contrast all the more striking. In the presence of this mere human, that so-called meteor strike appeared less an apocalyptic blow and more like a helpless balloon rolling in to meet its end. Lin Fan strode up to the flesh mass. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed, lightly pressing his palm against the surface of the frenzied, writhing monstrosity. A thunderous boom sounded, so deep and resounding it was as if the heavens themselves had just been struck. The immense ball of flesh, all its furious momentum, came to an abrupt halt the instant Lin Fan's hand made contact. Countless eyes burst from the tremendous backlash, while innumerable mouths spewed forth rivers of purple-black slime. Lin Fan's palm, like a blade forged in fire slicing effortlessly through butter, sank deep into the creature's flesh. "Time to go," he muttered. A golden blaze surged along his arm, flooding violently into the beast. The Void King unleashed the most despairing wail of its existence. And then, blinding rays of gold erupted from deep within the monster. First one, then 100, 1,000, 10,000, countless shafts of golden light pierced through its grotesque form, transforming it into a gigantic, glowing purple lantern riddled with holes. Next, the entire mass swelled rapidly and silently, countless cracks appearing across its surface, until, in a hush of utter stillness, it completely fell apart, dissolving into a rain of luminous dust. No splattering of flesh, no ruptured limbs. Just pure annihilation, matter reduced to energy, essence to oblivion, utterly crushed by the terrifying force of Lin Fan's 960,000 combat power. The era of the Void King, that godlike being who had once plunged the earth into despair, was now over, eradicated body and soul. The sea breeze began to blow once more, and the waves resumed their endless surging. High above, all that remained was the solitary figure with a shining halo above his head, floating quietly as the golden flames slowly faded around him. Ding! The host has slain the cosmic villain Void King. You have been awarded 5 million points. Ding! The host has completed the hidden quest. Arm the Dragon Nation. Repel the Void Invasion. Quest rewards granted. Full potential unlocked. Old Supreme Kai version. ×1. S-Cell activation plus 20%. Ding! The host has completed the Divine Choice quest Soul and Body Reunited. Quest rewards granted. Supreme Divine Body Primal Tao Physique. System notice. The Primal Tao Physique will reconstruct your body's foundation. It will automatically overwrite and upgrade your original form when you are revived. System notice. Full potential unlocked has been stored at the core of your soul and can be accessed for development at any time. System notice. Your SL activity has reached 77%. A slew of system notifications rang out in Lin Fan's mind. He glanced at his remaining points. Before returning to life, his total points stood at 6,373,250. He had spent 3 million to bribe the king of the underworld, leaving him with 3,373,250. Now, with this 5 million windfall added in, current remaining points, 8,373,250. Not bad. This haul was absolutely worth it, Lin Fan said with satisfaction, nodding to himself. He felt as if he was one step closer to true financial freedom. He turned around and looked off into the distance, at the graceful figure racing through the sky, tearing across the heavens, her face streaked with tears, gazing at him in a daze. Tsuyueshi and Bruce had finally arrived. One human and one dragon both stopped a short distance away, not daring to come any closer. Tsuyueshi stared at that familiar yet strange figure, taking in the oddly comical halo floating above his head. Tears welled in her eyes, swirling, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Should she rejoice because he had come back to life, or worry for his current state? Lin Fan sensed her gaze. He turned back, grinned broadly, showing a mouthful of dazzling white teeth. All done. Work's finished, he said, brushing off his hands in a gesture as if he had just clocked out of the office. So what do you think of my new halo? Cool, isn't it? That did it. Tsuyueshi burst into laughter at his unserious antics. She giggled through her tears, but soon, laughter mingled once again with sobs. You bastard, she choked out, and though her tone was scolding, her voice was thick with emotion. There, save the tears for another day. We ought to be celebrating, don't you think? Lin Fan waved her over. Come on, I'm not a ghost, you know. I won't bite. Only then did Tsuyueshi carefully urge her sword light forward, gliding towards him. Bruce also moved closer, the enormous dragon's head looming as his lantern-sized golden eyes studied the glowing halo above Lin Fan's head. He let out a curious, resonant snuffling, as if examining a brand-new toy. Don't worry, I'm fully here, 24 hours, always online. Lin Fan reached out and gently tousled her smooth hair, the sensation real and warm under his hand. Once Tsuyueshi was certain he was truly back, she couldn't hold back any longer. She lunged into his arms and burst into tears, sobbing out all her fear, sorrow, despair, and the wild joy of regaining what had once been lost, letting it all flow into her tears. Holding Tsuyueshi as she wept, a vision of beauty in distress, Lin Fan seemed a little at a loss. All he could do was gently pat her back, again and again. Meanwhile, Bruce was transforming into the ultimate curious creature. He concealed his imposing presence and carefully lowered his enormous dragon head, big as a car, over to them. First, he peered at the golden halo above Lin Fan's head with his lantern-sized eyes, inspecting it for a long, fascinated moment. Then, sticking out his tongue, he seemed as if he wanted to give it a lick. Lin Fan, caught between laughter and exasperation, raised his hand and tapped Bruce's nose. That's public property. No licking allowed. Bruce shrank back, looking put out, gave his head a quick shake, and snorted 2 steaming white jets from his nostrils. Amidst this rare moment of warmth shared by man, woman, and dragon, the distant horizon was suddenly torn open, the clouds ripped apart with brute force. Several massive ships, sleek and black, brimming with futuristic menace, came racing toward them at top speed. These were the ultimate aerospace Xuanwu-class command ships of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Aboard the lead flagship, Zhong Tianzheng and Qinshan stood side by side before the vast viewing port. Through long-range observation devices, they'd witnessed Lin Fan's return, and had seen, almost in disbelief, as he effortlessly turned the once invincible Void King into nothing but drifting ash. The shock of it still had their hearts hammering uncontrollably in their chests. The command fleet brought itself to a hovering stop 100 meters away, the roar of engines gradually softening until only a faint hum remained. Zhong Tianjing's silhouette appeared in the main ship's viewing window. He looked out at the familiar yet strangely different figure in the distance, especially at that absurd golden halo gleaming atop his head. After some hesitation, he finally spoke into the ship's intercom system, his greeting trembling with awe and confusion. Lin Fan, what on earth have you been through? There was a subtle, involuntary quiver in his voice. He'd imagined countless possibilities, but never had he foreseen this. Lin Fan released Su Yueshi from his arms and gently wiped the tears from her face. Then he turned toward the fleet, flashing an easy grin full of gleaming white teeth. He cleared his throat and replied in a tone so nonchalant it was almost teasing. Director Zhong, it's been a while. Nothing much happened, just died is all. I've got some connections in the afterlife, so I came back for a little fun. His words, light as a feather, landed in the command ship like a bombshell. A technician in the back, mid-sip, promptly spat water all over his monitor, sparking a chorus of electrical pops and sizzles. Qin Shan's resolute face froze in an instant. The tactical tablet slipped from his hand and hit the floor with a distinct thud. As for Zhong Tianzhong, the highest leader of the Dragon Shield Bureau, a figure as unshakable as a pillar holding up the heavens, who could face a mountain collapsing before him without turning pale. Even he found his composure faltering. The corner of his eye twitched, and for a full 3 seconds, his mind went completely blank. Dead? Relationship? Back for a visit? These 3 words, when strung together, held a weight of meaning that already surpassed everything he had ever known. Inside the command ship, a deathly silence descended. Everyone, regardless of rank, stood frozen in place like puppets whose strings were suddenly cut, their expressions locked, the entire crew trapped in collective petrification. Lin Fan seemed pleased with the effect. He continued, "The King of the Void has been completely dealt with. It's dead and gone, once and for all. Before it died, it merged with all the void creatures across the world, so whatever lesser beings remain shouldn't pose a threat now. The rest of the cleanup can be left to your Dragon Shield Bureau." These words finally pulled everyone out of their stupor. Zhong Tianzhong drew in a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He knew now was not the time to ask about the peculiar halo above Lin Fan's head. In a steady voice, he ordered, "All units, initiate the Pure Land plan immediately and eliminate any remaining void creatures. Qin Shan, you take command on the front line." "Yes, sir." Qin Shan snapped back to attention and responded loudly. Lin Fan. Zhong Tianzhong turned once again to look at that solitary figure, his tone thick with complexity. "Thank you. One way or another, you've saved us yet again. No need for formalities. I'm a citizen of Earth, too." Lin Fan waved it off with a smile. "All right then, I'm short on time, so I'll head home first. If anything comes up, just contact Xianyue Sect." With that, he paid no further heed to the Dragon Shield Bureau crowd. Turning to Su Yueshi and Bruce, he called, "Let's go, time to go home." He wrapped his arm around Su Yueshi's waist, and with his other hand, he gave a firm pat to Bruce's massive dragon horn. Bruce understood, letting loose a deep, rumbling growl. The mighty dragon lowered its enormous body, allowing the pair to settle securely upon its back. In the next moment, the golden dragon let out a resonant roar. With a sweep of its tail, it soared into the sky as a streak of dazzling golden lightning, tearing through the clouds and vanishing from sight, leaving behind only the bewildered members of the Dragon Shield Bureau, scattered and disoriented in the wind. Xianyue Sect, the rear mountain. The air was so heavy with grief that it was almost suffocating. The instant Lin Yu sensed her brother's aura fade away, she had fainted dead away. Only just now had she regained consciousness, her small face as pale as paper, sitting on the stone bench, lost and silent, the spark gone from her eyes. Qin Lan, Jiao San, Zhao Feng, Chun Ziwan, and the others clustered around her, but none of them knew how to offer comfort. They, too, were steeped in overwhelming sorrow, every eye rimmed red. Especially Qin Lan. She bit her lower lip so hard her nails were digging into her palm. That man, who was sometimes as mighty as a god, sometimes as maddeningly cheeky as a scoundrel. Was he truly gone, just like that? In that deathly stillness, a sudden streak of golden light burst across the sky, racing toward them with impossible speed. "It's Bruce and the Sect Master." Zhao Feng, ever sharp-eyed, was the first to cry out. A wave of energy seemed to sweep through the crowd. Everyone looked up as one. From above descended a majestic golden dragon, its immense form radiating an overwhelming presence. With steadfast grace, it landed squarely on the clearing behind the mountain. Su Yueshi leapt down from the dragon's back, her cheeks still streaked with tears, though her eyes glimmered with renewed light. Hot on her heels, another figure floated gently to the ground. When people finally recognized who it was, they all froze in disbelief. Brother, Lin Yu's whole body shuddered violently as a look of utter astonishment lit up her eyes. For a moment, she thought she must be dreaming. Lin Fan. Qin Lan's eyes widened, her slender frame trembling ever so slightly. Fancy, Mr. Lin Fan. Both Xiao Feng and Chen Yuan rubbed their eyes, half suspecting their grief had conjured an illusion before them. Only Jiao San, himself an ancient beast, perceived soul auras sharper than any mortal. He sensed that the Lin Fan before him radiated the very same energy as when he was alive, perhaps even more formidable and condensed, though now tainted by an indescribable aura tinged with the essence of the netherworld. What's the matter? Don't recognize me? Lin Fan took in their stunned faces, then broke into a smile, opening his arms wide. I'm home. Brother. Lin Yu couldn't hold back any longer. A cry burst from her lips, choked by tears, as she flew into Lin Fan's embrace like a fledgling bird finding its nest. She clasped him tightly and wept without restraint. There, don't cry now, Lin Fan said gently, ruffling his sister's hair, his own heart brimming with warmth. Once Lin Yu had calmed a little, the others tentatively gathered around, their gazes inevitably drawn to the gleaming golden halo atop Lin Fan's head. Fanzi, is that the latest fashion? Looks pretty unique, Chen Ziyuan asked curiously. Lin Fan cast him a sidelong glance. This is an official Underworld-issued death halo. Want one? I can make a reservation for you. Chen Ziyuan recoiled in fright, waving his hands frantically. Everyone was left both teary-eyed and laughing, the tense, sorrowful atmosphere considerably eased by Lin Fan's banter. After comforting them, Lin Fan briefly recounted parts of his journey after death, just enough that could be shared. But when he revealed he only had 24 hours to return to the living, silence fell over everyone like a heavy shroud. Brother, does that mean? After 24 hours, Lin Yu clutched the hem of his robe, her tears springing forth once again. Don't worry, Lin Fan soothed, giving her nose a playful tweak. Do you all remember my 7 pearls? There was a moment's pause, then realization dawned. Of course, he was referring to those 7 wish-granting dragon pearls. If you think about it, it's been less than 3 months since the last time I made a wish. By then, all you'll need to do is wish for my resurrection. Lin Fan spoke with ease. At these words, everyone visibly relaxed, as if a great weight had been lifted from their hearts. But what about these 3 months? Qin Lan couldn't help but ask, her tone full of concern. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Lin Fan's expression grew serious, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Even being dead has its own advantages. He paused for a moment, then revealed a plan so unexpected it sent everyone's minds reeling. I've already checked in with King Yama. So, I'm planning to follow in the footsteps of a legendary predecessor and make the most of this vacation in the afterlife by traveling to a place called King Kai's planet for some special training. Qin Lan was momentarily stunned. This combination of words was simply beyond her comprehension. Xiao Feng and Chen Ziyuan glanced at each other in confusion, feeling like they couldn't quite wrap their minds around it. Training on a business trip while dead? When did the underworld become so employee-friendly? That's right, Lin Fan said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I'm pretty familiar with King Yama. I might as well take this chance to polish up my skills and aim to come back to life sooner, to become a better person and help build a harmonious society. This explanation left everyone even more dumbfounded, their faces blank with astonishment. As for Jiao San, being an ancient beast, he had heard something of the mysteries of life and death, but only in the sense that souls return to the underworld before being sent back into the cycle of reincarnation. Yet Lin Fan seemed able to send his soul back into the realm of the living at will, and showed intimate knowledge of a world even Jiao San had never heard of. These powers stretched so far beyond anything he could fathom that reverence bloomed deep within the giant creature's soul. Thinking of this, the huge serpent eyes of Jiao San were left with nothing but pure awe, born from the depths of his spirit. Lin Fan took in the varied expressions around him, chuckling to himself. Then his gaze shifted toward Jiao San, who had maintained a respectful stance throughout. Hey, little dragon is at your service. Jiao San's massive body trembled, and he quickly lowered his head even further, nearly pressing it against the ground. You did well protecting Xianyue sect during this battle. I'm always fair with reward and punishment. As Lin Fan spoke, he turned to Bruce, who was absent-mindedly using his tail tip to tease a butterfly. Bruce, give him a drop of dragon blood. Bruce paused, tilting his gigantic head in dissatisfaction. His noble bloodline wasn't something he'd willingly share with a lowly, mixed-breed serpent. With a huff, He snorted twin jets of mist from his nostrils and turned his head away. Just a drop, that's all. Lin Fan walked over and patted the dragon horn, harder than diamond, on Bruce's head. Later, I'll get Xiaoyu to make you 100 pounds of her special jerky. Bruce's ears twitched. 200 pounds. Bruce's tail gave a tentative, hopeful wag. And on top of that, I'll personally give you a full dragon scale spa treatment, cleaning, polishing, and waxing every scale till you're gleaming and radiant. Bruce finally gave in. With a rumble deep in his chest, he seemed to say, deal. Reluctantly, he extended one of his golden claws. With a swift motion, his sharp talon traced along the seam of another scale, and a bead of dark golden blood slowly welled up. That drop of blood didn't fall. It hovered in midair, radiating a boundless, overwhelming vitality and an awe-inspiring presence. The plants and grass nearby surged wildly upward, visibly growing in the blink of an eye. Jiao San's breathing grew heavy in an instant. Fixated on that single drop of dragon blood, every vein in his body seemed to ignite. He knew, the moment he swallowed this blood, his lineage would undergo an unparalleled purification, perhaps even breaking its shackles and taking another step toward true dragonhood. Catch this. With a flick of Lin Fan's finger, the dark golden droplet shot out in a streak of light, flying unerringly toward Jiao San. Not daring to hesitate, Jiao San snapped his jaws open and swallowed the dragon blood with utmost care. Boom! A tremendous heat surged within him, exploding throughout his body. Jiao San's massive frame shook violently as the scales began to shimmer with a dark golden sheen. Enduring the agony of this profound transformation, he pressed his huge head to the ground and cried out, "Thank you, Master, for your generosity. Thank you, Dragon Lord, for your grace. I would die 1,000 times in gratitude." He was so overcome with emotion that words tumbled out in a rush. His loyalty and gratitude toward Lin Fan defied description. He had never imagined, truly never imagined, how swiftly fortune could turn in his favor. His hardships had finally paid off. "All right, enough bowing and scraping. Don't embarrass yourself here," Lin Fan said with a wave of his hand. "Find a quiet spot and start refining that power. Don't let go to waste." Yes, yes, Jiao San replied, as if granted a royal pardon. His vast body soared into the air, transforming into a streak of black light that shot deep into the Xianyu Sect Mountains. He couldn't wait to embark on his path of transformation. With Jiao San's business taken care of, Lin Fan turned to the caring faces gathered around him, warmth welling up in his heart. "All right, stop crowding around this dead guy," he joked, throwing an arm around Lin Yu's shoulders. "Let's get you home, sis. We'll have a good meal tonight." With that, Lin Fan, together with Su Yueshi and Lin Yu, under the complicated gazes of everyone present, dissolved into golden light alongside Bruce and soared into the sky, heading for Jiangxia City. Night settled gently. Silver moonbeams poured through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing the floor in a frosty glow. The living room felt just as it always had, the familiar sofa waiting in the same spot. Nothing had changed since before Lin Fan's death. Lin Yu, exhausted in body and soul, was already sleeping soundly. Bruce, too, sprawled on the lawn, snoring softly. Now, only Lin Fan and Su Yueshi remained in the villa. Lin Fan sat quietly on the sofa, while Su Yueshi silently went into the kitchen, making a pot of tea and placing it in front of him. The gentle fragrance of tea curled between them, lending an almost dreamlike stillness to the air. Neither of them spoke. They simply sat together in silence. Su Yueshi gazed at the man before her. He looked just the same as always, but the sacred golden halo atop his head was an unceasing reminder. He no longer belonged to this world. 24 hours. That number hovered on her heart like an invisible weight. She was terrified that, with a single blink, he might be gone. "What are you looking at?" Lin Fan suddenly broke the silence. He sighed softly, reaching out to draw her to his side. He took her cool hand in his. "Don't worry," he said, reassuringly. "I told you. I'll be back after 3 months." Su Yueshi's lips parted as if to speak, 1,000 thoughts welling up in her throat. In the end, they melted into a barely audible whisper. "I'm afraid." She feared it was no more than comforting words, afraid that something might go wrong in between. Lin Fan didn't say any more. Instead, he gently pulled her into his arms. Bathed in moonlight, Lin Fan looked down at the woman resting against his chest. Tears still clung to her long lashes. Usually so confident and commanding, she was now vulnerable as a child. His heart stirred, and he lowered his head to kiss her. Su Yueshi tensed instinctively, but did not pull away. Instead, she responded, shy and uncertain. Moonlight traced their forms, bathing the curtains of the bedroom in shimmering silver. Tsuyueshi's figure was perfectly balanced. A little more would be too lush, a little less too thin, with every curve in harmonious proportion. Under the moon's glow, her skin gleamed with the luster of fine white jade, smooth and radiant. Long, slender legs, a slim waist one could circle with a single hand, set off an astonishing contrast to her fuller curves. Lin Fan's gaze settled at last on her feet. They were the kind that could drive a foot enthusiast wild. Dainty, graceful, exquisitely shaped. The arch of her instep was elegant, her toes as tender and polished as newly sprouted bamboo shoots, round and perfectly formed, their nails shining with a healthy pink. He held her delicate foot in his palm, feeling as though he were cupping a piece of warm, precious jade. Tsuyueshi let out a soft sound, drawing her toes in shy embarrassment. The night stretched on, long and quiet. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight slipped through the curtains and spilled across the room, Lin Fan opened his eyes. He turned his head to look at Tsuyueshi, still sleeping beside him. The golden light outlined her features, serene and content in slumber. Her usual coolness softened into a leisurely, languid beauty. Lin Fan felt a deep tenderness steadying him. He rose quietly, careful not to disturb her. By the time he had finished washing and left the room, Tsuyueshi had awakened too. She sat on the bed, wrapped in the quilt, gazing at him with a dazed expression. Their eyes met. A faint blush rose to her cheeks as she glared at him with playful reproach. Lin Fan chuckled, retrieving a palm-sized, white, circular device from his system space. "What is this?" Tsuyueshi asked with curiosity. "It's a Dragon Ball detector." Lin Fan handed her the device. "Now that I'm leaving, I'm counting on you to find the Dragon Balls and bring me back. This gadget can pinpoint their exact locations. The green that you see is a Dragon Ball. Just press the button on top, and it'll work." Tsuyueshi took the detector. It felt cool and strangely textured in her hand. She glanced at the device, then back at Lin Fan, and nodded firmly. "Don't worry. I'll find them, no matter what." Lin Fan reached out to ruffle her hair, a wave of reluctance welling up in his heart. At that moment, the halo above his head flickered, its radiance growing brighter, and his body shimmered with a faint, barely noticeable transparency. Time was almost up. Tsuyueshi's heart tightened sharply. Instinctively, she grabbed his arm, but only felt the faintest trace of resistance, as if he was already fading away. He gazed at her clenched fist holding the Dragon Ball detector, and said softly, "Wait for me. I'll be back." Tsuyueshi nodded hard, burying all her longing and worry deep inside. A blaze of golden light erupted. Lin Fan's figure dissolved completely into scattered motes, shining like morning sunlight, until he vanished. The room fell silent again. Tsuyueshi stood rooted for a long while before finally lowering her gaze to the detector in her hand. Her eyes suddenly shone with unwavering determination. Lin Fan's disappearance did not stop the heartbeat of the Earth. Dragon Shield Agency, Supreme Command Center. On a vast holographic map, the territory of the Dragon Nation glowed peacefully in green, a symbol of safety. Beyond the borders, countless red dots flickered and drifted, restlessly moving, signs of threat and chaos. Zhong Tianzheng stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze dark and deep as he stared at the map. With the King of the Void dead, the Dragon Nation remained the sole country on the planet with its full military structure and unmatched power intact. Now, on this blue star, the Dragon Nation was the last stronghold of order. Zhong Tianzheng's voice rang out from the command center, resonating across every temporary military base around the globe. "All units, you are ordered to eliminate every void creature on Earth. Strike swiftly, leave none behind." "Yes, sir." At his command, the immense fleet anchored along the Dragon Nation's coast lifted anchor and set out. One by one, Xuanwu airspace battleships pierced the clouds, soaring above the war-torn lands like divine guardians surveying their realm. A torrent of firepower blanketed the earth below, swift, ruthless, and unerring in its cleansing. Against the unstoppable might of the Dragon Nation's war machine, the scattered void creatures stood no chance of survival. Foreign survivors, who had huddled in fear, first gaped in disbelief, and then broke into wild, almost delirious relief and worship. "It's the Dragon Nation's army. We're saved. Heavens, they're like gods of war come to our aid." When soldiers from the Dragon Nation set foot on foreign soil, they were not met with resistance, but rather with crowds of people rushing toward them, wailing and pleading. Yet, to actually enter the Dragon Nation itself and seek its protection was no simple feat. The nation enforced rigorous background checks, physical fitness exams, and ideological assessments, each of which was enough to eliminate more than 90% of applicants. Even so, outside the security zones established by the Dragon Nation across the world, the queues still stretched out of sight. Upon the corpse of the king of the void, a brand new world order was beginning to take shape, with the Dragon Nation at its very center. Netherworld, the crossroads of reincarnation. Lin Fan's figure appeared once again in that all-too-familiar bank hall, bustling like a train station during the spring festival rush. All around him, lines of souls awaited their turn, and the air was thick with a cacophony of ghostly murmurs. With practiced ease, Lin Fan sidestepped the endless queues and made his way directly to the special service desk. The civil official who'd received him last time recognized him immediately, especially the golden halo above Lin Fan's head, a seal placed by the king of hell himself, radiating a slight divine glow. He was, without a doubt, the brightest figure in the entire underworld. Well now, our distinguished guest has returned. The official's face split into a broad grin, his attitude even warmer than before. So, are you here today to close your account? Or to extend your stay? Close my account? I'm not finished having fun yet. Lin Fan tapped the counter. I'm here to see your king of hell. There's something I'd like to discuss with him. His Highness is attending to some official business at the moment. Just tell him, the big customer he met last time is back, and this time, I want to talk about a deal concerning Realm Kingstar. The clerk hurriedly nodded and bowed. Of course, please wait just a moment while I deliver your message. Before long, Lin Fan was courteously invited into the familiar Grand Hall. The King of Hell was still seated behind his mountain of documents, but he looked noticeably better today. The dark circles under his eyes had faded somewhat. In his hands was the 9-aperture exquisite box, which he brought up to his nose from time to time, inhaling its essence with a blissful expression on his face. Upon seeing Lin Fan enter, he quickly put away his precious box and assumed a formal, dignified demeanor, though the smile in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Ahem, you've returned. My lord, you have such an arduous workload each and every day. Lin Fan offered a flattering remark as he approached. Save it. The King of Hell waved him off. Go on, what brings you here this time? Let me make it clear. Resurrection is a special privilege, not a habit you can get used to. You've misunderstood, Lin Fan replied with a smile. I'm not here for that today. I just wanted to ask, does the underworld have any means to travel to Realm Kingstar? King Kai's planet. King Yama paused, then suddenly understood. Oh, that place is terribly remote. Ordinary spirits can't get there. You have to take the Serpent Road. It's endlessly winding, foul-smelling, and so long you could run for centuries and still not see the end. He gave Lin Fan a thorough up-and-down look, a quizzical glint in his eyes. Why are you heading there? To improve my skills, so I can better serve the, Netherworld. No, the world's peace in the future, Lin Fan replied with all the earnestness he could muster. King Yama's mouth twitched at that answer. Clearly, he didn't buy it for a second. But he let it slide, for the moment. After all, he just accepted a favor he could hardly repay. After some thought, King Yama fished out a form from his mountainous pile of paperwork, grabbed a calligraphy brush from the holder, and dipped it in ink. He started filling out the form with a flourish as he spoke. Name, Lin Fan. Origin, Earth. Purpose of application. He paused, glancing at Lin Fan. Outstanding young representative of the Netherworld, traveling to King Kai's planet for an exchange program. With the form complete, he picked up an enormous official seal, breathed on it, and stamped it onto the paper with a satisfying thump. All set. He handed the form over to Lin Fan. Take this and find a ghost warden named Olive. He'll lead you to the entrance of the Serpent Road. Olive. Lin Fan accepted the form, unable to keep the corners of his mouth from twitching. Thank you very much, King Yama. Lin Fan stowed away the paperwork and offered a heartfelt thank you. It's nothing. King Yama waved a hand and once more cradled his precious 9-chambered music box, a look of pure delight on his face. If you come across any rare treasures in the future, just think of me. Guided by the giant, burly, and simple-faced warden known as Olive, Lin Fan passed through layer after layer of checkpoints and soon found himself standing on a platform floating in the endless void. Beyond the platform, surf after surf of golden clouds billowed, stretching to infinity. A dazzling, serpentine path paved with countless golden bricks coiled out from the edge of the platform, twisting through the sea of clouds like a giant serpent, eventually vanishing into the hazy distance. This is the Serpent Road, sir, Olive rumbled, pointing at the winding path. It's about 1,000,000 kilometers long. Just keep running along this road. The end is where you'll find King Kai's planet. 1,000,000 kilometers? Lin Fan did some quick math in his head. Earth's circumference was just 40,000 kilometers, so this road was 25 times around the planet. Isn't there some kind of teleportation array, or shortcut? No, Olive shook his head. That's the rule, and the test. Only those with an unyielding will are worthy of meeting King Kai. Well then, Looks like this marathon couldn't be avoided.